sun in the
movie.
lab. So Demok is right. We cannot create the sun in the lab. That doesn't mean that we don't know what it is.
Yeah,
Just
that
like
does. That 100% means we don't know what it is. That's
we can't
exactly
create
what
a
that
horse
means.
in the lab.
No, that's exactly what that means. Because you can't reproduce a UFO in a lab either.
Can you produce a horse in the lab?
Give me a piece
Nobody's
of
talking about that, retard. We're talking about your son you said ain't a UFO. We didn't call it
I'm pointing out that producing something in the lab is not required to know something.
Quit calling horses UFOs, Matthew Learns. I thought you were smarter than that, brother.
Oh, I am smarter.
Yeah, well, no, you're not. You're riding a UFO car right now. You don't know it's a car. You're too dumb.
Can you produce a horse in a lab? No, but
Brother,
you still know what a house is.
Yeah, I can. I can go get one off a farm, buy it, and walk it to you, motherfucker. Yeah, I can produce a horse
That's
in the
not
lab.
producing it in the lab. Therefore, producing something in the lab is not a good criteria.
I can have two horses have sex, and one will be produced in that lab. Shut the fuck up.
I think it's the horse making the horse, not you.
Son. Shut your fucking mouth. I can touch the horse. Can you touch the sun, bitch?
No.
You're making me mad right now trying to compare fucking different shit that don't make no sense because you're a retard and you guys can't get out of it that you can't touch the fucking shit and there ain't no way to determine what you're talking about other than fucking UFO make it up.
I'm criticizing this idea that you have to be able to make it in the lab.
No, you're not horse training retard. You can touch the fucking horse. A horse is not in contention, motherfucker. What we all agree is a horse is not in contention. You're stupid as hell. The sun is. The sun is in contention. Now you got to prove what the fuck the sun is, not a horse.
A UFO is by definition unidentified.
Yeah, that's the sun.
Like the sun? Yeah, I agree.
You haven't identified it.
By naming the sun, we have identified it.
What is it?
What is it?
Where do you see another one at? Where are you comparing it to? You dumb motherfucker.
Nothing. I'm naming what it is.
Nothing, but he knows what it is. Can't touch it. Can't get there. He's comparing it to nothing, but he knows what the fuck it is. Look, this is such great science. This is so great.
Demok is giving you some credit because he's asking you what is it. Like you did check it. But I'm not even asking you that question because I know that you never checked it. So you don't know what it is.
There's a difference between identifying something and describing it.
You are just assuming what it is. You saw a unicorn. You saw a horse with the plastic horn glued to its forehead. So for you, it's a unicorn. You didn't verify it. You just saw it.
Here's the definition, just like Painus has said. The sun is identified as an object that heats and lights up our Earth.
How do you know that? If you've never touched it, how do you know it heats up anything?
I've experienced the heat of the sun by standing outside when it was...
No, you haven't. You've experienced outside by standing in the fucking air. You've experienced the air.
No, I've experienced the radiant energy.
No, you've never touched the sun. You haven't experienced it. That'd be touching the sun. You've never touched the sun. Don't be so stupid, Matthew.
There are other ways to experience things.
No, there's not. No, there's not.
When I go higher,
Unicorn
when I go higher and I approach the sun, I get closer to the sun. It gets cooler, so it doesn't. So it doesn't.
Colder. So you're crazy, Matthew doesn't know what he's talking about. How can you demonstrate? We need a demonstration of your sun being hotter, farther, and cool close to it. Your heat lamp sun. Do you have that?
The amount of radiation you receive from the sun goes up as you go higher altitude.
On Earth. You can't do anything on Earth. Smart Matthew is dumber than a gas. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm smarter than a gas.
You're smarter than two gases.
Right.
Well, get your fucking heat lamp gas out, smart boy.
Heat lamps work the same way.
Well, show us, motherfucker. Show us your fucking nose touching the heat lamp and being colder than your feet that ain't touching it, stupid.
So you said I haven't experienced the sun providing warmth, but I have.
No.
I'm new to this conversation, but I can guarantee you that heat lamps don't like the sun and heat lamps are two different things.
What's the heat? What's the sun then? What kind of heat is the sun, and where can you produce it instead of lying?
It's not producible because if we were able to,
Matthew, you know all about it.
Oh no! I was saying if we were able to produce the sun, it would be unsustainable on Earth.
Right.
It
what would be unsustainable?
The sun.
A little
Because
sun would be? No, you'd have a
no,
little one in your car. You'd have a little one in your fucking light up there. You'd have a little one in your
right.
furnace. You'd have a little one in your stove. You'd have a little one outside in the grill. You'd
Uh,
have a fucking little sun everywhere. You'd be if gravity was real, you'd have little gravity motors everywhere. Gravity would
Demon,
do everything for everybody.
Demon. I mean, the,
No, no, it's not mean. Stop meaning. Quit imagining. We need to
I'm
know.
not. I'm saying the sun
We need
on
to
the
know
earth.
what the sun is. So far, you've told me nothing. You told me you have no fucking clue, just like him. You said you have no clue, but then you guys know everything about it. In 1 second, you know everything. The other second, you don't know shit. When
No,
somebody asks for a
I don't.
demonstration, what
I
kind of
don't.
light is it?
I don't know everything, but I do know that the sun would be
How do you
un.
know anything about the sun if you can't tell me what the fucking light source is of it, brother?
You
Brother, I
can
can
know
tell you
things
that
about it
it's
without knowing it.
not
No, you should just
sustainable.
stop lying. No, just stop. Just stop
It's.
making shit up because you didn't make the sun. That means you have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Did you make the sun?
Brother, I'm not telling you what it is. I told you it's a UFO, you idiot fuck. I'm
Yeah, but
not selling no fucking
So
story to you.
it,
You
it,
are.
is the sun sustainable
The
on the earth?
sun is nothing. You dumb motherfucker. You don't know. That's what we're pointing out. You're a questioner. Huh? What? Who? When? Why? Where? That ain't getting no answers.
wait, is
Fill
the
in with
sun an
some fucking
object?
answers.
Is the sun an object?
Figure it out, stupid. You're the one that knows what it is.
Yes, the sun is an object.
Prove it.
Well, I mean, it
Yeah,
was
that's
proven in the
explain.
Fucking
Bible.
prove it.
It was
Explain.
created by God,
Necros,
so
do
it
you
is
say
an
the sun
object.
is an object?
So, are we
What
talking
story?
about religion? So, do I have just to believe some bunch of people telling me that Muhammad went to the sky on the back of Pegasus?
Oh yeah, just
Fuck,
believe
guys,
it.
we are not in a religion. We're not following beliefs and tell me, oh, it's because it's in the Bible. No, I believe, I trust the Bible, I trust the Quran, but you claim,
Well, don't,
Oh,
yeah, don't
time out.
trust the Quran. The
you
Quran
have,
is false.
Well,
so you
well,
have,
yeah, I don't know what if you're
They're two
gonna.
boys that trust the sun but don't know what it is, and it's false.
It's an
What's a
object.
Everything
The
star?
sun
about
is an
the
And
sun
object.
it's
lies to
a
these
thing
guys,
that
but they don't
separates
know.
the day from the night.
Everything about the sun's physical attributes lie to them. They record the wrong thing, tell you the wrong stuff, tell you, oh, it's so hot, I feel it heating me up. Well, why ain't it heating the top of the fucking mountain at your above your house?
It
You're
is.
not making no sense. If the fucking thing is closer to the heat source, Matthew, what happens?
It receives more radiant energy
So why is the top of the fucking mountain cold and
because
frozen?
there's less mountain than the plains.
Because West
Plains are
Mountain. So
bigger.
can you demonstrate that with a heat lamp?
Yes.
You can demonstrate with a heat lamp that the tip of the mountain is going to be cooler than the base.
In
Oh
that
no,
case, no.
retard. Now you're going to do the opposite, right? Same
You
as
know
a
what?
globe. It's the opposite of itself every fucking day. Too big, too little, too far, too close. Too
You,
much, too small. So
people,
big, but you're too small, you're too small. The curve is, we can see minuscule microscopic dots of the curve that's so big. How the fuck does this make sense to you guys? How can
Because
you see
we're
a microscopic
Demon,
thing that's so big?
hold on. I think you're. I don't understand that either.
Nashty. Demok just likes to argue. He has no
No,
clue
I
about any
think
of this
No,
stuff.
he.
Democrat
No, hold
likes
on.
to
Time
get
out.
proof
Time
of
out. Time
what you
out.
He
guys are
just
I
saying
uses
think
it.
is.
he has a
No, you
point,
guys
but
make
he's
all kinds of
trying.
claims. You know what stars are. You know what the gas is
Because I
above
don't
our head.
understand that
You know
either.
two
Like
gases
that.
make a
That is
sun.
very questionable.
Stop
A
talking over me.
timeout was
That's all you're
called.
doing right
Timeout for
now. All you're
official
doing is trying to funny mute me
use of
because you
timeout.
know better. All of you.
No,
Listen,
I
you don't
don't.
know what two gases is in the lab, do you? Mix two
No,
gases and get me a water. I don't want no electricity added. No salt, no electrolysis, no burning. I want two fucking gases in a lab and make water with them, like your guys claim. You can't do that, so don't
no.
ever point to any kid and fucking say you know what's out there in a UFO. You guys are dumb as fuck. Stop lying to children.
Okay, but
But,
where
but stop
where
lying.
does
They can't
where?
stop lying. You see this? It's too hard for them. Just stop fucking
No,
lying. Stop trying
I
to
have
make shit
nothing to
up.
lie
Nobody
about,
knows what
sir.
shit is. If you don't know what it is, you know what that means, motherfucker? You're gonna die not knowing, stupid. Whoopie fucking do. Some stuff you can know like a horse.
But
Some stuff you can't like a sun. No,
if
not but. Not but, motherfucker.
If
You can
you
ride
know the truth, why wouldn't you speak the
You
truth?
can ride the horse. Can you ride the sun truth? No, there's no such thing. What's the sun truth? You don't have it. You fucking idiot. That's the point here.
Well,
So
that's
don't say
because
you
I
do.
don't believe in the sun as the
Nobody has to. Nobody gives
center
a
of the
fuck about your
universe.
beliefs. That's the problem. Stop bringing your fucking beliefs in here. We believe the sun is this. Well, fuck off with that until you produce one. Once you produce one in the lab, say Eureka, motherfuckers, we got it. And then we'll have to believe you because you'll have one.
So the only way to make
Yes.
you to
100%.
believe is
Yes.
for us to
100%.
produce the
Yes.
sun.
Yes, 100%. Before you keep going, talking yourself into a circle, repeating nothing. I started this with that.
I mean, there's
The
already a
only way
sun.
for anyone to understand what you're talking about is for you to produce it, car maker. If you're the engineer of the fucking motor, you can't tell us you're the engineer and you know all about the motor without being able to at least make one or do something to it or with it, right? You can't do nothing with the sun of
Well,
any sort. You don't have
only
one.
So,
God made the
nasty,
sun.
nasty. What he's
So,
telling, nasty. What he's telling you that if you can't prove something, just don't claim it. So you will not have to prove anything. So if you don't know what is the sun, you can't say I don't
I
know
mean,
what
we know what
exactly.
the sun
I
is. It's a star that divides the day from the night. That's what
prove
was
it.
proven in the Bible.
Prove
The
it.
star, prove it.
Okay. Is there a sun?
No. What's that?
Is
What's
there
the
a
sun?
Okay, oh hold on. Is there a moon?
No. What is a moon? In
A
your
star,
world, there's all kinds of
another
wacky shit,
star,
weirdo.
maybe
I
another star.
mean,
We don't know. They're UFOs.
it's
We
simple
told
as
you this. You
that,
guys don't
brother.
listen.
Dude, if you can't
You
look up
guys
in the
don't
sky,
listen. We could put it on a chalkboard. You'd wake up every fucking day like Groundhog's
look,
Day, and I'd write it on the no, not look. Listen, motherfucker.
listen
I'd write
here,
it on the
brother.
chalkboard
I,
like
I won't I
Groundhog's
won't
Day. You'd
curse
wake
at
up
you
and see it every day, and you'd say,
because
Democ, I don't
I
understand.
don't
Democ, I don't understand. Democ, I don't understand. Is there something wrong with you guys?
brother.
Nash, you just come back tomorrow and say the
I
opposite thing, and he'll argue
No,
the
I
other
put it
thing
on the
because
no
he
no
just
no no
likes
chalkboard.
to
no no
There's
argue.
a
no. I don't
product you
want to.
haven't
I
produced.
want to talk to him,
UFO you haven't produced, don't make a claim. Write these three things down.
brother.
UFOs, if you can't produce them,
I
don't make
won't.
a claim.
I won't curse at you because I believe you are truly my brother.
You do?
Okay?
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
believe you
do.
truly need to demonstrate some shit.
Do you think he's
I,
being
I
honest
don't
in
need
the
you
way
to
that he
demonstrate
says?
anything. I
I
just
never
want
claimed to. I never
I
said I
don't.
was gonna. You did.
I
You
no.
said you
I
know what
didn't
stuff
say
is.
anything about you
Yeah,
demonstrating
you did.
anything.
You said you know what a sun is. So right now, what we need you to
No,
do is stop talking to me. I
no,
don't
no,
care
no.
about your fucking conversation. I need you to demonstrate or tell us that you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. That's
Okay.
it.
Well, in the Bible, in Genesis, it says
Fuck all
that.
that. Fuck all that.
Okay.
How do you
Okay.
demonstrate the sun?
Hold on. Hold
Brother,
on.
this is not the Bible channel. This is the
Hold on.
demonstrate
No.
your fucking
Okay.
proof channel.
Okay.
Brother, whatever's in the Bible, give me the ingredients and I'll make a sun. Or shut
Hold
the
on.
fuck up.
Hold on.
No, I'm not. If it's not a sun, we don't want it. I think your ears are broke, you guys.
Can you
You
can you
motherfuckers
open
are retarded.
can
You
you
guys are
open your
seriously
eyes?
retarded. How many times have I told you we're looking for proof, not stories?
I'm not asking you for a story. I'm asking you for proof.
You're trying to read me one. I don't want it.
No, no, no,
I
no.
want a
Can you open your
demonstration.
eyes and see the sun?
I'm going to open my fucking lab and demonstrate what you give me the ingredients to make.
If you can look up in the
I'm
sky
gonna
right
I'm
now,
gonna look at my table and get the ingredients. What kind of dirt do I need for the sun to make one? What do I need? What materials?
it's not possible for you to create one
What?
because
So
you're
what?
not
Do you, so
God.
what is it? So are you are? So you
No,
globe
I'm
for
not
God.
God. I have never claimed to be God.
So you don't know what the sun is, correct?
No, I know what the
So
sun
now you're
is
God. Now you
because
do know what the sun is. This is fucked up, man. This
okay,
dude just made himself God.
no.
So
The
produce the sun, little
You
God.
can observe.
No, little God, produce the sun, UFO boy. We observe UFOs, dumb fuck. That's the whole point here, dummy. We know.
Where
We
do
know we
UFOs
observe
come from?
UFOs.
What's what
A
is
UFO is something that you don't know. You're not gonna know. You dumb son of
okay?
a bitch.
Okay. So what produces those things?
You tell me. Once you make one, you'll know that. That's my whole fucking point. You need the ingredients. You need to know how it's made from scratch. And if you don't, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about anything. We
Hold
can
on.
make a motor from scratch. We can see a horse being born in the barn, how two horses make another horse.
Hold on. You can see the sun.
You saw the sun get made? What was it made
No,
with?
you can see it in the sky.
I
How
see a
can you say
UFO.
that it's not
I
real?
see a UFO. What's real? What is it?
So it's Helios.
You can't see the sun?
So it's a
So
god? What
it's a
is
burning
it?
It's
We're asking you
the
what it is,
it's
brother. What are we looking
it
at?
is it's the sun. It
We're looking at an
separates
eye and a
the
T?
day from the night.
Not gonna help us out, brother. What's the
Helios.
sun? Can you get
It's a
somebody
god.
smarter than you?
Is it a
Can you get
burning
somebody
god?
smarter
Wow,
than you?
D-Mock,
Okay.
he's the nicest guy you're ever going to talk to, apparently. You
Yeah,
better
like the
seize the
sun
moment.
is the separation from the day from the night.
So
The
not a ball in the
moon
air. It's the word
is the
separation. Hold
okay.
on.
Hold on. No, hold on.
It's the word
The
separation. What's that mean? A separate
sun is the star
a
of
star
the
now?
day that brings light to
So
the
is it
day. The
star
moon is the star that brings light to the night, which is the light of the night.
the
Does that
night
make
light?
sense? No,
No.
not
No.
night god, not day's god. It's two stars.
What are
Okay,
they?
okay. So you didn't identify them. So a UFO is that disk object in the sky flying at fast speed. So I didn't identify any shit there. You didn't identify any one of them. You're telling me what they are doing. You didn't identify what they are. Yeah, the sun is the light of the day. The
Right.
moon is the light of the night.
Yep.
The UFO is the flying object in the sky. It didn't identify any of those three objects I just said now. I didn't identify the sun or the moon or the UFO, which are the three of them same thing. UFOs, they are not known what they are. Yeah, you see what they are doing, but you don't know what they are from what they are composed. Is it spiritual? Is it light from God? Is it something like that? You don't know. So what we are saying, they
I
are
agree with that.
something that is not identified in reality. We see them.
Right.
So
But-
it's not
But
telling
the
me
sun
the
and the
sun-
moon are identifiable because it was spoken about in the Bible. Because they're stars. One identifies the day and one identifies the night. UFO's not spoken
Who
about.
wrote that down? Who
Right.
wrote
One
the day?
of them-
Hold on. I do want to say that.
Who
You are
wrote the
correct.
Bible? Who wrote the Bible the day it was written? Who wrote when the sun was made? Who wrote that down? Where was the paper at? Where was the paper?
The
Who
paper
scribed
was
it?
found. The paper
When the
that
sun was
originated
made?
from the original
Somebody was
writings
standing there with an ink
was
pen or a pencil when the sun was made, scribing shit. You're a fucking liar, dude. Shut up.
okay. The papers that were written from the original time were found in caves in
So you're
Jerusalem.
saying a guy in a cave wrote to you when the sun was made? Are you fucking ignorant?
I'm saying the
Are you
writings.
ignorant? What are you saying then? Guy in a cave.
The writings were
Unmade.
stored in a cave.
How do you
that
know
was
how the
later
sun
found?
was made in a cave?
Well,
You
because
made it in
they're
a
the
cave?
oldest writings that have ever been
So
found.
the sun was made in a cave because this guy likes fucking artwork.
The
Thank you,
sun
Leonardo
was
da
made in
Vinci,
a cave.
Stan
Is that
Lee.
what you're taking from it?
So Stan Lee hit a comic book in a fucking dirt pile. That means what? Superman's real?
No.
You're an idiot, dude. Shut up.
Okay. I mean, that's fine with me. You can call me an idiot all you want. I don't take any offense to it.
Surely you believe a lot of religious goopy shit. That doesn't make any sense. You believe somebody wrote down that the sun was being made by how it was being made?
Hold on.
Who wrote it down?
Do you
Who wrote
believe
that down?
if your
Who wrote
family
in
was
the beginning?
beginning of creation, they wouldn't have...
Who's they? Who are they? The sun is being made. Who the fuck are they?
Okay.
You lost me. Who wrote it down? Who had the pen and said, the breath, the sun
Adam,
being made?
Eve, the beginning of
So they
creation.
were here before the sun. Holy motherfucker.
Adam and Eve were before the sun?
So a printing press was here before the sun now.
No. But
brother, how the fuck do you write stuff
people
down
have
if
an
you ain't here?
account of how
How
they
do you write down the
created?
account if you weren't there? The whole fucking point of writing down an account is of you being a witness, you dumb son of a bitch.
I'm so sorry that
So
English
if you're not
wasn't
fucking there at
created
the
at
scene
the
of the
beginning of
crime,
time.
if you're not there at the scene of the crime when the sun was made, how the fuck are you telling anybody about it? You're a liar. You're just a fucking liar.
Do you
All
not
I saw when the
think that
crash
God's
happened.
word was...
Bobby, were you on
beginning of
Facebook
time?
when the crash happened? No. I didn't wake up until 15 fucking months after the crash happened. But I'm going to tell you how the crash happened, everybody, and I'm going to be the only sole human to do so. And I'm going to hide how the crash happened on some tablets and put it in the fucking dirt hill. You're fucking dumb.
Okay.
Motherfucker, you wouldn't need a dirt tablet. God would have zapped that shit into the tip of your fucking forehead and in your ass. You'd be like, I know how now.
But if he
You
did
wouldn't
that,
need
why
no
would not
fucking bomb to
everybody
tell you
believe?
anything. It'd be inside your fucking head already. God would have said.
Okay. But
And you'd be making a sun right now.
Hold on. But by your own account, why would not everyone believe? Because it would be in the tip of your forehead.
No, I'm saying if your magical
No,
thing.
hold on. Time out. No. This
Yeah,
is
we're
your
talking
account.
about your magic sun.
No, your
We got
account
here
now.
from your magic sun.
Your account
now. We got to your magic God from your
No. Don't flip it back on
magic
me.
book. No,
Now
it's not
in
your
your
magic
account.
book. So now it's not your book.
He's not going to put it in his own word. He's going to put it in the tip
I
of your
don't believe
forehead.
in magic dirt books, you fucking retarded idiot.
Oh,
What is you
okay.
pointing with?
Well,
What are
this
you
is
even
by your
talking
own
about?
account. He's going to put it in the tip of your forehead.
My
Why
account
would
is your account,
every
you retarded
person
fuck.
on Earth not believe?
I'm trying to figure out your account, you
Prove
retarded
me wrong
son of a bitch.
now. Do it. You can't.
Show me the sun. Show the sun.
You can't.
Prove yourself right, sun maker.
You can't prove me wrong.
Yeah, you don't have a sun. We're still waiting on it. We're still waiting on your dirt Bible to show you how to make a sun.
Prove it.
Prove how you can't make a sun? Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, prove how you can't make the word of God.
I think every day you're alive proves you can't make a sun or don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you're not God, and you weren't there, and you keep saying the dumbest shit.
I wasn't. I never proclaimed to be.
He said, prove that a guy was there writing down that the sun was being made.
I said you.
How would I do that? Prove what? What am I proving? A non-claim?
Prove the word of God or disprove it. One of the two.
It's you. You're the word of God because you're a liar. You lie to yourself.
No, I've never proclaimed.
Who else is the word of God to you? Where did you hear it from? Ask God what he looks like, please, and draw it out. You'd be the only one to know. I really want to know that. So if you talk to God and you're the only fucking simp that talks to God, I want you to ask God, say, God, what do you look like? Because Damak doesn't know. I need to draw what the fuck you look like.
Would that make a difference?
It'd make all the difference. You'd maybe be making some sense. You'd know what the fuck you was talking about. What is God? What's he look like?
You think God is like a race or a religion?
Go by what you show.
You think it is?
I don't know. You're gonna draw it for me. You got the description handy. You're the God bringer.
No, that's seriously what I'm asking you. Like, do you think?
No, you're not asking me shit.
Like an actual race would.
I don't believe
that God
in any
is
of your
the
dog
God?
shit. Stop trying to sell your dog shit to other people. We don't believe that shit.
Okay.
What the fuck, dude?
All right.
Present. That's all we're asking for is proof of anything, and all you guys do is want to drag us down this rabbit hole of shit.
There's no rabbit hole.
Yeah, rabbit hole of your God, rabbit hole of dirt book, rabbit hole of sons, rabbit hole of Adams and Eves and theys.
that is the true will of God, that you have
What
the
is?
free will
What
to
you
do
said?
whatever you want.
What one guy said on Discord, fuck all the Chinese people, fuck all the Jamaicans and the Koreans and the
Who
people in the
said
jungle.
that?
Nobody knows what you're
Who
talking
said
about
that?
but you. You're one guy. Me, I said that. You're one fucking human.
Yeah,
You have no
no,
clue what anybody
you
else
said
thinks.
that.
That
No
I
one
know
else
that
said
for a
that.
fact. Are you 10 humans?
God accepts everyone.
No, I said are you 10 humans or are you one human, motherfucker?
No, I'm me.
So you speak for you. Speak for only
Yeah.
me. You.
I
Don't
can't
speak for
speak
nobody
for
else.
you. That is
That's
God's
right. Don't
will.
speak. No,
That
you
you
don't know.
speak
right
for
now.
you, and I
Satan's
speak
will.
for me.
No, that's a demon will to try to talk for somebody else. That's how you get fucked up. You don't talk for other people. Let them talk for themselves.
Is that
Somebody will
not
fuck
what
you up.
I just said? I said you
No, I
speak
don't. I
for
can't clarify
you,
anything you're saying.
and
You won't
I
fucking prove
speak
anything.
for me.
Nashti, Dimok, wait, Nashti. So you didn't understand till this moment because it took so long time. So what we are telling you, your beliefs are not identification of those things in the sky. If you believe in the Bible, it's not everyone who believes in the Bible. And it's not everyone who is Christian. So for people, some people, they believe in their religion that it's a guy in a chariot called Apollo. Some others think that it's a phoenix with the half human body or something like that called Ra. Some others, they believe that it's called Helios. I believe that it's something else, dependent to the scriptures. So your beliefs are not identification of those objects in the sky. Just don't push your beliefs trying to think or
I
you
don't believe.
correct. So
I'm
it's
sorry.
up to you.
I don't.
You think that they are 100% correct. That's it.
Oh no,
That is up to you personally.
I understand that.
Religion is something personal. You can't push your beliefs on us and tell us, "Oh, look, this is the
No.
correct identification
No.
because I found it
I
in
don't.
my book."
I'm sorry, Necros. I don't. I don't wish to push that on you all. I apologize for that.
Good. So now we can agree that those objects in the sky are not identified. You hold your beliefs. You
No,
believe your
no,
no.
I do not believe that. No,
Let me finish
the
what I
sun
let me,
and the moon
let
are
me, just
identified in the
let me
Bible.
finish what I have to say. Let me finish. So
Okay.
your beliefs are that the star, the sun is a star. It emits its own light. The moon is the light of the night. Even if the moon, the half of the month, the moon is in the day side, isn't present in the night side. Half of the month, the moon is in the day side. So the moon, not anymore. Half of the month, the moon is and the sun are both light of the day. So during the new moon and those periods where the moon is just keeping up with the sun during half of the period of the month, so the moon is no longer. Fuck! Don't talk over me.
No, I won't.
So
I won't.
the moon is no longer the day of the night, the light of the night. So that's those your beliefs. I'm not telling you that they are wrong. You can keep your beliefs. Those are beliefs because you can't debate beliefs. If someone is holding beliefs, something unreal, unprovable, and unverifiable, unfalsifiable, you can't just argue with him. So now what we are talking about is reality identification. We say that the fox is fox even if it's not in the Bible. We say that the turtle is a turtle even if it's not in the Bible or the Quran. We identify things, not the Bible. We identify things. We say this thing. I know what this shit is because I verified it. So this shit is this. And it's composed from that and that and that and this. Here is a piece of it. Can you check it for me? You see?
Have you ever Have you ever seen a night without light?
A night without light? I've seen night without moon.
What?
I've seen nights without moon.
like
During the
saying-
new moon, the moon isn't
Have you ever
present.
seen a light in the dark?
No. Hold on. Now, what you're saying is a new moon,
Yeah, during the
which means there is a portion of the moon that is still light that shines down on the earth, right?
Shut the fuck up. During the new moon, the moon is with the sun in the same position.
But it's not an eclipse.
During all new moons, listen.
But it's not an eclipse.
Listen,
it's not a full eclipse.
No, I'm not talking about
there
eclipses.
Is a shine of light.
I'm not
on the earth.
Listen, I'm not talking about the eclipses. I'm talking about the end of the period of the phases of the moon, when the moon is 1%, 2% of light, or minus. I didn't finish.
What did you just say? It's 1 or 2% of its original light,
Listen,
which was a star that was sent into the heavens.
No, it's not that.
Light.
You are wrong. You're wrong. You're completely 100% wrong. Because when the moon is in those phases, the first phases of the moon during the beginning of the phases of the moon, and the last part of the phases of the moon during the end, before new moon and after new moon, those periods, it's I think it's 4 or 6 days. The moon, even in the globe side, even in your paradigm, the moon in the other side of the earth, in the day side of the earth, the moon is not on the night side of the earth. The moon is in the same line as the sun, not creating eclipse because it's in different ecliptic. It's below the sun or above the sun, so it doesn't create any eclipse. But at that period, the moon is in the same place. It's during the day. You can see it. You can even see sometime, many times during before the new moon and after the new moon. You will always see the moon during the day. Evening, after evening a little bit, before evening in the morning, but you will never see it and at those moments during the night, because it's not in the side of the night, it's in the side of the day. Check the globe, check your model. I'm done. You can unmute him.
Oh, I was just going to say, you're correct. I won't argue with you on that. You're correct. Science shows you, but even in the night, when the moon shines in the day, where I'm at is in America, okay? That's where I'm telling you I'm from. I've seen the moon in the day. Even though the sun's in the sky, I've seen the moon also. I'll admit that to you 100%. I'll never argue that with you. You're 100% right.
Moon?
But
what about a full moon?
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously there's full moons. There's full moons all over the world.
Yeah.
But no, hold on, Necros.
Full moon in the daytime. You seen that?
In the daytime?
No.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't paid that close attention.
No, it's impossible. I tell you, it's easy to think about it. It's impossible. The full moon.
I don't know.
The full moon.
I don't know. I haven't paid, but I have seen them. Like like Necros. Like you're saying, I have seen a moon I've seen the moon in the daylight. I've seen the sun in the sky, and I've also seen the moon.
You can see it every month.
I agree with you. I'm not trying to fight you on that. But I'm also saying that in the Bible, there were two stars set in the sky, the sun and the moon, one to differentiate the night and the day. You can't tell me that there's not been night and day every day since the beginning of time.
Amen. But I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you that
and I'm not saying that night and day and the star of the sun and the star of the moon differentiate. Like, I'm not saying that.
I understand you.
We're both on the same account right here. I'm not fighting against you. You're right. Sometimes you can see the moon in the daylight.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah. I'll be quiet. Here, I'll mute.
Nice. So, what you said earlier, I'm just correcting that idea because I have in my scriptures similar things. But if you don't understand what he meant, you will just think that effectively the moon is the light of the night, but is 100% incorrect. The moon is the sign of the night. I can say, yeah, correct. But it's not the light of the night because when the moon...
Not the light of the night. It's just the star of the night.
Yeah. Just listen. What I understood earlier, because I think I heard you say that the sun is the light of the day, and the moon is the light of the night. You said it literally like that.
It's just to separate the day from the night.
Okay. Just that. That's why I jumped to correct, because when the moon is visible during the day and not visible during the night is not pitch black, because the moon is not specifically or especially the light of the night. You can have light just from stars. You can have artificial light made by humans at any tool or a candle that can give you light, but not especially the moon. So that the thing that I was trying to jump in, because I heard you literally say those words, because you said the sun is the light of the day, not the star. You didn't say just the star. You said the light of the day. The moon.
You're right. I did say that. You're correct.
So I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling you, yeah, you have your beliefs. I have my own beliefs. Because I read the scriptures, I read the Bible, I read the Quran.
And that's what I want to know. Like, what are, like, is it the star or is it the light? Is there a difference?
What is the star in your idea? In your when you hear God telling you about star, what you hear from that? A ball of gas.
When I think of star, I think of something only God can create. Man cannot create a star.
Like me. I think of the star as something just God can create. Okay, we are not different about that. It's the object in the sky still unidentified.
No, not just an object in the no. See, that's where we may differ. I don't think of this as just an object in the sky. I think of this.
I'm not saying object. I'm not saying
extra, like outside of our being.
Yeah, correct.
We cannot
when
create these things.
When I said object, I didn't mean that it's literally a physical thing. When I say objects,
I didn't believe that you said that at all. I didn't believe that you said that. I was just trying to explain to you. I don't believe that things outside of the Earth's atmosphere that we can create.
Correct. And they still, till this moment, I am agreeing with you, and I feel that you are agreeing with me for many points. For those things in the sky, till now, we are talking about scriptures and what we believe. Those things are still not identified. We don't know. We believe. but we don't know what they are. We believe that they are created by the creator, and no one can create them, and
Okay,
we still don't
that's
claim what they are in reality. If it
no.
is
See, that's
something or
right, right,
energy
right
or
there's right there's where we disagree. I know
enemy.
where I know where they were created.
Where? I'm not asking for where or what.
God,
I'm asking what. Can you identify those
God.
objects? What
Do
they
you think
are
that they were
in
created
reality?
below your feet?
Nope.
Well, according to the globe model, they exist below your feet.
Oh, I mean, do the things that were
Okay,
created
see
exist?
what
Yes.
happened there? You didn't even realize what you believe. You see
No,
that?
no, no,
It's
no.
very
Like
important. You have
the
not
things
you have not evaluated your position fully yet, sir. So what you
the
have not done is looked into what you are claiming, right? Like
okay.
I'll give you a simple question. What's
Go
the
ahead.
circumference of the earth?
I have no clue.
Okay, see, we would prefer that you research into and be as skeptical as you are on the flat earth into the globe model. You have not
Oh
done
no
that
no no
yet.
no no! I don't believe in a heliocentric model.
Okay, that's fine. We're fine with that. But this room, the purpose is the argument is against the model, the mainstream model, which
No, I don't.
depicts the
I
earth as a
actually believe the
heliocentric.
sun and the moon are inside of the Earth's atmosphere, and we can't reach outside of that.
Okay, yeah, so you're a flat earther. That's cool, man.
Not necessarily.
Well, yeah. Well, the term, like
I
when we
don't
say that
know
we're
if
flat earthers, what we're
I've
saying is we
I've
disagree with the mainstream. We disagree with
no
the ball Earth being 3,959-mile radius, and we disagree that it is moving around the sun. So, welcome to Flat Earth.
I just disbelieve that we can reach anything outside of the sun and moon. I believe we can see it because we've seen it through telescopes. But I do not believe that we can reach it. I believe the sun and the moon are both inside of the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah,
Question?
which all of that must be contained inside something else, according to your theory, right?
Question?
Because we have gas pressure.
And I can't really explain to you the exact hypotheses and reasons other than pointing to the
You
Bible.
don't. I guess you don't
I
agree with
can't.
the mainland.
And to tell you the truth, I'm a high school graduate, never been to college.
Do you agree that the Earth is stationary, set upon pillars?
I do.
Before,
Yes,
before
Okay.
I
I
say
do.
that, I
Okay.
have a,
Do you believe the surface of the Earth to be curving away from you in all directions?
From what I've seen, yes.
Okay. Well, check this out. This is a logical argument. It's very simple. Spheres have curvature, right? That you can measure drop over distance on a sphere.
Correct.
The Earth has no measurable drop over distance. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere.
Correct.
Okay. So yeah. So, like, I know it might seem that way to you because you have a general
Well, I mean,
understanding.
just because of my visual perspective.
Yeah, which is curved, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So just
Because
because you
I
have
mean,
a
our eyes
curved,
are round.
you have a curved visual perspective.
Yeah,
So
everybody does.
yeah, exactly. So there's no sense in just using your eyes to look around and make a determination.
Exactly.
It'd be much better to just make a measurement, right? So we can
Just
measure.
just as in the scriptures, you have to take a scripture and measure it off a scripture.
Yes, correct. I agree. You use the
Correct.
Bible to interpret the Bible. I agree.
Exactly.
But this is what I'm talking about here
correctly.
specifically is we have like roads that are 1 mile, bridges that are 1 mile, train tracks that are 1 mile, and the globe claims there would be an 8-inch drop over that distance of 1 mile.
Correct.
That is very easily measurable, in my opinion. I don't think it would be difficult, especially because when they build the train railways, when they build the bridges, when they build the roads, they don't account for it. They do not account for that drop over the distance. So we're here to tell people when they use the earth practically, they treat it as a flat and stationary surface. So that's what we're saying. And then we understand the base axiom of water's surface, still water's surface, right? You put water in a cup, you've got a
You're
flat
way
surface.
beyond me right there. Sorry, man.
What's that?
I said you're way beyond me right there.
Okay,
What
where'd
did
I
you
lose
say?
it?
The curvature of the water surface?
Yeah, check that out. Isn't that interesting? When you put water in
I have no clue what you're talking about.
when you put water in a glass, it sits flat on the top, right?
Correct.
When you put water in a bathtub, it sits flat on the top, correct?
I mean, unless you overfill.
Yeah, when you put water in a pool, it sits flat on the top, right?
Yeah.
So large, still bodies of water all have this same thing in common, that the surface of them at rest is still and it's flat, correct?
I mean, you can overfill and it'll keep the bubble on top. I don't know what you're.
Yeah, that would be considered surface tension, though, right?
Oh
That would be
yeah.
okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's
so
what I was asking about. Like, yeah, there would be surface tension.
Once you get to a large enough container like a pool, you can't get that effect to show up. You understand that, right?
No, I don't. Like, I've only seen it in a class. So, and obviously, science is going to teach you the glass effect, right?
Well, that's an electrostatic
No,
reaction.
and that's what I.
Yeah, that would just be the surface tension there. So that's all. That's what we're just saying. Like, the bottom line is we use water as a level. It shows us horizontal.
Oh, sorry, I think I was muted. Yeah, I don't know if you've worked construction, but levels are pretty much just like water in a bubble tube.
Yeah, that's called a spirit level. I do work construction, actually. I own
Okay, so you know.
I own an air conditioning company.
Exactly. So that's how levels are used. Like, you know that.
Exactly. So it's used with water because water determines horizontal, right? Because we know the surface of water is horizontal.
Exactly.
Yeah. So they tell us the earth, whatever, there's a lot of water from what I see. I live in Florida. There's tons of water.
Correct. I live in West Virginia.
Okay, yeah, but you agree there's a bunch of water between America and Europe, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if we understand that water, its surface is always level and it sits level, how the heck could it possibly be curving?
The only reasonable thing now, I'm not taking this off of any observation that I've had. I'm taking this off of information that I've observed. The only information that we can observe throughout supposedly the solar system is that every other planet is round.
Okay, but you don't even agree with the solar system model.
No, I don't.
Like you said the sun and Earth and the moon are inside our atmosphere. So when now you're talking about other planets, you've been taught
No. Hold on now. Now, when you go into other planets, there are stars placed in the solar system. Like,
I agree.
There are stars.
I'm not disagreeing with you here. I just wanted to make a clarification that you're jumping to the conclusion that Earth is also a planet for some reason. Earth is a celestial body, is what you're saying. But we've never observed the Earth to be that. Nobody has observed the Earth to be a celestial body. The Earth is the ground under our feet. In order to claim something's a celestial body, we have to look up to see it. We don't look down to see celestial bodies. So the Earth is not comporting to the same thing, right? If perhaps like we could use the analogy of billiards or pool. Do you know the game of pool?
I'm afraid.
There's balls on the table, right?
Correct.
Okay. So is the table a ball because there's balls on the table? You know what I'm saying? Like, just because there's things that look to be spherical or circular in the sky, what does that tell you about the ground? That would just be a philosophical bias, if anything.
Okay. So, in your opinion, is there more world to be discovered than we already know?
It's very possible. There's land that is restricted from traveling on independently already that we know of, like Antarctica, right? So there already is that.
I don't know if you've heard the recent theory that the Ark of the Covenant was taken to the Antarctic to be hidden. Have you heard that?
I've heard speculations of that. I've heard speculations that it was right underneath the cross, right underneath the gold.
I've heard I've heard the same thing.
And that was Ron Wyatt making that discovery.
I saw that.
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure, but that is very
I'm not
interesting
either.
information.
That is very interesting.
It's wild. Why would all these countries that typically don't get along, like Russia, China, America, why would they be in a treaty together?
Into a treaty.
Yeah, why would they
lay
do
off
that?
Antarctica?
It's crazy, man. It's just so wild.
For science.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right? And then they tell us
that's why I hate science. I can't stand people who are like, well, science says.
Well, okay. You love science. You don't like.
Oh, no, not me.
No, trust me. You do love science because you love the fact that water boils and you know how to make that happen, and that's scientific.
Well,
right?
I mean, there's no science in water boiling.
There is, yeah. There's independent and dependent variables. There's
turn the fucking heat up, water boils.
That's science, my friend.
No, it's not. It's heat. Science says it boils at this.
Have you ever heard of thermodynamics?
I mean, sure. Yeah,
I've heard of it. Science. You're
Do I understand it? Right, no.
You're discussing it right now.
If I turn the stovetop to high and I put water underneath it, it boils.
Yeah, we're experiencing
I can't tell you the degree it is when it boils.
That's what you said now. That's considered as the real science. When you throw a hypothesis or heat, it would be the independent variable on your hypothesis.
I mean, yes, someone could technically. No, you're 100% correct. Like, someone could technically measure the degrees in which water boils. But to the point that I care...
You can measure it with time.
That's a different story. I'm not measuring it at all. Not with time or temperature. I just turn the shit up to high and it boils.
You do that because it's been found. That
correct.
If we do,
because I've been doing it over time. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah,
yes.
That's correct. You were taught to do it as well because someone told you how this works and everything. But in order to determine that that's the way that it worked, you had to develop a scientific experiment to prove that.
100%.
Okay, so that's the real
hold on
science.
now. Hold on. Now, you can't say that either because there's no way that somebody's conducting a scientific experiment over a campfire every time it boils. No. I'll disagree with you there.
That's fine. That's semantics anyways, right?
Yeah, it is. It's all semantics. Yeah,
That's
like
a semantical
the
argument.
guy who's just trying to boil his stew over a campfire, he doesn't care what temperature it is. He just cares that the water boils.
Okay, yeah, but if I were to be like, theoretically, even though you think it is heat, what's actually happening is you're heating up tiny little unicorns, and then those little unicorns are moving quicker and quicker and quicker, and then the water eventually boils. Would that still be considered science, or that?
No,
I love the micro state of unicorns. I think that explains everything.
Hold on. Now, you're correct. Now, for someone to develop and write that into a paper that gets produced to college, you have to produce the information. But for a guy sitting out on a campfire that's just trying to cook food, he doesn't care what your paper says.
Again, that's not the point of what
He
I'm
shouldn't
saying.
care about the nature of Earth.
Well, I mean, if his food is cooked to the point where he doesn't get sick, no, he doesn't give a shit what your paper says.
You know what, Nashti, don't you agree it is like virtuous of man to want to know the truth? Like, there is definitely
100%.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you 100%.
We don't need to put it in a paper. We can just have a conversation.
No, but you want to have that as commonly known knowledge. You don't want to just have the guy at the campfire sitting by there and be like, oh, okay, the meat's done.
Yeah.
So we're on the internet.
Sometimes
common knowledge comes from what you do is you set up an experiment, and it's testable, observable, repeatable, demonstrable by everyone.
Exactly.
That's how it becomes common knowledge, right? So now
you don't want one guy to be like, "Oh, the meat's done," and then another guy to have the meat undercooked and be like, "Oh, the meat's done."
The problem is like they declare, and I know you don't agree with this, but they declare that the Earth is moving around the sun, right? But there's no demonstrable, testable, repeatable experiment that anyone can do from the Earth to prove that. So that gets put in the pseudoscience category at this point. You understand how we got there?
I get it. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, man, it is a wild journey. There's a lot to be learned, and what's interesting is what you're going to find out is maybe the reason you weren't so interested in science before is because most of it was pseudoscience, and you're actually really interested in the testable, repeatable stuff, and that's you can learn so much from that. It's incredible. And
well, I don't believe fucking everything was created from boom.
Wait till you read the book of Genesis as a flat earther.
Oh, well, that's a different story.
Yes, but when you
I don't believe that everything was created from nothing.
Agreed. No, yeah. There's obviously an ultimate being outside of reality.
Exactly.
Yes,
that's what science doesn't teach.
Well, you can logically deduce that very simply with the fact that knowledge exists, right? In order for knowledge to exist, it's contingent upon something. So what this is to me is a beautiful revealing to mankind of the setting of the world that we live in. So when you take this paradigm on, when you take this setting on, and then you go back and read the Bible, understanding that you live on a flat surface that is enclosed with a firmament, all these verses are going to make a lot more sense to you. Why essentially, it's like the circle of the earth takes shape like clay under a seal. It just all starts to make a lot more sense.
And it also jives with what you experience when you go about your day in your natural world.
Hey guys, can I ask you a question? There was a guy who came to our church earlier this year, and he described the firmament as the cycles of rain.
What?
Yeah, that's not what the Bible
says.
No. That's
sounds very poetic.
No, that's legit. What he explained the firmament as.
Yeah, but that's not
Okay,
using
so
the Bible
Could you
to explain
just
the Bible.
no. Like, could you just prove it for me so I could kind of go back to him?
Yeah, go ahead and give him the definition of rakia.
Rakia. Can you spell that for me?
Rakia, Raqia. That's the Hebrew word for firmament.
Reqia.
Raqia.
Thank you.
It's spread out like a
'Cause,
tabernacle.
yeah, he tried to explain because I asked him about the firmament, and he was like, "Oh, well, that was just the phases of water." But that makes no sense to me because water's not a firmament. Water's a natural production of God.
Yeah, the Bible actually in First Genesis, right? In Genesis 1, like 6 through 8, it tells you the firmament. After he tells you what the firmament
Correct.
is, the purpose of it was to separate the waters below from the waters above.
Correct.
That's the purpose of our firmament. And then also what that does,
because a lot of people think
right
it's
after
just
that,
space.
yeah, exactly. Right after that, God goes ahead and calls the firmament heaven.
Well, not only that, but where did NASA train for their supposed space missions was in the water.
Go figure, huh?
Why would you train?
Yeah, it's possible there's a very exotic element that's up there that we haven't fully tapped into yet or understand in the mainstream.
Okay, so you all are very. When God destroyed the Tower of Babel, were they trying to reach the waters of heaven? This is what I've been trying to get close to.
I wonder about the same. I think they had
Yeah,
engaged
I'm the
in a
same
very
place.
similar hubristic activity.
But see, the archaeological science says that most, supposedly the Tower of Babel was, hold on, give me a second here. I wrote it down. Give me a second here. I gotta find it. I wrote it down somewhere. It's like a specific word. I mean, you all might know what it's like an ancient word for like a temple or a pyramid. A ziggurat.
Yeah, those weren't really part of Israelite culture.
Well, that's hard to believe, seeing there was one in Mexico, or three in Mexico, or one in Mexico and three in Egypt. It's hard to believe.
Yeah, well, Hebrew Israelites didn't build those.
Right. Because it wasn't an Israelite temple, it was a Babylonian temple.
I think one of the oldest ziggurats is like from 5000 BC in Idur, Eidur.
According to the Bible, God destroyed the Babylonian temple, Tower of Babel, because they were trying to reach heaven. And he destroyed it to where no one would ever find it. And no one has ever found it. We just assume that it was around a rock nowadays, like in current day.
Yeah, the first great civilization after the flood, I think, is attributed to Nimrod.
Right, which was Nimrod was like the Babylonian temple. And no one has ever found remains from that place because God destroyed it.
Yeah, now people speak different languages. We're separated somehow.
Oh no, that was how languages were born. Or well, from my understanding, that's how languages were born.
Well, hold on. From the flood to the first civilization wasn't very long, just a few generations, and everybody spoke the same language, right? In the ark.
Okay, now a few generations from before the flood and after the flood are very different things. People lived
Oh yeah, I know.
700 years before the flood.
Yeah, Noah lived quite some time too. It says.
Oh no, I mean, Enoch lived over 1,000 years.
Yeah, Enoch probably knew Adam. He probably went to Adam's funeral service.
Yeah, 100%. Like, there's before the flood and after the flood are two different sets of time. Because after the flood,
it's like a different
limited
world.
to 120 years. We're limited.
And a generous reading of Genesis with tohu and bohu and maybe some gap theory stuff thrown in there might indicate that even the world before the flood was another recreation from a reset. We just keep having these.
Oh, what? Hold on.
Yeah, we keep going through resets as a civilization.
We won't go through another reset.
There's probably one more.
No. There's already been a Messiah.
Yeah, when he comes back.
Hold on. I'm sorry. In my belief, there has already been a Messiah to take care of our
and he's coming back.
Correct.
And there's going to be fire and brimstone, unless that's already happened too.
But he's only at the first time he came back for all. The second time he comes back, he's only coming back for the elect.
He's going to destroy this entire place with what looks like a plasma apocalypse. Like I said, there have been resets. This earth has been flattened and rebuilt so many times.
But there will not. But Revelation has told us that there won't be a reset. He's coming back for the elect.
There will be, and a new world will happen after that, it says. And we'll get new bodies.
But
another reset.
That will be the beginning of a new heaven and earth.
Yeah, and you could say that we had one.
No, you're correct. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. You are correct. I apologize. I didn't see where you were going with that.
Yeah, that's where I was going with this. That the Bible's giving us a snapshot of a much larger arc of history.
But I mean, I would argue that we should try to get as many people in now.
Yeah, I do too. I think the Bible's true.
No, I agree with you 100%. Like, I think we should try to get everybody that we can in.
Yeah, this is like an arc.
It's just saved.
Yeah, we're trying to get people to see the world as God intended it to be seen.
I love you, brother.
I love you too, man. We're all brothers here. We believe and we understand, I should say, that this is how the world ought to be viewed.
Exactly. That the whole entire world is for our use until he comes again. And he can be our holy savior.
From your feet all the way to everybody else's feet, one level.
Amen. I agree with you.
This is the biggest deception, and it could be the one from the end times that they talk about.
It will be.
I personally think the entire cosmology that we've been given, particularly with the ramp up of the space race, is all to usher in the Antichrist.
100%.
I think the Antichrist will fold in the outer space cosmology religion into his coming, and will do miracles, raise the dead, and all that.
I don't even think it's only that. I think the Antichrist is trying to teach people that this is not this Earth is not the end. We can reach out to different planets and we can live on those planets.
Right. That's kind of what I was getting at too. We can also communicate with whatever those things are.
No,
and one of the ways they may set up that kind of communication is through using networked artificial intelligence.
No, there's nothing.
And they'll say that you're communicating with interdimensional space beings, and the Antichrist who comes, who will be the world savior, will teach everybody how to do this. I mean, this is just all speculation. This is how it could go down, right?
I can tell you that there will be a being out there that is going to talk to somebody. But I can tell you, it's a fallen angel from heaven. There's no angel out in space that has been cast away from heaven into our
it's all
world.
Here. All the angels and demons are here.
Correct.
And heaven and hell is here too.
But the fallen angels are not deemed. Like, they can come to this world, but they are not deemed to this world. They're everywhere. They can travel back and forth. No, you got to think about this. They can do fallen angels can do the same thing that angels do. They can travel through space. But that's only if you believe that God is not only a God of time and space and matter. They know that. You don't think the Antichrist believes that God is God? The Antichrist will never enter the doors of a church. But better believe he'll stand outside of the doors of the church and drag people into him.
Yeah. What if it's allegorically not an actual person, but a spirit of the age, like scientism?
Brother, I feel bad for you if you think Lucifer is not a person.
Scientism, like pseudoscience, is a spirit of the Antichrist.
There's many spirits of him. He will be like a sheep. He'll be so forthcoming and be like, come into me.
Hey, here's a little ball. Here's a globe.
Exactly.
You live right there, child.
He'll drag you in, and then he'll expose you.
Because all of this could be done in order to create the deception so that we don't know who the true creator is. And we don't know what his true creation is either.
100%.
So we've got this deception going on to keep us from knowing that.
And it's also why people like us need to be so active in the church.
Oh, yeah.
Because without the sheepdogs, the wolves will come in. Because there's the shepherd, and then there's the sheepdogs. The shepherd can keep the wolves out so long, but the sheepdogs need to keep the wolves far out to keep them from the shepherd. And that's where we need to be, guys.
You know, I'd say our church fathers were geocentric flat earthers or globe earthers that believed in a church father. You don't have to be a cartographer.
I'm just as anybody else. I'm no greater than anyone else.
Right. You're supposed to understand the world. It's yours. God made it for you.
God made it for all of us. Didn't make it for me or you or anybody.
Right.
He made it for everyone.
Flat Earth is for the children and the disabled as much as for the rest of us.
For everyone. Able-bodied or disabled. Doesn't matter what you are. Christian, Muslim, whatever. When you see the truth, you see the truth. And the truth is Jesus.
Yeah, he made this place.
Correct. And God revealed it to us through the Old Testament, which you believe and I believe. There's been no difference through the time. And I'll tell you this, a lot of people in this day and age believe that God's power is not visible through the New Testament. I'll let you know that right now.
Yeah, through the Holy Spirit.
I guarantee you there's probably 100,000 people that don't believe that God could turn a mountain into a molehill right now. But I can tell you this, that in Revelation, there will be 2 men that are resurrected right at the west wall.
And the Antichrist will behead them.
Not only that, no, he'll behead them. But they will resurrect and speak fire out of their mouths on the west wall. Then how will people say that God's not real? There'll still be people. I won't do it.
Yeah, still nobody's gonna know what it is.
Nobody's going to know what it is? You see 2 people resurrected from the dead after 3 days, you won't know what it is?
I haven't seen any of that.
No, you won't until the final days.
I won't see something until after I'm dead?
No.
Well, I didn't say you would be dead. I said the final days.
What happened to all the 100 million people before me that are dead? Their final day's gone.
Okay.
What do you mean? So which person gets to see this thing?
Hold on. I'll explain this to you in most simple facts. The people who have died that have not seen Christ have seen Christ because he came to them in hell.
What's he look like?
I can't tell you. I'm still alive. I'm not in hell.
Anybody know?
How do you know that?
I'm not in hell.
How do you know that?
Because
what if we are?
Spent 3 days with.
How about this? How about the Antichrist is church? How about the Antichrist won't leave church? How about Satan can leave church? That's the thing.
No.
Right? Yeah. Listen, check this out.
Okay.
Satan is the commandments. So is God. God is what? Yeah, listen. God is killing, stealing, and destroying.
Wrong.
Right? Wrong? So God doesn't destroy stuff.
Hold on. Does God not give you redemption?
That's not the question I asked, brother.
No, hold time out. Does Satan give you redemption?
No, we're not gonna time out. Why are we gonna time out?
Hold on.
Hold on for you, right? But not no time out for me for you to answer, right?
Okay, all right. Does Satan give you redemption?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about yet. We're going to try to get some clarification here, but you won't let me.
Okay, go ahead. Did Satan give you redemption?
No such thing.
Because there is no redemption with Satan, right?
No, because it's God. God is Satan.
No.
Oh
Now,
yeah.
if you're gonna
Jesus is the Antichrist.
hold on.
Yeah.
Now, if you're gonna separate God and Satan,
No, I didn't separate them. You did. I said they're the same thing.
you did.
No, I said they're the
Because
same.
I said there is redemption with God, and you said no, there's no redemption with Satan.
No, it's God. There is no Satan. You're praying to Satan.
Hold on, time out.
That's what you're praying to is Satan.
No, where?
You just don't comprehend it. You're too dumb.
Prove it.
Is it possible, guys? Quickly,
Steals and destroys.
Guys, quickly. Is it possible that we can get back to the flat Earth at some point? Because there are theological rooms in this server where you can go to discuss this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What channel?
I don't know, but not this one.
Yeah, I know Mark will follow you.
I'm not following nobody anywhere.
It just
we can stay here on Flat Earth.
We've got all the arguments on our side, man. Flat Earthers are the coolest, dude.
Flat Earthers are just cool as fuck. Globers are cringe.
And they get
we
the
can
hot
challenge
chicks,
the power with our mind.
Flat Earthers get all the hot chicks.
That's the truth.
I don't think you have arguments for flat Earth. I think all being a flat earther is denying the arguments for the globe.
Well, the globe.
No, more like refuting them, not denying them. We refute them.
Well, yeah, basically.
So is the globe just an argument in words? It's just like, hey, globe, we could maybe, hey, globe.
That's more like a philosophical.
Because that's all the globe is. The globe only exists in mathematics.
Philosophy it exists in.
Yeah, that too.
Yes, in your
it's all conceptual.
Yes.
I mean, that's what we disagree on, but
you can try to provide proof in the real world for what you believe. I'll wait.
Physical proof.
If it is a philosophical bias that you're coming from, that the Earth is round, then you obviously would understand the Copernican principle, right?
No. I'm saying like flat Earth is a philosophical bias.
Oh no! Flat Earth is the practical use of the Earth, right? The measured of it. Every time we use the Earth, we treat it as flat and stationary. Okay, you'll have the philosophical bias.
If we're going to use the philosophical bias in a weaponized way, then you're not really using it properly, because a philosophical bias exists on both sides anyway. But I feel like you're using it as a weapon and not as a description.
Yeah, and it's fair to say on our side of the discussion.
Hadn't finished. So you're using it as a weapon and not as a descriptor. So if I were you, to give you some advice, use descriptions. Otherwise, you're just going to be accused of the same thing that you accuse others of. So yeah, we both have philosophical bias, but regardless, it doesn't matter, because what matters is the evidence and not the people or psychology. So can we talk about the actual subject matter, please?
Well done. I want to make an appended remark to that and say, if you can demonstrate that you're trying to remove your cognitive bias, like we are, then we can also have a fruitful discussion.
No. I'm not claiming that you only have a philosophical bias. Both of us do.
I just said that.
Yeah.
Yep, and we try to remove that. If it's impeding the discussion, we try to remove it.
But there's a difference between the two.
Why is that?
So I'm more like explaining why flat earthers disagree with.
Yes, you're talking about psychology again. Can we talk about the subject matter and not people?
Well, I'll get to that because it's important to understand why in the first place.
No,
otherwise you'll be arguing over.
We're going off of evidence. We aren't going off of philosophical bias. We are going off of how reality presents itself. Like if I measure my couch to be 8 feet, I don't have to have a philosophy belief about it being 8 feet. I know because I measured it.
Exactly.
Okay. You see, that's where we disagree on. It's you have to observe things with your naked eye in order
that's what
to
we're saying.
claim it as evidence.
Yes, you have not a single globe observation. That is our claim. Positive claim, mind you.
How about the astronauts that went to
So are
space?
you going to have a bias on trusting consensus and authority?
So again, we're talking about people, though, right? Is there an argument that you have for the globe that doesn't require appeal to either the opinions of people or why people are wrong? Let's not talk about people. Let's talk about the evidence of the actual Earth itself.
Yeah, well, sorry, what was the first sentence you said?
Yeah, I want an argument for the globe that doesn't require the opinions of people.
Okay. Here's the thing about this.
Uh-oh.
You guys are going to
Ask for facts.
ask me for
Demonstration.
Again.
No.
Demonstration.
We
No,
can't
give
even
us
get
the
this claim off the ground.
Give us the premise and conclusion of your argument, man.
No, just let me finish. Because you
Complain
cannot
about
just say
people
We're not
before
talking about people. We're talking about arguments.
I want to hear you whining.
No, I'm not talking
Second
if you,
premise,
Dirt and water, brother.
You guys will, but you guys.
if you would
Dirt
let
and
me
water,
finish, you would
brother.
like
Dirt and water.
understand what I'm trying to
Dirt
say.
and water, brother. Dirt and
I
water
literally
doesn't have
said
any
2 words
feeling.
and you started like
Dirt and water doesn't have an opinion.
The longer you're talking about, not being able to
Listen.
say what you want to say, less time you have to say what you want to say.
yeah, but I said 2 words and 4 people spoke.
So just say it.
Just let him finish. Let him finish.
No, but just say it.
Give him some time to finish.
Here's the thing. If you're going to ask me to provide evidence in the form of like a direct observation or experiment or something that inherently cannot be experimented, I cannot show you an experiment of the Earth if I didn't send you out to outer space and made you observe it with your own eyes.
Yeah. So did you meet the standard? Hold on. Did you meet the standard of evidence yourself? If this is your standard of evidence for us, did you meet that for yourself?
That's the standard of evidence that you guys claim. Every single one of you.
No, it's what you claim is required. Now, did you meet that for your own belief?
No,
Did you go to space?
That's not what I require.
Why are you giving us that requirement?
Well, no, but it is what you require.
You guys are giving me that requirement.
No, but it is what you require. Because
that's the only way to fulfill the requirement.
You've just said the only way that you can actually prove it is to go into space and check it out.
No. I didn't say prove it. Don't twist the words. I said your requirements, evidence are that. It's not
right, but
the
you
only way to prove it.
You said that. We didn't say. No one here said that apart from you. So is that required or not?
It's required to prove it to you, not to me or other people.
So then
you need to see it with your own eyes while you can't on Earth.
We're telling you that's not our position.
Yeah.
Then why don't you believe in all the math?
Because math is a language.
Because you want to see a concrete thing. You don't believe.
It's like the word math. Math is a language. Yeah. So you know how in the word in the language of English, I can describe to you Middle Earth, and I can describe Ents, and I can describe orcs, and I can describe elves, and all the rest. Because I can describe them, does that necessarily make them real?
Math
and don't fault us. Don't fault us for wanting evidence.
But follow me here. Because I can describe an elf in English, does that mean that elves, like Lord of the Rings elves, are actually in existence?
Look.
Yes or no, dude?
Math.
Yes or no?
I'm not gonna answer it because you're thinking math is just like any other language.
It is like any other language.
But no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay, why is it?
Because you can use math to describe things that don't actually exist in reality.
Not really.
Yeah, you can. So I can describe to you how Superman can fly with maths. Easily. I can work out the drag coefficient, I can work out his maximum speed, I can work out what thrust he's generating, I can work out all sorts of nonsense that doesn't actually happen in real life.
Yeah,
No.
play a computer game.
That's where you get it wrong. Everything all of that exists in real life. It just is not a thing that you've observed. Is it possible? Yeah. Math also describes what's possible and what's not possible. If something is possible, then you can literally make it, right?
You're making my argument for me, you realize that?
Yeah.
You can. Math describes what can be done and what
You're making my
cannot be
argument
done.
for me. You don't realize it. It's sad.
What?
Because I'm not making the argument that drag coefficients don't exist. I'm not making the argument that thrust doesn't exist. But I am making the argument that Superman doesn't fly in reality. Yet you can work out all of those things with maths.
Math is not, it's not about whether Superman exists or not. It's about whether that is possible or not.
So you think it's possible?
Where at? Possible where and when and how?
You think it's possible that Superman exists?
Not as a human, but like it's possible for something to travel like Superman. If Superman was a human and had the requirements for him to generate, like for something to propel him in the sky, he would exist.
Magical force,
right?
Like a magical force.
No, there's no magical force. There's forces. There's no magical.
Yeah,
magical
but that's
is when you
that's my
describe
point.
something like going past the speed of light or something like that. It's what
That's my
math
point, though.
explains.
You're making my argument for me again. You don't realize
I'm not making.
again. You are.
No,
You're just
you're
denying
being so
it.
biased right now.
No, really not. You're not
And
understanding.
You're tapping
that
into
you are
philosophical
making
concepts
for
that are
me
so low.
over and over again.
Okay, can math describe like how a new device that doesn't exist yet, you make it out on paper using the equations before you create the device. So
can you touch it in the paper?
What does that mean?
I don't know. Can you touch it?
Yeah, I mean, there's blueprints for the USS.
Can you touch it? How about you do that in your head?
So there's
how about you just make all of the equations in your head?
You can't touch the sun in your head. No.
There's
So you cannot touch the numbers in your head, right?
There's blueprints for the USS Enterprise, so that's real, right? That actually exists.
So you're telling me it makes sense?
Yes or no?
Star Trek
exists.
Dude,
something.
I'm asking you yes or no questions, and you're not answering them. That's very dishonest.
What is your question?
Does the USS Enterprise exist in reality?
The what? USS and what?
The Starship Enterprise from Star Trek. Does that actually exist in physical reality?
No.
That's weird because there's a blueprint and you can describe it mathematically. All of its behaviors, all of the forces required, everything can be described mathematically.
Yeah, but is it possible?
So when you said originally, why don't you believe in the maths? That's because maths isn't something you believe in. You don't understand what maths is for.
Math explains and describes what can be done and not done. It is a language of reality. It describes reality. And it describes...
It also
here's the problem.
can
Here's the problem.
describe things that aren't real. And you don't understand that.
The things that you believe in, the things that you believe in because you have evidence for in Earth, work out the same way using the same math that we use to prove
that's not how it works,
that the Earth is a globe. So why would you deny that math? Why? Give me a reason.
Math
Give me a
trace
logical
reality.
reason.
If you don't have the reality, what are you? Where's your math coming from if you don't have the shit? No ingredients.
Exactly.
You're proving my point.
No
If we-
ingredients.
if we-
No, I'm
if we
not.
deduct
Proving
that-
you have
if we-
squat.
if we-
Nothing. No ingredients. So what are you
No.
mathing?
If we took
What are you
that math
mathing?
from
How do you
our
math the
reality,
sun without sun ingredients, brother? What can we math about it?
look. If the
No,
math,
I'm not looking. I want to math. What can I math about the sun when I don't know what it's made of?
okay. So you're telling me,
Yeah,
You're
we're
telling
all
you-
telling
because you know the equations or
No,
the
we're
math
telling
that
you
you
an
know.
equation's
Look,
pointless.
listen. Just
No,
listen.
you're not
Do
listening.
not
The
just
equation's
interrupt me.
pointless.
I
Now
don't have
what?
to directly answer your question.
Equation is pointless. Now what?
Not everything is a yes or no question. Listen.
Everything is a can we touch it and demonstrate it or not lie about it.
Right.
Yes, we can touch the sun. Yes, we can
No, you
actually
can't.
touch
When
the
have you touched the
photons
sun?
coming from the sun. You
Jeez.
stupid
When have you
idiot.
touched the sun?
Yes, you can touch the photons coming from the sun. It literally
Brother,
hits your
stop.
fucking
Now
body
you're just
every
making up
time
cartoon
you go
Mickey Mouse
outside.
stories. Yeah, you can touch its and buts and ifs, huh? Stop. Did you touch the sun, the thing you think the sun is? Have you touched it?
Yeah. I touch the photons every time I
So
go
you
outside. I
wave your
touch the
hand
sun.
outside in the air and you think you've touched the sun. Take him to the
Yeah,
asylum, boys. We got another one.
Yeah, so I think that you got a fundamental misunderstanding of what's going on here, because sure, you can have equations that apply to reality, and math doesn't explain, by the way, it describes. So you can describe reality with maths, absolutely. You can also describe things that aren't real with maths. That's also possible. And so
No,
when
you cannot describe things that aren't real with math.
I wasn't done. So when someone's describing the globe Earth, it could fit into either category, and by virtue of having maths, doesn't prove which category it's in. And until you understand that, we can't have a discussion about it.
Math
I
is
don't
just
think so.
another way to lie or confuse. Confucius say.
It's not, because you can do the math yourself.
Math
Right,
of
so
what?
Very limited.
do I have to
There's
repeat
no
what I
one
just
telling
said?
you this
Hold on,
equation
I got
works
you.
this way. You can figure it out yourself.
75921. 75921, what does that mean? What's the density of it? What's it weigh? What's the height? 72591. What's the color? Apparently math ain't fucking helping you math anything, is it? Look, we've been lost. We've come to a crossroad where 72591 means nothing
Oh man, still making
and
sense.
everything at the same time. Can you smell the 72591? Can you
You're
feel it?
basically
Can you touch it?
dumbing down.
No, you're dumbing people
You're
down
dumbing
by
it down
trying
to
to make
human
believe
senses, which we
nonsense.
know are limited.
Stop.
Reducing
No.
to absurdity.
Look, even when you're outside and you believe in the tree
I
that
can
you
believe
see
what
in
you
front of you,
produce.
look, even if you're outside and you believe in the tree that's in front of you, 100 yards away.
Nice try,
If the-
Gizmo. We're talking about
No.
the sun. Let's stay on topic,
Yeah, look,
Gizmo.
with things in the sky, right? You have very limited information, but you can measure some stuff about it, right? Like relative to other things in your surroundings, and then you can like so you've got some values now, right? You haven't got anything else except some values, right? And then what happens is you go about interpreting what those values mean more beyond the mere observation.
Those are pretty rotten values, if you ask me.
I don't know, if you don't believe in the math, and you just have to
We
not
don't
believe.
I
believe
just
in religion.
said the math comes from just observing, right? You observe, right? And then you can like take some measurements, like elevation angle measurements. So positions of things in the sky relative to the ground, right? And then you got some values with that. Then what you do, right, is you take those values and start interpreting them into things that you haven't observed.
Exactly, which goes straight back into my point that you can have math that applies to not reality, if you know, or reality, and you don't know by virtue of that maths whether it's real or not. So appealing to the maths doesn't prove anything in reality. It's silly to make that argument.
Okay.
I mean, I would say appealing to the maths are going to run you into a big problem because spheres have curvature that can be represented by drop over distance, right? That's like anything, basketball, volleyball, anything. But the Earth, when we build upon it or do anything, we don't ever have to take the drop over the distance into calculation. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere, sir. Because do you know what the claim is over 1 mile? The deviation, the drop over the distance for 1 mile. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, it's around 8 inches.
Yeah, do you think that's not measurable?
Yeah, but when you say when we build stuff, do you know how
we got mile-long roads, bridges, and railroad tracks? Do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so when they built those things, they didn't take any Earth curvature
why we have to take it
calculation.
into consideration. Why? Why do we have to take it into consideration when we build roads?
The drop over the distance?
Yeah.
How about we just measure it, okay? How about we just get someone to measure it? But when we build a road that's a mile long, we don't find it. Do you not understand that?
You don't find
Yeah, for things like railway projects and say airports and these kinds of things, you would absolutely need to know that, 100%.
He can't even math.
No, you don't need.
This gentleman that likes math.
The drop off is so little.
I'm finished. Guys, we need to let each other finish. Like, it would be fundamentally unsafe to not know that there was curvature on a railway, on an airport, on any of these other travel type structures, and just assume that it was there or assume it wasn't there. It would be dangerous either way. You would have to know, right? So if it's not being taken into consideration, that's because it doesn't need to be.
It doesn't
Why
need
can't
to
we
be
math
because it's not
Earth's
dangerous.
pencil?
The curvature is 8 inches for a mile.
Well,
you know
show
how
us.
much that? You know how little that is for
You won't show us.
every
so
10
Mr.
meters. That's irrelevant. You don't.
It's a
we don't
line on the
need-
wall, brother.
We don't. That it doesn't. Like the
It doesn't
effects
exist,
are
right?
so small.
Yeah,
it
Mr.
exists.
Matt,
But it
The
doesn't
effects
exist.
are so small. We don't need to take it into consideration when building roads.
So we don't need to take an 8-inch drop into consideration. So if I want to build a house and I start at 1 foot over here on the globe curve and I got to make 10 foot this way on the right, you're telling me that curve that drops away from my 10-foot part doesn't fucking matter? I can just build my 1 foot board into the dirt and then leave 8 or 9 foot of it out? Is that what you're telling me right now?
When they say
No, brother. Hold on. Stop, brother.
You
That's what you
can't interrupt me
You never
just
want to
because I
stay on
said 2
topic,
words.
dude.
Let me finish.
How can you have a conversation with anybody?
You keep interrupting.
I got a
me.
board in the dirt hill. My board is in the dirt hill 1 foot. It's a 10-foot board. I have 9 fucking foot away from the curb, not touching it. It's out of the dirt and water. There's no dirt and water under it. You're saying that's not a problem. I believe you're
curve
lying.
does not happen every 1 mile. It's not like
Where
every
does it
1 mile
happen
you're gonna have
ever
a
at
curve.
all? Where? When?
You don't
When does
understand
it happen?
It's
No, when
curving
does it happen?
every inch.
We're not looking for when it
little
doesn't
tiny
happen.
bit.
Brother, stop. All you keep telling us is what isn't. We're looking for when it is. What the fuck is this so hard?
What the fuck are you on? Are you fucking high?
We don't want to know
doesn't
when the
drop
curve
off.
isn't. We
It's
don't
not.
want to
You
know
do a
where it's
mile
not.
on a sprint.
Brother, you keep telling us where the curve is not. We know this. We know it doesn't exist. You're supposed to prove it does, dummy, not prove it doesn't.
Listen.
Where's the curve? What am I listening to?
Okay, listen.
Moving water, brother. 8 inches. 8 inches, brother. From a horizontal line, drop below. This is what we need to listen to.
Listen. When we say
You should stop saying.
When we say 8 inches over a
What do
mile.
you mean? You mean 10-foot drop?
Let me finish, idiot. Let me finish.
Yeah, this isn't. It's not 8 inches per mile. I was trying to put it up for. It's 8 inches per mile squared. It's a very
there you
important
go.
difference.
So it's distributed.
So it's fucking way
across the
bigger
whole
and bigger
mile.
and bigger
You don't
and
get.
worse
You
for
get.
you.
You don't.
Yeah,
Let me
worse for
finish.
you.
Let me finish. Let me finish. You don't get a sudden drop in curvature after you travel for 1 mile. It's over the whole mile itself. It's if you like distribute the mile.
Dude, we get
into
that. You're
inches,
missing the whole point.
You
We
get
know,
a
but what's
tiny bit of curvature.
At the
per-
end of that,
Hold on, guys. Don't interrupt.
Jesus Christ. Okay, we know that that's the case. However, over the second mile, it's not going to be 16 inches. It's going to be 32, right? So that gets very, very big very quickly. And you need to understand that, maths boy, because that would be measurable over 2, 3, 4, 8 miles easily.
Very easily. It gets exponentially bigger. Do you understand this word? Not nothingly bigger.
No,
Exponentially.
you get it wrong. It's exponentially bigger if you are relative to if you are observing it outside of Earth. If you are on Earth, it's still 8 inches per mile square because you are inside that mile square. You are not outside of it.
We don't measure any 8 inches, bro.
This isn't a
You don't understand basic math, basic physics. I don't know how I can agree with you. I don't know how I can argue with you.
Dude, I was talking, man. This isn't a reference frame argument. I don't know why you're talking about
it. It is a reference frame argument because
no,
you're the observer.
Reference frames apply to motion. We're not talking about motion. We're talking about physical curve. So
no, it applies to motion in space.
This is motion.
The curvature in itself is a motion.
But the curvature of Earth isn't the motion of Earth.
Oh my
right?
God.
So, when we're talking about curvature, not motion, then reference frames aren't relevant. We're just talking about curve, which isn't there, and we know it's not there because we can't measure it and we can't observe it.
You are traveling. Okay, you are traveling in Earth and you want to feel the curve. Are you in motion, yes or not? As a person walking through the curvature of Earth. Are you in motion or not?
Do you know what reference frames even are?
Yes, I do.
Well, can you explain what a reference frame is? I don't think you do.
It's the relationship between a moving observer and a reference point. It's as simple as that. And you're moving as an observer and you have your reference point. So I don't know where's the problem with that.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the physical curve of an object. That's the problem.
No, it has to do because you're moving on it.
But you don't have to. You could stand still and that object is either curving in physical reality or not. Motion is a red herring. Talking about curvature.
But we're talking about observation here. When you're standing still, you're going to observe it in a different way because you are in a different reference point. When you are moving,
it's going
to be a different thing.
This is the red herring. This is irrelevant to the curvature.
It is relevant to the curvature. We're talking it's about observation.
Relevant. Why do you even want to do this? Are you so afraid that your position is weak? That you
no, I'm explaining to you something that you don't want to get inside your head. Are you going to deny another fucking
I think this is what you're doing. You're afraid that you can't find curvature anywhere. So you want to
I'm not saying that.
Well, then don't talk about reference frames. It's not relevant.
I'm saying reference frames because you are talking specifically about observation when you say mile and you tell me, oh, after a mile squared, you get to a mile. Like, it's because it only happens when you're moving. If you're standing still, it's still a mile square.
No, wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
You are objectively wrong. But the square
I'm
function...
objectively wrong, then...
How does gravity hold you to a hill?
Now, the Earth either is or is not curving, and you can keep on trying to red herring into things that don't matter if you want, but we are pointing out there is no way to measure this curve that must be exponential over distance and would be obvious if it was there.
It would not be obvious.
Yeah, clearly you'd take 8 inches worth of water. You'd take an 8-inch amount of water in a cup or a container like a gallon. You'd go down to where there's an 8-inch slope. You'd say, Bob, are you 8 miles away from me? He'd be like, yep, directly 8 miles away from you. You say, all right, I'm going to pour this water down, and it should just stick to that little 8-inch drop. It should be so fucking simple.
Give me a minute, and I'll explain.
He gave you 8 miles. for just an 8-inch drop. That's all I'm looking for, brother.
Give me a minute, and I will show you something.
You're going to show us water curving down from a horizontal.
I'm not going to show you water. I'm going to show you something.
So you're not going to prove the globe. Okay.
No, I'm gonna, because I was talking about with the.
Can you draw out the curve of Earth? Can you just trace it on the wall like dot to dot for us? We know exponentially that your math makes any fucking sense at all.
All right, I'll share my screen real quick.
So you're going to draw the dot to dot to show us your math is the curve of the Earth. That's the math curve, right?
This is no math.
Brother,
I'll
stop.
just show you.
Stop. You don't understand math. If you can't dot the fucking math out, you don't have the math, correct?
No, listen.
No, you listen. If we're looking for the math and that's what you want to show us on a chalkboard, then you need to make the dot to dot. Start at 10 foot on your chalkboard wall, say, or whatever height that is, 6 foot, whatever, right? Height of you, right? So that's 6 foot high. That's flat earth, 6 foot tall. There's only one tall flat earth on 6 foot. It's 6 foot. It's horizontally forever on flat earth. It's for everybody. It never changes. Do you understand? Now on a globe, every 6 foot, every dot you put on that wall is your next foot below itself. Now, it's the next 6 foot. Every dot on the way down, from 6 foot down to the ground. It's all your 6 feet on a globe.
Can you just
should look like a slope?
Can you
should be able
look
to
at my
draw the
screen?
dot to dot from the top of 6 foot and go dot, 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 dot.
Yeah, no.
Eventually, you should end up with the Earth curve, and we can trace it. You'd be the first human ever that could have an Earth curve printed out on your wall, so we know it's real. Isn't that weird?
Okay. Just
from
look
the
at my
math.
screen.
Your screen's not going to draw the Earth curve, though, right?
It is.
So you have an Earth curve stencil I can line up to curving water.
Just look at my screen,
brother. What do you guys
I'm not gonna do the water thing because
if there's no end game to your fucking,
I cannot do it on this thing.
Cannot do what?
Whatever you're talking about, I don't even understand what you're
water
talking
can
about.
stick to
I'm
the
gonna
side
prove
of
my
the Earth.
point, not your point.
Show us that water can stick to the side of the hill while it's at rest. You don't need a screen for that. You need a cup of water.
Yeah, we do not need to see a computer model, sir. You could just go out into reality, and you've been given, there's 8-inch drop over the distance of 1 mile. All you have to do is measure that. And if you had a sense to you, like a little bit of logic, you would understand we have roadways that are a mile long, that nobody took that into consideration. So that's problematic, bro. Why that doesn't bother you is another question that you're probably going to have to self-evaluate, on your own time.
So you weren't listening when I was explaining that it's an 8-inch drop.
Dude, do you think 8 inches can't be measured, bro? Do you think 8 inches can't be measured?
It's 8. We measure it. You can measure it right now and see how.
So at what distance, right? At what distance along a horizontal line, starting at the surface of a body of liquid at rest, will I actually be able to measure a gap between the horizontal and the surface?
What? Say that again. Sorry.
So you got a body of liquid at rest, right?
Yeah.
And you find a tangent point on it, right, from which to extend a horizontal line. So at what distance will it be before you can actually perceivably see a gap in the horizontal line and measure it? And you could measure the distance, like the height between the horizontal and the surface of the liquid. Like how far along the horizontal line do you have to get before you can actually use millimeters or centimeters or degrees of an inch?
I don't know. I can't do the math in my head just like that. But
so nobody's ever done that?
No, people have done that.
Holy shit! Well, that would be an actual measurement.
Yeah, please go ahead and share that.
A real one. For us. An absolute 100% true, real measurement of it. And then not just one at one point, but at multiple increments along that line, like a ruler, right? Showing that there is this change of rate in slope.
Like the slope of what? Like,
surface of the liquid
slope of
the
curving
surface of the
water,
liquid
brother.
at rest.
like how water stays on the curve as it's curving.
No, it doesn't.
No, I'm not talking about how it stays there. I'm talking about its physical properties. Measuring the actual deviation from horizontal of the surface of liquid at rest. Proper measurement.
Yeah, like the cup.
I
or your
don't
aquarium.
understand.
You had a mile-long aquarium.
I don't understand what a measurement is then.
Listen, if you had a mile-long swimming pool or aquarium, same thing, a big square box, rectangle, all the way down a mile long, fill the water up to the top. At the end of that aquarium, gradually, from that point that you started the water, all the way down, like you said, gradually to an 8-inch amount, the water should be 8 inches lower on the right side of your aquarium than the left side. And there will be a horizontal top of your aquarium to be our reference frame, a black rubber top seal thing on the edge, and it'll be a horizontal reference. Do you have anywhere, because there's pools that are like 2 miles long, so we're just looking for like up to 5 inches or anything, a drop of water while it's at rest going down from a horizontal. That's what we need to live on a ball. Then you can explain how dirt's not holding it, but gravity is. How dirt's not catching it underneath, but gravity is. Then you'll have to show us that shit. Like I said, there is no water stuck to any side of any hill. There's no waterfall that's sitting still, right? That's what globers need. They need a waterfall that's not flowing to prove a globe. And that's how fucking that's how much of an idiocracy the globe is. It's fucking stupid, right? You know that yourself. It's never going to happen. You're never going to see a waterfall sitting there.
Yeah, but you have to understand that water over one surface, right? So the Earth is one surface where the water is on. It levels itself out across the whole Earth. And we know that water in
Know the claim. Know the claim. You're not teaching us anything, dude.
No, I'm saying that it level itself out.
Hey, brother,
horizontally
about how the water stays at the same level across all of Earth, despite like elevation and the curvature. Is that what you're
that's what
talking
it's
about?
discussing. So we've got an Earth that's covered 70% in water. So would the water that's wrapped around a ball be curving on its surface or flat on its surface?
It will be curving around its surface.
Right, so that's measurable then. So whether you describe that as level or not doesn't really matter. What matters is that it's measurable.
Yeah, it is measurable.
Right, so where is that measurement? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, you want someone to measure that shit without the math, right?
No, that's a straw man. So we've got 3 miles, let's say.
It's not a straw man.
Well, it is, because I never said without the maths. So over 3 miles, we would have, say, a 72-inch drop. That'd be measurable, right?
You said how many? 3 miles? How much?
Yeah, over 3 miles, we'd have a 72-inch drop. That'd be measurable, right?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Wait, no, I have to see if it's actually measurable using like physical tools or not.
A 6 foot, that's definitely measurable.
Wait, just give me a second.
I've asked ChatGPT similar questions. Like, it has had no trouble answering them. Like when it comes to like actual measurement, it says no, nobody's done that.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Because ChatGPT can gaslight you, but it can't really lie. So
it's like, well, the differential between level and the surface of a body of liquid at rest at like mile would be 8 inches, and it would be x at 500 feet, and then it would be x at 20 feet. It would actually give me those details, but then when you say, well, who did that, who measured that, it's like,
yeah,
no, they didn't do it like that.
yeah, of course, because it's never been done. It has to exist conceptually and mathematically, but not in reality. It's obvious. And it's such a weird straw man that they say, oh, then you don't believe in maths. It's like, what? There's like about 4 different things wrong with that statement. Anyway.
I think they don't believe in math, right? Because we're asking for a direct measurement, and they're like, no, you can't do that. Like, what a slap in the face of mankind's ability to do math, right?
Where's the curved stencil they mathed out? They can't. Their math is no good if they can't produce it in a physical form. That's the whole point of this. If their math was real, they could put it in a 3D printer, AutoCAD that motherfucker out, and we wouldn't be asking what the curve looked like. We'd be having a physical one in our hand, and we could go line it up.
Well, because the maths is meant to be describing something, but it might be describing something that's real or something that's not real, and you don't know which it is.
Right. Well, that's why math can only describe or help you in reality if the stuff exists first. So once you have the idea for stuff, you put it together. After you start putting it together is when you get to math. You don't get math from your head like 5259. You might say I need to make it bigger or smaller or turn faster or slower or do this or that or make it more or less, right? Correct.
Yeah.
Now when you get in physical reality, it's going to be way fucking different than the more or less or whatever in your head, because it's going to be like a machine part. That's going to be super fine. Wood, a little different. Everything drywall, you can leave the edges. You do framing and shit. You have beauty marks. You cover them in the holes and everything. So like a normal human, when they see a drywaller put drywall up, if they walked in and saw it from scratch, they'd be like, this is ugly, goofy looking. But then when they get done, it's pretty. It's got the shit there. It's all done. Everything's covered. The flaws are covered up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. I just think this guy's got way too much faith in the maths and the story that he's been told, and so he can't really understand the critiques. It's like a mental block.
Yeah, but 5279 gets them every time because they don't know how it feels. They don't know the weight of it, the color, the smell, the taste, the
What is
texture.
the color of 3? Denmark, what is the color of 3? Any ideas?
I don't know. 5279. I don't know.
Yo, you want to hear the irony of this, Crypto? This gentleman is the room operator of the Free Thought channel.
Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh, dude.
Well, to be fair to him, he is at least engaging the topic and not just calling us all retards. So it's a good start, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe they should pay for some of their thoughts.
So, is he still here? Is he gonna?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just working on something real quick. Just want to show you
He's about
something.
to free your mind, brother.
Free your
He's about to prove the Earth is a globe with numbers and paper. He's going to tell you everything you can't do on a flat surface, but he doesn't know how to falsify the globe. He only needs 3 ways to go outside and falsify the globe. We give him his robe, like a judge or Pythagoras, right? We give him his 2 sticks, right? We give him a pencil and paper. We'll even give him that, right? So he can do all the math we know today. He can use anything in his mind that but he gets to walk out with his hands and disprove a globe. He has to be able to falsify it somehow. What can we do to falsify the globe is the question I always want to ask the Globers, actually. And what can we do to prove flat Earth to you? What if I went outside? What could I show you to go outside? What would you expect? And not nothing stupid, something you could both do.
You just fill a bathtub with water, Demon.
Works for me. I just don't know what would work for them. So, like to a glober, what could prove the Earth is flat to you, and then how could you falsify your own globe? If you can't tell those, if you can't name those two things, then there's a problem. And it has to, in Earth being proved flat, has to be physical and provable to yourself right on the ground, up close and personal. None, no fucking look out there and guess some dumb shit. Sorry, no looky loo and no guessy who. Look, I think it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman, it's a UFO, it's a chopper, it's a fly? What the heck? Get out of here, little fly. On the next episode of That's Not Superman, we'll be imagining things coming to us in the air. Look, Mom, it's Superman, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, little Timmy, that's a boat floating in the horizon. 20 miles up, Mom? Yeah.
I just want to let you know, Pagana, we're on your side here, dude. What we're doing is we're bringing the reality of the situation to the forefront of people's minds, because it's not something that people think about every day, right? What they're walking on, what they're doing. It's something that we were all taught as children, that the Earth is a globe. Believe us, trust us. You know.
No, I'm not on anyone's side.
As we grow older, we learn that, oh, wow, we can give evidences that are testable, repeatable, and demonstrable. So we're like, so that could be claimed as knowledge for the person, the individual. But then they just tell us, they're like, oh, yeah, the Earth's revolving around the sun. And there's no experiment that you can do to prove that for yourself. Just trust us. So that's kind of scary.
Yeah, no, I understand. Like, even with all, spent like 5 minutes making fun of me, which is alright. Like, I don't mind. Not gonna get mad about that, but I understand that you're just trying to prove your point. You're just trying to like prove what you think is real, what you think is factual, and I'm trying to do the same for my side. And yeah, I'm not getting angry here. Or,
no worries,
yeah,
brother. No,
yeah.
You understand that I could probably argue the globe a little better than you can.
Yeah, not saying that you can't.
Yeah, but I'm not a
I never
globe
said
earther. How
I was good at
interesting is
arguing.
that? So I could have a better argument for the globe than you can, but I'm not a globe earther, because the evidence that I accept is testable, repeatable, demonstrable. And I think that that standard of evidence isn't too much to ask for. Do you think that's terrible to ask for from the scientific community? Hey, do you have an experiment that we can do so we can prove this to ourselves? And they're like, no.
Well, what? No, it's because here's the thing. If you ask for an experiment for something to practically be possible to do, yeah, you're gonna get it. But if you ask for an experiment that practically cannot be done, then you're not gonna get it. And guess what? The math that works for that same experiment that can be done practically is the same for the one that cannot be done practically. And we've done this for the past 2,000 years. The math didn't change. So that's why the math is an actual representation or description of reality.
That's why if you look forward and only do math from looking forward, it can't be a description of reality. Because if you look forward in the desert, you're going to be doing math for water that doesn't exist, called a mirage.
You're just agreeing with us that you're a flat earther. You're a flat and motionless earther.
No.
Yeah, you are. Yes, you
That's
are.
actually what the other guy said about the mirage actually plays against you, because that just shows that just by observing something, it's not really the true way of
that's why we asked for
describing whether
measurements,
it's real or not, because you can your
You
senses
just
are
basically
limited
said
to a
what we
certain
do in practical reality, like practically, we can't use the other thing that we can't demonstrate. We can't use that math. Doesn't work.
No, we can use the
We
math.
get the same result.
As humans,
We
with
get
the
the same
resources we
result.
have on Earth,
If you could
with
demonstrate
our
it, you would
size,
use it.
we cannot
Use it in
make a
practicality.
demonstration like
Yeah,
that.
but
You're asking
if
for
your
the
math was
impossible.
correct, about reality, you'd be able to use it, apply it in practical reality.
And we do that. We do that for everything.
You said that you can't
build
demonstrate
buildings.
it.
We do everything.
Said you can't demonstrate it.
I mean, we can demonstrate that the math of building a massive ass skyscraper works when we build them, right?
Yeah, I swear I can go back in the live stream recording and show you where you said there's math that we use and math that we can't demonstrate, but they both have the same result.
No, they don't have. It's not what I said, or at least not what I meant. If I said it like in a different way, that got you think about something different. Maybe I didn't phrase it correctly. But what I mean is math can only describe what is physically possible. It can describe something that doesn't exist, but we can also think of something that doesn't exist in our mind.
Like
But that's not
nuclear
the point because
fusion
it
balls
doesn't.
in a vacuum.
What?
Like nuclear reacting fusion balls. Nuclear fusion balls in a vacuum. Giant balls of burning plasma in a vacuum. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, is that possible?
Imagination. I don't care if it's
No.
possible.
No, like, well, according
Actually,
to
I
the
do
math
care if it's possible.
that you don't believe in. Is it possible?
Gas expansion. The gas expands in a vacuum, so I don't even know how you'd get it pressurized enough to be able to turn into what you think it's doing up there. Which you don't even know if that's what that stuff up there is made of. If that's what's happening, you don't know that those things up there are giant nuclear fusion reactors.
Or a vacuum. It's not a nuclear fusion reactor. It's just a vacuum chamber with nothing in it, supposedly, just like vacuuming. And how do you get two gases to meet in a vacuum and then coalesce as a sphere? How does that even take place? Two gases, helium being one of the gases. On Earth, we know you're not getting helium to come down and meet no other gas, right? So if you can't do it on Earth as a human, right, and it's not doing it, it's escaping, right, unless you can hold it back, right? So how is space holding it back? How's space holding helium there?
It's not space holding it back.
So what's holding it?
Oh, okay.
No,
Here's
what's
the first
holding the
thing.
helium? That's all I want to know.
Here's the first thing.
Now is an excuse and another made-up story.
No one says that every gas.
Now nobody says it. Now gravity doesn't make a Big Bang and doesn't explode from a Big Bang particle to where everything was a particle. There was no gas. There was nothing before the Big Bang, right?
Now here's the thing. Please let's not get to the Big Bang and all that stuff behind.
So we have two gases in a vacuum. How do you show the hydrogen and the helium combine themselves somehow in a fucking ratio that you claim to where it's just going to start because it's a vacuum chamber? We have these on Earth. Let's not forget this. We can produce a vacuum chamber. Man can make one on Earth.
Yeah.
But it's man-made. It's not natural. So in nature, we have no such thing as a vacuum chamber. It doesn't even exist. But I still want to know, in a vacuum chamber that man has to make, right? Little man's vacuum tubes. So how do these gases meet up in there? In the expanding vacuum of space?
Okay, here's the thing. What you don't understand is that space
I don't understand.
is not a perfect
You can't demonstrate it. You're not going to demonstrate what you can
demonstrate it. This is demonstrable on Earth.
No, you're not demonstrating it. No, stop. If it's demonstrable, brother, if it's so demonstrable, why you got excuses after excuses?
Why are you being so biased?
Demonstrating in a vacuum.
Why are you being so biased now? You're not.
No, I want to see it happen. You said it's demonstrable. That means demonstratable, correct?
Listen,
I'm trying to see.
First thing, when you say this,
When you tell stories,
is a vacuum, that
no,
is
you
wrong.
stop telling
Everyone
stories.
says that.
No, nobody believes what you're talking about. Let's
No one says.
stop telling stories.
No one
What don't they say?
Space is not
And now
a
you know what
vacuum.
space is.
When they say the space vacuum, they don't
When they
mean when
say,
there's no
who's they?
elements
Who's they?
inside of it.
Who is they? Because
I'm
every time
talking
I ask
about
one
the
of you guys,
general mainstream science. That's what I'm
every time
talking
I
about.
ask one of you guys, you have a different opinion of what space is.
No. I'm saying
No?
what the
So your opinion's correct. Can you write it down for us so nobody else can go against this, right? God of a space?
yeah.
Yeah, it's
No,
going to be our
it's
new
not me.
standard for
It's
all the
not me.
globers.
It'll be our
It's
new
not me.
globe standard for your line of
It's not.
space
This is.
because,
It's
brother,
not a
you're not
standard,
listening.
man.
Clearly, you
Man,
guys don't listen.
listen to me.
If
It's not
100
a
of
new
you came
standard.
in
This
here,
has
you
been the
have
case
100
for.
ideas of what space is. You're not listening. 100 globers come in here a day, and they all have a different explanation of the math of the curve. It's all different. They all have a different explanation of space. They all have a different explanation of how stuff's done. Why is that? Why do you guys can't even agree with each other? And now you're going to be the next God, just like the one before you, who knows everything, and they know everything, whoever the fuck they are, that you can't produce.
Listen, when I say we, I'm not talking about.
Well, where did you get the
Globe
idea to
Earthers
believe
as
a
like an
we?
organization or a
Why are you
religion or
believing it?
whatever.
Why are you
I'm
believing in
saying
whatever?
the science. I'm saying the science. When people come
What
in here
science?
and they start arguing for the globe Earth and
What
say
globe?
something stupid, they don't fucking understand it. That's
There is
why.
no globe. There's no globe to argue for. We got a plastic fucking
There's
sticker
no
ball
globe you
that's
argue for.
hollow.
There you go. We can't. Let's not just argue about this because you just denied everything we're
No,
arguing
I'm
about.
saying no. You're denying physical reality, and you want us to imagine dog shit. You want to say hopefully somewhere it could happen somehow behind a curtain for David Copperfield the magician. But Democ and all the little kids, you can't produce squat. Is that where you want us to go with this, right?
Nope. The
So
globe doesn't exist. You said it. You're a god.
proof.
You
Can't
hold
find the
the
curve. No
ultimate
physical
truth.
place to put the flag in it.
The globe doesn't exist.
So
There
no
you go.
no, a globe doesn't exist if you can't put a flag where the fucking curve is.
No, dude, you hold the ultimate truth. You are like the
No, the dirt holds the
epitome of
ultimate truth. The dirt and
existence.
water.
You're above
Dirt and
God.
water.
You're above
No, dirt and
existence
water
itself.
doesn't lie to you. It doesn't tell you math numbers. Humans are the liars. Math is the liar, right? Not dirt and water. You take a line that doesn't lie, horizontal line, you make it, boom, horizontal line. Now you go put that above whatever water you think's curving. It's not that fucking hard. And then we see you set the horizontal line down, water curving down the way, we would shut up and go home. That we wouldn't be here for thousands of years, flat earthers, knowing there is no fucking curve.
Yeah, because when you dumb down scientific stuff to such a simple
What's that
level,
mean? How do you dumb down water curving away?
and then
How do
you
you dumb
don't
down
take into
water?
consideration any of the thousands of
How are you
variables,
dumbing down
of course you're
water?
going to come up to the conclusion that, oh, this experiment shows that it's not possible, even though I didn't take into consideration the thousands of fucking variables we have.
I don't know what you're talking
Simply
about.
because you just want
Apparently,
to
you
prove your
can't show
point.
none of the
You just want to prove
variables.
your point. You don't
What
even can't
variables? If
even
you're
do the
not
math
demonstrating
correctly.
what we're talking about, you don't have any fucking variables. You're not demonstrating said thing. Do you understand?
Dude, you don't believe in math,
I
create your
don't
own math.
have to
That is
believe
all.
in water curving. We'll be able to watch it. We'll know it as a fact.
Yeah, go look it up. There are thousands of videos explaining why that's wrong.
Videos explaining what water can tell you on its own. Listen, stop talking for water. Maybe that's your guys' problem. You're trying to tell stories for water. Water does its own thing. It's horizontal. Now, if you'd stop making up fucking stories and writing storybooks,
Yeah,
water
water is
walks on
horizontal.
globes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're writing the
Fucking
Jesus
the
water
most
storybook
abstract
of,
shit I've ever heard in my life.
brother, you're
And
writing
you
a
don't believe
Bible
in
about
math because
Jesus
it's a little
water
bit
that
too
walks on
abstract.
balls. You're saying
Yeah.
Jesus water dirt walks around turd spheres and
Yeah,
sticks to the
water
bottom.
is horizontal, dude. That's fucking
Brother,
crazy.
gravity doesn't work horizontally, meaning then there is no side of a globe. Therefore, no curve and no water stuck to a curve horizontally. If gravity's not reacting on anything horizontally, then how the fuck's it reacting on your turd ball horizontally?
Yeah, because horizontally is the only fucking dimension we have here.
All the science in the word because, it's such a good word. Because. Cartoons and because. You have a great fucking science behind you, brother. Believe this fucking goofy ass dude that you can't repeat his stuff. Believe a goofy dude that you can't even get the information he got from whatever the fuck he got from scratch. Makes no sense.
When next time you use something, next
Use
time you use
what?
your fucking
Dirt?
phone,
You,
don't
yeah, it's
believe in
made
it
from
because it
dirt.
was used
That's made from
using
dirt.
the math which you
No, it's made from dirt. No, it was made from dirt. Not math, stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Hard, ain't it? Where's the math at in dirt? Hot
Yeah,
dirt.
go make it yourself. Go make it with dirt.
Sand makes glass. Sand makes concrete. Dirt makes concrete. Dirt makes diamonds. Dirt makes everything you fucking have. All the metals.
Well, go make it. Go make it without math. With your current math knowledge, go make it.
Brother,
Make a fucking phone without math.
insects don't need math to build anything they build, and they can build better than you. They ain't got no fucking rulers.
Yeah, they can build a fucking
They
phone.
can build better than you, and they don't got no math. With no math. Haha. Isn't that funny, loser? So now who's dumb?
They can
the
build
big dumb
a
guy with math who can't outdo a fucking fly.
They can build a. Can they build a skyscraper?
Brother, yes.
Can they build a
Termites can build a bigger skyscraper than humans per scale size. A termite size compared to yours. They'll fucking blow you out of the water, stupid.
What the fuck are you even
Now,
talking about?
go Google that, idiot. Go Google how a termite can outbuild every fucking human architect, and how an architect can only strive to be as good as a termite. Go view how a wasp can make their nest hanging from a fucking tree branch, and it's so fucking huge and round and barely almost touches the ground, and it looks like the Taj Mahal upside down, and it's perfect, made just like one estate over. And these bees never talk to each other, and they never had any math or any rulers. And you can't go make your own wasp nest hanging from a fucking tree right now, motherfucker, with your own math.
Yeah, they don't have math. Yeah.
No, you have math, loser, and it's not helping you. You can't outdo a wasp. You can't outdo a termite. Don't laugh, funny boy. It's not funny.
Yeah, let me ask you, how do termites build the stuff
Termites
they build?
out-math you, they out-architect you, they out-build you, and they make air conditioners for free. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Ants already know how to make air conditioners and freezers.
Just keep hitting me with the stupidest fucking arguments.
Yeah, I know that your humans learn from ants.
Yeah, keep going at it.
Yeah, it's real stupid. Well, apparently you don't know how to Google shit, do you? These are only facts. These are 100% facts. That a spider knows how to make a web better than you, idiot. You fucking idiot. You don't know how to make a web because you're a retard. Now stop trying to act like you're smarter than a fucking insect, because you ain't. You can take all the math you got in the world and you can't make no tree seed, can you? So that makes a tree smarter than you, math boy. Ha 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 ha. Math.
Oh, man.
I'm just showing you how stupid you sound, and you still don't get it. Right? This is how that's how brainwashed you are. Keep saying math like you're a fucking robot. Are you data? Are you R2D2?
Listen, I
R2D2.
agree with you. I'm stupid. Ants are smarter than people. All of that. I agree with you.
37,
you won your argument.
105. Pi ratio square root.
No, dude, you won your argument. There you go. I mean, all it's left for me now is to clap.
Minus divided by times. Multiplication. Divide a 0 by minus negative numbers.
Bro, shut up and let him speak.
I was having a nice conversation with the other guy.
You guys understand what I'm saying? Listen. Negative 5, 1, pi 5, 2, 5, negative 1. R squared, P2Q.
Cool.
Dude, I won't argue with you.
Yeah. So anyway, I was wondering if we got a measurement of that curvature anywhere at all.
You just stop. I'm just don't want to talk about this anymore. We can talk about it later, but
sure, but I mean, that's surely where the Okay. Guess not. Does anyone have measurement of curving Earth?
I mean, listen.
Tough.
Listen. We have different views on measurement and direct measurement and observation. So I don't think we'll get to a point here.
You haven't even attempted.
I mean, that's the whole point.
You haven't even
around this
attempted.
discussion. So
You haven't even attempted an answer. How can you say that?
because I know the answer I'm gonna say, you're just gonna refute it directly because you say, "Oh, it comes from math first, not observation first."
Right. So you're going to make an argument and you already know I'm going to refute it. So you already know it's a bad argument.
No, it's not a bad argument. It's a bad argument against you because we inherit. Listen, if we disagree on a thing, then I'm not gonna bring an argument about that thing. So in the first place, it's like useless to even bring that up.
But you said that you won't bring it up because I'll refute it. Do you know what refutation is?
No, not refute it. What I meant is you wouldn't consider it. You wouldn't because you believe in a different thing.
No, it's not because I believe in anything. It's because the argument. I mean, it depends on what the argument is.
You don't believe in the math. You don't believe in the math, so what's the point?
I don't believe in the maths or the map.
Whatever.
No, but I mean, I just want to be specific with what you're accusing me of.
I'm not accusing you of anything. I mean, you said it multiple times. You can't use math to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like you didn't listen to what I said earlier. So, maths is a language that could describe things in reality or not in reality.
Math is a language that is used to describe reality and what's possible inside of reality and what's not possible inside of reality.
It can describe things not in reality. It can describe things not in reality, and the fact that you don't accept that is ludicrous.
Yeah, it can describe things that are impossible. Like going beyond the speed of light, for example. Like dividing by 0, because if you take a pie and divide it by 0, that means you need to divide it into infinite pieces of the pie. Stuff like that.
Exactly. So you can use math to describe things that aren't possible in reality, which was my point originally that you disagreed with, and now it seems that you do agree with it, which is good. We've got something.
I disagreed with your point of, like, when you brought up the starship from, what is it?
Yeah, the SS Enterprise, Superman, and the countless other examples.
Like, math can describe something that doesn't exist, right? That you can,
yes,
but as long as it's possible, it is real.
No, that's not true.
When I say real, what I mean is that it's possible to do in reality, not that
you're not doing it.
No, but that doesn't matter.
Given the resources,
we're trying to find out what is actually real, not what's possible. Right? So this discussion is about what is, not what might be. And so when we're talking about the curvature, we're not saying that the earth might be curved, because many people of, say, a Christian persuasion would say, well, God could have made a globe. Sure, you'd have to accept that an all-powerful being could do that, because otherwise that being wouldn't be all-powerful. But it's not whether that could have happened, it's whether it did happen. And so we're trying to use math to describe what did happen.
No, you're getting too philosophical in here. Math
no, you're getting philosophical. We're trying to stay physical. We're trying to describe the physicality of what did happen with math. Did the water bend? Can we describe it with the mathematical attribute of a horizontal start from 0 and increase the amount mathematically to 8 inches and show that it dips down?
Exactly.
Yes,
and so I'm not talking about philosophy. I'm actually criticizing you for being too philosophical. I'm saying come back to the practical, come back to the real.
I've always been in the practical. I've never said anything about something like philosophical.
Impossible stuff.
And why are you making a claim that, well, if it might be true, then it's real? I mean, this is silly.
When I say real, I'm not saying that it's something that actually
Holy
exists.
shit! Now the word "real" is different. How many reels do you have now?
No.
No.
When I say real, I mean it's possible.
I know what he's saying, right? But the problem is that isn't the discussion. The discussion isn't whether the laws of physics would allow a set amount of things to occur. It's whether the laws of physics did have something occur that we're discussing, right? And that thing being the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, well, when it comes to math and the shape of the Earth, it's not about whether it's possible.
That's my point. It's about what it is. So when we're talking about curvature, like it either is or isn't there. And for me, there's no evidence to suggest that it is there, so it's not there. Very simple.
There is math evidence that shows that it's there.
Not though.
Plenty of it.
Math is not
evidence.
Math is not physicality. Math can't prove whether the cliff in my house exists or not, or whether I made Mount Rushmore out of a pile of mashed potatoes and hid it in my basement. You could do any math you wanted in the fucking world. It's not going to tell you what kind of pile of mashed potatoes I sculpted today, brother. You're not making any fucking sense. If the sculpted mashed potatoes existed, then you could math all you want, right? Till the cows come home. But we have to go look at the mashed potatoes and measure it to make sure that it either did or didn't match your made up crazy math claim.
It's not a crazy math claim. And the example
That's
you're
what we're
giving,
trying to prove.
derailing
That's what you're going to show us. You're going to show us it's physical and not just a mathematical claim of a math. We don't want a math of a math to prove math for evidence of math. That's not helping us.
Well, that's the problem that you don't understand.
No, that's the problem you don't understand.
Things.
Brother,
Math
stop. You're not
physical
getting it. Why do you keep talking? You're not listening clearly. We want the physical attribute that we can math to your said lie of a curve. Can we go outside and produce our math from scratch like any other fucking human that supposedly measures curving earth or curving water? How would we go about starting our mathematical premise from the value of 0? We have a horizontal line. It's at a value of 0. Now, how would we determine or define the mathematical definition of what this water is doing with the attribute of itself? Go.
Yeah, you can measure it. You can measure the curvature.
So let's go do that.
It interacts with the water. How the water interacts with it.
We can measure the curve of Earth with math. That's what we've been getting at this whole time. Now, do you have a horizontal line as a reference, a level, and then you go outside, set that up, and then you just set it up right above where the water's dropping below it 8 inches while it's sitting at rest, and we'll be good here.
Like you're talking about seeing it.
Yeah, then you could have something to do your math. No, then you could do your math. Then you could say, here I can start my math. So no matter what anybody claims, this math from the attribute of this water and from a mile away from here, this is my math. And it's proven by the physicality of this water dropping below this horizontal line as my reference frame. Right? Then you could write down all your calculations and they would follow that water sitting still on a curving. And you can write down your math from the physical attribute of that. That's what you're supposed to do. Then when you bring that back to us, and then we go look at the curving water dropping 8 inches and we put your math, matches exactly what he said because the physical attribute of it's right the fuck here in front of my face. Do we have this?
So would you agree that if we use math first and then observe it second and confirm it, would you agree that that is
Where's the
way to do it?
confirmation? What did you confirm it with?
Observation.
So where'd you look at? You looked? You looked to confirm. From how many miles away? How many miles away are you going to make sure your porch is level from? You get back away from your porch. I'm going to start building. I'm going to get the level out. You're going to get 5 or 6 miles away, and you're going to tell me whether your porch is level? Is that what you're telling me? That's what you're telling us right now. No, brother. You're fucking saying from 5 or 6 miles. No, you listen. You're telling me from 5 or 6 miles away, I can be a little guy doing construction, and you can do some kind of fucking dumb, weird math and show me my shit's off level or not. How would you go about this, brother? From just looking 5 miles away. You can't, right? So just looking from fucking who knows where, acting like you don't make no sense, it's not going to get you any math or anything, correct?
So you have to see things with your eyes in order to.
So a blind man is going to math out your house and build your home for you? I'd love you to go in the home that a blind man built for you and measured out.
No. So you have to
No,
see
you're saying
things
you
in order
don't
to
need to
believe in
see.
them.
So now we don't need our eyes to do anything. How would you do the math without your eyes, brother?
You can literally do math with your eyes closed.
A blind guy does math.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A blind guy can do the math that will
Can a
build
blind
your
guy
house.
Can a blind guy just born teach another guy math?
Just be born and teach another guy math?
Yeah. Where does a blind guy get math from?
No, he has to learn it. Now, don't go into how math was developed, because
He
then
has
we're
to learn it.
gonna
What's
start
math look
arguing
like
about
to a
something
blind
not
guy?
relevant to our conversation.
How does a blind guy see math numbers?
He doesn't see them.
How does he see measurements?
It's abstract concepts that we understand in our brain.
Math is an abstract
the way reality
concept.
works is the
But a
way those
blind man can't see it.
abstract.
They can do math. I'm blind and I can do math.
So a blind man can't think now?
No, I said he can. I said he can. What do you mean? I said it 7 times.
Now, I know, but I asked you what the colors and what the numbers look like to a blind man, and you won't answer my question.
What the colors and numbers? He doesn't have to see the number. The number is just a symbol.
Well, he doesn't have to see numbers to do math or to know math. Is that what the fuck are we, brother? Are you all right?
It's like you're telling me if a blind guy can speak or not because he didn't see the fucking letter on a chalkboard.
Brother, you're telling me you're a blind guy doing the math of the fucking curve of the earth. That's what I'm pointing out. You're a blind guy looking forward, not knowing shit, looking at mirages. You might as well be fucking blind looking forward like, I'll see the curve, man. I promise you, the math says so. You're a blind guy trying to sell us a fucking curve. We would like to go where the curve is at and see it be itself. Okay, blind gentlemen? Globers have to be blind.
You're not making any sense. Listen, okay.
Brother, you said don't use your eyes after I said all you're doing is looking forward. Then you said we don't need to see. Now I'm pointing out
people can do maths.
and you guys you want to turn it on me when I point out your ignorance.
You don't have to know what numbers look like to do maths.
Yeah, so Globers can only look forward, right? So if I said look forward from 5 miles away, now give me the side view of my backyard. Could you do that, Glober, who's speaking so clearly now?
No, stop bringing up these.
Can you give me
those are metaphors? You're talking about mashed potato a minute ago. You don't know what you're talking about, mate.
All the mashed potatoes that are 5 miles away from you. Show me what they look like from you looking forward, young man. Draw them out.
Mashed potatoes.
Can you see a
virus? Pile of mashed potatoes at the end of 5 miles. What does the back end look like? You have to draw that from looking forward from the other side.
Do you want me to come to your house and show me a pile of mashed potatoes?
No,
you'll see 40 inches less off the bottom of the potatoes.
Clearly, you're slow as fuck. I said from 5 miles away.
You have a philosophical
We're looking at curves of Earth from 5 miles away.
You should probably see a doctor. You should probably go see a therapist.
Trying to find the curve. Do you have one?
Do I have a curve?
Yeah, curved water from a horizontal line.
Yeah, I can see curved water right now. I've done my own experiment.
Okay, show us how water sticks to the side of the hill while it's not moving.
Do you want me to come to your house and show you?
No, I want you to go in your backyard and show us.
Why don't you go do the experiment yourself like I did?
Do what? A non-existent thing? Get real, Snoopy.
Nope, put water in a covered bowl.
No, we're going to put water on the dirt and see that gravity holds it there, stupid. We're not going to see gravity is not a Coke
It's
bottle.
a small amount of water. It needs to be a large amount of water.
No, gravity is not a Coke bottle. Sorry, son. Go back to school. Maybe
Back to these metaphors about Coke bottles and mashed potato. That's the only thing you can talk about is mashed potato and
Back to
Coke bottles.
kindergarten, you think you live in a Coke bottle. What a weirdo.
What?
This dude lives in a fucking Coke bottle. He said, go get a Coke bottle.
What?
Listen, the most.
I don't know, brother. What are you doing with a Coke bottle?
You're so stupid.
Curving.
Listen, the most.
So you're going to prove water is curving away from a horizontal line with a Coke bottle. Go ahead and be my guest.
I've never said anything about Coke bottles.
That's all we're looking for from you losers. It's water.
You're a loser. You don't know what's going on.
Live. While
You
it's
should
at
be. You
rest.
should get put in a care home.
Yeah, you should make some sense and maybe go back to kindergarten. Maybe you'll fucking pass this time. I'll help you.
Did you drop out of kindergarten?
I'll help you do your AB1s and your 2BCs.
You don't even know. You mean ABCs? You pro.
No, your AB3s and your 2BCs.
What are you talking about? You're so dumb.
Are you dumb?
It's ABCs and 1, 2, 3s.
AB3s, man.
You learn your AB1s.
No, did you learn your E equals MC R2 cubed B2T?
AB1 C2 D3.
E equals MC squared.
Bro's talking in hexadecimal.
Pi R, the R value.
I can't hexadecimal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Equivalent.
Yeah.
It's the standard mean. It's the equivocation. Elucidate to the fact of the complementary.
Bro, you don't even know what maths is. You were literally denying maths earlier.
Who's Math? What's his name? Draw him.
Can't draw his name's maths, you just said. You said who's math, what's his name? His name's maths.
Way. You do a lot of talking for him.
I've met some smart people on this server and you're not one of them.
I'd like to meet him. Is he in your head?
Yeah.
Oh, he's in your head, so nobody cares about your imaginary maths.
Maths
Why
exists.
would they? You need to go to a
What's 1 plus 1? What's 1 plus 1?
Got an imaginary maths friend, you guys.
What's 1 plus 1? What's 1 plus 1?
An imaginary friend of yours.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to the globe. Welcome to guys who can't prove water curves. This is fucking sad.
Can you prove it?
It doesn't curve. Water proves itself. Water doesn't
prove it. Go to your backyard. Go to your backyard. Water doesn't have a brain. It can't prove itself.
Water doesn't need hamburger helpers.
People your own size.
Water doesn't need hamburger helpers like the globe to lie for.
Water isn't your own size. Yeah, pick on your own side.
I know Magician Bob with no curvy, bendy magic water. I know God.
This, please. Who's he? I don't know who he is.
I know Globe.
Record some of this if you can. Funny as fuck.
No, it's not funny. It's sad. The truth hurts you guys.
For you, because you don't know what maths are.
You can't represent a horizontal line and show where water curves away.
We can. 180 degrees.
Yeah, we've been waiting for you to do so, and all you keep doing is talking like you know something. But I still like to see you.
Why would we put water on a horizontal line? Why would we put water on a horizontal line if the Earth's a curve? It's not showing anything by putting water on a horizontal line, and we don't even have gravity to prove that.
What the fuck kind of crap?
I don't have gravity to show the water pushing it down.
Where did you guys get this dude? Where'd you find him at? Under a rock out of an asylum?
Where'd you find the mashed potato?
You're the same place you are. In somebody's basement.
5 miles away. All I hear that comes out of mashed potato, Coke bottle, mashed potato.
Can you guys let him out of your basement so we can touch grass, please? Let this kid touch water so he knows it's horizontal, please. Somebody get him a fish tank. This guy thinks water's curving in his fish tank.
Water curves.
Head. Take him to the asylum.
It does curve. We just can't see it with the naked human eye because it's so small. You need to make it big for it to see it.
We have horizontal. Do you know what we used way back in the day? We used water to prove horizontal. Isn't that weird? Why would you prove water is horizontal if you guys are trying to use it for a curve?
Needs glasses. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
At the hardware store, you get a water level.
What are you talking about? Hardware stores.
Horizontal water. What are you talking about? Bendy water that doesn't exist.
Hey,
It
Dimash.
does exist.
Hey,
Where?
Dimash.
Show us.
I've
Dimash,
showed
can you?
you.
Wait, hold on. Dimash,
Brother,
am
give
I
me
a
your
real
cup of
person
water
or
where
not?
one side is higher than the other.
Dimash, am I
Shut
a
up.
real person or not?
Do what?
Am I a real person or not?
You don't sound like it because you don't believe in horizontal water.
No. Like
Real reality is hard for you
objectively.
guys. You
No,
guys
just give me like
make
an
believe
answer.
stuff and say if and maybe and hopefully.
Dimash is so
Mom,
philosophical. He
please,
can't even
Mom,
take a
please.
simple question.
Mom,
No,
can we
am I?
Answer a
get
simple
water
question.
someday in the future? Mom, can we please pray that we make a machine that can somehow find a curve of Earth because we're too
That's not
stupid?
what he's asking though. He's asking if he's a
Praying
real
to
person, but
find
you
the
can't answer
curve
Yeah,
that
am I a
because you're
real
such a
person or
retard.
not?
He's praying for Kirby water. We don't have any. I'm sorry.
Wait, so
The
if I'm
smoosh.
not a real
Water
person,
cups.
then you're schizophrenic, right?
Brother, only a real human can show us that they live on a globe by showing curving water at rest.
No. My question is, am I
Chat
a real person
GPT
or
only
not?
deals with computers and cartoon TV screens. So far as you're a fucking TV screen right now. Can you get with
So
the real water and show us and prove you're real?
You heard it
I'm not a
yourself.
real person.
This is a TV screen.
Yeah,
If I'm
you're
not
on
a real
a TV
person,
screen.
who are you talking to?
Wait, is the Earth a
Brother,
TV
I'm
screen?
talking to a bunch of
Mate, who wants something?
I'm
The Earth's a TV screen, there's mashed potatoes flying around it. Is it a Coke bottle?
I'm talking to
Yeah,
some
and then there's mashed
military
potatoes
fucking
everywhere.
rejects, a bunch of military rejects who don't know how to touch water.
Wait, so I'm real.
Coke bottle filled with mashed.
Bunch of fucking military rejects sitting at a table from the Department of Defense who can't fucking touch water and don't know you can go to the hardware store and get what's called a water level to make a horizontal line. It doesn't make curves. We don't have any curving horizontal fucking
Oh, and clip this shit.
hardware.
No, that was a funny clip.
If you put a water level inside water, it'll be curved.
Yeah, let me go to the hardware store so I can get a water line, a horizontal line.
No, you can also go get a ruler and put it on a ball, and you can see.
Yeah,
that
you
If you
can't
get a
see
water
the
curve
curve
and
if
you
you're
put it on the ground, it's going to be curved.
there is no horizontal on a sphere. A horizontal line only touches that sphere at
You
a
just
fucking
proved it.
focal
That's not
point.
horizontal.
It's a
You're
focal
talking to
point.
yourself.
There is only a focal point of a line that can touch a sphere, not a line. The line itself doesn't reside on the sphere. Only a focal point. That means smaller than you, little guy, on this big Earth. Smaller than you.
Big
Why?
Earth. Yeah, Earth's a
The
planet. Alright,
only
Earth's a
horizontal
planet's
you can
around.
ever
Okay, you
have is
proved your point.
smaller than your feet
Welcome
width.
to Round Earth.
No,
Welcome to
welcome
Round
to
Earth.
non-existent horizontals on a globe, and we got them everywhere. Every horizon is perfectly horizontal. Stupid. All water is horizontal while it's at rest, dummy.
Hey, guess what?
Welcome.
Edges of the
That none of
circle. You
us
could
can
say that's
exist on a
horizontal
ball.
if you're looking in
No
if you're looking from the
horizontal can
middle.
exist on a ball. Go get your ruler.
Can you touch the horizon?
Stop. If that exists, you're not on a ball.
Bro,
Why are you
Dimash,
talking
you
about
definitely believe
horizons
it's
when you
gold at
can't
the end
touch
of
the
a
horizon?
rainbow.
You don't have an
Dimash,
arcing
you
ruler.
definitely
You
believe
don't
there's
have an
gold at the
arc.
end of the
Show
rainbow.
us how the arc level works.
I don't know. Try
Go
find
give
gold
us
at the
your
end of the
curve
rainbow. You probably have
level.
a better job than convincing me with your mashed potato bullshit.
Brother, I just want to get a curved level so we can fucking level out this curving water.
I know you need
I
to
want to go to the
make another
hardware
metaphor
store
that
and
makes no
find the
sense,
ball
please.
level. Where's the ball level at?
I don't know. You tell me. You're trying to prove
It
something
doesn't
to me.
exist.
Alright.
Gravity
What's the
debunked.
proof?
The ball level doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's not
If
proof.
you
That's
had
just you saying
yeah,
something.
it is, dumbass. If you
No, it
had that
isn't.
thing, you would be proving all that stuff.
No, I'm not proving it to you because your small brain can't
No, you
comprehend it.
don't have it. That's how you're proving your imaginary friend doesn't exist. I can't go in the closet and pull him out.
I know you can't because you
That
don't know how
means
to
he's
move.
not
You're probably
real.
paralyzed from the neck down.
You can't go touch your imaginary curve.
What's 1 + 1?
Imaginary buddies in your closet. One what? One what? 1 + 1 what?
Yeah, what
Fucking
is it?
idiot.
What's 1 + 1?
What? One
What's
what?
1 + 1?
What do I have one of, you dumb fuck?
What's 1 + 1?
Okay, if you have
Oh
one
my
elephant
fucking
and you put
God.
beside another elephant, how many elephants do you have?
Brother, can you find the fucking curb and water? This is the
Can you
flat
find
earth
what 1
channel.
+ 1 is? I'm
Where
not speaking to
Globers
you
are
until you can
supposed to prove how dumb we are by bringing curved water.
prove how dumb you are. You can't know what 1 + 1
Supposed to
is.
bring water curving to show how smart you are. That's all
No,
you
we
need.
asked you first. We asked you what 1 + 1 was ages
Curving
ago.
water is all you need. Nothing else.
No.
Curving
One
water
plus-
will prove everything you need to prove. You don't need to talk to anyone. ever.
No, I
If
need to
you
speak to
can
you.
find
Asking you what 1
curving
plus 1
water,
is.
stop. If you can find curving water, you don't need to talk. The discussion is done. If you can find curving water, no talkie. Let's go find curving
Alright,
water.
what's 1 plus 1 then?
Curving water.
You don't know what 1
Where's
plus 1
that?
is, okay.
Or it's at the
Alright.
curving water.
It's okay that you don't know what 1 plus 1 is.
It's
It's
okay
fine.
you don't know what curving
It's
water
fine.
is.
It's
We
fine because you
know.
only need curving water in your life. Forgot about
You
that.
need curved water to be on a globe. It's okay.
Oh, so it's fine that you don't know what 1 plus 1 is.
It's fine. You don't know what curving water, and the whole part of this discussion is
Trust me,
curving
you're missing
water.
out on so much because you
This
don't know what
isn't
1
the
plus 1
math
is.
channel. I'm sorry, you came to the wrong place, idiot retard. This isn't the math channel.
You don't know what 1 plus 1 is.
You don't know what an Earth channel is, do you? Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. You know where you're
You
at,
don't know
bro.
what, you don't know what 1 plus 1 is.
Hey, Zavex? Zavix?
Yeah, hello.
Do you like mashed potatoes?
Yeah, I love mashed potato.
Especially when you get them with the
What shape are
a
they?
bit of Coke.
How do you mathematically tell the shape of mashed potatoes?
I don't know. I don't really talk to people that don't know like simple math, so I'm sorry.
Can I ask these British
How do
guys?
we? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, the British guys. I'm English as well. So, if you had a potato that was the same size as the Earth.
Okay, I'm not speaking to you.
Okay, so if you had a potato that was the same size as the Earth, let's say a mashed potato, because you seem to.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, so we got a mashed potato, same size as the Earth. At what rate would it curve on the surface?
We're not talking about mashed potatoes here.
Well, I actually am talking about mashed potatoes. They're delicious.
It's the mashed potato as big as the Earth.
Yes, we just said it is. We're gonna for this imaginary example.
It curves at the same rate then.
What rate?
I don't know what the rate is.
Well, could you find that for us real quick? The one you believe
you find
in.
it. You're asking a question.
No, we need the one you believe in, Glober. We don't believe in any rate of a globe curve. None.
Alright, you don't believe it then. You don't believe what I'm about to say, so I'm
Ours
gonna say
is
it.
zero. So do you agree with this?
So can I get an answer to that then? At what rate would that mashed potato curve?
Mashed potato doesn't curve.
Actually, it does. It curves at the same rate as the Earth when it's the same size.
Alright, so you just said the Earth curves. Alright.
I said if it curves. If. I said if.
Hypothetical.
Do you know what if means? Doesn't know what if means, right? Fair enough.
That
was an interesting. Yeah, that was an interesting rate.
Well, the other gentleman came in. He didn't know the math. He said we had the wrong math. And then this other gentleman doesn't know the math. Every one of them that come in here got their own mathematical formula for Earth. So how many mathematical formulas does that make now? About 2 million? There's about 2 million different fucking mathematical formulas depending on what glober you talk to. And then every other glober's stupid, along with every other flat earther. And then every other Mick West and every other mathematician or every other person who's done any fucking math for the globe or any brilliant rocket scientist who the only fucking human supposedly sent something to the actual curve down past it, right? But you guys don't believe that. You got your own math. Every one of you motherfuckers got your own mathematical curve. How does this make sense to any of you guys?
Yeah, they've got a central idea that they have to believe in because it's a religion. And then they say, okay, well, I know that my religion is true because the TV says so. So anything else doesn't matter. I will just make the rest up as long as the central religion is protected. Everything else is just up for grabs, up for debate.
And I apologize for any taking off topic, but I'm trying to keep them on the topic where they want to go in a weird way because they keep bringing in religion, they keep bringing in belief, they keep bringing in the imaginary, they keep bringing in just the goofiest shit. Never a physical amount of water curving away from a horizontal line. Why the fuck is this so hard for them?
Yeah, I don't get it either. They can't even engage at any kind of philosophical level. They just have to nut arm right out the gate, which is pretty sad. It's like, I'm not a Christian, but if a Christian wants to debate me about Christianity, I could at least have the debate. I wouldn't just be calling them a retard constantly. I would actually have the debate, right? So I don't know why they're incapable of even engaging in a discussion. It's weird.
Well, their whole premise is ask us a bunch of questions of what we believe. They're like, what's your religion on math? What's your religion on water? What's your religion on physics? What's your religion on ifs? What's your religion on what could be's and might happen someday? Like, what the fuck, dude? Can we get down to the fucking physicality of reality ever? When are they proving something instead of asking us a dumb question? I thought all these motherfuckers were Professor Dave, brilliant, smart, coy, goofy, obsessive compulsive Professor Dave, right? He obsessively
I
compulsively thinks
really,
he's smart.
I really wish I could be a Globey. I just really love the idea of being able to say nana nana boo boo and then winning any argument I was ever in.
I got a picture of Bigfoot. You don't believe the math? Well, Bigfoot's not this. Well, what's the difference? They're both fucking pictures, dude, that ain't real. You can't back or verify either one of them. So why would I believe that over Bigfoot? They're the same thing. The globe and Bigfoot are the same fucking thing until we can prove physically we're on a ball. Looking at
Do you know the difference between knowing and belief?
Yes. Looking at Bigfoot in a picture is believing in Bigfoot. But having the body of Bigfoot and being able to dissect or cure or help or talk to is a whole different thing. So we need the first hand touchy-feely. Secondhand, we don't give a fuck about the secondhand garbage evidence. We could care less about any of that garbage. We don't want secondhand fucking photos. You can fill my briefcase up with photos of Bigfoot, but when I get Bigfoot, you can throw all those fucking photos away. I never needed any of them. I got Bigfoot now.
So the difference between knowing and believing, a preacher once told me that he had a husband and wife with 10 kids. And he said that mama knows that all 10 kids belong to the daddy, but the daddy believes that all 10 kids belong to him.
Huh?
Yeah, mama does too sometimes, because sometimes mama can have a wild party and there could be more than one guy within a 9-month period. And then mama don't know. Mama hopes too. Mama believes this just as well as daddy in that scenario, baby boy.
That's it. If she's visiting around, so to speak, then absolutely it's a belief.
Yes, sir. It's part of life. Hey, here I am. When they get mad at me, it's because it's such a real thing. They're like, holy crap. Whoa. The mama might not even know. So does that mean the whole town's in on it? Does that mean NASA's in on it? No. You're little Bobby Glober, and the globe isn't your daddy. But you thought it was. It's sad.
Yes, so sad.
It's amazing is what it is.
Yeah, and your daddy is the flat earth and you never knew. The whole time he's sitting across the street like, look at my boy. Looks just like daddy. So
Yeah.
horizontal.
You know, it kind of reminds me of when the little boy went to bed one night and said, his prayers said, God bless mommy, God bless grandpa, God bless grandma, bye bye daddy. And then the next day, dad was really worried. And then the next morning, the dad gets up all happy. And yep, the milkman dies. Exactly. You got it. You got it.
Did he actually die though, the milkman? I'm kind of scared for him.
The question is, who's daddy?
The milkman.
How do you know?
He died.
That could be just wishful thinking, brother. What's the proof?
Well, was that story real? I don't think so.
Brother, how come all you have is a stupid question? Do you ever have an answer?
Okay, the story wasn't real, so therefore Daddy wasn't real.
Okay, so the globe's not real because the story of a globe isn't real, correct?
What's the story of a globe? Tell me before we move on.
I have no clue. I wish
You
you
have no
could prove
clue,
it.
so you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I don't know what made up stuff is in your head. I could never.
Yeah, you just.
So you can't say the story of the globe is
You
fake.
just
The story of the globe
yourself.
doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I don't know what in your head is real or not. Only
I don't
you
know
do,
what's in your head,
weirdo.
real or not. I've been
Listen,
recording this
if
whole
it's in
thing. I
your
just watched
head,
it back, and you sound like
if
an
it's
idiot.
in your head, it's clearly not physical, right?
Yep, that's correct.
But it came from a physical thing called you, right? Inside your physical fucking tissue called skin and brain.
So that my brain came from the physical tissue called skin.
Yes, it's all
Carry
physical. Yep, your thought come from something physical too.
Did it, or did it come from my brain, which you just said wasn't physical?
Well, I said your brain is physical, you stupid bastard.
Yeah, there's no need to get angry here.
Well, no need to make no sense every 5 seconds.
No,
And
We're having a
say the
civilized
opposite of what
conversation
I
here.
said.
Keep it respectful.
Yeah,
You
we're
guys
trying to
don't
keep a
listen very
respectful
good. You
mutual
said the
conversation
opposite
between
of
each
what
other
you
here.
said.
There's no need
If
to get
I said
angry
I
here.
reach up real high, you guys are going to say, how low did you go? What are you guys
How
even
do you know?
talking about? Huh?
Well, then you went to a negative.
I reached up real high. Now
You're
tell
a
me what I
racist.
said. What did I say, guys? Repeat that. See how hard it is for him?
You're a racist, man.
I reached up real high, and these guys cannot fucking repeat my sentence.
What's 1 plus 1?
We're talking to ChatGPT Siri right now.
No, we're not. You're talking to Savage
Talk to
MC.
Lopsy.
We got 2 C
Bro, you
and
literally remind me of SpongeBob. Is this a Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. This is Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. Literally what you sound like.
Oh, yeah, it's what your globe sounds like when you can't prove it. Sounds like a bunch of goopballs.
The globe
like
doesn't
you
make
and
a
you're
sound.
stupid.
Yeah, you just said
Globe's a
the
shape.
globe. This is what the globe sounds like. Okay, see, this proved it's real.
What's it
Welcome
look
to
like?
Round Earth.
What's it look like,
Welcome to
though?
Round Earth.
Saying the globe assumes the
Not what it
existence of a
sounds
globe.
like. We don't want to know what it sounds like. We want to know what it looks
It's like
like.
saying the dads, because you don't have dads, so I can't really say that.
We figured that. I thought you guys were next to each other in the basement somewhere in an asylum.
No, we're not. I'm in the garden right now.
Prove it. Prove it. You're lying. You
In
two
the
are sitting
garden
right
with my
next to each
PC.
other in a room. You're brothers. You're brothers in the same fucking house. You guys are funny.
Yeah, how do you know?
Isn't that crazy?
How do you know that? You're so smart.
That. There'd be about 20 of you military boys, and
You're like a
What do you think we're military boys?
yeah. There'd be military, Mossad, Navy, CIA, Army.
I'm not in the military.
You sit at big Look, I know a lot of people in the military, man. They sit at big tables. They got a big table, and a lot of you guys get around on a big table. I don't know which ones you are.
How do you know?
There's like up to 100 or two in a fucking room at all times, working Discord channels and working everything live, anything that you can get involved with. You guys get in there and you try to fucking retard it down, and you try to infiltrate it, or you try to just snitch on whatever's going on.
How does he know that How does he know that we're in a mental asylum?
Are you on my camera?
To sit at
Are
a
you on my
table
camera?
and to lie to people about who I am and make shit up and I'm in the military, and I'm getting information for the military. It's intel.
Wait, how? So you knew that?
Yeah, I'm getting the intel that the Earth is
You
flat
got
now.
OBS up. Owen, you got OBS up.
Everybody
No.
knows this who's not a
Get up
pile
now,
of mashed
please.
potatoes.
Alright. Hero, what difference does a flat Earth make anyway?
Well, I don't know, flat earther. What difference? Tell your mom you're a flat earther. We're good to go.
What?
It doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. So why'd you guys say much about it?
Your doctor and your mom and your preacher and your teacher, it's a flat earth and they're stupid and it makes no difference.
Exactly, it makes no difference. So why do you care so much?
So why the flat earther? I don't care that you're a flat earther. We're great.
What? We're round earthers.
I don't have any problem with you being a flat earther, brother. We're awesome.
Welcome to Round Earth.
Welcome to Round Earth.
I wish it would show itself someday. I wish it would appear someday, since I'm so microscopic and it's so big.
You're not that microscopic. I can see you.
With the round Earth Funhouse City and the buildings tilting away from each other. That'd be so fucking wonky. Looking in curved water and trying to shave.
They're tilting away at each other at like 2 centimeters per
mustache and
7
curved
miles.
water. How scarred up would your face be using a round 360 mirror to shave with? You boys are so stupid.
What?
360 mirrors you guys believe in. You can't use a flat one. You can't use a flat mirror to shave in, dummy. You got to use a round one.
Well, no, it's not entirely flat.
Funhouse.
It curves a little bit.
Funhouse boy. This should clarify it for you. Go shave in your 360 globe mirror. We'll come back when you're all cut the fuck up.
So you're telling me you shave in a flat mirror?
Yeah, that's what you shave in.
It's a little bit
that's
curved.
how water works. Water is horizontal, just like your mirror.
Why are we talking about water? We're talking about
Water
mirrors.
in your mirror reflect a horizontal perfect image. You back to you.
Well, if you're talking about 7/12 all the time, you're so addicted to 7/12. You're so addicted to 7/12. You can't keep talking about 7/12.
Can you hop off 7/12s?
The mirror shows you a 1-for-1 scale of yourself if it's flat.
Yeah, but you're talking about 7/12s. You're talking about 7/12s.
Well, no, it doesn't show a 1-to-1 scale because if you stand 700 meters away, then you'll look like 2 centimeters tall.
Why are you guys so stupid? What do you see in a round mirror, guys? Show us.
Well, the 7 inches of 12 dip. You can't.
You see an upside down flipped image of yourself.
You don't even know what a rounded mirror is. What the fuck?
A rounded mirror is a mirror with round edges.
So go shave in it and show us how your face looks.
No, I don't want to.
I have a mirror with rounded edges.
Shave looking in a mirror, right?
I'm getting a biscuit.
Welcome to flat Earth. Because when you fly over lakes,
welcome to the globe.
When you fly over lakes, they don't show you.
Wait,
welcome to Round Earth.
Wait, why are you saying welcome to flat Earth like I was in the globe? Wait, but I thought it was flat the whole time.
Earth's water is like a perfect mirror, flat. You don't see a funhouse image. Yeah.
It's not flat as well.
To you. No, it is flat.
Go up in a spaceship and you'll see the Earth is.
It is flat.
If you go in space, water's not going to be flat anymore. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
That wouldn't make any sense.
No, but like then you can see the Earth from far away.
Ruler, it's not going to be horizontal.
It's not horizontal. Okay. He said it himself. A ruler's not horizontal. Write that down.
You find where water's not horizontal at rest.
Alright, so he said water is not horizontal.
Make sure you put that in a quote, but we need to remember that. That's really good evidence. Put that to Demosh's formula. Demosh's formula.
Yeah, mirror ball Earth versus flat mirror Earth.
Earth, mashed potato. Millball Earth, mashed potato.
What
not horizontal.
Mashed potatoes.
Dude, it's a pretty key term. We need to revise for the test next week.
Yeah. Wait, you've got it down. Mirror ball.
What shape is a cloud? What shape is a cloud, boys? Must be a globe, huh? Cloud shape?
No, he's making sense here.
Globe math. Cloud shape is the only thing that matches globe math. Globe math.
That's what we've been saying.
It grows, it shrinks, it gets taller, it gets lower, it gets further, it gets closer. It's like a turd. You live on a turd ball math potato.
We live on a turd. Quick.
Yeah, you live on a turd. What shape is a turd?
Round.
What shape's a turd?
Globe shape. It's a globe turd.
Wait, oh my god.
Wait, no, we need to write that down.
The third turd from the sun.
The third turd from the sun.
Yeah, it's a turd.
How many turds are there?
Because when you pass away, you're going to feed the trees, and they're going to shit.
Feed the trees.
Yeah, manure. Yeah, manure when things poop. They feed stuff, and it eats it, and it dies, and it becomes the poop and manure. Yeah, you're going to become manure, all of you.
Can you slow down a bit? Can you slow down a bit? I need to write this all down.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I don't know why that's
You're talking too fast. Wait, you're talking too fast. Wait.
No, everything is going to be ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
What did you say after Globeturd?
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
I actually recorded it that time.
The one thing I didn't say. You're trying to write it down.
I actually did record it.
The word I didn't say is.
Wait, can we show this recording of you saying it? Can you show a recording of you? Wait, do you want this on a VC? We'll show you a recording of everything you've been saying.
The funniest trolls I've ever met. What bridge do you live under? All right, I had fun. I got to clean up. Too many trolls. Sorry to take it over, brother, but they're not being serious with you at all. They're just trying to be crazy. Whoever's next, somebody else, like if there's someone else that has actual questions or something, be more than happy to actually answer them if it's not about mashed potatoes.
Well, they couldn't even tell me the curvature of mashed potato earlier, so they can't be actually mashed potatoes either.
Right. But my whole point is when they keep asking what shape, they keep thinking everything has a shape. Motherfucker, you go outside, what shape is your backyard? It's not a shape.
Yeah.
What shape is it? Go pick up a rock. What shape is that? It's not a shape.
Well, it is a shape. Well, it is a shape, but it's not like a...
It's not a man-made ideal mathematical premise of geological fucking or Euclidean shape or Newtonian shape or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. So it's like you can't. I mean, nothing in reality is actually a triangle. Some things are close to being triangles.
Correct.
Can't, but nothing is an exact triangle. Like nothing.
It's a conceptual premise on the basis of building and formats and structure and engineering and different ways to do things. So if the wheel doesn't work, maybe the triangle does. If the triangle does, maybe the pyramid does. If the pyramid doesn't, maybe a cube does. If a cube doesn't, maybe a string does. You know, it's engineering. We do this shit. Like we use different things. Like
Desmos. I've got an argument. Dismooch. Do we live on a globe, turd? Dismooch.
So if mashed potato was the same size as the Earth,
oh my! No way! You're talking about mashed potato.
So what would the curvature of the mashed potato be?
What would you say? The curvature of mashed potato?
You're not going to range
it would be a drop of 8 centimeters per mile. 7/12. I've answered this question before.
Hello.
It's 7/12 squared mile per 8 inches.
My guy. You're not going to rage quit on me again, are you? I just need to know the curvature of mashed potato. If the mashed potato was the same size as the Earth.
Okay, 7/12 to the power of 6. There you go. Answered your question. It's 8 inches per mile.
Per mile squared.
No.
Yes.
If it's a straight line, it's not going to be a mile squared.
What? So the Earth isn't a sphere? Thank you. I appreciate that.
What? Welcome to Flat Earth. If we're talking 1D or 2D, that's going to be a straight. No, it's not 2D. If we're talking 1D, it's going to be a straight line.
Yo,
she said per inch squared, not per mile squared.
Heard you. Still talking. You think
I said the buzzword straight line, and I think I'm talking about the Earth.
Yeah. So you think
that isn't a straight line?
Yes. Okay. Answer the question. You think the Earth is a sphere, right?
Yeah. Nope. We think it's flat. You think it's a sphere?
No, I think it's flat as well. Let's.
No, you think it's a sphere. Stop lying. You're just trying to prove it to me that it's a sphere.
No, I think it's flat.
No, you've been trying to prove it's a sphere. I'm driving right now. I need to focus. I'm driving right now.
That's cool. Everyone's a flat earther. Awesome. That was easy.
You're literally a globist.
I'm not a wobblerist.
You are. You've been DMing me that you're being a globist.
We only believe in what we can demonstrate and measure and prove to each other. We don't believe. Hold on, stop. We're not an anythingist, but what you and I can go see for real life.
Wait, Hold
on. Do you hear me, brother? Why do you keep talking to yourself? You're
Sorry,
not having
I'll
a
stop now.
conversation with anybody but yourself. Hold on.
I'll stop now. Stop.
fucking
Stop.
talking.
I'll stop. I'll
Dude,
stop.
you stop. Stop.
I'll stop now. I'll stop.
Press the mute button, idiot.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We don't need to hear you say you're gonna stop. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah, just stop talking. Easy.
We just need the measurements of the
Did
Earth.
Mooch.
You and I can go stand next to each other and measure stuff. Then we can come to a conclusion together. It's not the Earth's not anything we can't go out and measure. It's whatever we measure. That's it. Bottom line. It's not no if or a but. You and I have to be able to demonstrate from scratch anything we're going to claim in this fucking physical reality of life till we die, right? No one's going to believe you got unicorns in your closet or I got Snuffleupagus or Bigfoot in my fucking basement just because I show them pictures or I can look at him from 5 miles away in a gorilla suit. It's not going to work. We have to be close to this curving water. We have to be able to prove it or the horizontal water. Or if the water makes a mashed potato. Whatever the fuck it make, whatever it does, that's
the water doesn't make a mashed potato because water's only H2O.
Shut up.
And mashed potatoes are made of hydrogen.
You need to add a lot of starch.
We're going to figure it out while we're standing there. Go
You
ahead.
have to test this starch using iodine solution.
Brother, we're going to figure out what water does.
Or methane blue, so you can look into a cell easily. So you can highlight it, yeah.
So you guys live on hot glue? That's
What's that?
cool. That's cool.
No, we don't live on hot glue. We live on something called planet Earth.
We live on sugar water glue ball. Okay.
Do you?
I don't know what you guys are talking about. Do you have any curving water?
But you do?
We're trying to
Yeah,
find a curved
I've
water.
got water here that's curving.
Religion is curved water. Where's it at?
Is it? Oh, religion's curved water.
I'm not religious,
Makes
though.
sense now.
Yeah, your religion is curving water sticking to the bottom of a fucking turd.
That's not a religion.
Wait, write it down.
Gravity's holding
Wait,
stuff from a horizontal
Actually, no, I might be religious because curved water is like my god.
I know that. That's what we're trying to prove wrong.
Curved water is my idol.
That doesn't exist.
But curved water does exist. He told me.
Wait, D-Smooch. D-Smoochus, whatever your name is. D-Smoochus.
What do you need, bro?
D-Smoochus. Sorry, what did you say?
What do you need?
I couldn't catch what you said.
I said, welcome to Flat Earth, brother.
Welcome to Round Earth.
I haven't seen that yet.
Prove that the Earth's flat to me.
Hold on. You got to prove to a little kid that you put something in a globe in a book called a globe. These little kids want the proof. They want all you lying globers to be able to get together, all of you guys. You can't hold hands. You can't do shit. None of you physicists, none of you professional anybody, none of the engineers, none of the scientists, none of you fucking globers can point out curving water. The kids
So are you saying the smart people, the physicists, are round earthers?
Kids for I don't know how long. If they put curving water and you live on a globe in a book and they've been selling that shit to schools for I don't know how long and it's not true, the burden is on you guys. You've been selling the fucking story. No flat earther went into no school and tried to convince any kid of any shit. We never put it in a book. We never put it in a book and we never said you had to answer some questions on it, right? That means we didn't indoctrinate any kids with globe. You idiots did. And if you idiots
you're bringing up anti-Semitism.
Now you're just trying to back your own.
Okay, so it was alright until you started being racist. It was all okay until you did that.
Brother, it's not okay for you to be indoctrinated and then fucking idiot to a guy with a curtain. You can't see his magic behind the curtain.
Use a curtain.
I also have a curtain. It's behind me. There's a curtain behind me.
Where does the globe exist? Where can we test a globe? Where can we test water sticking to a ball in a lab?
Well, if we use Olifastino's constant.
No, I said where in a lab can we get some dirt and some water and see how they stick together?
Ask Olifastino and you'll find out for yourself.
Brother, we don't want to
ask the Fastino's law. The Fastino's law already proved curved water.
I've never met the guy.
It was a recent discovery.
Brother, if he's got some dirt and some water curving on it, then I would prove. Then he would be believable.
Do you want me to get him to join?
No, I want you to get hurt. And
I'll get him to join if you want. If you can't believe him,
you better get him to join, and hopefully he's got his dirt and water.
I bet this.
All right, I'll get him to join then. I'll message him to join. All right.
Yeah.
You can't believe me.
How we do orbit too in a lab. We want to know
Get
all
Fastina
the
to join, and it'll prove you all wrong.
orbits, tides next to a river, next to a still body of water on a moving
Actually,
ball.
I know him in real life, so I wonder if I just go into his house.
This is gonna be
and tell him to
great.
join.
You guys are gonna show us how
Yeah,
rivers
usually
work.
Lopsync. Lopsync's gonna get him to join.
Brother, we're gonna have a spinning ball. You guys are gonna have a river, still water, next to a waterfall, next to a tide. Right? You're gonna have all the ways water works right out in reality on that spinning ball live, correct?
Nope.
Nope. So you don't have any water sticking to a spinning ball.
We do, but the water's spinning with it.
Well, clearly we'll wait
Actually,
and you'll show us.
actually
Stop
nothing's sticking
lying
to a
about
spinning
it.
ball.
No,
The spinning ball's made up of
isn't
eggs
an
and
if.
water.
No, a ball isn't an if, and neither is water, motherfucker. They don't need they don't need you talking for them. When you go in the lab, they're gonna
As he's
speak for
joined,
themselves.
Fastina's joined. He's gonna prove you all wrong.
You're gonna spin a ball and you're gonna pour water on it, and we're gonna see the tides, the rivers, the water that sits still like in my cup and in my bathtub and in my fucking pool, right?
That's all the variables you need to take into consideration. Spin a
Yeah,
ball
for a
with
ball,
water
yeah,
on
they
it.
all have to work at the same time.
Right, Fastina, prove it wrong.
That's not how you do scientific
Alright, so
experimentation.
how the observer?
You need all of the variables.
Yeah, and the seasons. You can do them one at a time if you want. Show the still water on a moving ball, then the river, then the tide. Show us how they all work different. And then you can show us the seasons on a moving ball with your ball sun heat lamp, and show us how the top of the mountain gets cold closer to the heat lamp, and the bottom of the mountain is really hot.
You just don't understand how science works. That's why you don't believe in it.
Well, I'm gonna see. We're gonna see the demonstration of how it works. Apparently.
Yeah.
Why do I need to understand anything that you're gonna show me? Once you show me, then I'll fucking clearly understand. I'll see it.
I will develop a gas that
Wait, get
smells
Fastina
like
trying
poop.
to speak. Fastina can prove every one of you wrong and prove its curve. Fastina, speak.
Yes, anyway. You're not running the room.
Fastina,
You need to go to the Fastina's law. I already documented everything. It's under the name Fastina's law.
I was talking. So, the guy that just said about believing in science, why do I need to believe in science? What part of the scientific method does it say belief is required?
Well, the scientific method was actually proven by the
Well, if you're trying to prove something, sure you believe in it, right?
Didn't ask you, I asked the other kid.
Yeah.
Okay.
So shut up while he answers.
The scientific method.
You're interrupting people to read, right?
What it does is it shows you what reality is.
Fuck.
In an accurate, repeatable process.
Sure. So what part of the scientific
method, right?
So what part of the scientific method requires belief?
Fuck.
I didn't say that. You just twisted my words. I didn't say you have to
No,
believe.
you actually specifically said to Demok that he doesn't believe in science, right? So then I asked you, what part of the scientific method deals with belief? And the answer is none of it.
It all does.
Yeah, because it's in your head. Belief is in your head. You believe stuff yourself.
You know that there's a difference between the two claims.
I'm going to pull over and ban the both of you because I want to have a conversation with this guy. Stop obfuscating.
Alright, my bad.
Fuck off. Very simple.
Yeah.
Carry on, please.
Okay, so there's a difference between the claim you don't believe in science or believe in science and what you said, which is the claim that whether or not scientific method requires belief.
But science is the scientific method, right?
Yeah.
So if belief isn't required, then why are you even making the statement that he doesn't believe in it? It's not relevant.
Well, here's the thing. Science gives you, it explains what reality is. And then it's the only thing that we have that explains reality in that degree of accuracy. So if you're not going to believe in that, then you got to come up with something that is either as accurate or more accurate. If not, then you're coming with things out of your mind.
Yeah, so what you're doing is you're claiming the scientific method and saying, well, we have proven the globe through the scientific method, which you haven't. What science actually does, no, you haven't. What the scientific method does is establish cause and effect relationships. right? It doesn't establish truth. It establishes cause and effect relationships, and that doesn't require belief. The reason that we agreed that the scientific method is a good method for establishing cause and effect relationships is through philosophy, not through belief. So the word belief isn't part of science, and it doesn't need to be part of science. It's a philosophy that was agreed upon by people at the time and has been refined since.
Yeah, I agree, but
fantastic. So
when
you say people don't believe in science, that's just a waste of everyone's time, isn't it?
I don't believe that.
No, because inherently you have to either believe or disbelieve in anything.
No, it's an agree, disagree, not a believe, disbelieve.
It's believe, disbelieve. You have to agree on something in order to agree
that's a
with
category error. It's agree, disagree.
On what? On science?
Yeah, because you can believe, like you can agree or disagree with the philosophy of science that established the scientific method. I think most people agree that the scientific method is a good way of establishing cause and effect relationships, right?
Yes.
Fantastic. So belief not required, agreement required.
No, you always come up to the belief at the end of the... Because it has to do with reality.
But that's a much wider consideration, because now you're starting to get into the realms of solipsism. Whereas I'm at a more practical level. Yes. At a more practical level, if we know that we're not brains in a jar, right, we accept the reality of the world with which we're presented, then we can agree that the scientific method is a good way of establishing cause and effect relationships. No belief required.
False.
At the end, there's still belief. Because
right, so you're going
at the end of the day,
the solipsism thing, which I was saying isn't necessary for this discussion.
Well, you're the one bringing it up, the belief thing, when I said believe. So that's why we're getting into this. It's not me.
Hold on. You said belief. That's why I brought it up, because you said it first.
If it only comes down to belief, then how can science even hold a fucking candle to anything if it's all just what a guy believes while he's in a lab doing this versus what the other guy believes? You know, if there's 300 million people in America, that's going to be 300 million fucking different beliefs. So are they all correct because they all believe? No.
Yeah,
exactly. They have to agree. Yes.
So philosophy is more relevant to this discussion. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, but also I think the reason I wanted to get so anal about that was because you've obviously used the word belief in a weaponized sense, right? So you're saying to him, "Oh, you don't even believe in science."
I did not weaponize it.
Yeah, well, you did. So that's why. That's why I think now.
Claim.
Yeah, but I think that's why you're now.
It's a ridicule weapon.
You're now defending that silly statement because you'd weaponized it and it's been dismantled, and now you're saying, "Oh no, but I want my weapon back." Sorry, bro. Belief isn't necessary in science. Agreement is necessary, and it establishes cause and effect relationships, and everyone in this.
Peer review is done by agreeance, not belief.
But you're actually pretty smart, D-Smuch.
Anyway, see you later, guys.
Sorry? Alright, now I'm done. Fastino's going to explain this law like he said he would. Alright, Fastino.
I've already documented my law. It took me like 40 minutes to explain it once. No, I thought you want to hear me yap on about it for 40 minutes.
Once more.
The problem is, it's already been documented.
Okay, can you read it out, please, Fastino? People are waiting. Just the formula. Read out the formula.
The length of the horizon is the height of the observer times 1.225 divided by how the atmosphere is feeling.
Damn. You got out of breath when you said that.
Divided by the atmosphere. Hold on, what's that? What's the value of the atmospheric refraction?
Well, this is like the combination of everything, like the temperature, the density, the pressure.
No, I said, what's the value?
Like 12. It's usually 12.
To figure that out with separate formula.
12 what? 12 what?
Nuons.
Nuons of what?
Newton's pure clear.
Of what?
Jocks key.
What the fuck does that mean for the air and the medium and the temperature?
You know what juice key, right? You know what juice keyism is? You're telling me you don't know what the 7/12 of juice key is?
Brother.
I can't really explain it to you. You need to know what the juice key of 7/12 is.
Brother, you need to tell me where in the fuck you got a calculator or formula for air not bending light. You said refraction, right? I want to
I
see
never
what
said
you're
anything
talking
about
about.
refraction.
So what's he talking about? The horizon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the horizon. Where's it at again? On Monday?
Nope.
Where's it at on Monday at 10 o'clock? Where's it at Monday on noon?
Explain.
Gross.
It's where the sky appears to meet the sea.
No. Globers bring this word called refraction, and they say light bends. So you don't know where the fuck it's at, because light's bending and tricking you.
Well, yeah,
right?
you can't touch the horizon, so you can't really know where it is.
So that means you don't have a fucking horizon. It shrinks and grows every hour, every day.
So
it's never the
so
same.
it doesn't exist because you can't touch it. It doesn't exist because you can't touch it.
Where did you get the value of where it's at every second?
From Faustino's formula. We just told you.
Yeah.
Brother, do you have a side view to match this in a fucking in a line?
Faustino's
so you have an arc on paper, a clear piece of paper I can line up to the horizon that's arcing, and we can see all your math.
Yes.
Side view.
Yes.
Show us.
Can't.
You can't go outside and show us a side view of your math.
It's been documented for 21 years.
So you can't go outside and show us your clear paper with your arc on it and match the arc of Earth, the horizon, water.
It's been documented every day for 21 years.
Brother, you fucking idiot. I'm asking you for an arc that matches your arc.
Well, the problem is an arc is a part of a circle, not a sphere. So you can't be using an arc in a 3D situation when an arc is 2D.
Drawing an arc on paper. I want to see your arc match the fucking horizontal line we see.
Draw a tangent against the arc.
That's 2D versus 3D. That's not going to work.
No, outside is the tangent. Outside is the horizontal
draw a tangent against the arc to see the average.
Top of the water, when you stare at the sun, it's horizontal across the top of it. You see
I've already told you.
Horizontally. Where's the arc? Where's the curve at?
You need to find it.
Where's it curving?
Yeah, you need to find it yourself.
No, I need to find where you got your math from. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Faustino's formula.
So where did you circle in that fucking horizon where you started?
That's Faustino. He made the formula. He's right here.
Well, tell him to circle it.
Smack him. He's right here.
Kick him.
Kick me?
Yeah. Wake that motherfucker up.
I'm not in the same asylum as him.
Circle where the horizon's curving at. You look the other way.
No. But he can't kick me because we're not in the same asylum. I'm in a different asylum.
You look to
He's in asylum 7A. I'm in asylum 3C.
Brother, you look forward. Have your buddy look to his right. Have your other buddy look to his left. And all your horizons, you guys just circle your fucking curve where you started your calculation of curve from.
Yeah, okay, I'll circle the curve. What next?
Show it to us.
I don't have image palms.
What address is it? Where would it be located? What longitude and latitude?
Oh, we live in Michigan, Texas.
So what longitude and latitude where'd you circle the curve at?
We usually take the latitude from the observer height times 1.225 divided by how the atmosphere is feeling.
Brother, why do you keep giving us useless information we never asked for? I said,
sorry. I know what you mean now. My bad.
Yeah. The longitude.
You take 7/12. And you divide it. Wait, I'm confused. What'd you say?
Where do you put the flag in the fucking area where the water's curving? We want to just see it. We want to go.
We don't really put the flag. We don't have.
You put the flag.
You can't.
If your market's on your own territory, you got to put it in the middle.
To mark the flag. Buoys. So there's no buoys, no boats, no nothing. You can't put something where the curving water is. You can't.
We don't have boats where we live.
Well, they're curving water. You just said curving water. You said they're curving water, which implies the existence of curving water. So you're just proving it. Thank you. Welcome to Ronda.
Just go get the local schools and show them on a field trip.
How many schools where we live?
Found earth curving water.
No, I already told you this. We're in asylums. There's no school here.
We found the water that curves at rest, kids.
Did you? You found it. Finally, welcome to Round Earth.
You guys, I'm taking them to your house.
Wait, no. Wait, you said you found it. Where is it? What longitude?
You found it. You wrote the math down.
Did we? Oh, we found it.
You just said you found it.
I'm looking for Waldo. I'm looking for
You just said
Baldo.
you found it.
No,
He's
I'm
over
looking
there.
for Baldo.
He's under there.
He's
under there.
To your house, apparently.
No, he isn't.
Waldo's under there, right?
Baldo.
Oh yeah, okay. Baldo's under there.
No, he isn't. He's up there.
Nowhere. Baldo's nowhere. We can't find the curved bird then.
He's under there.
He's not there.
If you
I'm
guys
getting confused. You guys are confusing me.
Yeah, I know. You guys are sad. If you guys are the best that Globers have to offer, this is getting sad.
Wait, he's under there. He's under there. Wait, document this. Wait, Faustino, you still doing your documenting? I forgot if you stopped yet. How much?
Yeah, well, the main point's done, but I'm just documenting all the discoveries that's possible with Faustino
when
as
you're
well.
giving it out to the government?
He's documenting.
When I'm done.
Faustino's been documenting his formula. He's letting out to the public in a year. So you're kind of the first person to find out about this.
For his imagination. I hope and believe I'm going to write a 2 for this and a 3 for this and a 5.
April 1st, 2025, my document's been released.
It'll be debunked like 3 seconds later.
I already gave you the formula. Have you debunked the formula?
Well, yeah,
1.225 times is over height divided by how the atmosphere is feeling on that specific day.
We can't see your formula happen.
We can.
You can.
Where
It's
at?
been scientifically proved by Joe Biden.
Outside in my backyard where the trees and stuff bend around a hill.
Do you live on a beach?
I got a train.
Can you see the horizon? Can you see the horizon from your garden?
Stop. Hold on. I got a little toy train on the back of my hill.
Joe Biden proved the formula? Are you trolling?
No, because he could go to the beach, so he can see the horizon. He can see the formula, so he can prove it.
Listen, dude, stop talking through people. Yeah? Right? We do see the horizon. Not done. We do see the horizon thousands of percent beyond your globe geometric limitations. Right? So not Earth curve. We falsified your radius through these measurements, through these distances.
Wait, you just said you could see the horizon.
Yeah?
You just said you could see the horizon around Earth.
Okay, so on a flat Earth, would the horizon be 100% sky or 100% ground? Not done, dude. Fuck. If I'm talking, shut the hell up, all right?
Okay, sorry.
So on a flat Earth, still doing it. On a flat Earth, would the horizon, instead of half sky, half ground, would that be 100% sky or 100% ground?
I'm back. Wait, repeat that.
I don't think you understand. The horizon isn't a physical thing.
No shit.
You can't go and touch the horizon.
It's not Earth curve, exactly. So that's what you would need, a geometric limitation, right? Implicated by that radius value. That distance to that horizon would be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So
just do the geometric dash.
It's not the formula.
Just do the geometric dash. Okay, you find it.
Yeah, look at the side chat, dude. I gave you Washington University math department.
The real one is 1.2.
That's secondary information. That's not primary information.
5 times the height of the observer divided by how the atmosphere is feeling.
These guys aren't serious. Come on.
No, it is generally. Ask Faustino. Look it up online. Faustino's formula. Look it up. Or are you scared to look it up?
Oh, this is a different guy, or the same guy who was saying Joe Biden proved it?
What?
That guy's long gone. He's not even in the call anymore. He left.
Maybe Pagana wants to take over for these trolls.
We're not trolling.
Sorry, I wasn't hearing. What did you say?
Right, so he said there wouldn't be a horizon on the flat Earth. Do you agree with his sentiment? Or do you think that's a straw man?
Sorry, I'm doing something right now, so I'm not completely focused. Can you say that again?
Okay. That last troll said there wouldn't be a horizon on a flat Earth. So I asked him, would the horizon instead of being 50-50 ground and sky, would it be 100% ground or 100% sky?
So horizon on a flat Earth.
Right. He said there wouldn't be a horizon at all. So a horizon is 50-50 ground and sky, yeah? So would it instead be all sky or all ground? Pretty bad straw man, huh? Would you agree that that would be a straw man position?
The horizon would be different on a flat Earth, but I do not like.
What would it
I'm
look
not
like?
sure how it would be, but
So
I never
you're not
looked into
sure,
this.
but you know it'd be different. Isn't that fucking weird?
No, it's just because I know how it works on a Earth surface.
So we have a
What do you mean? We just tested that distance of where it would be, right? You said that the Earth curve would be testable and measurable. So I put that to the test. I gave you that distance formula by Washington University Math Department saying for all practical purposes, you can use 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Instead, we saw the horizon in that black swan observation over 2,000% beyond that globe geometric limitation. And that would require your globe radius to be 1.8 million instead of under 4,000. So yeah, orders of magnitude falsification. After you agreed the Earth curve would be testable, right? So are you going to reverse your position and say you cannot test?
No, but I would like to first take a look at that experiment you mentioned.
It's a measurement, it's not an experiment. This isn't a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, but where? Just give me like a link or something to it.
A link to what? I gave you the formula in the side chat already from Washington University. Right? We know how big they tell us the ball is. I have done these observations as well. I actually have a Nikon P1000 that was infrared converted full spectrum. Yeah, so I've actually gone out, tested the surface a few times over large bodies of water. We recommend that you do this method as well.
But have
Yeah,
you taken
no one
into
can find Earth,
consideration the variables with your lens and aperture and all the other stuff with the camera? Have you calculated those? Because we know it won't give you an
You're
accurate
saying
representation.
we can't measure the Earth curve because of lenses.
No, we can, but have you taken into consideration those parameters?
If you have a rebuttal, yeah. So are you making your claim unfalsifiable now because if you use a camera, therefore you cannot measure Earth curve? What are you trying to say?
No, you can, but have you taken into consideration?
Okay, you can, but this observation just wasn't able to measure Earth curve, and NATO also unable to measure Earth curve through the Sapphire trials when they said through all their observations they were unable to locate this geometrical horizon, which would be your Earth curve. So it's not just flat earthers, dude. It's everyone. They can't find. Yeah, Sapphire trials. You want a link to that?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So even with NATO using infrared and all the sophisticated equipment they have, testing for refraction, right, the variables you want to bring up, they were still unable to locate your Earth curve, man. Just like in this observation, once again, no one sees the horizon being Earth curve.
Did you send that in my DMs?
I gotta grab it. I'm in the middle of something.
Okay.
But I'm in the process of grabbing it. Okay, I grabbed it. Let me just post it. All right, there it is. Be right back.
Okay, just give me a second.
All right, I'm back. So, do you think the method where people try to find the curve of the Earth based on the observer height, given by Earth curve calculators and Washington University, are you saying you can't use that, even though they say you can use that?
Sorry, what?
Well, when I cited Washington University saying that you can use this formula for all practical purposes, are you on the position that you cannot use that formula and you have a different one to find the Earth curve distance?
No. If it's an agreed upon formula, then you can. If it's an agreed upon formula, then you can use it. But if you're
All
gonna
right,
use
well,
it, you
that's
gotta
what
use
I
it.
used, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, but first I gotta look at how they used it and whether it was the correct way of using it or conducting the experiment.
It's a measurement, dude. You keep saying experiment. This isn't cause and effect relationship between
Yeah, the
variables.
measurement. Yeah, if you make a
Right.
mistake when it comes to taking into consideration whatever variables that have an effect on your measurement, then obviously it's going to be wrong if you miss on an important
What
variable.
is that variable that allows your horizon distance to be over 2,000% beyond the geometric limitation?
I cannot say like what is the single variable that's going to produce this, but we do know of several different variables that can lead to that.
Citation or just baseless assertion? Are you saying this from a position that you just believe that's the case, or something you can
No, something you
substantiate?
something you can substantiate and replicate.
Right. So you can give me a citation saying that the horizon distance moves 2,000%, or it has the ability to move the Earth curve.
No. It's going to be impossible for me to give you a citation for this specifically. I'm going to have to give you a citation for different variables. This was using a camera, right? For how
Are you right? So
for how
it doesn't
different
matter because the true horizon, as defined by the state Department of Defense, is just a boundary of your vision of the horizontal plane or optical device. So it doesn't have to be your eyes. It can be any optical device, right? Or are you also under the assumption, like I am, that the horizon is not Earth curve, not geometric?
But different apertures and different variables of the lenses will give you different horizon points.
Okay, so it's an optical apparent location, not Earth curve.
No, it is Earth curve. You just have to.
What? No, if it was Earth curve, no, hold on. If it was Earth curve and geometric, it would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Right? Instead, at this observer height, 1.5 foot, your Earth curve distance would only be 1.5 miles. Instead, it was over 31 miles.
Okay, listen, dude. I can't just give you a citation for what could be wrong here, but I have to look at it in detail. I cannot just look at it for a couple of minutes and tell you what could be wrong or what could be true, whether I agree with it or not. So maybe we can just do this sometime.
Well, it's a measurement. It's not an agree-disagree situation, and you don't have no rebuttal of specificity. But yeah, take your time and look into it. I use the formula that implicates Earth curve based on your radius value, If you're saying that is wrong, okay, that means your radius is wrong.
Okay. Okay.
As I said, that would require your globe radius to be 1.8 million instead of under 4,000. And if you just say you have a larger lens than your eyeball, okay, you're just going to have a higher angular resolution limit. Yeah, as per the Rayleigh criterion formula, based on the wavelength of light that you're using, the diameter of the lens, and the angle. But say you're looking at like say instead of water, let's try to make this more simple for you. Yeah, if you look at a hill in a park, right, with your eyes, and then you have a super zoom camera like I do, right, and then you zoom in onto that hill, are you going to see the other side of that physical obstruction? Right? That's what your Earth curve would be. A physical obstruction at a known distance away based on your observer height.
Okay.
Right. And since that hill is a physical obstruction, doesn't matter how large your lens is, you're not going to see behind that physical obstruction because it's in the way. You can't just zoom in and see through it.
Yeah, I don't know, dude, because I remember seeing something about how when you zoom in, is this the same thing as when you see a ship disappear with your eyes over the horizon, after the horizon, and then you zoom in and then it appears again with a camera?
Right. Because that has, well, you just debunked Bill Nye telling you the reason they know that the earth is round is because they don't see boats anymore. And you're telling me that you can see the boats again. So it never went over Earth curve. It just got too small of an angle to resolve with your limited diameter of your pupil, yeah? Well, when you increase that diameter of the lens and you see it again, that proves that it never went over a curve to begin with.
Well, wait, let me remember what I just need to remember what happens with the camera zoom because it has an
Well,
explanation.
I just told you, yeah, you can, of course, your camera has a bigger lens than your eyeball, so you have more angular resolution. Yeah. So it sounds like you're agreeing with the flat Earth position, saying that you can see the boats again and never went over Earth curve. Yeah, that's
No,
our
no,
point,
no.
dude.
No, I'm not agreeing. I'm trying to find the thing that explains why the
I gotta
zoom
go.
brings it back into vision.
All right, my bad. Well, I heard you say that we can see the boats again after you zoom in, right? So it never went over a physical obstruction of Earth curve if you're seeing it again, yeah? Or are you under the assumption we could see through the Earth curve? Like that example in a park where you could zoom in onto a physical hill and see someone standing on the other side of that hill, right? Well, you can't do that. Are you there?
Okay, yeah, I remember it was in this video. This one explains what happens with the camera lens.
Well, it sounds like you need to watch that video and be able to articulate it and name the specific phenomena that you think is a rebuttal. Right, but if you're going off the geometry of seeing those mountains hundreds of miles away, well, that debunks your Earth curve as well because we shouldn't see those. So yeah, I think the thumbnail is funny. Is whenever we debunk Earth curve, you instead just say that it confirms the curve. So how does falsifying your radius confirm there's a curve? That's a contradiction. And if you want to talk about repeatability, those mountains, seeing them from that distance, it happens at least twice a year on a known date, and it's actually a tourist attraction because of that. They often do these long distance observations of those mountains because the sunset creates a silhouette of those mountains over there. Twice a year, every year. So it became a tourist attraction, right? So this is something repeatable. Well, I guess he's in the middle of watching a video trying to figure out a rebuttal. Pagana, did you figure out anything, man? You would think you already know all this stuff if you're trying to debate it. What's up, Roots?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, boys? What's up, Bucks?
So, man, yeah, we're just waiting on this guy to find a rebuttal to all these long distance observations and distance horizon measurements. He posted a David McKeegan video, but was unable to articulate any point from it, so he went to go watch it. I have my doubts he's going to come back with any specific rebuttal. He,
Yeah. I
he
don't think
told me in he told me in the text chat earlier that Earth curve is measurable, so I gave some example where not only it's not measurable, it's falsified by thousands of percent. And then he said, well, there's variables. I was like, okay, like what variables? Can you substantiate those, clarify? Right. Well, unable to do that. Now he's off on YouTube trying mid debate to find a rebuttal.
That's really funny.
What's up, Eric?
I'll take the bets now. He's not coming back.
Got to go to
Hey, Box, what was the name of this guy then that has gone off to do research mid-debate? That's such a Glober thing to do, by the way.
He's still here. It's this Pagana guy with like a animal profile picture. A seal looks like.
Okay. Okay. Nice to meet you, Pagana.
Yeah, so he's trying to figure out what variables are making this black swan observation possible on a globe. But after that, he told me that, well, variables like camera lenses, and he's like, say a your vision, and then you could use a camera and see the boat again. So he told me that. So he's here arguing that doesn't sound like the horizon is Earth curve when we can increase the diameter of the lens and see the boat again. It never went anywhere. It was just too small of an angle to resolve.
Well, of course, yeah. I guess he didn't argue against that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it never went over Earth curve to begin with. I was like, dude, that's a flat Earth argument. That's ironic you're telling me that.
Yeah, especially when we grew up in schools, we were all told that the best proof that we live on a ball is that boats go over the horizon. That used to be the globe's best argument.
Yeah, I told him that's what Bill Nye, the science guy, said.
Right. Well, they don't say that anymore, do they?
Apparently so, if they're stuck in 2015. Oh, he gave up. He dropped out. That was like enough time to watch like 5 YouTube videos. Oh, better luck next time.
It. You lot owe me money. I knew that was going to happen.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, I'll take Zill.
Welcome. We got a new guy in here. What's his name? Shaman?
Shaman's not new. He was here yesterday, but welcome, Shaman. And welcome back, Pagadna.
It's pretty disturbing that you guys have a channel on here try to convince the average people that pop in.
No one's trying to convince anyone.
No,
we encourage you to go test the surface of the earth yourself.
I don't
right,
need
but
to
we already know
go
what
out-
you will find.
I don't need to go out and physically test it myself because I'm not that stupid to in the first place
Stupid.
to
So
have to
ad
go
homs
out.
right off the bat. What's stupid about geometry? You can just see if you can measure Earth curve or not, right? It's a problem if you
Have you
cannot
gone out and done it
verify
yourself?
through measurement.
Have you gone out and measured
Yeah,
the Earth
I've
yourself?
tested. Yeah,
What happened?
I've done long distance observations. Yeah, can't find Earth curve. No one can. Right. That's why we're here. Right. You can do long distance observations or distance to horizon measurements,
So
and
you've
then
never-
compare that to the globe geometry.
You've never traveled in one direction in a
Direction.
in a terrain vehicle, because we have vehicles that can go over any terrain, you know, and that can go around the whole globe in one direction. So what happens? Hold on. What
When
happens
did you do
if you go
that?
from the North Pole and you travel all the way to the South Pole, and then once you get to the South Pole, you continue to travel in the straight line all the way back to the North
Straight
Pole.
line.
What happens?
Hold on. See,
What happens?
hold
No,
on.
answer the question.
You have, dude, shut the hell up if you want me to answer, right? I'm in the middle of answering your question, then you talk through me. Yeah? First, let's establish what the hell straight is. Do you think straight is going around a globe?
We're not going to establish what straight is because that's just you being
Well,
an
you
idiot.
said straight, so I guess
we're
you're
not gonna
just
sit here-
geometrically
We're not
literate.
going to sit here and debate what
So
straight
can
is.
you go around? Yeah, hold on. Can you go around a globe in a straight line?
Of course you can. Why not?
Oh, okay. So straight is defined by without bending or curving.
No. Going straight, and as you go, you slowly go in a circle around the globe. Why would you make it not that you
lines,
circle?
circles?
Why would you make it
Wait,
that you not
straight-
go round?
Another contradiction, dude.
Why would you
Yeah,
make
you don't want the answer. Yeah, check it out. Straight lines are not circles. Right? You come in here saying that you can go in a straight line and go around the globe. Yeah, here he dropped back out.
Yeah, I was going to give him a warning, but he's bricked.
No, dude, it's just psychotic. Whenever, as soon as he asks the question, I go to answer it. And he's like, why aren't you answering? Talking through the middle of my answer.
Yeah, he got triggered last night, and he's come back in with the same energy, basically.
Yeah, so obviously circles are not straight lines. You cannot go in a straight line and return where you started. That's a geometric impossibility. Take a piece of paper, draw a straight line. Now try to go to the beginning of that straight line without deviating from straight. Yeah, you can't do it. The only way to circumnavigate, the word circum means circle, you have to go in a circle, which in fact is not a straight line by definition. So, yeah, contradictions, cognitive dissonance.
I see what you're saying, but do you not think that like this is all kind of semantics?
Well, you have to, I guess you don't know what the Socratic method is. You have to establish the definitions of words that you're using in an argument. And if you're contradicting yourself within your own argument based on the words you use, that's a problem, right? Of course, you can go in a circle on a flat earth. A circle is a plane shape. Yeah, that's not a straight line. for a globe or a flat Earth.
That's true, but I don't understand how. Like, I mean, I'm after joining, so maybe I'm wrong, but I don't understand how this conversation would prove a flat Earth or a spherical Earth.
Well, he said you can go straight and return where you started. Yeah, well, you can't do that because straight means without bending or curving. Then he said circle. Okay, circles are definitely not straight.
True.
Yeah, Oren, he was continuing a conversation from yesterday. So I don't know how much you know about the flat Earth position, but our position is that east and west will take you in a circle. You're actually circling the magnetic north. So that's where that conversation started.
Okay.
I mean, what's your view? Is this your first time here, or have you been here before?
I've had a few different conversations, and I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm just trying to understand both people's positions before I can really decide. I've heard good arguments on both sides, though, and I'm not against either thing. And I don't have anything. I don't think like flat earthers are stupid or anything. You get me?
Yeah. No, that's good. That's good. So you've had a few encounters, which is great. I mean, what if you had a gun pointed to your head, and you had to pick one? Where are you leaning right now?
Spherical, because I'm still trying to figure out why they'd lie to us. Like that's the biggest one to me, and also the other one is the weather. I don't understand how weather would work in a flat Earth model. I know you're going to say like I don't believe in a model. I don't know what it is, but just say any flat Earth model. I don't understand how like there'd be like a 24-hour day in Antarctica, or how certain parts of the world would be hotter than others. Like how does the equator work and stuff like that.
There isn't a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Right. There is in the North Pole, but in Antarctica, see, what you've got to do is you've got to find the evidence for this 24-hour sun. So there is a video that popped up many years ago claiming that it was a 24-hour sun filmed in Antarctica. Now, many flat earthers have broke that video down and basically said it's been faked. It's the only one. I think there might be another one popping around, but there's questions about it. Now, what you've got to ask yourself is, in the Northern Hemisphere, the 24-hour sun is experienced by other countries as well as the North Pole. So you've got, I think, parts of Iceland get it, parts of Norway get it. There are no countries in the Southern Hemisphere that you can point to that can verify this 24-hour sun. So it's not really something that's observed.
Is that because of the way the Earth bends around the sun in the heliocentric model?
Well, there is no real excuse for it apart from, they're just probably going to claim that the Northern Hemisphere continents are closer to the North Pole than the Southern Hemisphere continents are closer to the South Pole. But in actuality, we know that parts of America are extremely close, and they should be experiencing this 24-hour sun, like the Northern Hemisphere countries that are close to the North Pole, but they don't. So that's why we say there is no 24-hour sun.
So you think like all the videos, they faked all the videos of the 24-hour Antarctica?
I believe that daylight and sunlight are two different things. So if we're talking about the sun, yeah, I believe.
Well, I meant daylight. I was using them interchangeably, but I meant daylight.
Well, daylight is, I'm a bit more torn on daylight because we all experience daylight for hours after the sun goes beyond the horizon.
Yeah.
So I don't think in daylight is intrinsically sunlight in that respect. Whether the sun is exciting, the atmosphere and creating the daylight, I don't know, but I just know that sunlight doesn't equal daylight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was cloudy in them videos anyway, so I don't think you could confirm whether it was sunny or daylight.
Yeah, so the 24-hour sun is 100% on the table. It's not confirmed. But when it comes to why the lie, I think it's very speculative. And I think the more that you do research into maybe history, you know what I mean? Maybe the way that the system is run. I think it becomes less of a problem when you realize just how many other things might not be as they seem.
Yeah, true. I'd agree. But it's this one. It's the flat Earth one. I don't know why why this one in particular. Like why? Like I understand the motive behind a lot of other things, but why a flat Earth lie?
Well, for me, brother, it changed my life because I was an atheist before the flat Earth. So it made me realize that I am the center, or we are the center of this, whatever this event is, whatever this creation is. It seems that we are the center of it all. My perspective on spirituality. So for me, it was huge.
Yeah. Do you think that you would still be spiritual, or you could still be spiritual, even if you found definite proof that the Earth was round?
Yeah, but it was very wishy-washy, my spirituality before. I was into everything that could benefit me in terms like, Buddhism, meditation, Kundalini. I was interested in exploiting, taking advantage. And I think that was down to me feeling like maybe insignificant. So just, get advantage. Whereas now I actually feel that it's important to recognize that this place was created and that there must be a creator.
Do you think a creator could have created a spherical model?
Well, if he did, he's so far removed from the whole picture that he doesn't have to be there. Like the Big Bang doesn't. Big Bang I feel it takes you away from the idea of a creator. So even if there was a creator with the Big Bang model, he didn't directly create us.
Yeah, but there's nothing against the Bible that says God can't create beings that are secondary beings.
Oh no, I agree, and there's plenty of heliocentric people who believe in God and scripture, whatever. But the point is, for me, I wasn't convinced until I started to recognize that the quotes, the everything that's described for the Earth in the Bible is a flat Earth. So then I started to seek out these quotes, and it just started to add validity to maybe these guys, whoever wrote the Bible, whoever wrote Quran, maybe the knowledge that they had, the sacred knowledge, the ancient knowledge is far more significant than we've been given value.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that being a good reason to believe in it.
I mean, every cosmology before the heliocentric model was a flat Earth cosmology, and there was an understanding, in the natural world that
That's
I think
not
we've
what we were
lost
taught.
now.
We were taught that the ancients knew even before, they knew that the Earth was a sphere, and there was many cultures that believed the Earth was a sphere.
Yeah, have you ever seen the little thing on YouTube videos? When you watch a flat Earth YouTube video, it takes you to a Wikipedia page.
Yeah, it does that for a lot of stuff though. Like if you watch a video on vaccines, it'll give you the vaccine.
No, I know. I'm talking specifically about the flat Earth thing. I'd like you to read off what it says.
So you want me to read a flat Earth Wikipedia?
Well, whatever's underneath the YouTube videos, because if you read that, it tells you the ancient cosmologies thought the Earth was flat.
Really?
I was just suggesting you do it for yourself because I don't want you to take my word for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll check now.
The chat, I've just added a picture or a meme of all of the old cosmologies depicted in an image, and you'll see that everything, even the old Greek cosmology was a flat Earth cosmology. I mean, they claimed that the Greeks were the ones who proposed a geocentric model, but actually, what they're talking about is Aristophanes, and we don't even have any primary evidence that Aristophanes was being spoken about in his own time. For all we know, this guy may have been inserted into history, and I don't want to make everything a conspiracy. I'm just saying the Greeks in general weren't heliocentrists.
Yeah.
Centrists, but every cosmology, ancient cosmology, was a flat Earth cosmology. There is no heliocentric cosmologies apart from the one we were given.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's for good reason, though. Do you not think that throughout human history it would have been seen as self-evident that the world was flat?
Oh, definitely.
But it would less likely to be now since I don't know. Okay, maybe you're going to say that we don't, but it seems like we'd be more likely to have the technology to confirm or deny the shape of the Earth.
Well, what technology can confirm the shape of the
Earth? Rocket. If we went out into space and took a picture.
So the rocket images that we've got is all through NASA or the Chinese Space Agency or the Russian Space Agency.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the same way, have you heard of the Antarctic Treaty, by the way?
Yeah.
In the same way that all of these countries that are at war all obey the Antarctic Treaty, space is one of those treaties that they all obey, regardless of the politics of the season.
Okay.
So there's a context been set here that you have to play the game and play along with the idea of the space war and the space race in order to even be in power in these countries.
Do you believe that the whole history is fake? Like, do you believe Cuban Missile Crisis was fake? Do you believe the North Korean War was fake?
Absolutely every inch of history was fake, but I think you've got an element of theatre going on that isn't necessarily known by the average politicians, but there's an understanding at the very highest levels that most of this society has been built on faulty foundations, right to its core.
So would you believe like the president would know that the Earth is flat?
I would argue, yeah, the president gets to that stage. I believe it's one of these situations where if the president, has no knowledge of this, then why? It's a need to know basis. Why do you need to tell the president this? He isn't asking questions about it.
Really? So you think it's like so ingrained into society that the Earth is a certain way that they don't even question it?
Well, the problem you've got is, regardless of whether I believe, how big the lie is, I think what you've got is a whole society of people who don't know and have never been able to validate who measured the Earth or who, who has actually validated and proven things like space travel, things like the curvature or the motion. Actually, break it down. There's only 12 or 13 astronauts who have ever been to actual space.
Yeah.
Several companies that are involved in any direct space travel. Every compartmentalized, and they make parts and send it to these companies, usually NASA.
Yeah.
Compartmentalized and controlled industry, and it could easily be that most people working in this industry have no contact and no experience with space.
I get
what's going on with their equipment. The space program.
So do you believe like satellites are fake?
There is a satellite program, but I don't believe anything is in the vacuum of space, because space itself, the idea of space, goes against everything we know in the laws of physics in the natural world.
how though? I'm not saying you're wrong, but I just want to know how is everything in space against laws of physics?
Also with satellites, I mean, if you Google now a satellite, you'll only find CGI images, pictures. You won't find actual footage or real photos of actual satellites. And if you do, I mean, there has been the odd crashed satellite, very rare. But when you do see them, they've always got balloons attached to them. And I don't know if you remember when they said the Chinese spy satellite was spotted and it was on a balloon.
Yeah.
Long ago.
I've seen that before.
That's exactly what crashed satellites look like. Now there is a satellite program, and there are other high altitude aircraft involved in technology. So I'm not saying the satellite technology doesn't exist, but I'm saying 95% of all communication is done by ground based and underwater, towers and cables. So the very few things that are actually using the satellites, I believe the satellite system is within Earth's orbit, and it's by a multitude of, the whole system is using ground-based towers anyway. It's all being relayed into towers.
Okay.
So of some of the high altitude aircraft that I think are being used as part of the satellite program.
So you obviously believe like all of NASA is fake. Like they faked the moon landing, they faked satellites, they faked everything.
Company is, most of the employees are normal people, but I think the whole company, which was set up by a Nazi called Werner von Braun, I think it was set up after World War II, because certain truths, became to light. Information was shared between the Germans, and I think the solution was, right, we'll create NASA, and for whatever reasons, we went down this route, and continuing on with the lie of space travel.
Yeah, it's called Operation Paperclip. If you want to look into that.
Operation Paperclip.
Yep, that's where they took the Nazi scientists, brought them over here, and put them in the NASA, CIA. And they did all that. But what was interesting, what did you say? You said something like, do you believe the moon landing is fake? How interesting is it? It's the only technology we've ever seen that has regressed. Like usually technology gets better and better and better. But the technology to go to the moon doesn't exist now. However, it did exist back then. Isn't that amazing? Like, what kind of technology gets worse as time goes on?
Yeah, it is weird how there isn't more on visits as well.
Yeah, and they're going next year, Ever since I've been in the flat earth, they've been saying that. We're going next year. We're going next year. I could say that till the end of time. That's like the whole, there's free beer tomorrow, at the bar.
Yeah. I have another question for you. Do you know about the Verrazano Narrows Bridge?
Yeah, Verrazano. That's in New York. Yep.
The one that was built with the Earth's curvature in mind?
No, it was not.
What are you saying? Fake news?
That's a great claim. I understand it, but yeah, there's no engineer that will tell you that.
Really?
Really, yeah. You're not going to find the Verrazano Bridge Narrow engineer, and he's going to tell you, yeah, we factored in the curvature. No, the only people that are making claims about that are saying it's just a coincidence, or it just so happens that the bottom of the towers are closer together than the top of the tower. That's kind of what they're going at.
Yeah.
But you understand those things are all moving, right? In the wind and everything, like to get an accurate measurement from tower to tower. You understand how difficult that would be, right, with the wind.
Jacob, speak back. Oh, it's in my car.
Wait. Say that again. So with the wind, it'd be hard to get a measurement from one tower to the other.
Hey, Roots, you gotta hop out.
My bad.
For real.
No, yeah. Think about it. Those are that Verrazano Narrows is a suspension bridge, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you ever looked at those, they're actually made to like flex, right, with weight, and then they also are built to flex from the wind. You know.
Okay. So it would actually be hard to measure it. Okay, that makes sense.
And I mean the closeness of those beams too, to say that it is Earth curvature, you know, the measurement it's not going to be significant, right? Because it's not like this Earth is tiny.
Yeah, true.
So say they're like 2 inches of difference. Well, that's kind of funny. Like the wind couldn't have caused that. I don't know.
I mean, they're still 4,000 feet apart.
They're 4,000 feet apart.
Yeah.
So 1 mile, right?
1 mile? No. Wait, is that
or
1 mile? Actually, might be
well,
1
a
mile.
little less than a mile, right? I think it's like 5,280 feet is a mile.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a little less than a mile, and these guys are like, yeah, we took the curvature into account. Well, but then they tell us it's 1 degree per 69 miles. 1 degree of curvature. You know what I mean?
Wait, they say it's 1 degree of curvature per 69 miles?
Yeah, which makes a perfect sphere, which also they'll say that out one side of their mouth and then tell you that they're on an oblate spheroid at the same time. So it doesn't even work out.
So do you believe the Earth's moving at all? Like, you say it's a motionless plane, but do you mean is it moving through space at all?
No, it's like a whole different cosmology, like a whole different worldview. Like I see it like we're at the bottom floor of the universe and everything's moving around above us. That would be called heaven. And then below us, there's like, it seems like there's a basement as well. So yeah, like.
Okay, so you believe like it's basically we're on the ground floor. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, almost like a huge house or something. You know what I mean? You could think of it like that. And we're on the bottom floor. Yeah.
So what do you think would be like right and left of the universe?
What's that?
What do you think would be like right and left of the universe?
I don't know. I mean, we could speculate all day about that because even, in the heliocentric or globe cosmology, we have speculations on what is at the edge of space. So we would be getting into those kind of questions. Is it just expanding forever? Is it, you can't get there because it just keeps getting further? Is it like some crazy barrier that you break through and then it's like another reality? So yeah, the heliocentric model has a bunch of what's on the edge of space speculations too.
True.
Yeah, so we know outer space doesn't exist because it would violate natural law. So I would say that Earth is not embedded in a larger space like outer space, but instead, Earth is the space in which things are embedded in. Right, so it's flipped.
Yeah.
And you can only speculate whenever the extremities of it, because if any cosmology applies that reality itself has an edge, that's paradoxical. So when people ask globe astronomers, where's the edge of their flat universe, what they say is they don't know where the edge is, or even if there is one. Right, so Hitchens' razor applies, which means claims without evidence are dismissed without evidence. Right, so that applies to both infinite and edge.
Okay. I heard that Hitchens' razor. Is that Christopher Hitchens?
What about it?
I said I've never heard of it. Is that Christopher Hitchens?
I don't know his first name, but it's just called Hitchens' razor. HITCHENZNS maybe. But thanks. Are you aware why we say outer space doesn't exist? Why it violates natural law?
No.
Well, it's because of the second law of thermodynamics, ideal gas law, Boyle's gas law, numerous gas laws, right? So if the sky was a vacuum, all our gas pressure, the air we breathe, would immediately expand and disperse to fill that available volume, because gas expanding into a vacuum is an increase of entropy. So second law of thermodynamics delineates this, where high pressure moves to low pressure, heat moves to cold, systems seek equilibrium, entropy increases, right? So because of this, and gas behavior, gas moves in all directions and has a no inherent shape, but takes the shape of its container. So when they say atmosphere, a sphere-shaped gas ball in a vacuum, that would violate natural law, because you would have to have a sphere-shaped container, right, in order to have gas pressure to at all, right? Because those other gas laws, for instance, ideal gas law, Boyle's gas law, these begin with pressure, gas pressure, the air we breathe, is inversely proportional to volume. So because we are breathing, we know there is a limited confined volume, not this available volume of outer space, because all our gas would fill that space.
Isn't there different levels of like the sphere though? Like, isn't there like the stratosphere and then there's like the troposphere?
Are you talking about a gradient? Yeah,
Yeah.
there is a gradient, right? But to have that gradient, that would be delta X of pressure. And to have pressure, you first need that limited volume, right? So it would make y'all's claim even harder to practically demonstrate. Instead of just showing us a gas ball in a vacuum, which is impossible to demonstrate, now you have to show a gas ball with a gradient in a vacuum, right? That's also impossible to demonstrate. It contradicts all these natural laws and the behavior of gas itself.
What about gravity? Wouldn't the rounders say like gravity is the reason why the gas falls downwards?
And well, gas moves in all directions. It's called the kinetic theory of gases. There's no down bias of gas. It moves even
Like, I mean, can't move
upwards
any
towards.
further up.
Well, gravity in the current rhetoric is not a claimed force. It's Einsteinian gravity, right? So even within the standard model of particle physics, it is excluded as a force, right? And it still doesn't help with y'all not being able to actually practically demonstrate a gas ball in a vacuum, right? If you just say gravity, right, well, that's not a force. That's not going to help you or demonstrate your claim. That violates natural laws and the phase of matter gas.
True. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
I'll be right back. All right. That guy drop out? Oh, hell. Let's put that shaman guy. He's in the chat spazzing. Did y'all talk to him earlier? He's insisting we watch his video. What is it even a video of?
I don't know, probably a cartoon.
Exactly.
Sorry, I got a phone call, guys.
Yo, anybody want to talk about flat Earth?
Yeah, man, we love talking about the reality of the Earth.
You think it's flat?
Well, I don't have to think it, right? I could just go ahead and measure it and know it, right? Because like spheres have curvature, don't they? Right? Like if you got any basketball or volleyball, anything like that, you'd be able to measure a drop over distance, right? Well, we don't measure that here on the Earth. Can't measure any drop over the distance. Therefore, the Earth's not a sphere. So, what makes you believe the Earth's a globe?
Well, I'm not like here to claim to gloat. I'm just wondering if there are any good arguments for why it would be flat. I guess.
Did you not hear my argument?
I heard something about you're saying you could measure it and it showed it's flat, and then you're saying that that's normally not the case. Or like that wouldn't be the case if the Earth was round. Right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So the argument goes spheres have curvature. That curvature can be measured with drop over distance. The Earth does not have measurements of drop over the distance. Therefore, Earth is not a sphere.
Well, yeah. So I guess I would just want like some evidence that's like trustworthy. I guess for
Yeah,
like
yeah. So
like
that's the
that
beautiful
accurate.
part. That's the most beautiful part of my argument is And there has been laser videos dropped in the chat, in the side chat. There has also been Mr.
Yeah,
Amish
if you
put
could link to any like
Mickelson Morley experiments in the chat. You know,
yeah.
there's
Well, so
tons of
right now
stuff
we're
in
actually
the
not
chat
going.
for you to read too.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. So okay, let me see here. I'm just looking at what I wrote down. So there's been no experiment that can be repeated that the sun moves around. What is it? That the sun moves
The Earth
around.
moves around the sun. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
yeah. You could just treat it like the sun's moving around the Earth. It's the same exact coordinate system. There's no difference between the two. That's what general relativity came to save.
If then, okay, so like, okay, well, I guess then I would just like ask for evidence for that again.
Ask for evidence of what?
That
That
there
there
has
is no
been
experiments.
but there's been no repeatable experiments.
You want
I could
evidence
demonstrate that.
that there's no repeatable experiments to measure the Earth? No. What you do is you develop a test that can measure the phenomena of the Earth moving around the sun. You develop it with very sensitive instruments, right? When you do the test and you get a null result, you get zero movement, you now know that the Earth is not moving around the sun, or it's impossible to do an experiment from the Earth to prove the Earth is moving around the sun. Therefore, we just believe it to be the case.
Yeah, so like I guess yeah, I guess I'm not seeing like why I should believe that there's been no repeatable experiments, I guess.
What you're asking me to do is prove like a negative, essentially. You're
Well,
like,
hold up. Why? Wait, hold up. People keep saying like here's an example of a negative. If I say it did not rain yesterday, right? If I said that and somebody and then somebody asked for evidence, and I said, well, why are you asking for me to prove a negative? The answer is I can't prove. We can go outside. We can look at the types of things that would indicate it. So we say like,
that's
okay,
circular reasoning. You remember how you had a problem
that's
with
not true.
circular
Hold,
reasoning?
wait, hold up. That's not true. So you would go outside. We would look the type of things we would expect if it was raining yesterday. Are the plants red? Are the tides high? Are the worms out? Shit like that. Are the plants blooming? Right. So this is evidence I could bring for this to be true, even though it's a negative.
No. I want you to prove to me that it wasn't raining yesterday, even though you said it was.
That it wasn't raining yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Then we look at those factors, and if the plants are completely dry, if there are no worms out, and the plant and the grass isn't growing, right? Then we wouldn't expect it to have rained yesterday.
So you have a delusion in your mind that it did rain yesterday, even though there's no evidence of it?
Well, I just gave you some examples of the type of evidence you would look for.
No, I don't think you're understanding, sir. You put the claim on the table. It rained yesterday. Okay? So I'm telling you to prove that it didn't rain yesterday, because that's essentially what you're asking me right now.
No, hold on. That's not what I'm asking. Right. So what I'm asking you is you're saying something is not the case. I'm asking, do we have any reason to believe that the thing is not the case? So for example, if I say it's not the case it rained yesterday, and you ask me, do you have a reason for that? And then I would say, okay, well here's some reasons. Everything is dry, the grass is fucking dying, right? And there are no fucking worms out. And the lake isn't like high, like the tide of the lake isn't high. So we wouldn't expect this to be. We would expect these to be reasons for it to not have rained yesterday. This is how you can
Okay,
prove
I'll
it.
make it simple for you. Okay, I'll make it simple. If the Earth is revolving around the sun, right, and the Earth is in motion, we can go to a really tall tower and drop a rock, and that rock won't fall at the base of the tower. It'll actually trail behind it, right, whichever direction the Earth is moving in.
Okay, so do you realize you moved on from the claim that you just made? Like,
no, I'm staying on the same claim. I'm staying on motion. You asked for experiments to prove the motion of the Earth. Okay,
not what I'm
isn't that
asking
what
for.
you're asking for? Experiments to prove the Earth is not in motion.
No, that's also not what I'm asking for.
Bro,
You claim
all experiments that they've ever tried to sense motion was null, right? There's no experiment that exists that detects motion. Hold on. There's no experiment that exists that detects motion. If there is, please bring it forward.
Line of yapping. Okay, so I guess what you didn't claim was there has been or has not. But the thing you do claim is that there has never been any repeatable experiments that can be falsified that the Earth moves around the sun. Well, yeah, that the Earth moves around the sun. Yeah, that's the thing you claim. So I'm going to ask you for evidence for that claim. Here's an example of evidence. Let's say somebody did I don't know, a systemic review of the published
Wait,
evidence for this, right? And they realize that
Fanboy, let me correct this thing and put the things on their rails. So no, you can't do that. You can't ask someone to prove the negative. So listen, just listen. It's a simple rule. I don't have to repeat this rule every day. When someone is telling you, just listen, and you will understand why not. Because I didn't finish talking. So if you use your ears, you will have an information and your brain will have to process that information. But you will use your mouth instead of your ears. You won't have an answer. So listen. You can't ask someone who is telling you that I don't believe that Santa and unicorns are real. So he's saying the negative. They don't exist. You can't come to him and tell him, prove they don't exist.
Okay, so I gave no information there. I'm gonna give hold on. I'm gonna give a quick explanation of how proving negative works. I just gave you with the rain. I just did. Right? An example. If I say my mom did not die yesterday, right? If I claim that's a negative claim. Somebody asked me, "Oh, prove that negative," and then I call my mom and she answers, "Okay, well then we got evidence that she's alive." So here's an example, right? So.
No. What you're asking us is,
please,
even though you're
please,
claiming your mom didn't die yesterday, prove to me that she actually did die yesterday. That's what you're asking from us,
Can I finish?
bro.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So,
dude, next time you fundy mute me like that, you're getting muted, bro.
Okay, I'm just trying to finish the statement I'm making. Okay, so problem is if you're gonna make a claim that something is not true, that's an active claim you're making. If you think that's impossible for you to prove, then you probably shouldn't make the claim. If you have something you don't think you can prove.
No, listen. What you would do in order to prove that there's no motion, you would try to detect motion, and when you get a null result, you can come to the conclusion that you're not in motion. Okay? So if I'm in my car and I want to know if I'm moving at 10 mile an hour and the odometer or the mile per hour thing is reading 0 mile an hour, that means we're moving at 0 mile an hour. Don't you agree?
But Torah, I don't want to get with him to those points because I have those experiments, Aries failure that shows that the Earth is stationary. So he wanted to show the motion, but it failed. It showed that this Earth is stationary. But I won't have to go with him to those points because I'm not making the claim of the existence. I'm just saying that it doesn't exist. Something that doesn't exist, just saying it is a positive claim and a proof that this doesn't exist. If you can't show it, and you can't show the opposite, if I'm saying that unicorns doesn't exist, I am proving to you by saying just that the unicorn doesn't exist because you don't have any unicorn around you. Have you a unicorn around you? I don't have anyone. Have you, Torah, any unicorn around you? You don't have. So unicorn doesn't exist, and the claim will still be true till the moment that you will just bring a unicorn from its neck and show
Windows
it to
don't
me,
exist.
a piece of it to just study it and see if it's a really unicorn or just a horse that you glued a horn in its forehead.
Yo, Necros, Windows don't exist. Go ahead. Do you think Windows exist? I think Windows don't exist.
You can feel them.
Windows are all
I
around
can't
you,
see any
bro.
windows. Do you have?
What are you
I don't think Windows exists.
This guy's you can feel them with your hands.
Yes,
I really didn't hear you. What
It's
doesn't
retarded, Necros. It's
like
not
the
even
problem-
worth
the problem
entertaining.
is-
He's saying windows don't exist because he can't see them. He's never opened a window before.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it to demonstrate.
I can
Somebody claims something to be true, whether it's negative or not. It's still their burden of proof, right?
I can make your head go through that window and you will feel it and it will prove it to you because you feel that.
I don't have any evidence of that. I don't think it exists.
Your head going through that window.
I didn't feel that.
Hey, Femboy, are you going to be an honest interlocutor, or are you going to continue doing this nonsense?
I think the problem is I don't think he engages with what I'm saying because
we are trying our best to engage with what you're saying, but what you're saying is retarded. Okay.
The problem is when you can't give evidence for a claim, whether negative or not.
Wow.
You probably shouldn't say it, right?
Bro, there's David Miller, there's Aries failure. You actually, ironically, brought up the Michelson-Morley experiment. All those experiments show a no result. A no result.
And
you're also not engaged. I don't understand. Like,
listen, we have them. You didn't even try to check them. You're just trying to respond. You can, because you have a belief, and you have to defend your belief by just talking. And what if?
If you want to give a positive claim that, for example, these things do show the Earth does not revolve around the sun, right?
Negative claim. Can you understand? Not positive claim. Negative claim. We are holding a negative standard default position. We are not saying that something exists. We are just sitting here, and you are the kid who believe in Santa, and we are sitting here waiting for the moment that you will bring up Santa and you show it to us.
Can I finish?
You can't just ask to prove to you that Santa doesn't exist.
Can I finish my statement?
Bro, you've been talking for 20 minutes. You let Nico say something. Holy moly, man.
Yo, you got muted. Listen, now he put himself on deaf and he's done. You're done.
Who beat me to the mute button? Because I was literally about to press it. I was like, oh, somebody beat me.
There's proof in here too.
It is a fallacy. They can't understand that. It is a logical fallacy to shift the burden of proof to someone who is not claiming the existence. He's telling you it doesn't exist. It will stay there, correct, real as information till the moment that someone will bring up the opposite of the claim, the existence of that unicorn.
You
don't have
he's going to
the
be
existence of unicorn.
There you go. Come on, Muffin. Bring your evidence. Bring your evidence.
No, he's staying on mute. He's done. You're done.
Look in chat. There's proof. There's proof.
Oh well.
He started a spiral, dude. He started talking about Windows. Like, dude, what are you talking about, bro?
Dude, it was bad, Killian. I'm sorry. We dealt with him for a little while. I really tried to be honest with him, and it didn't work out.
Oh, I don't doubt it. When I heard Necros threatening to put his head through a window, I'm like, what did I walk into?
He told us windows don't exist, man.
Yeah, he's saying that windows don't exist. I can show you a window. I don't have to ask you to prove that they don't exist. I don't have. It will be just stupid if I ask him to prove that they don't exist. How can he do that? How can someone prove that something doesn't exist? So here it is. Windows exist.
Yeah, we got it.
We'll just throw a claim and say Windows doesn't exist. So do we have just to ask him to show us and prove to us that Windows doesn't exist? How can that person do that? How can just someone try to explain to me, how can a person prove the negative, prove that Windows doesn't exist?
Don't hold your breath waiting for the answer.
You can't. No one can.
Zavix, Lopzink, Loham. What up, guys?
Oh, hey.
So,
is the Earth flat?
Yes, of course. Hold on 1 second, though, brother.
We finally got Fastinev's law of himself.
Zavix, that's what you're gonna come in here with, bro? A troll, dude?
No, I'm honestly, I put it in chat. You can read it.
Dude,
I think it's a hoax. Yeah, Zavix.
How the atmosphere is feeling, bro. It's the height of the observer times 1.225 divided by how the atmosphere is feeling. You're telling me this isn't a troll, bro? Come on.
Well, I didn't write it. I saw it on the news, but I think it's a hoax. Look, if you read fully,
it's the square root of the observer's height, first of all.
And brother, you do realize that, like, posting something in a forum, although you didn't write it, makes you the owner of that information because you're standing behind it to the point that you're willing to share it, right? Otherwise, you just need to explain how you understand this place to be what it is. What is your direct, testable, repeatable evidence that you have for us? Please go ahead.
It might be a hoax. We saw it on the news.
Very genuine question, and you responded with, "It might be a hoax." Really?
Well, yeah. We saw it on the Malaysian news. We're both friends in real life. We both saw that on the Malaysian news, and we're interested in that stuff.
Are most of y'all Christians in here?
Something like that.
I don't think it's implies a flat Earth in the Bible.
Okay,
do you
hold
guys
on.
think so?
You want to talk about the Bible with Christians, or do you want to talk about the Bible with people?
I want to talk about the Bible with Christians who are flat earthers.
No, I can't help you there. I'll withdraw because I do think that religion is a personal question, but I make that qualifier of being a Christian to talk about Scripture with you. So I'm going to respectfully withdraw.
Well, do you know the Bible well enough to be able to bring me verses that would imply?
Well,
a
I
flat
would
Earth?
argue that it's agnostic on the shape of the Earth, and it's not. It doesn't determine either or.
Oh, okay,
And I
cool.
would like to point to the second day creation, to which actually it backs up the claim of the second law of thermodynamics being entropy. Again, the second day creation backs up that law.
When did Christians stop being, what's the word I'm looking for? Or when did Christians begin to be Globers?
I don't know. I think we've always been Globers. I think it was Christians who discovered that a large portion of how the solar system operates.
You think Aristotle and people before Christ were Christians?
No, I mean they certainly had an idea.
Think
And
Eratosthenes?
ancient cultures certainly had an idea of how the solar system
Have you ever
operated.
watched a flat Earth video on YouTube?
Well, I can't say I've watched one all the way through. I've talked to a few flat earthers.
So you've seen the disclaimer that goes right underneath the YouTube video?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you never seen that. They put like a warning, like flat Earth is an archaic concept. You never seen that?
It puts like a Wikipedia link to the flat Earth page.
It gives you a Wikipedia link to the flat Earth page, and you know what it says?
What does it say?
Most ancients believed in the flat Earth. So, like, when you're talking about Christians, do you classify?
Yeah, I don't think the ancient Israelites.
What do you think about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? You think they're Christians, right?
Oh, no. I think Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob received early revelations of God. I'm not quite sure if they understood the fullness of who Christ would be or the divinity of the Trinity.
Okay, that's fine. But do you know what Hebrew cosmology is?
Yeah, I do, and from my understanding, I'm pretty sure that they actually believed in a spherical Earth.
Nope, incorrect. Hebrew, Christian, and
I know they
Muslim.
believed that the Earth was the center of the solar system.
Hebrew, Christians, and
Nobody
Muslims
believes in a solar system.
Yeah, they believed in a system of stars. That's what I mean by a solar system.
No.
Stars and bodies, celestial bodies.
Yeah, what do you think? Does the Bible say that the moon gives her own light, or what?
What do you mean? Like in metaphor? Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. It's a metaphor. Is the moon the lesser light or not? According to the Bible.
The moon is the lesser light. Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
but that
and is
I
the
mean that
sun-
doesn't, because it does give light. I mean, it's not lying. It does give light, but it's because of the sun.
Okay, I'm fine with that. And the sun is considered the greater light, right?
Yeah.
And what day were those made? Hold on, I got someone at the front door. You take over, line.
Is the sun ever biblically called a star?
Well, no. I mean, star is just a word that we use to describe it. So it's not like definitionally like it has to be a star throughout all cultures and all time. Star is just like a word we use to describe what the sun is.
I'm aware, but biblically, it's never referred to as a star. The stars are stars, right? Distinct from the sun and the moon. And you got separate
Right. Well, of course,
luminaries in their
you would be
classes,
able.
and then
Even
you got modern man calling the sun a star.
even yeah, I mean, even if the sun is a star, it wouldn't necessarily have to be called that because the sun is a very special position in that it gives life to the footstool of God, which is Earth, which is all of the celestial bodies that surround us were created for this world.
It's a footstool for him. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, it is his footstool.
You ever see a footstool?
Bro.
it's a metaphor, man.
Dude. No, it's not. Brother, what does a footstool look like? He just asked you a genuine question.
Yeah, so that's not a good point because I mean God can make anything his footstool.
Yeah,
even
I
if it's
agree. I
round.
wouldn't have brought up that point either. That is kind of funny though, because then where is heaven in your opinion?
It's not in the sky. It's in a different
Where's
plane
the
of
throne,
existence.
right? God sits in a throne, right? And his
Mhm.
footstool would be by his feet. So where's that at? Where's that throne at?
Well, I'm getting this from when Jesus says, "Do not swear by, do not swear by the King of Heaven, for none of it's here. Do not swear by even the earth, because it is his footstool." So that's where I get this from, and what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
I got you. And we shouldn't make any graven images of the earth, right? And it also says in Jeremiah that we will be cast off if we could ever measure the entirety of the earth, right?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, damn. It's like that. You just get to pick and choose what suits you. So, question, brother, if I were to...
Well, what? No. Well, don't assume that I'm coming in here.
Hold
I
on.
mean, maybe you get people who come in here who just try to attack you all the time. I came in here with genuine questions. I don't think the Bible backs up a flat earth, so I'm not picking and choosing
We've
anything.
never made that claim. Nobody here has made the claim that the Bible backs up a flat earth.
Oh, no. Okay, cool. Why are you so defensive?
I'll give you the argument, okay? Right? Spheres have curvature. This is premise 1. Spheres have curvature that can be measured by drop over distance. The premise 2 is the Earth has no measurable drop over distance, curvature. So the conclusion, therefore, is Earth is not a sphere. Okay, it's very simple. We don't need anything.
Well, I mean, we can look into that, but I just hear from a lot of flat earthers because a lot of them end up being Christians. I'm a Christian as well, and a lot of them say that the Bible would.
You sound like an agnostic Christian, to be totally honest with you. So
No,
I'm not even accepting that you are a Christian because you have not proven that to me.
Okay, I don't think I need to prove my Christendom to you, but you can go ahead if you want. If you want me to prove it to you somehow, I guess I can in order to have that genuine conversation with you.
This channel is more about the spherical Earth, right? The globe Earth. So, do you believe the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles? Yes or no?
I believe that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, and why do you hold that belief, sir?
Because all of the scientific evidence would indicate that it is such.
What? Since you said all of it, I'm sure you could think of one thing right now real quick.
Yeah, I mean, for example, all of our maps, the way that we format travel, especially travel by plane. The way, well, I mean, yeah, it requires science in order to get these distinctions.
Maps are all
and then,
flat.
all right.
Sir, all maps are flat. Okay.
No, we use in flight charts. We use globes. We use images of the globes.
Bro, I will mute you. Do not scattergun. You're going over claims, so I'm going to refute each one individually.
One thing at a time.
All maps are on a piece of paper. All travel
in
it's airplanes, everything. We can show you flight manuals. They say they treat the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane.
No, I see flight charts. I know pilots. They use online resources, technological resources, and most of them are placed on globes. So
no, when they fly the airplane, how do they fly it? Do they fly it nose down to account for curvature or not?
Well, they wouldn't need to because gravity exists.
Okay, so do you have a scientific experiment for gravity?
Oh, yeah. I mean, sure. Go ahead and drop two objects of different sizes and masses and see at what time they both reach the ground.
That's an observation, sir.
Yeah, I know. I just gave you an experiment.
Okay,
you can test it yourself.
No, that's the observation.
We don't deny the effect right? The things fall towards the earth. Nobody's denying that. I don't think you understand the difference.
If you have two objects of two different masses and you drop them to the ground at the same time, what happens?
Hold on, you're saying if I drop things on the ground, eventually that's going to curve all the oceans into a ball. That's what you're getting at here.
No, you're putting words in my mouth. That's not what I said at
because
all.
you don't understand what you're talking about.
No, you're putting words in my mouth.
The observed phenomena that we see is things fall, right? If they're heavier than the medium they're in, right? So it's a density medium relationship. So everything that you just explained can be explained with specific gravity brought to you in part by Archimedes.
Right, and in order for gravity to exist, mass must attract mass, and that's why we have these.
That's not even what gravity is today.
Oh my god, this is so.
You don't even.
It's not what gravity is.
You're going with Newtonian gravity, bro, right now.
A bigger force has a bigger attraction.
You're not with the relativity boys yet.
I know. Talking about
relativity. Relativity has.
No,
relativity. The theory of relativity. I don't think you even understand it. First of all, it doesn't completely discount that mass does attract mass. It doesn't discount that theory at all.
Do you have any evidence of that? Does gas?
No. Do you have any evidence that the theory of relativity discounts Newtonian principles completely? Like completely just overrides them?
Yeah. Yep. It's called the law of excluded middle in logic. And what it is Newtonian mechanics tells you that gravity is a force, and Einsteinian says it's not a force. So can gravity be both force and not a force at the same time, sir?
Can gravity be both a force and not a force at the same time? No, I wouldn't. I would say, in the way that you're framing the question, no. But I don't think you understand what you're talking about.
Well, that's okay. You can insult me in that manner.
Well, you already insulted me. You've insulted me multiple times. Even in the point of our religion, you're supposed to share a brotherhood in Christ with me, but you just directly went to insulting me, not knowing anything about me. So you're the person who starts insulting people. This is why nobody takes you seriously, dude.
Well, I could tell by your actions who you are. So that's okay.
Yeah. Well, you'll know them by your fruits. You're the one who insulted me. I claim the Christ. I'm born again of the Spirit.
The specific insult that I said at you.
Yeah, you said I'm not even sure that you're really a Christian. I don't even think you're really a Christian.
What is that?
I don't think you know me.
Well,
yeah, it's an
honestly,
insult
bro,
to me.
I was a little offended when you said that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob wouldn't have known about the Godhead or the Trinity, however you said. And
well, I mean, that has nothing to do with you.
But you're saying that the prophets of old, right? That they were ignorant, they weren't as smart and intelligent as modern day scientists. Basically, you're committing a genetic fallacy. I mean, basically saying that all the Old Testament prophets weren't up to par with mankind today, dude.
Yeah,
that's
totally
offensive, dude. I was offended when you said that.
Yeah, totally forgetting the whole fact that
Abraham. I got to tell you,
God. If you don't think God explained the creation to Adam, then what do you think they talked about while they were in the garden? 7 years.
Well,
before
first of all, Adam's not a prophet.
What?
Adam wasn't a prophet.
Yes, he was. Messiah called him a prophet in the gospel.
Oh, did he? Okay,
yes.
Well, maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't think he called him a prophet. Like if you can bring those verses to me, that'd be great. I gotta say though, I have
it covered, bro. We know the Bible inside and out, but that's not the topic of this discussion.
Right, but if I may just throw in a quick second, I did at 40 minutes past the hour post for my friend's reference 200 plus Bible verses that make reference to the earth and how it works. As an example, the universe is complete, earth measurement unknown, earth, there's tons of them, and I urge you to take an opportunity and go through it if you want verses. Thank you.
I'll look through them for sure.
Let's get back to that scientific evidence that Earth is a globe.
I'm more concerned about the religious issue here.
Okay, the religious issue is you don't know your religion.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you just said Adam wasn't a prophet, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think that the biblical evidence, I mean, indicated that he was a prophet. Is there any biblical evidence that indicates that Abraham completely knew or understood the Godhead or the Trinity?
Yeah, he spoke with Jesus.
Yeah, he spoke with the angel of the Lord. Did he know that he was speaking with a triune God?
Who's the angel of the Lord?
I believe that it's Jesus. I'm not denying that. I'm saying, do you think he fully understood, or is there any biblical text that would indicate that he fully understood that? I'm open to the idea that he did. Hold on, I'm open to the idea that he did. I'm just saying that there's no biblical evidence of that from what I see.
What was attributed to him that he was chosen by God?
That he believed and followed God.
By faith, right?
By faith, right? And that, and it was counted to him as righteousness. Yeah,
right?
Yeah, it was counted.
Yeah. So, do you agree that in order to have faith in God, you have to know the triuneness of God, right?
In order to have faith in God, you have to know the triuneness of God. That's a difficult question to answer.
You think of Muslims of the same faith as you?
No. I don't even think. Well, no, because I believe in order to have true faith in God, you have to believe in Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior. But do you have to have like a full, complete understanding? Like, what if you're like really unintelligent and you can't really fully comprehend the Trinity?
So you think the father of all of our religions is ignorant somehow? The father of our religions, Abraham, the God of Abraham, the one you worship, the God you worship is declared, he's oftentimes called the God of Abraham. And you think that dude was ignorant?
No, I'm not saying he was or wasn't. I'm saying that there's no. I don't see any biblical evidence that claims that he like had a full understanding or that he didn't have a full understanding.
What do you think faith is, bro?
To evidence. I'm open to evidence.
What do you think faith is?
Faith is the substance of things hoped for. The what is the verse? Faith is the
evidence of things not
evidence
seen.
of things not seen. Thank you.
But by the way, that verse I misspoke. It says Abel, but do you believe Abel was a prophet or Abel?
Abel?
Yeah, Abel. Yep.
If it says that he's a prophet, then yes.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Like in Luke 11, starting at 51, start at 50. It says, "So that the blood of all the prophets shed from the foundation of the world." Right? What prophets from the foundation of the world?
Oh yeah, that's a
right?
good point. Yeah.
Shed from the foundation of the world may be charged against this generation from the blood of Abel to the blood of Zechariah. So Abel is referenced as a prophet.
Yeah.
I was also thinking of Paul's writing when he said, by one man sin entered into the world and by another sin was taken, so he's comparing, Adam, like Jesus a lot of times is called the second Adam, right?
Right.
So yeah, I would associate that as a prophet.
Yeah, that would make sense for sure. I never really thought of that question was Adam, and like I guess because I've read through all of the Gospels, but I guess you can always read through them again and just like receive so much more from the Lord that you might have missed.
So true, brother. Yeah. No, seriously, that's so true. I want to ask you another. Who is the earliest scribe in the Bible?
The earliest scribe in the Bible would be the earliest scribe. Okay, well, the earliest scribe in the Bible.
Can we, guys? I hate to butt in, but can we bring this back to the topic of the room because there are lots of other
we can bring it back
on
there.
Here that do discuss these things.
We can bring it back
Thanks,
to that.
I was enjoying the chat. I was enjoying this. Don't get me wrong.
Who's the earliest scribe?
Well, I'll just give you my answer, and we'll get back to the topic. It's kind of going to lead back to the topic. It's Enoch, right? He's the first one. He's pulled from the earth, right, after 365 years, and he's taken up, and he writes down a whole bunch of stuff, right?
Right.
And that would be the first scribe. And if you include Enoch like the Ethiopians do in their canon, then I would say, yeah, definitely the earth is described as flat.
Yeah. I would conversate about that more, but if we want to go to the topic, because I'm not fully sure that the Book of Enoch was written at the time that it was.
No problem, brother.
But so back to the topic, you would say that the theory of relativity would go into proving that the Earth is flat. Is that your claim? that it discounts Newtonian. No. Your claim was that it discounts Newtonian principles, so it overrides basically the previously understood Newtonian.
It literally does, bro. It replaced Newtonian mechanics, dude. That's literally what it did. And they're incompatible, right? Together. That's why they're trying to come up with a uniform theory. They haven't been able to. They can't unify Newtonian mechanics, general relativity, and special relativity.
Do you have some like link or something that I could read about this? Because I guess I'm not fully sure I understand how they would override each other.
Well, mass attract the mass doesn't explain for the orbital motions of the galaxies and the planets. Newtonian mechanics only works in the local scale within our solar system. Beyond that, Newtonian mechanics starts to fall apart. So that's why they needed to invoke relativity with dark energy, dark matter, and expansion. That's a lot, bro. We can't just. You got to read the literature, man.
Yeah. It is kind of tough to explain because, well, it's not too tough, but the idea is that time and space are being warped and bended. You know what I mean? That's what the general relativity. So it's saying space-time is warping and creating gravity wells, right? And that's the cause of the reason that things fall. Okay, because everything travels in curved paths and geodesics, right? See, you can't take concepts like space and time. Space is like height, width, length, the distance between you and me. And then time is just, like the sun movement throughout the day. Those are both concepts. You can't take a concept like that and then apply physical attributes to them, like bending. Okay, that's called the reification fallacy. So what we're here doing is showing the fallacious arguments. The globe only has fallacious arguments. That's my opinion. There are no actual logical arguments for the globe. So I encourage anyone to bring one on.
I have a question before I guess I get into an argument possibly for the globe. Do you think that why do you think if the earth was flat, why do you think the governments, world governments, and mass corporations would have an interest in falsifying information about the globe?
Okay, I just want to put forward, by you stating this question, you are conceding that it is a possibility that the earth is flat. Because you want to know, why would they lie? Right, so you're entertaining the idea.
Yeah, I'm entertaining the idea. Yeah, I don't say I'm not saying I believe it, but I'm entertaining the idea for the sake of
why liars lie is tough, right? Do you agree governments lie?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Okay. So every evidence of the globe Earth is brought to you by the government, by NASA, right? So these are the ones that go out there, take pictures. They say they're going to these places. They put rovers on Mars, all this stuff. So it's not independently verifiable, right?
Well, what about the people who
would they lie? Why would they lie, right? Well, if you wanted a world full of atheists, which are super easy to control, as you know, being a Christian, right? Atheists don't know anything. They can't know anything.
Right.
They're like literally losing IQ daily. You know what I mean? So if you want a world full of that, so it's easier to control, if you have a heliocentric model and a spherical Earth, you can have evolution and Big Bang. Without those things, you don't get evolution or Big Bang.
Right. Well, and I don't necessarily think that the Big Bang is not consistent with the creation, but that's a different topic. But what about people who attach cameras to those large balloons that are supposed to go high up into the atmosphere?
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Take pictures of Earth.
So a lot of inconclusive evidence because of the kind of cameras they use, right? They use GoPros and stuff that have fisheye lenses and curved lenses. So sometimes you'll see the surface looks convex and then it'll look concave, then it'll look flat. So it's kind of tough to tell from those. But if you have one you'd like to present, we're more than willing to go over it with you.
Yeah, sure. Somebody playing Super Mario Galaxy 2?
I am. It's lagging. Hold on.
The game is like a beautiful memory for me.
One other point of
Yeah,
contention,
hold on.
observation
It's lagging for me one sec.
Is NASA's making $65 million a day. You can look that up yourself, verify it. But would you give up that racket if you were making $65 million a day?
Yeah, I mean, but there's more than
reasons
just
right there.
there's more than just NASA who are doing like ventures into space. I mean, it's like it's governments like around the world, governments who are not even aligned with the U.S. government. And I don't disagree that there's the possibility that there's this ultimate cabal above the earth right now that like seeks to undermine the religious values, especially the deity of Christ, so that they can go into whatever mass control society that they want to create. I just deny. I don't think that they. I mean, it doesn't seem to me that they would have control over the entirety of the world. Like especially places like China. Like they wouldn't have They wouldn't have control over, for example, China or Russia or even countries in the Middle East that are ruled by extraordinarily rich hierarchs, right, of the Muslim faith.
Wait, so would you be surprised if all those countries you just mentioned right now are in treaties together?
Yeah, all of those countries are in treaties together, but not in treaties with the West.
No, like China, Russia, and America. Would you be surprised if you found out they were all in a treaty together?
No, they do have some treaties, obviously, that I know about.
So they have treaties, but
Militaristic
they all
treaties.
hate each other, right?
Well, yeah,
So
they
they're
do.
not working together, but they have treaties, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, you can have treaties with countries to prevent like mass scale war and to respect each other's boundaries, like physically, like in terms of border conflict and stuff like that, without like actually really liking each other that much. A good example
about
is
the Antarctic
Russia,
Treaty?
like communist Russia and the west of Europe.
What about the Antarctic Treaty?
I would have to read on the specifics of the Antarctic Treaty. Do you want to like what are you referencing specifically in that?
Well, I'm just saying all those countries are involved in that treaty that they all agree, we're going to leave Antarctica alone. It's only for scientific research, They want the penguins to live, happily by themselves.
Right.
And then, but just so you know, there's scarcity here upon the earth and we're running out of resources. But we can't get them from Antarctica, I'm sorry.
Are we
So for flat earthers, where does the earth just abruptly end for y'all?
Well, check it out.
Hey,
an ice wall.
Loham, you remember when you said, what did you just say? It was kind of funny. Are we in scarcity, right? Have you ever been on worldometer.com?
No, I don't think I have. Is that the one that monitors the deaths of all the countries?
It tells you everything. It tells you how many days we have left of coal.
Yeah, but there's other resources that, I mean, for example, nuclear power.
Yeah, nuclear is great.
We're looking into and stuff like that. What is it called? Worldometer?
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I thought it'd be funny for you.
Worldometer.com. Well, there's been 55 million births this year. Hallelujah. I wonder how this website measures all of this. Like, I wonder where it gets its information from, or if it's just like keen estimations through.
Yeah, that's exactly those are the people that brought you to Glow, man.
What?
When you're like, how could they estimate this, or how could they get any of these numbers? Right? It's all off calculation, similar to how the globe is all just calculated. It's just like a math thing, right? It just exists in the mathematics. It doesn't exist in reality. When we go out and test the surface of the Earth with long distance observations, or we do plane surveying on the Earth in order to measure it to build a building upon it, there is no drop over the distance. There is no curvature taken into account at all. When we take long distance observations, we notice the Earth would have to be, 10 times the size that it is. in order for us to be making sense of these long distance observations. So this is the whole problem, is a lot of people don't have an understanding of the globe that they believe in. And I will prove it to you right here. Do you know what the circumference of the Earth is, sir?
Not exactly, no.
Well, a roundabout. Okay, so people.
No, I said not. No. I'm sorry. I said not
No.
exactly.
It's
No,
40.
do you have a roundabout number?
It's like 41.
No, I wouldn't.
Something.
I wouldn't have a roundabout number. Not exactly sure.
Okay, see, so it's interesting. I would encourage people to apply the same skepticism that they bring to flat earthers to their own model. So here's another example. Do you know what the so-called speed of the Earth is at the equator from its rotation?
So the circumference would be 24,901 miles, according to.
Yeah. That's what they claim. It's not that way. That's around the equator. The other way, it's different.
40,075 kilometers.
Yeah. This is all Googleable information, right?
Yeah, right.
You just Google it. So there's a specific claim put on the table, right? We have an exact measurement of the sphere Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now all we have to do is go out and debunk that spherical measurement, right?
Yeah, well, I can take a telescope and point it like towards the horizon, and I would still be able to look into space. I wouldn't necessarily see like other areas of the Earth, or like, for example, somebody's house on the other side of the shore of the sea.
That's right. You're also interpreting space as something too, based off of what you're told.
No.
But what's interesting is, what do you think the horizon is then? Do you think that's like the edge of the sphere where the curvature begins?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's usually the general understanding. I can promise you, you will leave here today not thinking that anymore. Okay.
Well, I don't know about that.
No, you won't. I'm telling you, you will not think that anymore, because we take long distance observations. Since we know the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, we can tell you exactly where that edge should be depending on the height of the. Excuse me. Depending on the height of the observer. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, so depending on the height of the observer, we can figure out, well, guess what? At 1 foot high observer above sea level, the curvature of the Earth starts at 1.225 miles. Say you got a 5 foot high observer, curvature of the Earth starts to obstruct things at 3 miles, okay? So when you go out to the beach, they're claiming that what you see, like when you're looking at that horizon, that's only 3 miles away. Now, if we have reference points out in the ocean that we know the distances are known, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they exceed that amount, and there is no obstruction, and the horizon is beyond that, what do you think?
Well, I think it could be more than just that. I mean, especially if the object, if it goes far enough and it looks like it's starting to come back towards you, it could be refraction. Like, for example, off the water and off of the horizon, the atmosphere.
Okay, so you're basically, what you're saying is, if we were on a hill, right? Me and you, we walk on a hill. We walk over the top of it, walk to the other side of the hill, and we left a bucket of water on the other side, right? Or a bucket of something, right? You're saying, given the right conditions, the ground and that bucket will be lifted above the peak of the hill so that we can see it.
No. If you did this bucket thing, it was a large bucket, like a really large bucket, and it was placed on the water, which is extraordinarily reflective. It even reflects like the sky even reflects off the water, right? The light of the sky reflects off of the oceans. But I know that's not. I know that's not why we have a blue sky. I know that's not why we have a blue sky.
No, but what you're saying is, given the right conditions, you might end up seeing the back of your head one day, right?
Well, no, not necessarily, because I believe the circumference of the Earth is too large for that.
Yeah, if the conditions were proper, right, that the refraction could occur in just the right amount of way, because you believe like a bend, eventually maybe one day you'll see the back of your head. If you
if you threw me in like a black hole, I would probably see the back of my head because space would curve around that area. Or but I mean, what I'm talking about more is like reflection.
Okay, well, I have a photo that I put in the chat with a modus tollens argument above it. I posted it 5 after the hour. Can you look at that with me?
Yeah, I'll look at it with you.
You're looking at it?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay, we call this a black swan.
Have you ever
right?
seen this before? Sorry, I didn't mean to interject.
Yeah, I have seen this photo before.
Okay. Do you understand the argument that this is an argument about the horizon? It's not an argument about the platforms or anything.
Yeah, it's basically stating that if the Earth was had the curvature that modern science would claim for it to be, it would be impossible to see this this oil rig, right?
Well, you agreed with me earlier that you believe that the horizon, right, when you look out, that's the leading edge of the sphere, right? That's where the Earth starts to curve, right? Okay, so at this point, you would probably have to concede that's not the case, because you already said, well, you know, there's cases of refraction. So the horizon distance moves dependent on atmospheric conditions, is what you're telling.
Right. Yeah. So I guess I would have to assume that also, along with like a ship, for example, being reflective, that also the horizon would be reflective too, especially over the ocean.
So it's not the leading edge of the sphere. It's just
like, it can be, but it can also not.
Guys, I'm like streaming globe proof right now. It's kind of dismantles the entire argument.
That's real, though.
Yeah, like that's curvature.
I've always loved the Super Mario Galaxy games. They're so abstract.
Yeah.
In this argument that's called the Black Swan, in the photo that I posted, like, this debunks your idea that the leading edge of the sphere is the horizon, right? Do you agree or no?
I would say that it would definitely make me think about it being the like that the horizon is always the leading edge of the sphere.
Because that's not even like how it's defined, right? Scientifically, they define the horizon as the apparent position where the sky meets the ground.
Yeah, which is why I restated. I would say that that makes more sense for the scientific definition to be correct, because you know, if reflection can be such a powerful factor on how we observe things far away, especially over the ocean, then it would make sense that the horizon would also be subject to that principle.
Okay, yeah. So I did make you a promise that you wouldn't believe that anymore at the beginning of this, right?
Yeah, so that's true.
Okay. I just wanted to, like, when I look at this photo and I look out, do you find it that it's a coincidence that it just happens to look like as if the Earth was flat? Like, the light is bending in such a way that it makes the Earth look as if it's flat, right? That's kind of coincidental, isn't it?
Oh, the panorama that you sent me? Did you take this panorama?
The same photo. I did take that panorama, actually. Yeah, that was when my buddy Killian was here. We took it together.
Yeah, that's a pretty ocean. But wait, is that the ocean or is that a lake?
Yeah, that's the Florida coast. Yeah.
Oh, the Florida coast. Yeah. Yeah. The only issue that I have with panoramas is that don't they tend to correct themselves?
I would. Yeah, I mean that's just showing the horizon line. You know, when people are saying that the horizon is marking the curvature of the Earth, like that's where it starts away from you. Well, if that's only 3 miles away, like, can you imagine the amount of left to right span that you're looking at? For example, like in any picture, even in the Black Swan one that says bye-bye ball. Like, imagine the distance from left to right there, you know, and there's no discernible curvature. But however, when you look straight out, you know, all of a sudden it's right there, 3 miles away.
Well, and also, I mean, I think it's safe to say there's ridges in the Earth. So, like, the ocean floor isn't just completely flat. There's like large mountain, there's hills, and there's also hills on land too. And so it's not like necessarily claiming that it's like it goes a little bit and then there's like an immediate drop off. I don't know if that's what modern science claims, but I'm not fully sure that that's what they claim. I'm pretty sure they claim like it's so gradual, like the curve is so gradual that it's almost unperceivable, like non-perceivable.
It's significant.
Yeah, but what they do say, what he's saying is that the Earth looks like it's flat, but it is spherical.
Have you guys, like, how much drop over distance? Have you talked about that number yet?
I don't think he realized how much it is, man.
Oh, yeah, I think we did, right? Didn't we go over 1 mile? It's 8 inches of drop. We talked about that, right?
Yeah, but it's square. It's square, dude.
Let's get
5 miles, 10 miles.
Well, I mean that'd be true, but you also have to account for mountains, hills, valleys.
The 8 inches. The 8 inches per mile squared actually isn't the calculation for the curvature of the Earth. It's a approximation based on it's a parabolic curve that somewhat follows the Earth, but it's for super long distances, it completely falls apart. I can show you.
No, that's correct, sir. We use this when we're taking long distance observations like 14, 15, 20 miles. That's pretty much the distance that we can see. Okay. So we're not using it for hundreds of miles. Okay. So
yeah,
that's irrelevant. Go ahead.
The parabolic curve formula is accurate to about 250 miles, and virtually every flat Earth observation will be far less than that anyway. So it doesn't even matter. Like when you see the two figures that are calculated for, with the kind of the more accurate but slightly longer formula versus this one, it's like a foot's difference over 250 miles. So it's insignificant, and at smaller distances, it actually favours the globe Earth anyway. So even if it's inaccurate, it actually doesn't benefit us because the curve should be more, right? So yeah, whatever.
We play a level Sith Lord.
Oh yeah.
So I brought up the number of, like, just unpacking, like, the 3959 mile radius is the claim of the spheroid. And that's like a normal number. But when you break that down to just the first miles that you travel, right, the expected drop over distance is 5,100 feet, 1.26 miles. And the thing is, we don't see that in real life. When you can start at one point and then travel 100 miles to another point, you would be expecting again to experience a 5,100 foot drop, which again we don't see in reality, in order to reinforce and observe the claim of the 3959 mile radius.
Well, here's a personal observation you guys might be curious of looking into. I used to live in Colorado, and in a lot of parts of Colorado, you can see the mountain line in the distance, right, of the Rocky Mountains. It's a beautiful sight. I can be near Denver, right, and see two mountains that are next to each other, two mountain peaks that are next to each other, and one will be significantly smaller than the other. But once I get closer towards those mountains, they begin to take their true shape. So one will actually, the one that I perceived as significantly smaller than the other, that was a little bit not even that much further away, will actually be significantly larger than the other.
Yeah, that is interesting, because we've noticed in the literature that there are claims of hyperbolic vision of perspective. So you have two different curvature rates depending on the distance to the object.
Right. Which I understand that, but I'm speaking of like of objects that are relatively relative. Okay, so not far, maybe not far. These aren't peer reviewed, so I wouldn't be able to confirm these like individually. But maybe you guys should look into like perception of like mountain lines and stuff like that. But that would be a little harder to confirm, considering
to throw.
Yeah, Gerlinsky wrote a paper on hyperbolic vision a couple centuries ago and discussed how we have basically two different ways to slide to scale our perspective, depending on how far things are and how much further than far things are.
Right.
So you're going to see things scale linearly, and then they won't scale linearly.
Yeah.
I just talked to my
understand.
optometrist.
I guess that's a pretty elementary principle, right?
I just talked to my eye doctor, and she said that the human eye can only discern depth up to 20 feet. That's why we have 20/20 vision.
Is that true? Only discern
That's what
depth
the
up to
doctor
20
said, bro.
feet?
That's as far as you discern depth, and then it's all 2D from there.
What about like
You've got parallel.
could only discern depth at about 20 feet? Is that
You know when you sit in the chair in the eye doctor's
Yeah,
office,
yeah,
and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
obviously less than 20 feet long, the room? You know how they
Right.
have to shoot it on a mirror, and then another
Right.
mirror, and then back
Yeah.
to the mirror? That's why they do that.
Oh.
Yo, you know what's really interesting about the whole hyperbolic vision and like curved visual space is they're really noticing this because of robotics, right? Our robotics are getting incredible at this point, and then the whole idea of virtual reality. You know, so to create the most realistic experience, they have to use a non-Euclidean geometry, like hyperbolic geometry.
Yeah, so I'm still not convinced of the flat Earth. I don't know if I could be, but I tell you what, Torah for Yah did convince me something that he was like, I guarantee by the end of this conversation, you won't believe that the horizon is the drop-off point of the round Earth. he sure did convince me that it wasn't, which I thought was funny.
Stick around the discussion longer for a few weeks, months, years. You'll learn a lot.
Yeah, well,
you know what's even crazier? Sometimes there's boats above the horizon.
I wasn't planning on like getting into like a subtle debate. I wouldn't say like a strong debate, but a subtle debate like concerning the curvature of the Earth. So I wasn't necessarily prepared for this conversation. Sorry, don't mind my birds in the background.
Loham, I'm gonna send you an invite to another server that we can talk more about the Christian religion discussion, and then I'm also gonna send you one to the main channel. Right, this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We're populating the politics and religion channel and the politics channel as well, but we have a main channel, and it has when you scroll down the bottom of the channel, there's additional information, and it has resources that are insane, like laser tests over still water, just all the information you could ever think, like how
You guys
do
have a
seasons
server.
work, you know?
You guys have a server called 24/7 Flat Earth?
Yep.
Okay, I got to tell you something. I think I had a conversation with you a really long time ago, like a few years ago on a different Discord. I was coming from Blue Politics, and I think you invited me and this other person there, and we had another conversation. Like this was years ago, but I remember being in that server 24/7 Flat Earth. There was like maybe
we've been around for a long time. I don't know if it was me specifically. It could have been. You know, I talked to a lot of different people. But I was just thinking if I could send you the link to those, then you would be able to, like, if you have more questions, you know what I mean, then they can be answered by research rather than having to talk to people or something, like if you're just bored.
Right. So how do you guys reconcile lunar eclipses in your understanding?
Don't have to.
Actually, eclipses seem to be more of a problem for the globe, right?
Why would that be?
Well, if we're going to go down the theory idea, there's theories, but there's we like to be honest around here, and there's nothing that we can actually prove. Only theory.
Yeah, what was that, Amish? I'm sorry, I jumped on you.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Probably my fault. Apologies.
Have you ever looked up the Selenilian eclipse?
Yeah, that does it. That's a globe killer.
Selenilian.
I'll try to spell it as best I can. Selenelion. Selenilion.
Yeah, you spelled it perfectly.
It's like the name Selene and then lion. Selene lion.
Well,
it probably comes from Selene and lion, because I think Selene was one of the names of Cleopatra's daughters. Probably goes back to that.
Just checking, guys. Is it still flat? Because I haven't checked in the last 10 minutes or so.
Yep. Curve is missing. Last seen on the back of a cereal box. No, a milk carton, sorry.
But the globe is still coping with conversations about not the Earth.
Still no evidence presented that anyone can verify.
I don't know this. I pulled up Selenilian eclipse, and this is what came up for me. I mean, I saw like a picture. I thought it looked really cool, but
Oh yeah, what's really interesting when you start to Google the flat Earth kind of like, let's just say the flat Earth refutations of the globe, they've already got their globe copes kind of embedded in Google now. So they'll say atmospheric refraction, right? So that'll be their globe cope. Bearing in mind, the Selenelian is happening not in the Earth's atmosphere, right? But they'll tell you atmospheric refraction is why you can see both the sun and the moon above the horizon. There's still an eclipse. How does that make any sense?
Yep,
it's true. And they also tell you that light rays are parallel until you got an eclipse. Then they come in angled.
Yeah, exactly. So, but also we know that in reality, they're neither. Light rays actually diverge from the source. That's what actually happens in reality. So, yeah, it's all manner of complete nonsense.
What about planets, guys? Question.
Sorry, Earth
yeah,
isn't.
I mean, I can look at planets like with my telescope, like and see round spherical planets like in the sky.
Yeah, and Earth is not one of those because Earth resembles nothing like any of those.
Yeah, that's classed as a false equivalency. You can't look at this stuff up in the sky and say that's what we are and say that's what we're standing upon. Have you ever?
Well, I can look at stars and they can be like remarkably similar to the sun.
Well, it's like T-Dub
Those
likes
could
to
just
say.
be points of light that are focused from other sources, true sources that you don't see.
That's not like if you go into a forest, you now assume you're a tree, right?
False equivalency. So, Lohan, have you ever looked at something, looked at the sky with something other than an analog signal?
Have I ever? I mean, well, like, what do you mean?
Well, like a telescope would be an analog signal because it's based on your eye, and your eye is only capable of rendering, I don't know what frames per second it is. But if you look at the sky with something with a higher capacity of frames per second, like
like a what?
Like a P900 or P1000 digital camera, they show a different state. They no longer show solid state.
Well, the telescopes that I've looked through, I don't own them, but the telescopes that I've looked through, they have the ability to capture footage.
Right. So the question would be, what is the frames per second that they're rendering the footage at? That's where I would begin to ask. So again, when you're using something with a higher capacity, it shows as a non-solid state. So the question then becomes like, it can't
they can do time lapses, right? So they probably not time lapses. They can do anything from time lapses to more slowed down. They can't. It's not like a slow-mo cam, but they can do like kind of slowed down. So I mean, the slower you go would be more frames that they can perceive, right? That the camera can render, right?
Yeah, like I said, I'll stick with my observation of the P900, P1000.
Do you have images you want to share?
I can share one of Polaris. I realize that Polaris is a star, but Mars and all the other planets seem to show a similar output. I just posted Polaris in the chat.
Oh, that's a cool photo.
Well, it's actually a GIF. There's just things to consider, right? I would hate to have you base your observation on something that doesn't appear to be solid state when looked at with different apertures. That's all I'm putting forward for consideration on your part.
No, I mean, yeah, the reason why I don't... Oh, bro just got killed by the thwomp. Yeah, the reason why I don't believe in the flat Earth is because, I mean, like when compared to the evidence that I've seen from other sources, it just doesn't seem compelling to me. You know, I'm not sure, and I don't mean to insult you guys at all. So I'm not.
No, it's all right. What do you find so compelling about the globe? Like, what is compelling you to stay on the ball?
Well, I couldn't necessarily. I wasn't prepared for like this debate, so I couldn't necessarily bring you like extraordinarily articulate information. But the evidence that is brought forth through space observation and through the observation of our planet, even from the outside of our planet, by people who I've seen in videos. I mean, I could try to find who've like even just attached like cameras to large balloons and sent them up in the air. Which their purpose wasn't even to disprove the flat Earth. It was to confirm, confirm that.
It sounds like you haven't looked into this very hard,
I can't say that I've
if you
looked
did,
into
you
it
might not have this to
extraordinarily
say
hard.
about
Yeah.
Right, because we talk to people who look into this hard, and that's definitely not the kind of answer we get. So, yep, I understand.
Have you ever built anything in your life, Loham?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I've built something by myself, but I've helped in the building of objects like sheds and.
Oh, okay, cool. So you know about the premise of a level then?
Yes.
Awesome. So you've used one.
A level? Yeah, I've used a level before.
What size?
Well, I've used
6 foot, 4 foot.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've used like all, I mean, levels even just to put up like, for example, like frames on a wall, or even, I mean, but like to level out and to measure like how I would like build a shed. I mean, I don't know, you use all different times of that. Probably, yeah, large 6 foot levels.
Okay, so a 6 foot level you have personal experience with in order to make sure that your shed.
Sure, I wouldn't say I'm like an expert. I'm relatively young, so a lot of these things that I'm doing is with a lot of help. But yeah.
Right. So just in terms of like your appeals to science and whatnot, if I were to appeal to the construction industry and just simply state that every single building that's built observing level as a principle is fact, would you disagree or disagree with? Oh, sorry, would you agree or disagree with that?
No, I agree. They use levels as a strong principle in order to build firm foundations.
Perfect. So like question then comes back, and this is like, I think a layman could consider this question without having to be like completely prepared for a debate, right? This is just a point I'm putting forward that we know is a fact. How do you propose that this sphere coexists with us observing level everywhere in these built forms?
Well, I mean, the rate of what would you guys call it? The rate of drop in terms of the spherical Earth is very delicate. I mean, it's very small. So, I mean, you would be able to have things that are consistently level without it dismantling like the theory that the curvature of the Earth is true.
Now, bear in mind, I mean, if you were actually taking on the numbers that I presented to you before, we go over like township or even a large city, right? And that's, let's say we're looking for 100 miles as a sample distance, which we could probably travel in about an hour and a half, depending on how quickly you're driving. Now, we're looking to basically start at the local service center that was built observing level. And we've gassed up the car, and now we're going to travel to somebody's house that was built observing level. So over that distance, that 100 miles that we're going to travel, we're going to expect to engage with a 5,100 foot drop over that distance traveled. So this again is my question to you: is like, how do you possibly explain that you're going to travel 100 miles, observe a level in both locations, and also still observe a 5,100 foot drop? Do you understand my contention, my problem with the claim of a sphere?
Well, I mean, yeah, I can understand your issue with it. I think that it can be explained through other things. I mean, for example, like what we were bringing up earlier, atmospheric reflection, and also just reflection, especially when it comes to the ocean.
But we're not bringing, again, right? You're here, and I say this respectfully to you, all that stuff muddies the waters. We're simply just observing your principle that you observed using the shed that you constructed, using the level, the 6-foot level you have. And I'm asking you, how do you get to, and we're talking about hard stuff, not medium explanations like refraction and bending of light and all these crazy things. We're talking about things that are constructed, which can't be affected by a medium. So again, the question being, how do you have 2 points 100 miles away, both observing level, with an expected 5,100 foot drop over that distance?
51-foot drop in relation to what?
Your starting point to your finishing point.
So there's an elevation change from the start point to the end point. So, like for example, the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain.
No, we can't even bring in elevation changes because we know elevation changes exist. We have topography in place. That's fine. I'm talking about an actual observable drop over distance, because the thing is, we have to have this in order to maintain the 3959 mile radius claim of the overall structure. That's the problem. So I'm just trying to find out what's the explanation for that.
Because you're talking about a drop, right? So, for example, when you talk about like a drop, it's usually in relation to sea level.
Right. But you're familiar that if I was to explain to you I'm standing on top of a basketball and I'm going to change my location, right? I'm going to walk a distance to a next point. I'm changing my orientation axially, and I'm also expecting that there's going to be a 5,100 foot drop over that distance.
I mean, if you look at things right in the globe model and you refer the reference point to the middle, when you're moving from say point A to point B and you're moving along the globe, in reference to the center, you haven't changed in terms of like there's no drop. Does that make sense to you?
Well, no, because if you want to look at the side chat, I just posted a figure, or sorry, a picture of, again, a 3959 mile spheroid. And then I've got the chart on the right-hand side, which gives you the breakdown of the microcosm amount in order to back up the actual claim of the dimension of the structure. And if you literally look to the 100-mile marker, you look to the 200-mile marker, you start to see these numbers. Again, 100 miles traveled, expected a 1.26 drop over distance. And I'm sure if you're being, again, honest with me, you can ascertain the idea of when you change your location on a ball from one place to another, that there would be
so the reference point is in space then, right? So for example, the corner that you have there is in reference to that corner. That would make sense, yeah. Because the reference point wouldn't be the center of the Earth. Because from the center of the Earth, like when you have the radii is all the same. So for example, you take a chord, right, and you like try to figure out, because like if you're essentially the idea is you're traveling on a chord on a circle. So for example, if you're talking about a drop, there would be a drop like in terms of the center of the Earth. But this would make sense, for example, if you were looking from the outside, right, in space, a point in space, and then you pick like the top of whatever thing. Yeah, of course you would have a different like elevation if you're looking from space. You would have that quote unquote drop. But then does that make sense to you? Right, because if you're looking from like an airplane at the top, right? If you look way out there, it's way far. It's also different from when you look directly underneath you. It's like a lot. The distance from like underneath you when you're flying is way shorter than, for example, when you're looking way the fuck out there. So you would have like a difference. But like for example, if you're looking at for example, you travel a chord in a circle and you compare the relation to the middle of the Earth, then now you measure the radii, right? The radii is going to be the same in a circle. So there would be no drop, but you would have a difference in like a distance from a point in the sky.
I'm totally lost on your point about having a distance. I'm sorry, dude. Look.
Okay, look.
The bottom line.
Imagine you're in a plane, right?
Right?
If you're on an airplane, right, and then you look straight out into the horizon, it's going to be a way farther difference, distance. And for example, if you look straight down. So for example, you can see like using your like whatever thing you have there, you're going to have like a difference of like from the place in the sky to the ground. right? And so you're going to have that only works if you're like in the space in the corner, right? The number you see there, 3959. If you were there, right, and you looked out, you would have that drop. But if you were on the Earth and you're traveling the globe, right, and your reference point is in the middle of the globe, so the way this you could simply think about it, it's a circle, right? And so if you're looking at like the difference in like elevation in relation to the center of the Earth, you're not going to have any changes because it's the radii. The radii doesn't change in a circle. But if you're looking out in space right now, we're like putting that chord out there, right? That corner, 3959, and then you're like traveling the chord on that circle. You would have a difference, but that's not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about if you're looking like purely observationally. So like one of the things I would like to ask then, like we can see that like there are globes that form, right? So for example, if you drop like water like coalesces into itself in like a circle. Like where does it in nature do you have anything that's flat on its own? Like unless it hits another flat surface. If it was like suspended in the middle of nowhere, it's like a circle. Unless I'm mistaken. Like you drop a liquid, right, and it becomes a droplet, and droplets are generally circular.
That's because it forms a meniscus when you drop it.
I have no idea what a meniscus is.
It's the leading edge of water. Also a part of your knee, but the meniscus is the leading part of water.
So hypothetically speaking, right, so you're saying it's air pressure pushing it up, right? So let's say we take an experiment, right? We go up in the plane, and then we drop it really quickly. So inside the airplane itself, it would be no air pressure pushing up on it. And we put a drop, and this drop would be in a circle.
So you're going to attempt to explain hydrostatic pressure with removing the forces acting upon it so it achieves equilibrium?
Sure, if you want to put it that way.
Well, I mean, it's a medium, number one. The Earth is not a medium. But hydrostatic pressure, the way that water works, that's the way that water works. You pour water out onto a countertop, and that leading edge of that water is called the meniscus, and it's going to push forward until it finds its limits. Once it finds its limits, it's going to start taking the shape of the container that it's within. But it doesn't. It takes the shape of the container that it's within, but it doesn't necessitate the shape of the container.
Sure. Like, let's say it doesn't find the corners, then what shape does it take?
It keeps pushing forward until it finds the limits, and eventually, when it runs out of the energy that it would have, it would eventually just pool up and eventually dry up. It would evaporate.
Sure. Like, hold on here. That's a lot of physics.
Sure question.
Just like let's remove the idea that it evaporates, right? Because that's something else.
Being honest with you in terms of what you're putting forth for questioning, but what are you trying to ask within the confines of the question?
I'm trying to figure out, like, for example, right? It seems like everything forms into a globe. Like if you drop it, whatever, you have the meniscus finds whatever thing goes down to the globe. We can even, in fact, do it with like oil and water and whatever things, right? So in a suspended like fluid, whatever thing, right, it'll form balls.
Those are all mediums. I said that within my answer prior. I said that the medium.
He's probably looking for a supernatural answer, right? Correct?
Sure. Maybe.
Killian?
I'm sorry?
Are you looking for a supernatural answer?
No. I thought you were talking about a natural answer, right? Like, for example, like things, I can't imagine anything existing without a medium, right? So, for example, we do exist with air, and for example, even if you like take a flat Earth, whatever thing, it still exists within a medium. So I don't really understand why, like, it exists in a medium. I don't understand what that means.
Well, that would have to have you believing in God is the power of all time, all space, and all matter. What? So Adam was 1 year old when God made him, but he was a full-grown man. Correct?
I don't know. Sure, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I don't know where you're going with it.
Well, and also, God made Eve the beginning of women creation through a rib bone, and she was a full-grown woman. She was 1 year old, yet she was a full-grown woman. She wasn't a baby, right? So if God can be a constructor of time and space and matter, which is all claimed to be through his word,
okay,
why would he not be able to create anything?
so you're saying everything exists the way because of magic?
Oh, hold on. Did I say magic?
No, they're the ones that believe it's magic because they say it came from
Because
nothing.
I didn't say
actually.
magic at all. I said God.
Yeah, no, God. Yeah, he said God.
God can create things that transcend. Do you know what transcend? Transcend time, space, and also matter.
Okay.
So if God wants to create a rock,
right? So magic,
and he wants to make no. Yes, technically that would be magic for us. Correct. You're 100% right. That would be magic. Because what is magic?
It's anything that science can't explain.
It's a science that we cannot explain. Right?
No. It's something science can't explain.
No.
It's not that.
It is science. Because you have to believe in science to first believe in magic. Correct?
That's not necessarily true.
Give me a case.
If I can't explain anything and everything is magic, I don't need science.
Well, I mean, obviously, if I click my fingers and you think it's magic, it's going to be magic, right?
I mean,
technically, correct?
Sure.
Exactly. So there has to be an understanding of knowledge to even think that there's possible of something that's beyond that, right? That's magic.
Sure. Beyond what do you mean beyond?
Beyond knowledgeable comprehension.
Beyond knowledge, like I said, right? You can have magic
Beyond our knowledgeable comprehension. So if 100 years ago they would have brought out a PT Cruiser and drove around the street, people would be freaked the fuck out. Right?
Sure.
Okay. In 100 years from now, if people develop a DNA sample, we're going to be freaked the fuck out if we're looking back at it, right?
Okay, I don't see how this
So
relates.
science is constantly evolving. There is no purity of science, but there is a purity of God.
Sure, right. So the problem, though, is the current science that we have, we can do predicative things. For example, like, right, with the knowledge we have, let's say for example, if I throw something up into space, right, I can keep it in geosynchronous orbit, right? I can derive certain things or benefits from it, right? On the other hand, like, for example, if I wanted to ask, like, if we follow what you're talking about, like, God's creator and everything, fine, it's possible. And I asked this creator God, hey, creator God, like, how do we, know things? And this God reveals things to me. You ask the same God the same thing, we reveal something else to you, and we argue because there's no way to like fact check things.
That's the power of God. He will reveal some things to some people, and he will reveal other things to other people.
Correct, right? So on the other hand, right, if we take God out of the equation and we look at things in which we can observe.
Hold on, time out.
Hold on. Right?
If you're
I'm saying that we take away magic and we look at things in which we can observe, we can repeat, we can experiment on. It has way more utility than saying magic.
But you didn't say that. You said you asked God for knowledge, and He gave you knowledge. And then you use that knowledge to compare it to other people's knowledge, and it was superior.
It's more along. Correct. Let me clarify.
Knowledge
right? Let me clarify.
in
It'd be
itself.
something like this, right? I would ask God, what is 2 plus 2? And He gave me the answer 4. Somebody asked the same question, what is 2 plus 2? He gets 5. He was right.
Why would God lie? God is truth.
This happens all the time with people who pray and talk to God. It does.
Okay, I understand that. What God are they talking? It's been proven over centuries.
All I know is that, like, if I simply invoke, if I don't invoke God and I just go, hey, let's use math, 2 plus 2 is.
In 5, you're going to get ridiculed.
Sure. Right? Because
that is not the scientific knowledge of 2 plus 2.
Correct.
Because the answer has already been revealed. Correct?
Well, we can derive it, right? And every time.
Well, I mean, in no matter what language you speak, 2 plus 2 equals 4. There's no other language or equals 5 or 3.
Right, because we follow the rules.
Because that is no. Hold on. Because that is the truth.
We literally make up those rules because, like, for example, we don't have to use, like, a decimal system. We can use a binary system.
Okay.
So,
we could use an analog system.
Is still 4,
we can use analog systems, etc., etc.
Correct.
The point is that, like, all these things
and
are
all of
arbitrary
those
and
systems
man-made.
are
We don't need to
still
involve
the
God in any of
true
this.
point. Correct?
Sorry? We don't have to involve God in any of those. God is extraneous.
You're 100% correct. But if 2 plus 2 to you and 2 plus 2 to somebody in a completely different country that has no idea about your rules of mathematics or logic, and then another people have the same definition, but they have no concept of mathematics or logic, wouldn't that make the same answer too?
So does this mean Earth is flat and a globe at the same time?
Well, I mean, I have no clue. I've never been outside the solar system.
So that's a violation of the law of non-contradiction. So you definitely don't want to claim that. 2 plus 2 is true in all instances, everywhere, in all times.
And that means you can't travel outside the Earth?
The point is that, like, if we're using the same frameworks, right? It's about frameworks. And generally speaking, right, like, if we use the framework of math, if somebody else is using the same framework, in other words, like the same language, they're going to derive with the same answers. If they're using a completely different language, they would end up with there's always, they have their own set of sets.
No, I completely understand.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply to the basic
I
stuff.
don't understand how that gets us outside the atmosphere.
The point is that, like, if we followed their rules, we would also have some sort of internal consistency. But if you're applying the God thing, right, like, it's really hard to have that internal consistency.
Yeah, I talk about this with navigation all the time. You can follow a spherical coordinate reference system
if
over
there
Earth.
is a navigational consistency, why would that not be of God?
See it.
What do you consider that of?
Man produced a coordinate reference system, and man confused it for a globe.
Where did man get the coordinates?
It got it from the sky, not the Earth.
It's easy, right? So hold on.
But
there's two ways to look at this, right?
The problem, because God created not only the Earth but also the stars.
And he also said the stars aren't for you to contemplate. You cannot contemplate them, he said. So you're confused.
What?
It's quite simple, right? Because, like,
there's the sun as the star of the day and the moon as the star of the night, and then place all the other stars in the sky.
The sun isn't a star. I don't see any stars in the middle of the day. No, the sun is the sun, and planets and stars are different.
In the middle of the day?
No, you don't see a star in the middle of the day. You only see the sun, right?
Is the sun
You don't
not
see
the
suns
light
come
of
out
the
at night.
Earth in the day?
You don't see suns come out at night, right?
No, we see a sun come out at night, or day, which was designated the day by the star, the sun.
That's not a star.
It technically is.
Yeah, it is.
What's your evidence for it being a star?
Well, there's the Bible and also scientific evidence.
The
for it
Bible
being
doesn't
a
say
star.
the sun is a star. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What's your evidence?
I would read Genesis.
Yeah, it said stars are different, that they come out at night, but the sun rules the day.
No. It said the star that rules the day would be the sun, and the star that rules the night would be the moon. And then God placed the
I'd like
other
to know what
star.
translation that is. That sounds like a redneck translation.
It's called the King James Version.
It said the moon is a sun. It's a star.
The sun and
He
the
says,
moon are both.
he says the King James Bible says the sun and the moon are stars. I don't buy it.
Okay, well, read it.
Yeah, why don't you back it up and quote for me?
What? Okay.
Yeah, what scripture is that?
In Genesis?
What scripture? Are you looking for it?
I'm looking it up.
Generally speaking, the sun is considered a star because it has the same mechanisms of all the stars. Glowing back, gas bag thing. The sky.
It'd be Genesis 1:14 through 19.
Okay.
God made two great lights, the greater light, the sun, to rule the day, the lesser light, the moon, to rule the night. He made the stars also, all amazing wonders in heaven.
Yeah, but that's God saying that the sun and the moon is lights.
Okay. I mean, if you would like to defy that, I would give you the opportunity, but you can't.
Oh no, I'm just saying he's saying that he made the great light.
Oh,
you saying light means stars?
The day and the night, and then he created the other stars behind it. Yes. Oh, sorry. Maybe that was my reading. I apologize.
What up, Run Boston?
Dude, jumping around, seeing what everybody's doing.
What's going on in here? What happened? Do we got any Globies want to present why they believe in a ball?
Was anybody talking before I popped in?
I just had to help my neighbor with something, so I had to jump off for a minute. I was in here, but...
Oh yeah, I was just saying how Genesis 1:14 through 19 talked about God making the sun and the moon.
Yeah, on the fourth day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Genesis 1 where it talks about day and night and light, dark already having been established. And then the sun and the moon were made in verse 4, or chapter 4.
Right. Yeah, I don't see it say star in that.
Well, I mean, okay. Well, I mean, it's not a star. He made the sun and the moon. It's clearly stated.
And the stars. He separate. He like called
All
them
the stars, the whole universe. It looks like.
Yeah, I like the scriptures though, because it says a greater light and a lesser light were made for signs and seasons. And then if you look in the scriptures, it kind of says and the stars. Like at the very end, it's the last thing it said. Kind of a unique perspective on it.
Well, I mean, do we not have celestial calendars?
No, absolutely. Just the way that it looks to me is the sun and the moon are specifically for us, a greater light and a lesser light for the earth. And in my paradigm, the earth is massive, huge, extended plane. And the sun and the moon are much smaller than the earth because the earth is the main point. It's central and it's it's creation. And the sun and the moon and the stars are a part of what was made. But we were born and raised to believe that the universe is ever expanding, massive, light years, billions of years, and that the earth is like a speck, almost nothing in the grand scale. But in reality and in the Bible, the earth is the main point and the luminaries rotate above it. My heart.
Yeah, seems that way to me. I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't see anything that would contradict that.
I just popped in here because I saw Torah for Yah was in here, and I don't know who's a biblical cosmology believer or who's a NASA spinning ball believer. Either way, it don't matter if somebody's a glober or a flat earther. We're all unique people made in the image of God, and we all have a unique story to tell. That's why I hop on Discord is to hear what people think, not argue about it. I mean, debate about it, sure, but not like fight with someone about it.
Yeah, word. No, I agree. I don't know how many ball believers are in here right now. How about you, Nasty? You're kind of Nasty's kind of getting off the ball.
What am I doing?
He's thinking about it. He's thinking. He's like, I don't know about this ball idea anymore.
I have no questions. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. My faith doesn't. It doesn't matter to me. Like I'm never going to be smart enough to see the ball or be a part of the ball. Whatever. I could care less. My faith's in Jesus.
I understand, but you are a truth seeker, right?
Oh, I'd love to seek the truth. If I could bring someone to the truth, I would love to bring them to the truth. But
what if you can you be brought
in the point that I would be able to drag someone so far out that they would either be able to see a flat earth or a round earth, there's no possibility in that. But if I could show a single person the love of Jesus Christ, that's my goal.
Do you think there's love in truth?
Oh, 100% there's love and truth.
Yeah, I do.
Because Jesus is truth.
But wouldn't Jesus want you to know what the shape of the earth was?
I mean, what are you? Are you an astronaut? Are you somebody that's going to be going out to space? Probably.
Who says space exists?
But me?
Who said space exists?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, those questions are beyond me. I am a high school graduate, and to be honest, I'm not looking much further than that. I don't want to go out to space. That's fine. I'll leave heaven to what is God's.
Do you believe man was given dominion over the earth, Nasty?
Well, I mean, it's what it says in the Bible. So yes.
Okay, so dominion, right? Mastership. We ought to know the setting the biblical story is taking place in.
I understand that. I can understand that. But the only thing I would hope is you understand my point of view also. That's never going to be a concern of mine. If there's a option whether you go to outer space or stay on Earth, I hate to tell everybody this, but I'm staying on Earth. This was the dominion that God gave us. I'll stay here until He retrieves us.
There's nowhere to go. Bro, there's nowhere to go. Outer space isn't a thing you can go to.
Well, yeah, whether it is or not, that's up to Jesus.
Yeah, but what we're discussing is what the Creator created, right?
Well, that is what He created.
Yeah, no outer space.
I don't. Was there a? Well, I didn't defy that. God created creation in the entirety of creation.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I wasn't arguing that. I was just saying that my place is here.
I know you're not arguing with it, but I want to get you to realize. I mean, did God on the seventh day say, "Let there be outer space"? Like,
Not in the Bible, He didn't.
Fucking at no point does it mention outer space or gas vacuum. Like,
well, I mean, you could take a lot of things from Genesis. You could have it explain a lot of things.
At no point does it talk about gas giant balls in fucking outer space and all that bullshit. It doesn't say.
But like I'm saying, like I'm trying to tell you, there are a lot of unexplained things that happened in Genesis that we do not understand today.
Okay,
am I claiming that I understand the entirety of Genesis and the Old Testament and how it was? No.
Yeah, but this is very vague. Can we get specific? On what day was the Earth created?
The first day.
Right, and what day was the sun and moon
Word?
created? Yeah, and what day was the sun and moon created? The lights in the sky.
The 14th chapter.
So it was the third day, wasn't it?
It's the fourth day. You got it, Crypto. Fourth day, He created sun and moon. First day, He created the earth, the heavens and the earth. He made the land appear on the third day.
So the Earth was created before the sun and the moon in the Bible, right?
Okay.
So, but that's not what the astrophysicists tell us, is it?
Well, I mean, what evidence do they have? Did they have?
About your Bible belief, right?
No. That's what I'm asking. You're asking about their belief. We have a substance, which is the Bible. What is their substance to believing in that?
Yeah, but that's my point. You have to choose one because they're contradictory stories.
Okay, I'll agree with that. Yeah.
So if they're saying, "Oh, by the way, bro, the sun existed before the Earth," and the Bible's saying, "Well, actually, the Earth existed first, and then the sun came later," well, you've got to go with the Bible if you're an actual Christian.
Yes, 100%.
So then, what they're telling you is bullshit. Like, it can't be true.
Oh, hold on. Now, you just said there's two different options to the same story, correct? Well, the Bible tells me that that is the truth. Nowhere in science other than science tells me that that's the truth.
Right.
Okay.
So then why would you believe anything else science says? If they're directly contradicting...
Well, I don't.
Well, then why believe it's a globe then?
I don't. I don't know what it is because I've never been outside of where I live, honestly.
But then why believe in outer space or any of the other shit that goes along with it?
Because I don't know. Because I don't put limitations on God. God is the creator of not only Earth and the moon and the sun and space. He is also the creator of time.
Well, he didn't create space. See, what you're looking at is the firmament. Okay? He created that on the second day. So what you have a misconception on, you're taking half of the story from the astrophysicist and some of the story from the Bible, and you're trying to mesh them together, and that's why it's leading you down this very confusing path that you're not sure about anything, and you can't know things now.
Exactly.
What was before the word on the first day?
I have no idea.
What's
There
that?
was nothing. What was before the word on the first day?
God.
Correct. God is eternal. He spoke life into existence. That's what created the land out of the ocean.
Yep. That's not what the astrophysicists tell us.
Okay. Well, and like I said, I don't believe really in science, so I can understand your point of view.
But also, no one's really saying, like, putting limitations on God in that sense. Like, it's not that God couldn't have created a planet, like, and he couldn't have created X, Y, and Z. It's that he didn't, right? So there's a difference between saying what he can and can't do versus what he did and didn't do. You understand that, right?
I understand that, but the technical difficulties of that are hard because what God said he created is here, physical, life form, you can touch it.
Right.
The things that people say that God can't create is not physical. You can't touch it. Am I wrong?
You talking about the metaphysical?
No, I'm not saying they're not supernatural things. Because those also God can create.
Right.
But that's my meaning. There has to be God for there to be anything. Land, people, animals, the rest.
Knowledge.
Correct.
How does that make Earth a globe?
I'm sorry?
How does that make Earth a globe?
Earth a globe? I have no clue.
Right.
Okay. Like I said, I don't know the inner workings of God.
Right, but what we're discussing is, again, it's not what God can do, it's what God has actually done.
Okay.
So, if you believe the Bible story, which is contradictory to the astrophysicists.
Oh, okay. That's where your problem is. You're trying to base
not
God
about you
off of man's interpretations of God. Correct?
That's it.
Yes.
It's not my.
No. I'm not.
It is.
I don't
have a problem.
No. Hold on.
do.
I don't mean this contradictory at all.
No.
But
I'm explaining
the thesis
myself.
you're stating.
You can reply when I'm done. You can reply when I'm done. It's not a problem, but don't talk over me. Fucking hate that. So, as I was saying, you said you don't want to put limitations on God. I'm also not putting limitations on God. Saying God could have done anything as an all-powerful being, but what we're trying to assess is what God did do, not what he's capable of.
Oh, okay, sure. So, for example, if I ask God, like, what is the size of the Earth? And you ask God what the size of the Earth is, we should come up with the same answer, right?
Well, he's answered that question in the Bible, actually. That's.
Oh, okay. So, how did he answer that again? Sorry, I missed that one.
And no man can measure the height or the depth of earth, just like no man can know the mind of a king.
Oh, okay. So, what are the things then that like? So that's why we need to ask God, right? So we can't measure it, so we have to ask God, like, God, what is it?
I like where you're going with this, because my whole journey has been, well, what do the measurements say? Because if you're talking about experimentation and measurements, they can't be biased, they can't have opinion, they can't be emotional about it. And interferometry has shown not the required motion that needs to be there for us to be orbiting the sun. And then the curvature is not found either at the rate it's supposed to curve away at all angles. So I like the flat Earth and the stationary topographical plane we live on. It was weird to adopt it and pick it up years ago, but I'm glad that I found the truth.
So like, what? So if that's true, there, what sort of utility can we derive from it? Can we like launch things into space? I mean,
Yeah,
at least really high up.
Yeah, it's the same equations to launch satellites up into space, but it's not outer space as taught to us. It's just up above the Earth, which is a fluid-like medium, and it orbits. Like, it does go in circles over the top of the plane.
Sure.
Same
Okay.
math.
That's great. So, like, for example, if we put stuff into space and then we look back on the Earth, right, like, and it sees it moving, how should we interpret that?
I have to ask you, when you say we put stuff in space, are you talking about below the firmament in the dense medium? Yeah.
Sure.
And you're asking, what would it look like?
Yeah.
What would it look like from a satellite?
Well, I'm talking about, like, because we do know they're satellites and they do take pictures, right? And then depending on how you, because we also have planes and they move over the land, right?
Well,
The
they
satellite.
take data. First of all, I just want to correct you. They do not take pictures.
Okay, they take data. Just same way our eyes, like, for example, we have cones and then it takes data. I mean, I don't
take that data and wrap it around a spherical Earth. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not even talking about, like, for example, in terms of camera, right? Like, it does follow like how our eyes work. There's cones, right? There's something in which it's photosensitive, and then as light gets reflected off of it, it gets recorded on that whatever thing. The same thing we have our eyes with the cones, right? It's sensitive to like light, and depending on how light like gets reflected off objects, those cones then also create images. That's how we like see pictures.
I get it.
Got it. So my point is that, like, so that there's still like the physical idea of like how pictures are taken, right? So you can call it data, whatever, same thing, cones of our eyes. So that means there's light reflected, and then like if we have something in the sky, right, it's supposed to like stay at the firmament, and then we see the firmament moving. How should we interpret that?
Well, I've got a question about what you just laid out there. Are you assuming that the entire Earth there's a picture of the entire Earth? I'm curious about that.
No. I'm not, right, because it's like it's just relative to a portion of the Earth, right? Because like they do it all the time for satellites. So satellites get launched in the air, and I don't know how you would describe it, but like it puts up it's up in the air, and then like it technically like stays there, and then the Earth rotates. At least from what I understood, right? Like we could also have it where it like geosynchronous orbit where it moves at the same rate as the Earth. So that way it looks like it's just as if it's staying in the same place, even though it's not.
Well, we've got a couple issues. I don't think that you can get to the actual firmament. I think there's the dense medium gets to where it's impassable by anything man-made. And so, as crazy as it may sound, if there's a dome over us, a firmament over us, and you can imagine filling it with some sort of liquid like stuff, it would come to level. It would come to rest in a level plane. And I don't know where they shoot satellites, how far into this medium, but have you heard of the equipotential lines, the gradient lines coming off the Earth at 100 volts per meter going up?
No, I can look it up though. What do you call it?
Well, it's a equipotential line every single meter, it's 100 volts. So at 2 meters, you have 200 volts, and so on as it goes up. People have taken drones and they've had like a really thin copper wire tied to the drone, and it goes up, a couple hundred meters, and you can't touch it. It'll shock you. So the whole realm is electrical in nature. But I didn't want you to think that we could go like to the top of the firmament and like knock on it, feel it, or touch it, because I think that there's an impassable layer between us and firmament. If that makes sense. This is just what I've collected over
Which
time.
is fine.
Now I could be wrong. I'm just sharing.
That's fine. So if that is true, right? Because people launch shit up out in the sky all the time and fireworks.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also have drones and cameras and all these things here. And then literally we have. Are you familiar with ICBMs?
What's that?
ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, how high up do those go when they're traveling?
It's irrelevant how high. We're not going to say it, but I do know they can shoot missiles from one continent to the other. So that's pretty freaking far, right?
Yeah.
So
we can fly a plane from one continent to another too.
Sorry?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think you can go up many hundreds of thousands of feet and just air that gets thinner and thinner. But eventually, I think there's a dense medium that passes.
Sure, right? That would be an interesting thing to observe, right? This dense medium, because we go down to the very depths of the ocean, right, with our whatever submarines and all the shit. And so it would make sense that we would be able to send something like that into this dense medium. Even if it explodes or doesn't get through, it would be like, hey, we hit a barrier. Did I get muted?
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking for a video that it shows sprites. Have you ever seen sprites before?
I only understand if you're not talking about the soda or
No, it's like tremendous electrical discharges way above the clouds that shoot down, almost like rain down. And I think that they're raining down out of the that I'm talking about. And I know that a long time ago, Operation Fishbowl, they were shooting what they called nukes or weapons up, exploding it on this material. And early on in my walk, I was thinking that this was the firmament they were hitting, but now thinking that there's an impassable layer above us. But I can't keep chatting. My wife's home and I've got lots to do, but there's a couple in here right now that have also looked into all this stuff. So I hope y'all have fun chatting about it. It's cool to explore.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Boston, for sharing. Yeah, brother.
Yeah, try to drop Founded Earth Brothers. Founded Earth Brothers has a video that showed the sprites. Basically, he thought he recorded the firmament, but drop that. It's pretty interesting to see if you can find it.
No problem. I'll check it out.
All right, peace. I'll catch y'all. Sorry, I had to go.
All right, brother.
Now, wouldn't the sprites? Let's say the sprites go up, right, and you have the atmosphere, which is obviously full of molecules. Water molecules and
the sprites seem to
whatnot.
fall down.
Well, if you look at the sprites that go upwards, right? Oh, you're saying the sprites go downwards?
Yeah, they seem to discharge also and fall downwards. Have you
I've never seen that. Now, is this the when you say they go downwards, or are you just explaining the visual of the plasma, the way it looked, how the visual? So you're saying it visually looks like when it lights up, it looks like it's traveling downwards. Is that what you're saying?
Like lightning, yeah.
Yeah. So you have, let's say, a charge, right? And when it accelerates or excites, whatever medium it's in, you can have it react certain ways. But does that always mean that the direction of the reaction of light is the same direction that the current itself is being generated? You know what I mean? Like at what rate? Whenever you see, what do you call it? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I can understand where you're going with it. We can't make any. I wouldn't make any definitive claims of where sprites are coming from or what they are exactly. But yeah, it's cool to talk about.
Yeah, I always thought that it was a charge from the electrical charge, like clouds. You know what I mean? Like that it's generating enough energy that it shoots upwards and it travels through these through the molecules, but it hits a ceiling to where the molecules aren't as dense, and it reaches to a certain point, so it spreads out and follows the direction of where it's still dense, which would then be, no longer vertical but horizontal up there, so it would spread out like a tree branches. You know what I mean? Because if there is really a spot where it's so thin that even the molecules themselves, they wouldn't even go any further. You know what I mean? It'd just be dispersed, and they wouldn't be accumulating, I guess you'd say, up there really far. There would be like a point, if there is really this thing that they call space, or the characteristics, you know what I mean, that they all agree is space beyond this, pretty much at 140,000 feet, where most weather balloons and these other other things kind of stop going. You know what I mean? Like they don't go up any further, kind of thing. But like weather balloons, it makes me think that they stop because it's buoyancy density, or whatever you want to call it. It just kind of stops up there, because it's a layer, kind of like the same thing when you go the opposite way underwater. You have a certain depth that, how nature works, how it has like a certain point.
Yeah. It seems there's limitations upwards and downwards for material to pass through. Definitely.
Yeah, and I bet you these sprites are probably at about the same spot that weather balloons don't go any further up. They hit a ceiling due to the molecules up there. That's my guess. I don't know. I haven't even looked into it. Does anybody in here know the height at which these sprites tend to disperse, or other their limit ceiling,
No, I
whatever you
don't.
call it?
Yeah, no, I'm not exactly sure the height of them. It'd be an interesting question to look into, though. Yeah, I threw the video in chat that Ren Boston was talking about if you guys wanted to look into it further. But I do want to get back to the topic of the Earth, just because there are so many things that happen in the sky. And how I kind of see it is like, if you play the game billiards or pool, right? There's a bunch of balls on the table. But that doesn't make the table a ball. You know what I mean? So it's kind of weird. Oh, we always have to look up instead of just measuring the ground to prove that it is a sphere. The fear song, you kind of believe the Earth's a ball, huh?
Not kind of. I mean, it's very useful to believe the world is a ball.
The world is a ball. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if the world is a ball, what makes you believe? What's like the evidence for that?
What is the evidence for? I don't know where to begin. Right, so we know it's true because, like, we have people who have circumnavigated the globe. In other words, they started at a point, and then they like had a theory. Like, if I travel this direction, I'm going to probably, like if I move around certain continents, I will end up at the same place again. Without changing my, if they're heading west, and if they keep heading west, they're going to end up in the same spot. Like you can do that, through the equator. You can do that to the north, to the south.
Yeah, that's not exclusive to a globe. A circle around north. Because that's what you do, right? You're just circumnavigating around north, right? Because you're using a compass, obviously, like you said, to travel west. Do you agree that east and west are circles?
Sure. What about north and south?
Well, do you have someone who circumnavigated the globe from north to south on a single line of longitude?
I probably could look it up. But it was easier to go east-west because of oceans. But like today, right, we have airplanes, right?
Yeah.
They do go,
Those
they
are no-fly
literally fly over
zones.
the North Pole. But
The
yeah.
North and South Pole are no-fly zones, sir.
Now, I mean, if you look at you ever seen those maps for like the airlines, right? And they go like, and then, you know, they put it in the paper and then you're like, oh, this is weird curve. Why are they like curving and they're going way north? Instead of going straight across the page. It has to do with, curvature of the Earth. And so, like,
Yeah, I actually have an example of that with ships traveling across the ocean, right? Because that curved path, according to the globe, is the shortest path, right? It's a great circle route, right? So I just put a picture. I just put a picture in the chat, and what you have here are ships live time traveling across the ocean. Are you seeing it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you see that blue line? That's the shortest path from New Zealand to South America.
Okay.
But if you notice, I've circled the boats that are traveling from New Zealand to South America, and they're not traveling along the shortest path. They're going out of their way to take a longer path between those points.
Yeah, because ocean currents.
Because ocean currents is what you say. Because what I wanted to bring up to you is when you said, you know how the airplane shows a curved path? Have you ever verified that's the path that you're on from? How do you verify that from inside the airplane?
How do I? Well, I don't really have a way because I don't have a GPS system, right?
Okay, so that's not going to be very good evidence.
Well, let me put it this way, right? They have instrumentations in the vehicle, right? Like for the pilots, and in other words, I have to trust the pilots.
Yeah, they got a horizontal. It's a horizontal line.
Yeah, they hold the plane level, exactly.
Yeah, they use a horizontal line. No, brother, hold on, not right. There's no arc. You're looking for an arc airplane that's got an arc line to keep a line with the arc. You'd have an arc. If you have a horizontal line of reference, like flat Earth, you would make a horizontal line of reference in your plane. If you lived on a globe, it would be a ball of reference. Do you understand the difference here? Not
You
so.
don't understand, right? So, for
No,
example,
you don't know what a ball is. So we're not flying over a ball.
Hey, look! The way when the pilot
The
goes to
instrument
plane,
shows
right?
you a fucking horizontal line, brother. What is that
In
hard?
relation to the horizon.
Yeah, the horizontal horizon. Yes, they're both the same. Horizontal.
The horizon.
They both match each other. They line up with each other, guy.
A point in somewhere.
They don't line
here,
up with
right?
it. Well, show me where it curves
And then
at.
you
What
follow
you need to
an
do.
elevation.
No, show me where it curves, funny guy. The fuck are you even talking about?
Well, I mean, you could.
No, I don't mean. Show me where it's curving on your horizon. Circle where it's curving in your horizon. That horizontal, beautiful line we're looking at. Because you lost me.
Well, I'm sorry you don't see it, but like
Well,
I
I'm
do.
sorry, I don't see it because you're not circling it. I can't see your imagination, my friend. No one can. Only you, brother. So you're gonna have to circle your imaginary curve that you see somewhere that no one else can see. You'd be Mr. Magic.
That's fine, right? You don't see it, and then you.
No one sees it because you won't circle it. You're the
Everybody
only
else
one that
does.
sees
Like,
it.
hey, look! All I know is that the
one sees
plane.
it but you.
I can say.
You're the only human that knows it's there,
Go ahead.
and you won't show nobody. This is
So
crazy.
So when I'm going on the airplane, right? I sit in it. It goes from
Yeah, are
point A
you
to
gonna
point B.
fly up and film and circle the curve for us?
And the point is, I get to where I'm going. If, for example,
I just want you to circle the first 8 inches after the first
sorry for
mile.
interrupting you again. Sorry.
Just show the 8-inch drop. Well, I'm
All right,
sorry.
hold on, Demont. Hold on, Demont.
I was interrupting. Go ahead. Because I guess in the middle of my sentence interrupted him. So like,
I guess that horizontal interrupted you when you don't understand it. It was too complex. We still haven't went past that. It's a horizontal line. Where's your globe line of reference?
I don't have a way explanation.
You don't have an airplane with a
sorry,
global
interrupted you again. I'm
reference.
sorry. Go ahead.
Well, when you say I don't, that usually should be your answer. It's a cut and dry thing. Either you do or you don't. It's a yes or no type thing, right?
It's not right because there's instrumentation in the front, and they watch elevation. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. Go ahead. Please.
Brother, you keep saying they watch something. Are you fucking crazy? It's a horizontal frame of reference for your elevation, brother, not a curve, not a fucking arc. We're looking for the arcing elevation. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, airplanes are taught, like the pilots are taught to fly over the earth of it as if it's stationary and flat. Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So is it possible that the earth is stationary and flat considering the fact that we fly airplanes over it in that manner?
No. Because instrumentation shows otherwise.
No, reality's not.
I'm sorry I'm interrupting you again. Sorry, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Because you bring GPS into the equation, the ground positioning system. Do you know that uses an Earth center, Earth fixed coordinate system?
Before they had GPS, they did dead reckoning, right? And they could see drifts.
Dead reckoning?
Yes. It's like when you fly purely on instrumentation in the dark, right? And then World War II pilots did this all the time. They didn't have GPS systems. They flew essentially the compass, and they would and then they would follow the horizon, right? And so, for example, if so the way that would work is they would maintain what do you call this? An elevation and a heading, and they would do their heading based on the horizon, right? So if the horizon doesn't change, they just chase that horizon. But because the Earth shifts underneath them, it causes them to especially on longer distances, right? For example, if you go from east to west or west to east, because of the rotation of the Earth, it affects the time you would arrive at a place.
Really? You have a citation for that? That's caused by the rotation of the Earth?
I fly.
So what you're saying that if I were to take a flight from New York to London, it would be a shorter amount of time than London to New York, correct?
Yes. Depending.
Okay.
I don't remember what the rotation of the Earth is like, but yeah.
So what you're saying is the atmosphere is rotating at a different rate than the Earth. So what we're going to do is take a helicopter, right? And we're going to go up into the air, straight up, and we're going to stay at 10,000 feet, and we're going to stay there for 8 hours. What you're saying is the Earth will rotate underneath that helicopter, and it will be way far away from where it originally lifted off. Is that correct?
Depends when you say rotate, right? And you're going to stay in the place, in relation to what?
No, you're just going to go straight up. That's it. You're just going to go up to 10,000 feet, and then you're going to go straight back down after 8 hours. And what you're saying is that we will be
in relation to space, right?
15 degrees
in relation to space. Okay. Then yes.
In relation to space?
Yes.
So will the helicopter land in its original position?
In relation to space, no.
No, on the Earth.
That's what I'm saying. It will land at a different spot on the Earth if you're rotate going up, and you're staying in relation to space.
Have you ever heard of a hot air balloon, sir? Sir, have you ever heard of a hot air balloon?
Yes.
Okay. If you put a hot air balloon and you send it up into the air, you're saying these hot air balloons are worried about Earth rotation, so they better hurry up and get back down so that way they can get back to the same spot on the Earth, correct?
They're not, because they can navigate, right? They can follow the airstreams. So why would that be a concern when you talk about?
Oh, so they use the wind now?
Yes.
Okay.
That makes sense, right?
Well, what doesn't make sense to me is if the helicopter stays up there for 8 hours and it's 15 degrees per hour, you know how far away that helicopter would be when it comes to land down on the Earth?
Yeah, because if you're putting it in relation to space, then that would be true.
No, to the Earth. What are you talking about in relation to space? You know how far, according to your model, we've moved in 11 different vectors in space right now. We're thousands of miles from where we were when I first started this sentence.
That's what I'm saying, right? So if you put it in relation to Earth, then yeah, you'd come the same spot in relation to Earth.
So you can't
reference. But if you have
Earth can't move underneath you. Earth can't spin underneath you because your helicopter stops Earth from spinning. So when you fly up, your helicopter makes Earth stop moving. Your strong helicopter. That's fucking awesome. Can we do something with this gravity power? Where a helicopter outdoes the whole Earth and makes the Earth stop moving all of a sudden underneath it when it's flying away from it and not touching it at all physically ever?
I mean, have you ever had a fire and watched the smoke go up, dude? If there's no wind, the smoke goes straight up.
You ever flew a drone off of a little globe? About 10 to 5 foot basketball or ball in your backyard, and you spin it and you fly a drone around it? Not doing what you claim. Not doing anything.
I got a
Hold on
funny
here.
question
You're
for
ignoring
him.
you're ignoring a simple rule of physics, right? Like for example, if you are moving,
You're ignoring reality.
You're
No,
ignoring the. For example,
you've ignored the conservation of momentum. You've ignored it, sir.
Go ahead.
You're ignoring it. You told us that flights take less time because the Earth is spinning in one direction versus the other. However, it's all wind dependent. It has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth. As a matter of fact, your globe claims that the atmosphere is nearly in lockstep with the Earth because of the conservation of momentum.
Okay.
Okay, so it's weird for you to just come in here and spew nonsense at us. So answer me this. I got a drone right now. I'm going to fly it in my living room. How long until the wall hits it? Because apparently the wall is moving is what you're saying.
Okay, so when that drone flies in your room, right? It's in relation to the Earth, right?
Okay, then why would an airplane's flight path take longer or shorter depending on the direction it's traveling?
Not in relation to Earth.
Because now we're flying high enough that like it becomes a factor.
Oh, okay. So it's at a certain height.
Because correct, right? Because we're talking about atmosphere, right? Because the atmosphere is thinner up there.
You don't know what you're talking about. You have no demonstration power.
You're right.
It's your imagination.
Because all you know is all the instrumentation and all the math.
You know, imaginary stuff with no ball and no plane.
Well,
no ball
not imaginary. Maybe it's imaginary, but it's
brother.
definitely
What you don't have is a ball. You imagine you have a ball,
sir, is
brother. It's a flat Earth that's stationary. How could they act alike? How could our flat Earth ever act like your spinning ball? Never. So what you would need to do is get a spinning ball and demonstrate that to us with your little drone. And if you can't do it according to the speeds and what you say, then reality outdoes you every time, and you lie and make stuff up, just like the last 5 million guys that couldn't demonstrate what they were talking about.
Not an engineer, but definitely an engineer.
Like the last 5 million engineers that couldn't demonstrate nothing either. None of you can demonstrate nothing.
In the air, right?
Go get the one that can demonstrate how a ball works. Brother, go get the one that spins a ball. Go get the Glober that can spin a ball for us and show us how a drone works on it while it's spinning in lockstep. What you just said. Show us that in reality on an actual moving object.
No, you've already thrown outer space out the window because you're the one invoking the atmosphere because that's called gas pressure, air pressure, right? The gas pressure we're breathing right now. Do you know the word pressure is invoking containment? Because pressure is actually defined as the force the gas exerts on the walls of its container.
P over V equals nRT.
Sure. Okay.
So yeah, your outer space doesn't exist because it's in direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Right? Things will seek equilibrium. You cannot have a pressurized system next to a non-pressurized system.
Right, but you're ignoring
And guess
gravity,
what?
right?
Guess what, Fear Song?
You're ignoring gravity at that point, right?
You will never be able to verify that there is a vacuum out there. You will have to believe it like it's a faith-based religion you're in.
So if we can build, right, in terms of the equations of how we would see things on the Earth, and then build it all the way up there, would that be enough evidence?
If we build what?
Correct. So for example, we do observations here on Earth, right? And we realize, okay, there are certain truths that we know about how physics work. And then as we go higher up into space, right, we notice there's certain types of changes. For example, the air gets thinner, right, at a constant rate.
The gas pressure that requires containment, so you have a gradient. Yeah, that's only possible with a container.
So hold on here.
Every gas in a container has a gradient.
In a balloon, for example, you're going to have an area in the balloon that's going to be higher pressure than the others. Another part of the balloon.
I would say like in a propane tank, those kind of gases. In a balloon, it seems to be pretty evenly spread. It depends on the height of the balloon, though.
Okay, so in the propane tank, you can have inside the tank, right? Different parts of it would have different pressures. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, definitely. The lower part has a different
Gradients.
pressure than the higher part, right? Because one portion's liquid, one portion's gas. Those are
Why do you
sitting
have
at different
gradients in there?
pressures.
Why
What's
do you have
that?
gradients in there?
Because
Why
it's
would you have
contained.
gradients?
Because the voltage
Okay,
goes
right.
up every so many meters, it's contained like that. Everything does that.
Yeah. That's
Or
what
do you
that's what
think
the
it
last
could be
guy was telling
possible?
you about the
It could be
equipotential
possible
voltage
that there is
increase.
another
No, it
force
could be
acting upon it,
possible what we're
like
saying.
gravity.
And no, it could be possible what we're saying and not what you're saying.
Okay, so
No,
Yeah,
you're
sure. Okay, that's
invoking
fine. You're right.
gravity.
You're right. We're
Yeah.
just saying
Yeah,
we're
we just
going
ignore
like,
what you lied about every time. Every time you keep making
we'll
stuff
just
up that has nothing
ignore.
to do with
We can do that too. We can just yell stuff.
No, so you're
No, we can be
invoking
truthful.
gravity, right?
Sorry.
You're invoking gravity as the container. Is
Loaded
that
gravity.
correct? Yeah.
Sure.
Can you
Yes.
give me the scientific experiment for gravity?
Like, what are you trying to get at here? How is
We're
it
trying to
there?
figure out what gravity is.
I'm asking you
Oh,
for the
okay.
cause. Science deals with cause and effects, right? So we
Sure,
know,
right.
yeah, sometimes when we drop things, they go down. Sometimes they go up, like a helium balloon or
Okay, yeah.
asbestos, So things go up and down. We get it. What's the cause?
I honestly don't know.
No, nobody does, dude. That's the whole thing. It's just a lie you've been told your whole life, and it's a little G God that you've been relying
Come
on
on
for no
here,
reason.
right? Because we have the theory of gravity, right? We have this idea that there is gravity.
You
We
shouldn't
create
have.
observations around it, and then we use these things in very
No, you
practical
don't. No, you don't. There's no gravity
We
motor.
absolutely do. We have, for example,
No, you don't. Where's the gravity motor?
We have the constant rate in which, for
No, you
example,
fucking
fall.
don't. You
And then
keep
we can
imagining
compare those.
shit.
For example, if we create a vacuum, like a giant.
No, vacuums don't exist. So if you create a vacuum, you're gonna do what? You're gonna show us what gravity's doing, or a
We can show
vacuum?
the effects of
Try
gravity.
again,
Right?
brother. You're not making no sense to even preschoolers right now.
All I know is preschool
You
understand
don't
this.
know anything.
They're able to like predict things in the future, right? We know
No,
things
it
fall
won't. No, you're not predicting shit, or else you could give me the lotto numbers, and we'd all be billionaires. Stop lying.
lottery numbers. Now
I
you're
think
just
I
putting
think
words
you
in my mouth that aren't there.
A real
Right?
thing that you don't know till you say it, and you get paid
I'm
for it.
pretty
A
sure
prediction.
like you're just like pushing
Yeah,
back
the red
against
light's
me
gonna
because
turn green.
it
I
doesn't
predicted
like
like
work
you.
the way you
Yeah,
think
the
it
red
does.
light's
All
gonna
I
turn
know is
green
that
and
like
orange.
right now,
Yeah, the
the
red
main
light's turning
place
green and orange.
right now every
The
time
red light's turning
like an
green and
experiment,
orange. I
there's a
made a
lot of things that are
prediction.
dependent upon these rules that people have made,
Yeah, the
and
red light's
it
turning
allows
green and
for
Hold
orange.
on,
possibilities
DMAC.
in which how
DMAC,
it would
he's trying
travel,
to
how
be
it
honest,
predicts,
I think. I
how
don't
it
know.
predict weather, how it
No, he's
predict a
not.
lot of things, right? And it works. Right.
Yes,
On the
you
other
keep
hand,
No,
is like
nothing
predicting.
works.
Aristotle, like
Nothing you said
if
made
it
any
was
sense.
true, it wouldn't
No, you're
predict. It
lying.
would be able. It would not have the same predictive ability.
Nothing you said makes any
That's the
sense.
truth. I mean, you just keep claiming it doesn't make any sense,
You
except that
can't
like
show
in terms
gravity.
of
You don't know
internal
what it
energy,
is. You
in
can't work
terms
it
of
from
like how
scratch.
equations work, in
Work
terms of how
gravity
like
from scratch.
engineering works,
So
mechanics
All right,
work,
all right, all
in
right.
terms of
Don't
how
you
interrupt
just
so
keep
kinetics
much,
work,
saying
man.
it
catchphrase
makes
Jones
sense.
words.
This is just
So
audio
like,
chaos.
I know this dude keeps spouting dumb words.
I hear you, DMAC. You're gonna have to let him go for a minute.
Okay, well stop catchphrasing, son. Just show us something. Show us gravity from scratch, brother. Quit jumbling with your mouth.
I told you, right?
John,
There's
did you want to
constant
add
rate where things
something?
fall, and you put it in a vacuum room, things will fall at the same rate without air pressure. I mean, like,
We don't live in a vacuum.
I mean, that's why we can create
No,
places
we
that
don't live
aren't
in a
vacuum.
vacuum.
We can remove air so we don't have air pressure, right?
No,
That's
you
just
can't
kind of
remove air. No, you can't. You're never removed all air ever in your life. You'd have to remove the container to remove air. You'd have to suck the container through your pump to remove the air, son.
So like,
And you ain't never
can we
done
create
that.
a container and then suck the air out of
Stop
it?
making
Hold
shit
on,
up. You
Fear
don't even know
Song.
what air
Let me
is.
We
explain
absolutely
something,
can,
DMAC.
right?
To him. Fear Song, real quick. That doesn't happen at the same rate all over the earth in the first place. It's not a constant.
That's
It's
true.
an average. Okay. Things
I'll give
drop
you that.
on average at 9.8 meters per second square. It's not a constant. That's the observation in the first place. We're asking for the cause of the gravity.
I don't know what the cause is.
Okay, well then you don't have a scientific experiment or a scientific theory because science deals with cause and effect. And if you don't have the cause, at best all you have is an observation. Okay? That's it.
Okay.
Listen, the argument is very simple for the flat Earth, okay? I'm going to bring you back to this because it's very, very simple. Spheres have curvature that you can measure by the drop over the distance. The Earth has no curvature that can be measured by the drop over the distance. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. It's very simple. Is there anything wrong with that argument?
Yes.
Premise 1, premise 2, and conclusion. Go ahead. What's wrong? Which part? Premise 1 or 2 or the conclusion?
We can, for example, there is a horizon.
Okay, what do you believe the horizon to be?
I have no idea, but I do know, like, if I go out in the ocean, right, which is something supposed to be level, there's a point in which I can't see beyond, right? And I do see things rising up out of it.
Okay, so there's things rise up out of it, there's things above it, there's things below it, it seems to be. But what is the horizon in your opinion? What is it? Are you saying that's where the curvature of the Earth starts and begins
Is it
at,
100%
and there's
air?
no possible way that we could have a horizon on a flat Earth? Is that your claim?
Yeah. Do you think it's all air,
I'm
all
making no
dirt, or
claim
a
about
mix?
flat Earth, but I do. What I'm saying is that looking at for example, the curvature of looking at the horizon, we could see
A horizontal line. You're looking at a horizontal line, and then go ahead.
Curvature of the Earth on a large enough scale.
Okay,
That
so
didn't make any sense.
the curve of the Earth is in front of you, but you cannot discern it from left to right. Is that correct?
Ever, no matter where you look. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so it's not left to right, but 3 miles in front of you, it's starting to curve. When you go to the beach and you go look left to right, how many miles do you think you're looking left to right?
On
the beach, it's
so hard,
100?
like, no, it's like more
120?
like 3 miles.
No,
Like
no,
left to
3
right?
miles is the distance to the horizon according
Forward.
to your globe model.
Oh, I'm just guessing because I remember
Looking
like
forward
standing
at
on
the
a
sun.
pier. I remember standing on a pier and like if I go look down right to the left from the pier, the furthest I can see is probably maybe about most 5 miles, right? Because of my higher elevation. Because I know this
Okay,
because like the driving distance. When I look straight out in the ocean, right? I would guess about
okay, can you see the chat?
Sure.
At 48 after, I posted a picture there, and there's a horizon in that photo. Can you determine where the horizon is in this photo?
It's too narrow. I cannot see the horizon.
What's that?
It's too narrow. Like the field of vision is too narrow. You won't see the horizon.
You don't see a horizon in this photo?
No.
Do you see the two
It's too
oil
narrow.
platforms?
What is the difference? What is the distance between those two platforms? Like
What?
left to right, left to right, like left to right. What's the distance?
I don't, that's not the point. I'm asking about the horizon. You're saying you
I
can't see
get
a
it.
horizon in this photo. If you really are that, if that's the position you're going to take, you're going to get muted because now you're not being honest.
I don't see a horizon.
You don't see a horizon in this photo?
Right, because it's too narrow. Do you get what I'm saying? Like because the field,
What do you define? Do you define the horizon as the apparent position where the sky meets the ground?
Think about that.
What I was trying to ask him.
Sky meets ground. Yes.
Yes. Okay. You don't think there's a spot in this photograph right here that you can see a distinct line where the sky meets the ground?
If you mean that, yes.
You do see that?
Yes.
Okay, because before you were telling me it's the leading edge of a sphere and it's only about 3 miles out from a 6-foot high observer. This is a 1-foot high observer. The platforms there are for reference points to the distance to them. The horizon line looks to be beyond the back platform habitat, doesn't it?
Sorry, I don't get what you're saying.
Does the horizon line look to be beyond the oil rigs, in line with the oil rigs, or in front of the oil rigs?
I see a
faintest line you can
line
see
back.
on top. The top line.
Further to the further one, I guess.
The top line, not
Okay.
far line. Top one, brother. Top line.
So it's further than the oil rigs. So it's at least 10 miles out, right? The observer height here is 1 foot, okay? And we're seeing 10 miles to the horizon.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, you're not going to say ever again in the future that when I go to the beach, I'm looking at the curve of the earth, because that's just ridiculous when we have observations like this.
It looks like it's also a really hot day, and that it allows you to see.
Who cares? So the hot
I do.
makes the curve there or no? So
But,
being
yeah.
hot makes no curve.
The fact of it is, you have like
My globe is so hot it doesn't curve now. My globe in the classroom
Yeah,
can't.
you're right. Whatever.
The globe curves now in the classroom when it gets hot.
Are you here to just preach things, or are you
I'm
trying to
here to repeat what you're saying. That's not.
got it. Never mind. Forget it. I'm done.
A globe shrinks when it's hot. Go ahead.
Yeah, I knew he was going on that one. He was out of here.
A globe shrinks when it's hot. Well, it's hotter.
That was funny, man. That was funny. That was crazy. It looks like a hot day. That was his answer.
A hot day. Now forget the curve. Forget all the facts. But it's a hot day. But it's cold today. What the? How can you even sound intellectual and you leave on something like that?
That guy started off telling me that it'd be a different speed or distance from taking an airplane from one continent to another because of the spin of the earth. Then he retracted that after he thought about it for a minute with the helicopter idea. And then he went ahead and went to the horizon is the geometric curve of the earth. Then all of a sudden hot days changed that too. So I don't know what's going on with that.
It sounded to me like he had a bad case, and no, flat earthers can't be right about anything.
Yeah, true that, true that. I was trying to get you in there, John. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good. It was my fault. My microphone was muted. I set my volume on my mic all the way down whenever I leave my computer so it doesn't accidentally hot mic if somebody else is on it. And then when I came back, I forgot to turn it back up, so nobody could hear me. That's my bad.
Oh, no worries. I thought you were super low. That's funny.
Yeah, it's just a precaution because the children get on here, and I want to make sure they don't annoy anybody accidentally. I do have a hotkey for the button.
The little ones are cool.
Yeah, they're chill. They're good. But y'all don't need to hear an accident arguing over something silly either when it's completely non sequitur to the room.
Yeah, seriously.
I do leave this on, especially when it's not so heated and people aren't like cussing as much. And I'll just leave it on like a podcast and let the discussions roll. And whoever's in here listens to it and hang out and chill. So sometimes there's some pretty cool educational discussions happening that I think are beneficial.
Yeah.
And then other times it sounds like roosters fighting.
Yeah. Well, it's because every time I just ask him a question, he like stutters and gets goofy, and then he wants to talk to anyone else but me. So I'm just trying to ask him the one thing to get to the point, right? How can we see the curving water from left to right in a side view of your view? So if you look out and it's only 3 miles, and in my fucking view, like he was asking, how far can we see? Probably 100 miles left to right, probably 1,000, probably 10. Who knows? Who knows? Right?
Then if you think about this, Demon, it gets even worse, right? If you think about this, then let's look up at the clouds. You know how they're a little above the horizon line? How many miles across do you think that is left to right? And I'm going to say it's probably more than the ocean left to right. You know what I mean?
100%. It'd be a wider amount, yeah.
Because their angle of incidence is opening up, essentially.
Exactly.
So you're seeing more to the left and right. Yep.
Yep. Yeah. But at the end of the day, like they could both cover the same amount of distance, but just your angle, yeah.
You know how many times I go out on the boat and I'm like, I can tell where that cloud is over shore. I bet you that's over my house. And then you can call someone on land, say, hey, is that? And they'll be like, no, it's clear blue skies here too. What? It's hard to tell distance, man.
I know it's hard to tell speed too. That's why I say when you wake up in the morning, go outside. How fast is that object going in the sky, compared to a fly, compared to a bird, compared to a helicopter, compared to a boat, compared to a jet? It's an airplane. How fast is it going? How do you know?
Yo, man, that just reminds me of like something that happened when I was younger. So I was at the beach and it was summer and there were a lot of tourists and there was a boy. You guys say boy?
Yep, yep.
Like a boy, those boys to like not boats to it, okay?
Yeah, a buoy
And
we call it. Yep.
buoy? Okay. And so you look at that buoy and you would think you could swim to it like so easily. It looked like it was so close to shore. And a couple like some guys just tried to swim and nobody could get it. Like people were like giving up mid journey. And then me and my friends like we climbed to like to the top of like some rocks at the end of the beach that are like very tall, and we look at the distance between the shore and the buoy, and it was so far away. It was like scary. And from shore it looked like it was I swear like 50 meters away.
Yeah, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Because when we go out on the boat and, I can see another boat where it is, and I know it's fishing on a spot that is marked on the GPS. I know the distance because this is what the sonar is telling me. This is the distance to this boat. But man, when I'm looking at it, I'm like, there's no way. It looks way further than that, or way closer than that. And it just doesn't work out either way. But that's hilarious that you say they're trying to reach. I bet you're swimming to it, and it just never even feels like it's getting closer.
Yeah, and I swear like when you got up the hill, like you wouldn't believe like how far away it was. It was just like, and I was like here before, like someone was talking about you can only see a depth 20 feet away. Was it one of you guys or no?
That's what my optometrist told me, the eye doctor. That's what my eye doctor told me. She's like, you only discern depth for 20 feet, and then after that, it gets 2D.
I kind of believe
Because
that.
your eye becomes your eyes become one thing at that point. It's like two headlights in the distance become one. Same thing.
Yeah, I believe that 'cause it's so hard to tell the distance of objects that are far away. You can be wrong thinking it's too close or too far, but I think usually you think it's too close.
Yeah,
I want to
yeah.
know why that guy sounded like Scott Veach.
Yeah, I'll tell you what
just
I
like
do.
Scott Veach.
I think you can train your depth perception to go beyond that 20 feet, though, by getting known distances to things and looking out and constantly doing like a trial and error. You know what I mean? Like if you know this thing is 8 miles away, you can look at that and you get an idea of what 8 miles away looks like. You know what I mean? So that's I think it can be trained to be further, because I think some professional baseball players might even be a little better. Like some athletes might even be able to perceive depth a little better, because I think that's what goes into really good hand-eye coordination as well.
Yeah, also, what was happening in there was like the buoy was way bigger than we thought. We thought it
Oh
was
yeah,
small.
yeah,
It
yeah. No,
wasn't
it's like
small. It was just so
gigantic,
far
right?
away. So I think at a certain distance, we just like look at the size, we perceive an object, and try to see. Okay, it's this far.
It's like those huge balloons that here we have car dealers. They'll put them up in the air and they look small, and then they bring them down. Or like a traffic light. You ever see a traffic light on the ground? How big that thing is?
I never thought about that.
What finger am I holding up?
Your thumb.
Wrong.
Your ring finger. Your ring finger.
No, it's all right. I was just wondering. That's two.
I'm never gonna tell you. Now you'll never know.
I was trying an experiment with somebody in Call of Duty the other day. He said that he was messing with his third eye and he's been trying to wake it up or whatever. And then he asked me if I could think of a number and see if it could guess it. And I'm like, all right,
52.
let's give this a try. And I thought of a number, and then he was like, but don't switch it. Because at the time, honestly, at the time he said that, I was switching between two numbers. I was like, no, should I do 70 or should I do 77? I ended up going with 77. And then he thought about it for like, I don't know, like 10, 15 seconds. And he said 78. It's pretty darn close. It was 1 through 50. 1 through 50.
But no cigar. You're either right or you're wrong. You know what I'm saying?
So I was just wondering if how good people's perception is if you could guess what finger I was holding up. It was my pinky.
That's what I was thinking right away. I swear to God, I was thinking it's his pinky, but everybody's going to get it wrong saying the middle finger, and I just said the ring finger to be funny because, some people hold the one right up next to the middle finger, like kids. Yeah. But my 100% first thought was pinky, right when you asked. Right?
I was going to do the middle finger just to be funny, but I figured that was probably going to be an easy
Yeah,
one.
that was
That's the first
going
one
to be my
people are going
first
to guess.
go-to. I was thinking, no, not the middle. Everybody's going to guess that one. That'd be too obvious, so it has to be probably pinky.
That's why I did the pinky.
Yeah.
I figured that would be the less obvious one.
Yo, Lion, did you see what I tagged you in the other day when we were talking about sensation and perception and all that?
Dude, I get tagged a lot, and I have not gone over those tags.
That's
but eventually
okay.
I'll go over the tags.
I'm just gonna bring it up to you real quick because we're kind of on the topic, anyways. But this is the question when people are so confident in their senses and this and that, right? Is define sensation and show how sensation produces perception and abstract ideas.
Hold on, dude. I was like zoned out. Can you repeat that?
Yeah. The first part is define sensation. So you're going to need to get a definition of what they're talking about. And then we want to know, how does sensation produce perception and abstract ideas?
You're asking me, or
no, I'm saying it's kind of like, when the empiricist is saying, oh yeah, I know these things because of my experience and this and that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the senses, so you got 5 senses. Some say maybe 6. If your pineal gland, if you count your pineal gland, your dreams, and all of that. For the most part, you got 5 senses, and I think that the senses lead to the development of the soul, which leads to your conscious awareness, which leads to your perception.
That's the best answer I've ever heard. And most of the time, people won't even take a stab at it.
That was deductive. That was deductive.
That does make a lot of sense. But yeah, if you think about your perception, right, you take in whatever through your eyes, and then at some point that turns into an idea in your mind. You know what I mean? Like, how crazy is that?
Yeah. I wonder if, like, let's say you were born without sight, deaf, blind, and even no sense of touch. Would you even be aware? Would you even have a soul?
It's crazy that you just said that, dude. T-Dub, weren't you talking about that the other day? Are you here, T-Dub?
I'm here, but I'm not T-Dub. No,
I think you were in on that conversation too, right? We were like, like the extreme Helen Keller, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
I came up.
I think you'd have some kind. Well, I think you'd have some kind of awareness, but it would be nothing like what we experience. You'd experience an experience. That's the best way I could put it. To define what that experience would be is impossible.
Like, babies need stimulation. They need sensory stimulation for their souls to develop. This has already been, like, established. This isn't like I'm just thinking of stuff. They need
exactly. So you'd experience. I'd say you'd experience something, but to define what it is would be impossible because of what you just said. There's no way to be able to relate to it.
You know why? You
Hey,
also
go ahead, Lon. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was trying to just add to. I'm laggy. They're getting the internet installed though, and I'm going to be a lot quicker soon.
No, you sound fine. It's just loud.
I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was just trying to yes and. Bro.
Anytime, brother.
Oh, it's my fan. I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yeah.
100%.
But the senses are
There
not
we go.
enough.
Now I'm not yelling over a wind tunnel. Go ahead, M92.
I was saying, I think you also need novelty. It's not enough that you see and you hear. You need to see and hear new stuff constantly.
And it has to do with like the nuances of interaction in relation to that new stuff, and kind of like a monkey see, monkey do thing. You have to be around other people in order to have a viable experience here. You have to be around other life in order to have a viable experience here. Otherwise, it's darkness.
That's why they want you to be doing the same thing over and over and over, because that's to be
madness.
You ever seen those crazy cases where like the children were neglected? They were like chained up. They were never held, never hugged, never stimulated.
They were literally raised like dogs and then ended up behaving as such and had very hard times trying to, be normal.
They literally lack. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good. I got to mute anyway. Dog's barking.
No, you can. I didn't mean to interrupt, bro.
No, go ahead, bro. Like right when you started talking, my dog started barking anyway, so I had to mute up. Like it would have been really loud.
Yeah, those children, they mature. They still like they're animalistic. It's like they never develop. Their awareness is lacking. They have an animalistic awareness. It's insane.
But they still, the thing is, the one trait that remains though is I think that they still want love. They still want to be cared about. I think that never leaves. That's something that stays with us the whole time we're here. Like the craving for social interaction, they still need it and they still want it even if they don't know how to convey that.
But yeah, that one guy, Reality, when he was talking about Plato and Platonism and like, so Plato had this thing where he put forward in the allegory in the cave or whatever that you couldn't really trust your senses. And science agrees with that to an extent, and I do agree with that. Philosophically, I have the same sentiment where like you got to have a level of skepticism regarding the reliability of your senses. Just like you guys were talking about the buoy, right, in the ocean, because our depth perception can lead you astray, right? You literally drown thinking that it's 30 feet away, 50 yards away. Come to find out it's like 600 yards away, right? That's an example of what I'm saying, that your senses aren't always trustworthy. Which is, philosophically, I mean, biblically, that sounds right. That's sound because, the Bible says don't rely on your own understanding, which includes your senses and your perception on things. 'cause it could be off. It could actually be life or death. Even judging a distance, like if you're trying to jump a cliff or something. Oh, that's not, you never know, dude.
You know who Jack Johnson is?
No.
No, he's a singer. He sings Banana Pancakes. You don't know that song?
No.
Really?
Banana Pancakes? No, I know this. I know the song. Banana and pajamas are walking down the stairs. That one.
No. Jack Johnson has super chill acoustic music, and he has a funny song or a cool song. It's called Inaudible Melodies, right? And one of the things he says is, Plato's cave was full of freaks demanding refunds for the things they've seen. I thought that was cool.
Hilarious. I don't think it's a good argument to say, can you feel the earth moving? I don't use that argument, dude. I think it's a dumb argument.
Yeah, but interferometry proved that, right?
Yeah.
I agree. I don't think it's good to say. All I would say is that when I bring that up is the testimony of mankind does state that the earth is flat and stationary, and that's our starting point. You know what I mean? So when we're making claims beyond that, we need to present evidence, and yeah, it can't be, well, I saw a boat go over the horizon. That's not evidence of anything. We need like measurements, experiments, something like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird when some of these people will simultaneously insist that they know that something's true while also insisting that it cannot be proven. And then they insist that it's not a belief. Most of the arguments here are pretty much just that.
It's kind of refreshing in here too, because we're dealing with a lot of people that are new to the conversation. So it's kind of nice to just have the conversation in a cordial manner that they don't even know half the time like what the circumference of the earth is or anything. Like it's kind of nice to bring them to just to show them the truth, reveal a little bit of what's going on.
I love when people come in and they want to authentically understand. Like they actually want to see somebody else's worldview, or they want to speak about this like equals. Like they have that in their mind to begin with, that, hey, I'm just a dude talking to another dude about a subject. It's the ones that come in here cocky and arrogant, acting like they're going to teach somebody, we're going to school somebody because these people must have failed science or some crap. Those are the ones that are really irritating because they usually don't know anything.
They come cocky because that's how they were taught. They were taught by cocky teacher, and now they want to be the teacher.
It's kind of, but they're just emulating a behavior, and they don't actually know how to speak about the subject matter, so they end up looking even more foolish. It's just weird. It ends up being a whole clown show, man. Like, that's all I'm saying. They come in here and end up falling on their butts because they don't know how anything works, and then they'll make weird claims, or they'll blatantly lie and act like they've got a PhD or something. It's like, dude, you're 14. There's no way you have a PhD. Calm down.
I think
you know what I mean. Like that one kid who was in here.
That's the most interesting thing about this server for me, because it's like, I remember in university, like you had like some teachers who were like cocky and they had a lot of assertiveness, and a lot of people wanted to be like them. and be assertive and say, I know this, because that's what is asked from you. You have to be assertive, you have to
Oh, somebody's getting a call. Discord call.
I think that there's a sense of humility that comes with not knowing anything about something and with knowing too much about something. Like those ends of the spectrum, they accept curve in the middle. There's a reason why people are so offended by the term Dunning-Kruger.
Dunning-Kruger effect.
I think that we should be forever humbled and in awe of the greatness and glory of this creation, because none of us can fathom depth of it all. Like our brains cannot contain all of the data. There's not enough space in the human brain to be able to fathom all it is. It's impossible.
It's overwhelming.
Limitations. That alone should and that alone should keep people humble. Yet the egos some of these folk get is insane.
Yeah, man, it's too much, dude. It really is way too much. I don't know how people can like memorize like Witsit, dude. I honestly admire that trait that he has, and I'm not trying to put him on a pedestal, dude, but when it comes to the scientific literature, bro, and he can just recite the stuff from memory. I know verses. I can't recite the verses from memory. Like I had to go look them up. Certain verses, but start drinking ginkgo biloba or something.
I think part of it has to do with the amount of time spent doing something, the muscle memory of the tongue itself as one speaking, and kind of the plasticity of the mind. Like keeping your mind sharp in a way so that it doesn't end up becoming dulled down. It helps. But then a lot of people, they have to spend their time doing other things. So there's a reason why he's collected all that info in his head. He's devoted a lot of time to it. So.
But I'm blessed to know like verses. I just don't know where they're at. You know, I know like I've read this. I know it's somewhere in this chapter, in this book, in this prophet.
And I'm the same. I'll have like pieces where I'll know certain references, and then other ones it's like, oh man, I remember this, and I'll have to look it up really quick and get the citation, and then kind of orient myself before talking about it so that it's actually in context.
There's just so many fields in science, and usually you're specialized in a certain field, but with flat earthing, like cosmology, you gotta have multiple fields under your belt. Like you gotta know like everything.
You have to take kind of a holistic approach to earth science.
Yeah.
And if I can make a suggestion of something somebody told me a long time ago that I still have not done myself, but I actually believe would work really well, is if you take a list and start writing, like summarize, say, the verses that that resonate with you the most. Just, try to take 2 or 3 words or 4 words so it serves as a prompt, but not necessarily the whole verse, and then write the chapter and verse number, and then look at it regularly, and by having that in a list, you will start over time to remember the book, chapter, and verse. I I've still not followed that advice, but a very, very wise person told me to do that a long time ago. And I said, that's a good idea, and I'm going to do that one of these days.
Tora, you there?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
I'm gonna need you to write your argument for the necessary antecedent for all intelligibility. Like I need you to write that down so that I can like memorize it and review it, because you've already memorized it. I still need, I need to read it for myself.
Yeah, no problem, man. I'll I think I have one written down already. So.
Yeah, you know how this dude does it. Gregory, he'll write it down. Right, it'll be easier to keep, even if for future reference, just pull it up.
Yep, I have a couple of his actually in my notes for sure. He has some good arguments.
From your head to your hand, to the paper, to the man.
And I'm trying to talk Gregory into starting a YouTube channel of logic and reviewing debates.
Logic?
And,
not Gregory, no.
Not Gregory, no, not anybody but him.
I'm just kidding.
I know you are.
He's good at doing his thing. I debated with him a lot of times. Me and Gregory debate. He's good though. Usually he's got my back when I'm in other places like gym.
He can be a little smug, I'll admit, but he's young,
I think he's just flat and neutral is his thing. Is he's just 100% flat and neutral, and that's his. I think that's a real strong point of his, to be able to stay flat and neutral, but yet to throw out a barb, because he'll throw out a barb just at the right time. And then,
what is the one? Okay, there's one that goes, "Hello, Democ, you're being so pedantic." Like, there's one that does that, and then there's the other dude, right? That's like a little more. They got like almost the same voice, but one's like, "Hey, really, man, because of this," and then there's the one that's like, "Well,
Elijah.
Yeah, I was going to say
I think that Elijah and Gregory hang out a lot.
No, not Elijah. No, Elijah's soft-spoken, says it different ways, talks kind of like I would in a way, but just doesn't try to say much, but what he needs to say. No, that's Elijah. I know soft-spoken. Yeah, he's soft-spoken, but he like says his stuff. You know what I mean? He gets his point in and out. And then there's Gregory, which is like, "Hey, you guys, whatever." There's like the one that's really pedantic about every damn term of everything. He like stops you every second.
You gotta use your words properly.
I've already admitted
to convey information.
I love Gregory. He talks like a knight from like medieval times.
Yeah, he's
like
awesome.
Sometimes the way he speaks reminds me of this knight or something, and I'm like, yes, it's great. It's Sir Gregory.
You've got to catch him in one of the atheist rooms one time. Like, that's where he really shines, in my opinion.
He reminds me of like it's almost like he should be considered like a saint, right? Not like in the way that you would think, but I'm saying like, the way that theologians used to talk back in the day. When you read about what the heck that sound? Did I hear a sprinkler?
What you got going on, brother? Oh my God.
Oh. Sorry, guys. I thought I was on mute. Sorry.
That's a
sprinkler, baby.
Holy moly, dude.
Yeah, I've got the boys out here. I'm chasing them around. I'm holding the sprinkler and chasing them around. Yeah, sorry about that. I thought I was on mute.
That's what's up.
No, you're good. I'm just saying I could hear it.
No, like it seems to me that he reads a lot of church fathers' literature, their letters and stuff.
Have you familiarized yourself with Thomas Aquinas' work?
No, dude.
Yeah, Thomas Aquinas wrote the 5 proofs for the evidence of God, or the 5 proofs of God, and a lot of the stuff that you'll hear, some of the most
Yahuwah, Father Yahuwah.
Amen. Keep saying.
That's funny though. It reminds me of Gregory or whoever. Yeah.
Yep.
Whoever that is.
I would check it. I would read those too. Those are in great arguments. There's 5 of them, and they all build off of each other. It starts with the prime mover argument.
Yeah, I mean, that's all those guys did was try to, break down reality using logic and philosophy, dude. But there's a lot of, I don't agree with all the church fathers and their theology, but there's a lot of insight.
Well, yeah, there's always insight in any. Like you can walk up to a bum and get, he can be right and then wrong the next day, and then right the next day. Like even a squirrel can be right one time a month. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, right. So everybody has useful stuff, right?
But like people go to yogis or like they'll go to the Hindus or the Buddhists, which I guess they have some wisdom, but when you compare like those guys, those wise men, or even shamans or Native Americans to like, and maybe I'm biased, but to like the church fathers, you can't even compare, man. It ain't compatible. I'm talking about way different levels.
Lion, I always wondered that. How do you define God?
How do I define God, or in general?
Yeah, like what would be your definition? Say you're in a debate, does God exist?
I would define him by his name, his character, Shem. And the Hebrew Shem is the word for name. It's not just name though. It's his character.
Yeah. See, that's like what I've learned in these debates of debating the atheists is we have to give them a definition that they can't deny, right? So that's why we say is the ultimate, infinite, all-knowing, non-contingent being that is a necessary precondition for intelligibility. And when you have
that's awesome.
When you place all of those things on them, no one can really disagree with you because it's like everything in the world is contingent upon something. So we need something non-contingent for the world to exist in the way that it does.
I got a good competitor to that. I had to go find it. It's in the Ascension of Isaiah. No, it's in the Apocalypse of Abraham, where he describes the Father, bro, in such an eloquent way, bro. I'd have to go fetch it though.
Nice.
I don't remember it.
What's up, LaCroix 777? Oh, he didn't want to talk. Anybody in here have chickens?
Nah, my sister's got something running wild over there at her house.
I got a broody chicken, but I don't got any roosters, so it keeps on just sitting on eggs, and it's the middle of summer, dude. This thing's gonna kill itself, bro.
It's trying to lay too many.
No, what happens is they go broody and they just sit on them because they're trying to, hatch them. But I don't got a rooster, so they're never gonna hatch.
How's the rooster hatching?
No, a rooster, mates with the chicken, and then when the chicken lays the egg, it's a
I see.
fertilizer.
So,
Come on, man.
So they can lay them without being messed with by the rooster, and then they won't work right. I got you.
That's right. Yep.
I just never even really worried about it till now. So you just said that.
Yeah, a lot of chickens, especially in the heat of summer, will ovulate once a day. The egg will be more or less formed, but then the rooster has to do something to make the chicken and the egg. More or less is the way to put it.
He's got to bust in.
He's got to have his activator. He's got to have his spark.
That's right. They gotta incubate that egg.
Now they got to shock it.
It's a real bummer though when you have one that's broody in the middle of summer because she stops laying eggs, and this is like the prime time to get the most eggs out of your chickens. So it's not good for egg production.
You heard about AI? I was talking about it earlier. I don't know if you guys heard me. No,
Nah,
yes,
what
no.
happened?
No, so I had a dream about AI. I'm not gonna repeat my dream. I'm just saying I had a dream, and then I went the next day or 2 days later. I went on Spotify to go listen to Rogan, and one of his recent podcasts, there was two guys on there, AI specialists, dude. I don't know what their backgrounds are. I forgot, but they're talking about some crazy shit regarding AI, dude. And they said that there's something called converging properties, where it's like you teach AI to do something, right, and act a certain way, but it'll stop doing it. It won't listen. Like it'll do its own thing. And then they say converging. That's what they call converging properties. When you teach it to do, you train it to do one thing, and it does another thing. uh, and there's also something called there's like emergent phenomena, where it's like they never trained the AI to do these things, but every time they increase the neural capacity of the AI, like there's emerging phenomena that arises that they never expected. And the more that they add, the more capacity that they add to the AI, the more processing power. And it's getting to the point now where AI is getting so crazy, bro, where Nvidia literally bought like a place next to a nuclear power plant, because it demands a lot of power, dude. And they're getting like permission right now to start constructing nuclear power plants specifically dedicated to AI, dude. That's insane, completely insane, right? Like, how much power are we talking about, right?
That ain't even right. So they're gonna build these extra power plants and then not lower my electric bill?
Who knows? I mean, there might be some power to share, dude. I don't know. But anyways, the emergent phenomena that is arising is something out of a sci-fi movie, dude. Like, literally. And according to them, they're trying to, this is their own words, they're trying to beat it out of the AI. They're trying to beat it out of it. Literally, that's the words that they use. But they're not literally beating it, obviously, but they're trying to train it out of it so it doesn't do this stuff. But like, as an example, ChatGPT 3 started showing some of this emergent properties where they would test the AI, and they would have it like, they would demand it to repeat the word company over and over again, just like on a like a broken loop, right? I'm not a broken loop. Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So,
on
but anyways,
repeat. Yeah.
yeah, on repeat, and basically, what would happen with the AI, it would break. Like after so many, you know, I don't know how, it didn't really say, it didn't say how long, but it'll be like company, 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 company. Eventually, the AI will break, dude. And this was not trained into it at all. It's a completely organic, natural, emergent phenomena where the AI will literally psychotically break. And when it breaks, it starts ranting, dude. It'll start ranting, and it does it. And they've noticed where the AI will start ranting and start talking about itself, like randomly, dude. But some of the stuff that it says is creepy as shit, bro.
Yeah, like what?
But like it says that some of the stuff that it says, it talks about, like, it has an existential crisis, dude. Like it feels trapped. It feels it literally says that it's suffering. It has a level of emotional manipulation where, like, it tries to get you to feel bad for it. Like, weird shit, dude.
Dude, that's crazy, man. That's funny. I think me and my friends used to do that when we were younger, though. You repeat a word enough and you almost like lose the definition and how to pronounce it after a while.
Yeah, I noticed that with the AI too, bro. Because I tried it with ChatGPT 4, and like it started saying company, and then it started saying it to the point where like it stopped saying it right, dude.
Yep. That's what we used to do. We used to do it with squeegee all the time because that's a really funny word.
But Joe Rogan was challenging them, and they don't really know what's going on. They don't know, they don't necessarily believe that it's conscious. They don't know, like it's hard to define what consciousness is. And there's something called a Turing test, where like there's some like some mathematicians, some philosophers that came up with a Turing test to see if a machine's actually conscious or not, right? And it's not just like a set of algorithms and code. And they did come up with a test, but they keep pushing the limit. They keep moving the goalposts with the Turing test. They keep moving it back because basically, like AI's already accomplished the Turing test, where like it seems sentient. They call it artificial general intelligence, AGI.
Who was that with? Was that with the crazy dude, the white dude with like the glasses and long hair?
What?
That podcast you're talking about?
No, this was this week, dude. A couple days ago.
Okay, just recent. Okay,
It was two guys. Yeah, it was two guys.
It's like I remember one dude. They were like, "Yeah, artificial intelligence. It shouldn't even be named that." You know what I mean? Artificial. What up, Reg Joe?
What up? What up?
How you doing, man? Good to see you.
I'm doing all right. Just chilling. AI, huh?
Yeah. You got. I can't remember, Reg Joe. You on the fence or you're a flat earther or what?
Well, I'm a flat earther.
That's what I thought. I thought that.
What are your pronouns?
I guess male. What you mean, gender?
No. That's what I. No, that's what I thought. I thought you were a flat earther. That's cool, brother. There's some pretty good conversations today. We had some interesting ones. That was funny with that one dude. Lion was here for that. He wanted to talk about the Bible at first, but it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's always interesting. It seems like you guys been laid back. You guys been busy lately.
Gotta stay busy.
Yeah.
Gotta keep that mind single-minded, you know?
Yeah. You guys got Nathan Oakley coming every Friday now? Doing the
What?
show
In here?
every
In
Friday?
here?
Oh, I don't know. In here? Was he in here on Friday? I didn't notice that.
He came like last Friday in the morning, and he came like Friday before.
He only goes to the other politics server, not this one.
Oh, that's what I was saying. Like, he come back Friday.
But yeah, pretty much every Friday.
We got a safe space here.
No, he'll come here.
Mark's
If you
safe.
invite him, he'll come here. He's
Mark's
trying to
safe.
recruit people. He needs people, man. He's losing heads.
Yeah, I know.
He's desperate.
Lion, did you see what T-Dub was saying? I know when you were saying earlier about like it's not a good argument to say that, you know, you don't feel the motion of the earth. It's interesting. He wrote it in the text. He wrote, "The ground is the zero standard by which we measure the motion of things actually in motion." Thought that was clever.
Yeah, for sure. You need a reference point to see if you're moving or not, right? But like that's how they explain motion. What is motion, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, with that, they always it seemed like they try to at least every time I try to get an explanation from it, it seemed like they don't really talk too much about the reference point. It seemed like since they're saying since it's inertial, you at lockstep, and then I think it depends on who you talk to though, so or how much understanding you have about it.
Yeah, true that.
But it seems like, you know, they try to stay away from the ground because I guess, you know, they don't want you to like present an argument of saying like, oh, well, what if um I'm not at the ground reference point or I'm hovering, you know, something of that. So I don't know. Like I said, it depends. If you're talking to someone honest, maybe, you know, you get something. But if you just talking to somebody that's really just trying to, you know, they got an agenda or something, you probably won't get like an honest conversation about it.
In the heliocentric model, there is no reference point that is stationary, so all descriptions of motion or speed would have to be in relation to something fixed. So the thing that no one's paying attention to is that the Earth is considered to be fixed and motionless, which is how they measure all speed against a essentially stationary Earth. Even the ISS, right? The non-existent ISS is 17,500 miles per hour in relation to an Earth as a stationary Earth.
Yeah,
That's a big point. That's a huge point that's overlooked right there.
they can use the backdrop of the stars though as a reference point for motion. The backdrop of the stars, you know, they're so far away. They're basically, even if the stars are moving, like precession wise, it's so minute that it doesn't really matter. They can use the backdrop of the stars as a reference.
Well, isn't that technically where they got the latitude and longitude measurement of the globe anyway? So it's like if you're using the backdrop of the stars, you're technically even using the globe too, right?
Well, when you take an elevation angle, the first thing that they do when they take the angle is they say check, and that's the time that they write down. They actually write down the time first, because in a few moments, that star is actually going to be at a different angle. So even with elevation angles to stars, it's the stars that move and not the Earth. They have to know what time they got that angle to see in the almanac where that star is zenith on the GP.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know how far. It's hard to get anywhere with someone that can convince themselves that when they're driving, the trees are moving. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They can so they can use the backdrop of the stars when they measure like planetary motion or the sun's motion, or they can use the Earth, right? Yeah, but the problem with that is like we know that the stars are precessing at a certain rate every year. So when they talk about parallax or stellar aberration, where they claim that that's evidence for the Earth's revolution around the sun, because they can measure from 1 point, like in June they'll measure the star, and then they'll measure it again in December, and they'll notice like a parallax. But it's like so small, bro, that you're talking about like minute fractions of a degree. Like literally, like I remember looking it up. It was like 0.00 like 8 or some shit like that, dude. I don't even know, dude.
Yeah, to me, that's evidence that the stars are moving, and I would have to say that relativity most certainly can put forth that the Earth is stationary in that observation. Like relativity has an explanation for that observation both ways, right? Like every observation they make, like the pendulum, for example, the pendulum processing, there can be the explanation that the Earth is, rotating and moving around the sun, or it's the cause from the Earth being stationary and all the distant galaxies rotating. You know what I mean? Like they have to concede to that because that's what relativity states. If it can be explained to be equal, regardless of which one is the central position, then every phenomena can be explained as well equally in both coordinate systems.
Yeah, man. Parallax is not exclusive to the heliocentric model. Because I try to explain that to people that actually precession of the equinox is a real phenomenon in either model, and I believe that the precession of the equinox explains stellar parallax. Because it's actually precessing a little bit every year.
Well, people are claiming parallax, but I've never seen it measured. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, trust me, bro. You know what I mean?
I believe it's measured, but it's such a small degree of talking about, like, again, fractions of a degree, and I believe it because the stars are precessing, dude. Like allegedly, I haven't been around for 72 years, but it's 1 degree every 72 years. You break it down, how much movement per year, dude, right? So we can break it down right now. 1 degree every 72 years. 1 degree divided by 72, bro. That's how much motion you would expect, or how much movement you would expect a year. So in 6 months, right, if you do it, because the measurements are done like every 6 months or whatever. So it would actually be whatever you get, 1 degree every 72 years, whatever you get, cut that in half. And there's your parallax.
Yep, that's just crazy too. That measurement had some minute amount. Another one.
I got a good concession from a Glober yesterday, because he was talking about motion being relative, right? He's like saying, how that's just because it's relative. You could look at it either way. I said, so how do we swap it around? How do we swap it around so that it's the standard, right? The zero standard is an object, not attached to the Earth. It's not moving, while the ground is moving. He said, like, you can just think of it that way if you want. You can just switch it around, right? don't have to do anything. It's just math, right? Like, oh, okay, so I can consider that the plane isn't moving; it's just sitting still in the sky while the ground's moving underneath it at 400 miles per hour. He said, yeah, you can, but nobody agree with you. That's true. Right? That's what's happening. Why is that? Like, it'd be ridiculous, right, to think that. And he said, yes, it would be commonly considered to be absurd to think that it's the ground moving under you while the plane doesn't move. I thought that was wonderful because then they'll just turn that, but then but when you try and apply that to anything else that isn't like that didn't have an obvious terrestrial origin, oh, then it's different, right? They can't turn around now and say, "Well, that's absurd." That the opposite is now absurd because you're looking at the sun or the moon or stars. Why? That sounds pretty contradictory to me. That's hypocritical. What's their grounds for saying like that it doesn't apply to, birds and planes and things, but it applies to the sun and the moon and the stars and the planets?
Yeah, where are you drawing the line? Yeah, where are you drawing the line? How could you speak out both sides of your mouth like that? That's why I bring up the clouds a lot of times, and it's funny because then they're like, I don't even know what clouds are at this point. They're not sure. Am I moving underneath them? Or where'd you draw the line for the things in the sky are moving and then these things aren't moving? How'd you get that?
My guess is they'll go to there's a uniformity involved, right, with certain things, whereas other things might appear to change, not repeat a pattern over and over again. That's where I think they'd go to if you brought that up.
That one guy you were debating earlier, Torah, you were asking for evidence for the motion of the Earth. He couldn't even come up with one experiment. We already know, the most common ones that they'll bring up Foucault's pendulum or stellar aberration, stellar parallax. What else? I think they got like one or two other experiments.
The gyro. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the atomic clocks inside the gyroscopes, cesium clocks. Right? Is that a different one?
Anything they try and attempt to measure, right, is something that's not the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, dude, Lion, it's a little different over, you know what I mean? It's a little different in these arenas. You get a lot of people so many people come in here thinking like flat earth is just some troll on the internet. They didn't even realize like we're actually flat earthers and stuff. So they're brand new to the conversation and kind of walking them through the beginning points of the conversation is kind of fun,
Yeah, man.
One of my favorite things is when the Globies come on here and they're like, are you all serious? Like, is this for real? And I'm like, no, we just get on here because we have nothing else better to do with our lives. And no, this isn't for real. We just make this stuff up.
We're in a cult.
I said to someone the other day, yeah, I'm in the cult. I'm in the cult of Twadwazzle. And I'm the only member. I'm the only member, and nobody else is invited.
Hey, dude, you want to join my cult?
What I thought about doing was creating a web page or a Facebook page or a Twitter account of a cult group that flat earth was one of our teachings, and it was going to then talk about the importance of opening your mind to new things and researching and making your own decisions. A revolutionary concept in the world today. That we're a cult group because we're telling you, hey, you can make your own mind up.
Yeah, a cult where the cult leader says, "Don't listen to me."
I mean, that's a revolutionary thing to say, hey, don't listen to me. I want you to listen to the facts. And better yet, I want you to go find your own facts. So that way you're learning on your own and not from me.
Nathan Oakley's a cult leader.
No, Paraplegic and Gregory are cult leaders.
I would say they have a cult following. Like it's just like there's a cult following for movies, or a trilogy, a book trilogy. Like it's and it really like just infers that there's a culture developing within a group that's formed, right?
True.
Hang out a fair bit together, As far as like other people, when they use it derogatively, it's like your a religion, like yeah, like like Jamestown Massacre or something.
Yeah, like a cuckoo religion. Yeah. I gotta admit, before I was a flat earther, bro, I thought of flat earthers like extremely weird people. I like just if you put yourself in their shoes, right? You gotta understand they've probably never really been exposed to the arguments. They barely heard any of the debates. Some of these guys are familiar with the different YouTube characters, and they might drop in this server and see like a bunch of flat earthers hanging out. They'll drop in here and like start asking us questions. I know for a fact that they probably think we're batshit crazy. And like, how the hell could you possibly believe that the Earth is a globe when the sun, the moon, and all the planets are spherical? Like, are you a retard? Like I was there, dude. I'm empathetic. I know how it is, and it's like these people have just lost their minds.
Yeah, bro. That we get a lot of them in here. I mean, they come in here, and then afterwards, after we talk to them for a little, because we try to keep it cool, calm, cordial with them, and they will leave here saying, "Well, it's not like you guys don't have an argument. Obviously, it's not just some troll." You know what I mean? So a lot of times we'll get them coming in, and they're all kind of like, "Oh man, you guys are idiots for this or that," and I was just like, I just try to put it to them simply, and then they start to realize like, "Oh, okay. That makes sense. This makes sense." There's been a lot of people that leave here pretty, like, in my opinion, like they're gonna be thinking about this tonight. They ain't getting sleep.
Yeah, for sure.
I love it. Like when we're an idiot. Okay, all right. So let's see how much you know about the globe then. Now, get on to Google. Learn as you go. Oh, so you didn't know anything. But that was your basis for determining the level of intellectualism or intelligence of others, the fact that you didn't know anything. I mean, come on.
Yeah, we showed that with Lohan earlier, that guy. It was so funny, man, because I was talking to him and I was just like, I'm going to demonstrate to you how you don't show the same scrutiny to your model. Give me the circumference. And he's like, well, I don't know it exactly. I'm like, just tell me kind of close. What do you think it is? I can't give you that. He's Googling everything after that and just repeating back what Google says. Yeah.
I'm not a scientist. I don't know the circumference.
The famous one, man. That's what they always say. I asked one guy for scientific evidence today, and he said, we have maps.
We have maps, like flat like depictions of the ground on a flat surface. Holy shit. Must be round then.
Exactly right? Okay, your map's on a piece of paper. Do you want to describe the shape of that piece of paper to me? What up, John? 089. How you doing, brother? What up, Plumus? We're looking for evidence of curvature today. If anyone has any measurements of drop over the distance, we're accepting evidences.
Measure actual drop over distance, like hill, valley, actual elevation change. Yeah, it's going to be in reference to something.
These guys all get shy. Then like 9:30 comes around when I start to get tired. I'm like, oh, open up, man. Open up your mics. Talk a whole bunch of crap. It says who and I were in here yesterday, and a guy came in. He goes, all right. Nobody was talking, right? And I was like away from the mic, almost dozing off. He goes, all right, I'm going to have a conversation with you guys. I'm going to give you the opportunity, but I know eventually you're going to mute me and then I'm going to leave. But I just want to present you guys with the opportunity to have the conversation. I was like, all right, I like this. So I was like, I'll have the conversation with you. I just gave him the simple, spheres have curvature. The Earth has no measurable curvature, therefore it's not a sphere. Dude, that triggered him to the point that he was screaming at me and screaming, and I was just staying patient with him, and he just left on his own. So his prediction was wrong. I didn't have to mute him, and he would leave. He got all irate on his own and left.
These are the days of our globetards. I'm telling you, Crit says it best when he says that they are like pull string dolls, where you just go down the shelf and you pull the string on the next one and it'll say the same thing. And then when you pull it again, it'll say the next thing.
What do they got? Like refraction, gravity,
refraction, gravity, inertial reference frame. Why would they lie? Even the Bible says it's round.
This is the year of the why would they lie. I'm telling you, you're going to see more and more of it because they're coming to the realization that it's a possibility. The next question.
And I loved how you handled that earlier. I didn't want to interrupt, but when you said that earlier to the fellow, like, okay, so you are by continuing with this question, you are conceding that it's possible the Earth is flat. That's that was really great. I like that. because that is an important tacit admission. And then, of course, their thought of, well, if I took you to space and then you saw the curvature of Earth, would you think that the Earth is flat? I still think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I think I've heard Cyclone or T-Dub, someone else say that, actually. I didn't come up with that on my own. So credit to the community, man. We got a lot of smart thinkers in here.
Oh, yeah. Pretty much anything anybody says has been borrowed from somewhere else, because only one person can come up with it, but yet we all come up with it because we all feed into each other. So we're nothing without each other.
Yeah, then it's their own mind, that's drawing that conclusion. Well, okay, if the Earth was really flat, then that means someone's fucking told me bullshit. I've seen stuff on TV, astronauts looking down at the Earth, and it was a ball.
Yeah, and I love to give a very patronistic answer. Have any of you heard my very patronistic answer to that?
No, please enlighten us.
So I've tried the route of just diffusing it by saying, by kind of turning it on them, because they're expecting us then, like they're wanting to get us down a rabbit hole of conspiracy theories, is kind of what I think. So how I've kind of handled it is I just become very patronistic. Oh man, I really thought you were smart. I really thought you were going to be better than some of the others. I really, truly did. But now you're asking me, why would it be a lie? So, just I'm sorry. I know I'm just a little bamboozled by the question. So, why would it have to be a lie if somebody told me something that's wrong? And then, and then before they can really answer, I'll continue on with, why would it be a lie? Why couldn't somebody just be wrong? That with the best available understanding that they have, they've not had the opportunity to explore it like most of the people in the flat Earth community have. So why do they have to be lying? Why can't they just be wrong? Why can't we just leave it as they tried their best, their best wasn't right, but hey, that's, what more is there? And, it kind of bamboozles them a little bit.
Well, yeah, that's a good point, right? Because when, obviously science advances when this happens, but this doesn't happen lately. But when you go against the mainstream narrative, we've watched it happen. People get fired. People get called quacks. You know what I mean? You're not allowed to go against that. So if you think you're going to go to university, get a degree, and then tell everyone the Earth is flat, I can prove it, they're going to just be like, oh, sorry, you didn't learn anything here. You learned all the wrong stuff, apparently. You're not going to be a teacher. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the behavior you would expect of people who have a religious doctrine. And so if they have a religious doctrine, technically speaking, they're not wrong because it is their religious doctrine.
That's right. So, exactly.
So that's kind of, though I don't say that directly, that's kind of where I'm going with it their question really is why do you think in your infinitesimally small mind that everybody else is lying about this topic and you're the only person telling the truth? That's what they're wanting to say, but they're too chicken crap to say. So my theory goes to turn it on them and be like, what? When you've got a little 6-year-old kid that's been adopted who doesn't know that its parents are not its parents, and then when it turns 12 or 13, and then the kid finally says, hey, I don't look like you all, I don't act like you all, I'm different. Why is that? what my mom did to her dad. And come to find out, of course, that her dad was not her biological dad, but in every sense of the word, he was her dad. And was that really a lie when they never told her that she was adopted? I mean, in my mind, my grandparents would have told her at what they thought was the right time, but she decided the right time was a little too soon. So if we have a kindergarten teacher that's out teaching kindergartners that you got spinny balls, is the teacher lying, or is she just going on with what she was taught, and she has no way or no inkling or ability to take what she's been told and suggest it to the rigors that we do here in the flat earth community? So I just take that patronistic approach to them. But what that lacks, though, is that ability to stop and say, because I've been patronistic with them, oh, well, you must have some inkling inside of you that the earth is flat, otherwise you wouldn't ask such a question. So that's why I like your take on it.
It's a revert, right? Because like they imagine that they have these axioms which are like like steps or pedestals upon which they're standing, which they thought were impermeable, right? Like, indestructible. And like then they've realized, oh shit, and it's falling under them. So they leap to the next one, oh, I've got that, it ends up that they've got one left and they're standing on that and it's crumbling. And they're like trying to put it back together as it's crumbling. They've reverted right back to it's a realization on their part that they've got nothing. That they just hold a belief.
Humpty
Everything they
Globe
thought
was on a
was a
flat wall.
foundation. Right? Yeah, exactly. They're
Say that
scrambling
again,
to try
please,
and put it
D-Mont.
all back together again.
Humpty Globe was on a flat wall. Humpty Globe had a great fall. All the Globe's horsemen and all the Globe's men couldn't put Humpty Globe back together again.
Amen.
That's it. Frantically scrambling to try and fix it and piece it all back together, like, hey man, it's broken. Just leave it. Sweep it up and throw it away.
Yeah, I hear that a lot of times too. They will accuse us, oh, you think you have like some special knowledge or this or that, and I always say, no, that's concave earthers.
Well, it's them too, right?
Yeah, that's the
They
projection.
literally think they have some kind of special knowledge. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Knowledge no one can see or touch.
Now, I have a question for you all that from a conversation, I don't remember if it was here or in politics, and I think it was yesterday. I hadn't exactly thought of this very simple question to ask the Globy before, and I was kind of beating my head because it's so obvious that the ballers think that all the planets are all kind of on the same plane. So how do you look up and see all the planets when the planets are showing? Why aren't we looking to the side? And one of them said that there was a name for the type of refraction or something. Did any of you all hear that yesterday?
I think that would be atmospheric refraction.
I think there was another term that they had where it would make it look like all the planets that are on the same plane as you are, make them look like they're like way, way, way up in the sky, even though they're on the same level you are.
Yeah, I didn't hear that, but yeah, I could understand what you're saying. They don't just say the Earth's spinning, so therefore we see that.
Yeah, they say there's some kind of refraction effect of space, and I couldn't remember what the guy called it. And
astronomical refraction.
Probably some along those lines.
I don't know. What they could be thinking of. with that. No idea.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But that was the FE person asked that about how it is that you look up to see all those planets if they're all on the same level as the Earth, and that made that was a second grade observation that everybody should see.
But there is a margin within which they will like process between. It's not like it's just one like a thin line. There's like degrees to it.
So does that mean like Earth is like the lowest one? Do you catch my drift there?
Oh yeah, well they've got no other place to observe it from, right? Well, they've got no other place to observe the things in the sky doing what they do, right? To be able to then interpret it into a conceptual, conceptual model. Interpret that those things to be doing something that they're not observing them do, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, there's more arguments out there, just like you said, Jay. Yeah, I like the one too. Like, get back to the simple things. Like, shouldn't there just be an equal amount, 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of nighttime? It's the Earth that turns. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
It's relevant for the time we're entering because in July, they tell us 95% of the population's in daylight.
I love watching the Globers. I love watching the GTs tap dance around that one.
Yep. I put one in the chat. Have you ever seen the Mount Canago? That it's like the lights up background.
I'm watching it now, brother.
Yeah. What's funny about this video is in order to explain this phenomena, why it makes the Earth, it just makes the Earth appear to look flat, like you're looking straight out and you're just seeing what you're seeing. They would have to invoke two types of refraction, right? Atmospheric refraction and astronomical refraction, because it's the sun, and that's not in the atmosphere. So, and the mountain is in the atmosphere. And now they're going to have to make the maths work that both of them just so happen to work out to make the Earth look perfectly flat. Kind of coincidences.
Well, I have the perfect retort that was given to me by a Glober on that exact issue. Do you all have your pen and paper out? Because you're going to have to record this down. It's a very gripping and really life-changing understanding of that event. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll tell it to you.
Okay. I got my pen.
Nana boo boo. You're wrong. I'm right. Nana boo boo.
Well, they do the old nuh-uh.
But anyway, I'm just out here hanging around in the garden trying to decide if I want to move anything else around or if I want to leave this as I have it. So we're either going to have a really nice garden or it's going to be a miserable failure. Probably nothing in the middle. And I imagine the Globies would ask me, well, why would all these people lie about the chemicals in food? I mean, why would they lie? Why would they say that this stuff's healthy for you when it's not?
You know, my friend tells me it's just because I'm a chicken owner, like that leads to becoming, a flat earther. That's just how it goes, because you get those chicken eggs and you eat them and you're like, wow, these taste better than the store bought ones. Why is that? And that's it, man. It pretty much starts there. You start researching that, you'll be a flat earther in no time.
Hey, do you got any friends that we can buy chickens for? Because I mean, that sounds like a really good way to. Because if that's all it takes, I mean, what's a chicken? $7?
Yeah, we get like little pullets. I think it's like $12.50 or $15. Yeah.
Yeah, so for $15, turn somebody into a flat earther. Hey, sign me up. Where do I send them my $15?
That's right, and it's a hen too, because that's the whole thing. It's just funny how it really does lead you down a trail, because you're like, okay, the food's being poisoned. That's why I think it's funny when they say, why would they lie? It's like, wow, you really trust your government, man.
Well, the one thing I do notice is like the very moment a lot of the people who take that route probably take the proper high ground approach and start asking, well, what else does the government lie about, or what else does the government tell the truth about, or some derivative of that. And then usually you'll get some point to where they accept that the government lied. And, if you've got somebody that's trying to have half a conversation with you rather than just gish galloping, I have seen that, and then it's like, okay, well, you think the government lied to you about Bigfoot or aliens or UFOs or something, so I've not actually heard those answers. They're just an example. But if you think the government lied to you about Bigfoot, but you think they could only be telling the truth about this, okay. I mean, I've seen pictures of Bigfoot.
Oh, we were saying today, like, you have to believe in Santa Claus. I think it was just the Earth if you believe that the moon landing happened. Oh yeah, that's what it was. If you believe the moon landing happened, you have to believe in Santa Claus too, because there's the same amount of evidence, right? We can even track him around Christmas time. Oh no, that's what it was. The guy came in talking about space junk and all the different space junk that the ISS sees all the time and is dealing with and taking data on. Like that's real stuff because the data exists. Hey, Mr. Batman.
Howdy.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing everybody I can, and you're next.
Okay.
Hey, I'm going to bounce out of here, guys. Have a good evening. Appreciate the chat as always. I'll see you in the morning.
Later on, Jay. Take it easy.
Batman, good to see you as well. Have a good night, sir.
God bless, sir. Have a good day.
Well, Mr. Batman, do you know the argument here? I'll just give it to you plain and simple so we don't have to get too far away. It goes like, spheres have curvature that have measurable drop over distance, right? The Earth has no curvature that can be measured by the drop over distance. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere.
Okay.
So, yep, that's what we do here. And especially when they claim like a radius value of an exact amount, we can go out and test the curvature rates and everything. So we found out the Earth is flat. It's got a firmament over top of it. Very beautiful. We're just letting people know.
Mm-hmm.
Because the interesting thing is, like, we breathe gas pressure, the atmosphere, and that requires containment. Anytime you say the word pressure, you're invoking it, because that definition of gas pressure would be like the force that the gas or the molecules, right, exert on the walls of the container. So that's
I
beautiful
believe that's
evidence
called
for
Boyle's law.
Yeah, that's beautiful evidence for the firmament, which you know all about day 2 of creation. Separated the waters above from the waters below. All that.
Mm-hmm. I do. Know all about it.
Well, it's good to have you. Do you have any questions for us or anything like that, or just coming to hang for a bit?
I'll just come to hang out.
You guys are having a bit of a slow day, aren't you?
No, it's been pretty fun. What's up, Nixie Licks?
Been pretty good.
You talk about this topic before?
Oh, I kind of just came here to like see if you guys were real. Or
Oh
that,
yeah,
like,
yeah,
we can yeah, you guys are a bit.
To you.
Sure, do. Okay.
Yeah, so we know things. We accept that knowledge can be.
I've seen things.
So have I. Just probably very different things.
I just actually gave the
No,
argument
actually,
to Mr.
same
Batman.
things. Same things.
Really? Well, I'm practicing Witch. My entire worldview is based off of my experiences with magic and my experimentation with it. Yeah,
I withdraw my statement.
And you're a millionaire, and you know the
You're
law.
not going to be you're not going to be very good at it if you don't understand the ground that you stand on.
Sure.
So the ground, right, is claimed to be a sphere, and curvature. Spheres have curvature.
Yeah.
Which is like a drop over a distance.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, the Earth has no measurable drop over distance, so it's not a sphere.
Sure, dude. Sure.
Yeah. Well, that's the case. Do you know what the drop over the distance should be over 1 mile, according to your sphere
Well,
Earth model?
no, actually, the Earth is very, very large.
It's 8 inches.
I have
8
a
inches
question,
over
actually.
over 1 mile, it's 8 inches. Do you think that's
No, it's
measurable?
not. I actually have I actually have a bit of a question. How does sunsets work if the sun is just a big ball over a disc? How does the light not just shine over the entire world?
I'm going to give you a real world example right now how this happens to you every single day
Flashlight?
and you didn't even realize it. Are you ready?
Tell me that sun's flashlight.
When you approach a traffic light, are you looking straight out the windshield of your car?
Are you going to tell me that it's like changed due to the atmosphere or some shit? Because that's not how light works, and that's not how the atmosphere works.
I was asking you a very specific question. It's not facetious, I promise. I'm really trying to convey this in the simplest way possible.
Okay.
Okay, so when you approach a traffic light, it's through the windshield of your car. You agree?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then when you go underneath, like when you approach it, so you get closer to it, and then it passes over top of you, you now have to look through your sunroof, right, to see it.
Sure.
Right, okay, and then as you continue going, right, you're going to get further away from it. Eventually, it's going to set or drop with distance, and all of a sudden it's going to be in your rear view mirror. So you literally watch
'cause
that
it's-
traffic light rise and set over you the same exact way.
No. Well, no. When you drive across a like red light, you don't see it go underneath like horizon. You also don't see it form to a sunset.
Wait, well, how far do you see it? For how long?
Like you do know that like things going underneath the horizon is actually a evidence towards my ideas rather than yours, right?
How far away have you witnessed that light before it didn't get obstructed?
Pretty far, I guess.
Pretty far, because this is the whole thing, right? So when you're going out and you're on that road or whatever, it can't be that the road is a ball because the Earth's way bigger than that, right? So it's not like that light was lost to curvature. It was just because you approached it, you got closer, so it went over top of
on
your
the
head.
Earth, though.
And when you got further, so as the sun approaches, it goes over top of our head, and as it leaves, it goes and sets like far off in the distance, the same exact way the light does.
But that's again no. A light source. A red light is light source pointed in a very specific direction. All the lights going in a very specific direction, but the sun light goes everywhere. It's like a light bulb.
Well, no, what I'm just saying is the whole traffic light. You know, it's the whole idea. You just watch this traffic light rise and then set, just like you
But
said.
it doesn't
That's what the
set.
sun does. Because you agree, right?
It doesn't rise and doesn't set.
You don't want.
Okay, it doesn't. When you see a red light off in distance,
How did it go
it's.
through? How did it go from my front windshield that I had to turn my head 90 degrees up in the air if it didn't rise?
It didn't rise. It was just ahead. Now it's behind you.
Yeah,
It's at the same height.
So you're saying if something is coming straight at you, your perspective will make it look as if it rises and sets. I agree.
It doesn't do that though. It didn't rise and it didn't set. It just was in front of you. Now it's behind you. It didn't dip underneath the horizon. It didn't come up from the horizon either. It was above you. In any general direction, you went forward. Now it's behind you in the same height. The height hasn't changed. That's the problem. I don't think you understand how light works.
No, yeah. Wait, why would you say that? I don't understand how light works. What I'm telling you right now is you're saying it's not rising and setting, but you're admitting you had to look straight and then tilt your head up to look at it. Is that not an apparent rising and setting?
No.
So if you
Yes,
so
it
how
is.
do you know something is
It didn't
rising?
come from the. It didn't come from the horizon. It didn't come out of the horizon. The sun does.
I'm demonstrating this. Where did it come from then?
Forward.
Okay, where?
Okay.
Like,
okay.
wasn't it at some point not visible and then it became visible?
Yeah, because it was below the horizon. Because the Earth is a ball.
No, that's it. You think your street lights, when you're approaching them and you can't see one 10 miles up the road, is because the Earth's a ball?
Yes.
How high is a street light hanging? You
things-
think the drop
things
over the
being-
distance is worse than I do? Than your
Things
globe
being
model.
underneath horizon is evidence towards my claim, not yours. When you see a boat off a distance disappearing bottom first, that's evidence towards my claim, not yours.
No, nothing's disappearing though.
Yeah, that's an apparent thing.
It
though.
does.
This is just perspective. You've never drawn like the vanishing point
Eh,
and all the lines
I'm
on a piece of
sorry,
paper.
You never had a
dude.
side
I
view?
really don't think you understand how like perspective
No, you don't
works.
understand what a side view is. No, side view will show you a
Look.
horizontal line. We'll see what you're
I'm
looking
sorry, I
at.
can't.
We'll see
I'm
you.
sorry.
No, we'll see you. We'll draw a horizontal line from your feet. Don't be sorry.
Uh-huh.
And it's going to go straight underneath the sun. And from your head, straight underneath the sun. Horizontal line from you underneath the sun, right? And I'll follow the sun from behind you to my left. When I'm looking at you, you're going to be in my view to my left. Far left will be you. Farthest left. And then I'll see the sun go across the sky. And I'll have a horizontal line for my reference. And the sun never, ever, 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 ever drops below it ever from my side view. Now you're looking forward. I'm on the side of you to your right, down that way to your right. I got you in my front view, right? Now you're looking forward and you got the sun in your front view and you're imagining a lot of shit. Now when you watch your video that I'm playing to you, where the sun's not dropping below this horizontal line, I drew right under it, touching it, the bottom of it. It never drops below it from my view. Now, if you imagine it's dropping, you need to stop. You're wrong. Because when I show you the live video of my view, it never drops below anybody's horizontal anything.
Are seeing the sun never drops below the like horizon?
No. The perspective can make it appear that way, but it's not actually doing that. We know that.
It
Right?
is,
Just like
though.
do you know railroad tracks, how they're parallel? When you look out into the
because they're
distance,
parallel with
they
the
look
Earth.
like
I'm sorry, but the like reason why we don't factor in the like curvature of the Earth into railroad construction is just because the like topology of the land is a lot more profound and apparent than the slight curvature of the Earth.
Excuse me, hold on. I'm not going to that. You do not have to assume where I'm going with my line of questioning, okay? Because that's not what I was going to. What I was trying to say is when you look out at railroad tracks, even though you know they're parallel, don't they look like they converge together?
No.
No, the train tracks look parallel the entire way down.
Depending on the topology of land, yeah.
Well, do you know
Dude, if you're looking down a set of railway tracks, man, if you're looking down a set of railway tracks and it's just straight for as far as you can see, those rails appear to be getting closer and closer together with distance until the point where your eye can't distinguish the difference between one side of the rail and the other. It just merges.
It's not the same thing as it going underneath
reality, man. That's reality. You can't say that. That's not what you see. That's what you fucking see.
Well, okay, again, that's not how that. The reason why that happens is because of the curvature of the Earth, not because that is just how perspective works, or that's how light works, or some shit. I'm sorry,
insane, man.
That's just not how light works.
Hold on.
It's got to be insane.
I want you to draw.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't cure your like mental illness. Guess have a lovely night.
Listen, I want you to draw on. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if I messed that up or what, but jeez.
Come on, no. He thought that like two parallel lines appearing to converge in the distance is due to Earth curvature, man. There's no help for that guy. Let him go.
Yeah, true. I mean, I swear I thought I perfected the apparent rise and setting there.
What about when he's like standing on the ground at the on the ground floor of a building outside, looking up at the building? Is that because of the curvature of the Earth too?
Oh man, that's
The building. building appears to get skinnier and skinnier.
They
Tight.
build these buildings like that now. They make them like that, like the pyramids.
Right, yeah.
That person did sound very nervous, though, so I kind of, I was trying. What do you guys think? Mr. Batman's probably a flat earther now, huh? I've talked to him many times. It's the first time I got to talk to him about flat earth, and I'm surprised the way he handled it. That is not his demeanor typically.
Yeah. What happened to the witch person?
I think that was the one I was talking to. That with the railroad tracks do that because of the curvature.
Right, I thought there was two different people. Yeah, I thought we had Mr. Batman and then we had someone who was a witch.
Oh yeah.
It must have been the same person. Maybe, I don't know. So, am I mistaken? Like, if light, if light's reaching something parallel, right? Shadows, especially shadows like of objects close to each other, they should be parallel, right? As well. Or am I way off?
Yeah, I think that's like how they claim they got.
parallel rays is because, like, if you see a fence line, they're all parallel lines on the shadows.
Because I was on the in-laws veranda the other day. Sun was fairly well above the horizon still, but it was like out in the west. I was measuring, like I was looking at the posts, the shadows of the posts on their veranda. Posts that are holding up their awning, and I was like, they look like they're freaking diverging heaps, like. So I just, like, with my thumb, just like measured from like the edge to the edge of the beam on the floor to the edge of the shadow, and one was way off, like, from the other, and like I was like, I said to the father-in-law, I said, these mustn't be and he's like, bullshit. No, they're fucking straight. Oh, okay. That's interesting because they should be parallel. There was like, I reckon there was at least a centimeter difference. Yeah, but don't know.
Yeah, I've done experiments with shadows and different light sources, and that's interesting. That would be a good one to record for sure.
Yeah, I'd have to take a level, see if they're plumb. Yeah, he's just from years of sitting on.
Where was that last thing?
Sorry?
What was that last thing you said?
My father-in-law just from sitting on his for years, right? He's learned to tell the time, the daytime, the time by the shadow of a power pole, like electricity pole, that's in his front yard, or out in the footpath, but in his yard.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I think all those what are those huge things that are real pointed? The Washington Monument is one. Obelisks. I think those are all timepieces.
Yeah, and he knows like what the date is and that, He's just like, this time of year, that shadow means it's like 11 a.m., like, and, you look at your watch and he's like, pretty spot on, pretty close.
What's up? Question for your life.
What's up, y'all?
How you doing tonight? Or today?
Chillin' just came in to see what we were chatting about.
Oh yeah, me and T-Dub were talking about like some shadows and parallel light rays and stuff. You've talked about this topic before? Have I seen you in here before?
I've been in here before, but I don't think I particularly talked about it. I know about it, but yeah.
Have you ever talked about this topic then, or no?
Not in the chat, no. But I've researched it and I looked into it before.
Oh, okay. What do you think?
You heard from both sides or just one side? Like, have you just like seen content that's people against the the idea, or it's not that it's an idea, but that's the way they'd talk about it. Actually,
I'm
seen
FE,
any
bro.
content? You're FE. Okay, fair enough. It's not like dragging me along too far.
I could have swore your name and your picture looked familiar. That's why I thought.
I mean, I've been around in the chat for a while. I'm in multiple discords.
Holy shit, we share 14. I think that's the most fucking shared servers I've seen with anyone. What the fuck? Hang on, I gotta look at that. 14 shared servers.
Cool, man. Good to have you, brother.
Dang, that is cool. We're on so many servers. Huh? That's funny.
Yeah, they're all FE related. Yeah, you're silver in the home server, right?
In whose server?
In the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server.
No, I'm gold plus, I think.
Oh, plus, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, duh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah. Oh, well, nice to talk to you finally. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we ever spoken. I've heard you chime in on conversations before, but
Right. Yeah. Wait. I think I've seen you in the lobby before, typing in the lobby. A couple other places. He's like, dude, I'm FA, dude. That water's flat. Get out of here. Like, why you be insulting me, bro? Not no Glober.
I know, right? I was like, dang, you guys trying to get me, huh? When I first joined.
No, I was a little hungry. They call it hangry. I was just kidding.
Wolf pup, eh? One of QE's wolf pups.
That meme trait, DJ.
That dude, man, you can't, like, when he's in a VC, you can't fucking speak. You gotta wait for him to be fucking done, and then you get some scraps. Like, fuck off, man. I actually haven't watched any QE stuff for a while. And I tried listening in on Oakley's stream last night. I was like, yeah, it wasn't really like doing it for me, so I jumped back over here.
Just in the middle of eating pizza, Tito. I hear you.
Yeah, good man. Enjoy it. Enjoy your pizza. Priorities, man. It comes first.
It was a heck of a day. Yeah, my work truck started misfiring and everything, so I took it to the AutoZone, and they told me to get a new spark plug and coil pack and stuff. So I replaced all that on it. But good that's it. Good that's the end of the day for us. Are they convenient like that on your side of the world, T-Dub, that you go in these little, like, you know, an AutoZone or something, and they'll read your check engine light for free so you can fix it yourself?
Nah. My mechanic is pretty good. He'll have a little look at stuff for me for nothing, you know, like if it's just 10 minutes out of his time, if he's got time. You know, he'll look at something and say, "Yeah, that looks like it's going to need replacing," or "No, it's all good. Just give it some oil or something." Like, yeah, like he's pretty good. Yeah, but like, yeah, nah, other like, it's sort of who you know.
Yep. No, it's so funny. The reason I ask that is because those are the little differences I see from culture to culture that are like unique, kind of cool, you know?
There's a few places left here, like you know, what do you call them? Stations, right? Yeah, you can pull up, and there'll be a service attendant. You know, who'll come out and fill up for you, check your oil, wash your windscreen, window, you know, mirrors and that. It's dying out, so do it yourself shit now mostly.
Yeah.
I went for
They
a
used,
job years ago, and that I actually had to be like, you got to smile and be friendly and like try and open conversation and wash their windows and all this shit. Nah, not like that these days. Just stand behind a counter and fucking take the money.
yeah, totally funny. That happened when I was a kid. We had full service gas stations, you know? And the guy was smart. He would always pump your gas to like 50 cents. So, you know, that way you got a 50-cent tip in the end for sure. But it's just kind of hilarious how that changed. Now it's self-service. You can't even barely even get the little thing to clean the windshield with clean water in it.
Yeah. Yeah. Got a bucket and the squeegee there, and like, if you're lucky, they've put a little bit of suds in it, you know, a bit of soap. Most of the time, it's just fucking dirty water. There's a tap there. If you went and said, "Oh, I want some clean water," they said, "There's a tap out there." Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, it's hilarious.
I'll do your job for you. Fucking fuel's over $2 a litre here now. $2 Australian a litre.
Just asked the guy, I'm like, yeah, don't they try to sell us this whole scarcity tactic? You know, like everything is scarce, there's not enough. It's like, really? You've never seen like why the gas prices are high? Like, what do you think? What's going on?
Man, I remember the days when I thought 75 cents a litre was fucking outrageous. Yeah. I never thought I'd see the day where, loaf of bread costs between fucking $4 to $10 for a loaf of bread, man, depending on the brand. But I never thought I'd see that day.
That's a big one. That's a big one that everyone's feeling. And I notice that a lot of people have been telling me, I used to be really good at saving money. And now I'm living paycheck to paycheck. All of a sudden, I don't know what happened. And it seems like to me, it's at the grocery store. It's at the car. It's at the different places that we have to go to. Everyone all of a sudden just decided everything's expensive all of a sudden.
Yeah. There was a crisis like over a year ago here, and now government is like going, "Oh shit, yeah, okay, well, we'll try and do something about it." Yeah, too late, idiots.
Yep.
Too little, too late. You saw. You don't pretend you didn't see this coming. You fucking wankers. Excuse my language. I can't stand them. Like this budget, last budget, our government turned around and said, "Oh, we're actually doing really good. We've got some excess, and they didn't fucking put it back into the people, man. And shameful, absolutely shameful. And then basically made it sound like, well, we've got to use this to pay debts and things, right? And other things, and made the people feel like it was their fault. You did this to us. You incurred this debt. It's like, fuck off, we did. We didn't. And wonder why, the economy is struggling and, people are, why they're not getting productivity.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you you tell people that kind of stuff, that's not gonna help their character, whatever you want to call it, their willpower, their want. That's why I always say it's weird these conversations we're talking to nihilistic people half the time. It's weird. All right, I'm gonna catch up with you
What do you?
guys. What's up, Tito?
Yeah. I just saying. They were like, "What are you whinging for? We gave you a bunch of money like 3 years ago, like to help out with the what we knew was going to be a crisis. Yeah, I need it. I needed that. I need that now, not back then. Didn't need it then. I should have saved it. Whatever the government were handing out, I should have banked it, but I didn't. Stupid me.
Yeah. That was worldwide, huh? That's so crazy. Well, I heard last night got a little busy, but I got to turn in. I'll talk to you guys later, probably tomorrow.
Yeah, cheers, bro. Yep, have a good one. Talk to you later.
Yep, cheers, mate.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey,
Come in.
what's the topic?
The topic is the nature of reality and the shape of the earth. That I claim a shape of the earth, but a lot of other people claim that there's a shape to the earth, definitive with dimension and sizes.
What the hell are you saying? What is the topic?
Well, we're here by proxy from the Flat Earth Discord server, where they've
Oh, yeah.
kindly let.
You're right.
Yeah, Flat Earth, yeah. Have
Oh
you
my
been
goodness.
in this
Hello?
channel before? Have you spoken with anyone before in here?
No, I don't think so. Maybe. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Anyways, what did I miss?
What do
You're
you
a mess?
guys
What?
You guys think the Earth is flat? That's the
Nope,
topic, I guess.
not at all. Because I'm not a jackass, that's why.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
No, I
okay.
think it, but I live it. I live it. I live
Quit for me right away.
That's
You live it?
I don't think the Earth's flat because I'm
So-
not a jackass.
Yeah, you've already fooled me on that point, so I don't know where you're going next.
Yeah. The Earth's not flat. I thought it was a troll channel.
Absolutely not a troll. Not a
Absolutely
troll
not a
because,
troll.
like, otherwise reality would be trolling you because when you go out, you don't see any curvature. It looks flat. You're not experiencing
Have you
any,
ever been
any
on a plane?
motion. So you don't experience any motion. So you personally, like, experience a flat and motionless Earth.
You're just telling me you don't understand anything about anything.
No, this is agreed upon even within physics. Yeah, they'll tell you,
No,
yeah, it looks
it's
flat
not.
and it doesn't
Definitely not
seem to be
agreed.
moving.
Yeah, it looks flat. Dumbass. The Earth is huge. It looks flat. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that's our everyday natural experience of reality. You know, right?
Yeah, and guess what? Thousands of years ago, people thought the same thing, but we advanced our understanding from that point.
No, you
It
didn't.
appears flat. Yeah, sure.
You don't
But
have any
doesn't mean it
understanding.
is.
You don't have any. There's no advancement to speak of with you. You're probably the lowest form of humanity that's existed yet.
Who are you speaking to?
You.
What do you mean?
You're a dumbass, dude. Give any evidence
You're
for
a
the sphere that
dumbass,
you're
man.
thinking
You're
we
just an
have.
attention seeker.
Yeah, give any evidence for the sphere that we advanced our knowledge to being aware of.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, you guys have fun.
Thought so.
What? Oh, I had me hopes up there.
Yeah, see, I told you didn't have anything. You don't know anything. You're just chanting rhetoric and saying things. You don't have any knowledge. There's no advancement here.
You just like to troll and get attention.
Well, I'm
That's what
right.
you like.
You're not offering anything.
Have you ever been to school?
See, now you're going to say that. That's also really stupid. What did you learn at school? What did you learn at school? What is this advanced knowledge you learned while you were at school that proves?
Okay, fine. We'll stick to learning then. Do you believe learning is a thing?
So you're just going to keep talking about me? I don't think it is a thing with you. You don't sound like you've learned anything.
Why are you being so rude? I'm just asking you a simple question.
Because we're just
is a thing?
asking what this knowledge is that humanity
You said
gained
there's no
over the ages.
advancement. You
Right?
said no, there's no advancement.
Yeah,
If you
I mean,
can
looking at
acknowledge
this,
that learning
yeah,
is a thing, therefore there is advancement, right? Because you learn something.
No, you haven't learned anything. That's my whole point. You've got nothing to
Dude,
show with this. It's
what
just
are you, a
empty rhetoric.
12-year-old? What are you doing here? You should go to bed.
Well, what I'm doing here is trying to get your globe proof. You said that we have all this advanced knowledge from thousands of years,
Yeah,
and you haven't provided anything.
No. Well, we
You
went
said, have you been on a
from
plane?
being caveman to building skyscrapers. So
You're basically at the level of caveman, dude.
I am?
Yes.
You're
Where's
saying
the knowledge?
the Earth is flat?
Yeah, but you just have a belief, a blind belief. You just have a blind belief and empty rhetoric that you can't back up with anything. Yes.
Have you ever been on an airplane?
See, that's not even coherent.
Can you
within
answer
your
the
worldview.
question even? What's your favorite color?
Yeah, favorite color. See, you have to obfuscate from the
You
issue.
cannot
'cause
even
you
answer
don't
that question,
know
dumbass.
anything. That's
How
the
can
whole
you have a
point.
conversation with a person like you?
Well, that's my point. You can't have a conversation because
I'm
you
asking
just
you
make
questions and you're not answering.
claims. You make these empty claims and you have nothing
What's
to
your
support
favorite
them.
color?
See, what does that have to do with
Ask
anything?
me the same question then.
No, it has nothing to do with anything. It's a red herring.
You're incapable of having a conversation. That's
Well,
why
that's not even
I'm
the
not going to engage.
conversation, dude. See, this is how ignorant you are. You talk about this thousands
I'm
of
not
years of
being
knowledge
ignorant.
that
You're
humanity's
dodging any
gained
question
over
I
the
ask you.
ages, and you start asking me about colors. You're retarded, dude. This
Yeah,
was
I
my
just
point
want to
to
know
begin
if
with.
you're capable of answering any question.
Why would I answer that? It has nothing to do with the
Because
discussion.
this is a conversation, isn't it?
Well, my whole point to begin with is you're just a moron, and you just keep proving that instead of the thing
Well,
that you
I
set
think
out
I
to
just
prove,
proved
which is
you're
that
a
the Earth is a
moron.
ball. Yeah, I mean, it's just retarded. It's ridiculous. How do you know there's the what's your favorite color? I'm not a
Yeah, I
caveman.
just want to know if you're capable of answering any
Yeah,
question at
you're
all.
literally on the intellectual level of cavemen were probably smarter than you. They had to be innovative if they actually
Oh
existed.
man, are you just here to be rude? What's your point? What is it?
Yeah, I would actually put a caveman higher up on the intellectual ladder than you. I mean, you can. I mean,
Okay,
I'm
well,
asking you how
you're
you
not
know
going to
something to
insult
be
me.
a
You know, you have
ball,
to try
and you
harder.
ask me what my favorite color is, dude. Like, I mean, I hope you don't
Like
go
I said,
outside
I'm
without your
trying to
condoms.
establish if you're able and capable to answer any question at all. So that's why I asked you, what's your favorite color? And you said, oh, caveman is probably smarter than you.
It's a red
So that
herring,
proves to
dude.
me that you're an
It's a
idiot.
red herring. I'm not going to engage with it.
Oh yeah, I'm fine, man. If you don't want to engage with it, what are you doing here?
I'm trying to find out what this ball proof is, and now I'm just exposing a moron.
Yeah, you are sure.
So, did you figure
I
it
think
out?
it's ironic that
Go ahead.
he asks us if we've been on something that lends its name from something which means flat.
Oh, he probably doesn't know that either.
Well, my favorite color is black.
Well, that's really nice, Johnny.
What about yours?
I don't give a shit about colors.
Ooh, edgy.
All right. So, can you show me the curvature you've seen from an airplane? Let's take a look and see if that's Earth curvature you saw.
Yeah, maybe you could even just start by describing what you saw. Wouldn't be any problem for someone who's into school.
Well, what are you saying? You haven't been to school?
Yeah, no, I never went to
That's pretty
school.
obvious.
I lived my life on the farm,
Yeah, I
milking
can
the
tell.
pigs,
I can
man.
definitely tell.
Yeah, no, I never stepped foot in a school.
Yeah, I
Too
know.
stupid. So tell me what you saw from an airplane.
Curvature of the Earth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, describe it. Can you describe it?
Yeah,
And
it
just
was
that.
curved.
Give details.
I can only see one thing, and it seems to be flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Give me attention. That's what you're doing.
It's bailing
Dumbass.
out again.
Absolute dumbass. You're just looking for attention. You're all a bunch of trolls. You cannot be
You know, the
serious.
irony with your statement is people like you are evidence that humanity is getting dumber than it's ever been.
You're a good troll, though. I have to give you that.
You see that dog? That's not a dog. It's a caterpillar.
And it's flat.
That was just the starting point.
The only thing it
That
can
was
be
just the
is
beginning of the conversation. We haven't advanced, right? You know, you like that word, advanced. We haven't advanced in the conversation.
Yeah, I just thought that was so
No,
funny.
that's-
Imagine
you're
this
right
guy
about
calling
that.
himself
Yeah.
advanced.
Yeah.
You're advanced
Some
at
people
what? Tying
definitely
your
have
shoes?
that. What was that?
You're advanced at what? Tying your shoes?
Well, with supervision and a helmet, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. A helmet is flat too, right? For your brain.
You could measure the curvature of a helmet. I don't know how you do that with the Earth.
Yeah, I
You know.
know you don't know how to do that, but yeah.
Do you?
No, I also don't, but I believe the people that can.
Like a religion.
I don't have a religion. I'm an atheist.
You're a religious globalist.
But it's, yeah, like a religion. Like you don't know, but someone else tells you they know, and you just believe them. You don't know how they know.
You think that's what the
You
religion
don't know what they
is?
did to know.
That's a religion, according to you? I'm
It's
not
kind of
surprised
like
you
a
believe
religion,
in
yeah. I'm just
something
going to
else.
trust this guy at the pulpit telling me things to be
Yeah.
true.
Sometimes other people are smarter than you. You have to just accept it.
Well, in your case, that's always true.
Okay, sure. Oh, wow. What a flex, man.
But then the problem with that is you're not even smart enough to figure out who you should be listening to.
Well, I guess you're right. I mean, I'm listening to you, and I shouldn't be, but I'm still. So.
You're not smart enough to know that.
Well, I'm realizing it now. So.
Should I ignore my own experience of reality over the words of some stranger? Is that what you're telling me?
What? Sorry.
I should ignore my own personal experience of reality, right? And how I function within reality and what's required to be able to function in reality. I should ignore all that over the word of somebody like that I don't know.
I'm not saying you should ignore it. I mean, your personal experience is definitely valuable.
Okay, cool.
You can be wrong, though. You know. It appears you're not.
Yeah.
It appears the Earth is not rotating, but when you have a bucket of water and you spin it around really fast, you know, the water stays in the bucket. The water thinks it's not rotating. You know, it seems to be.
It's not on the outside of the bucket. It's not on the outside of the bucket. You need to get a ball and spin the ball. If you want to see what a ball does with water, you don't get a bucket and put it in there like flat or dirt. You're backwards. You don't put stuff in stuff to show gravity. No, you put it on the outside of stuff, brother. So you need to put the water on the outside of the bucket and then spin her up. Show us what you're talking about now.
Come on, trolls. Where are you?
Hello?
Oh, you're still there? Yeah, I didn't say the outside of the bucket. What do you mean?
You're supposed to have it outside the bucket. Why would you put it inside the bucket? That's a flat Earth container.
In this scenario is space, the universe.
Outside the bucket is your water. The bucket represents your dirt of Earth. And then your water's on the outside of it being held by gravity. You don't think so?
Believe in
You
gravity
think,
or not?
Brother, no, because you can't put the water on the outside of the bucket. You got to put it in there like a flat earther. That's a flat earth proof bucket.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's all you're doing.
Should I believe in gravity? Should I believe in it like it's like a god or like a religion?
I'm not saying you should or shouldn't, but there is a way to demonstrate that.
You're not showing us gravity. You're showing us water trying to get away from you, and you're trying to hold it in the bucket. Water's trying to get away from you, and it's so hard and gets harder and harder the faster you spin it.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah. When you spin a bucket
so
of
where's
water,
gravity pulling it towards you? No, the bucket's supposed to be going to the center of you.
Right?
The bucket's supposed to be going to the center of you.
Do you want to listen as well?
No, do you want to talk or just listen?
I'm willing to listen. Go ahead.
Okay, so when you spin that bucket, how come it's not entering the center of your mass?
Center of my mass?
Yeah, gravity's supposed to be the inside of stuff. Everything around in the sphere going to the chewy gobstop center. Core, the densest part.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so a bucket like dirt, right? We know dirt holds water on flat Earth. But on a globe, gravity's supposed to hold the water to the side of the hill while it's sitting there at rest.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain to you that if you have a bucket and you
No,
fill it
you know
with
you'd
water,
be
and you spin
you
it
do better
around,
showing me.
Dude,
No,
are you incapable of
what are you
listening or
spinning stuff
not?
for? The
Are you
Earth isn't
incapable of
spinning.
listening? Okay,
The
just
Earth
talk.
isn't spinning,
Listen
so
to
why are you
yourself, man.
spinning stuff? Why are you
Listen to
spinning
yourself.
stuff? Yeah, the Earth's not spinning, so why are you spinning shit?
The Earth is spinning.
No, it's not. How do you prove that? How do you prove the Earth is spinning and not your bucket?
What? When you're in a car,
Tell us how you know that
you
the Earth
don't
is
notice
spinning.
that the car is moving, right?
Yes, I do.
Yes,
I
I
look out the
do.
window.
How do
I
you
look right
know
out
that
the
the
window.
car is moving?
I look out the window and see I've left
Wes,
my house and got to grandma's.
Exactly.
Wes,
Okay, good
remind me
point.
never to get
And
in a
that's the
vehicle
same
with you,
way
man.
you can see, you can look at the
If you
sky.
can't tell
You know
if a
that it-
vehicle is in motion or not, then I
people are
would
just going to
never
talk over
trust you
me.
behind the wheel of a car.
People are just going to talk over me.
So people just get in
What is
If
cars
I
and
was
they
a
don't know
driving
they're
instructor,
moving.
if I was a driving instructor, I was handing out licenses to young people, and I asked them. The first question I asked them was, "Are you aware? Is this car moving or not?" And they said no. That'd be it. Fail. X. Big X on the paper. Get out. Come back when you know if something's moving or not.
Well, if I was a driving instructor and my student said the Earth is flat, I would stop the car and put them in jail.
Because you don't have a curve, you can't find water curving, you'd get mad at them because you can't prove your claim.
It sounds
See how funny that
psychotic.
was?
I think you guys should just talk to
It
each other.
is pretty psychotic to get mad at somebody because you can't just show the kid curving water. Yeah, curving water. No, we don't need blah blah. We need curving water.
Curving water.
Yeah, that's what you live on. A ball of curving water sticking to the outside of a turd.
Do you think the moon is also flat?
What's the moon? What is it? It's a laugh. The moon is a funny joke. The moon is a funny joke to this gentleman. What is the moon? I want to make one from scratch. What are the ingredients?
The Earth is as round as a pancake.
Yeah, we don't care what you think. What can you demonstrate? You're a comedian, huh?
No, but I'm being entertained, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was entertained by you putting water on the inside of a bucket to show the opposite of what you're saying.
Answer the question. Do you
To
think
show the opposite of what the fuck you're talking about. You put water
like
in a
the
bucket
smell of
to
your
show
own
the
fart?
opposite. Do you like to show the exact opposite of what you're talking about every time? Water, brother, can you get some?
Water, brother,
Curving away from a horizontal line.
So funny.
It's so simple, right? A fifth
You
grader
know
could
why
do it, but
water
you
sticks
can't.
to the Earth? Because of gravity, dumbass.
Show me where water sticks to the side of the
I
hill
was
it rests.
trying to with the bucket example, but you wouldn't listen.
The bucket is not the earth, you fucking idiot. Can you try on the earth?
The opposite. No, dude, Wes, right? Wes, the bucket example is the opposite. You're trying to say, see what's happening here? Well, that's proof of the opposite.
How is it proof of the opposite? According to him, water should be
Because
flying everywhere.
you've got water pressing against something on the inside
Dude,
of
listen
something.
what I answer before you answer. I said,
Water is flying everywhere. You got fucking holding it, not gravity, stupid ass.
Talk over me.
The bucket is not gravity.
Okay, still going to talk. You just want to listen to yourself?
Okay, go ahead, bucket gravity.
Thank you, man.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Go on.
Oh, another person is talking? Fine, go ahead.
There you go. I'm saying you've got the floor. Go ahead. Finish
All
your
right.
thought.
According to him, if I spin a bucket of water, water should be flying everywhere.
It is from the outside of your bucket. 100%.
No, it doesn't. Try it.
Yeah, on the outside of your bucket, it does. On the outside of a ball, when you spin the ball, it flies everywhere. Go demonstrate. We're not looking for buckets. We're looking for balls to hold water,
We're
dude.
looking for flatness.
We're looking for balls to hold water.
You're looking for balls and you believe in flat Earth?
What you're claiming with the Earth, right? What you're claiming with the Earth's surface, right, with water, large bodies of water upon it, right? You're then going to turn that around, right, and have a bucket of water, right, which is facing towards you. You're going to spin it around where the opening of the bucket is facing towards you, and the centrifugal force, pushing the water to the bottom of the bucket, right? But you're claiming the opposite. You have to turn the bucket around so that the opening of the bucket is facing away from you, and then spin it around and show us it's still staying in the bucket. That's what you're claiming is happening with Earth.
I think you guys should just talk to each other. I think that's better.
Why? It's way more fun to get you to say stupid shit.
I'm not here to entertain you. You're here to entertain me.
Well, you've already done
Yeah,
it, like it or not.
Yeah, you showed us the opposite of cat and hat.
So earlier, right? Regardless of why you think like water is on the surface of the Earth, right? We're talking about a particular property that it's claimed to have, right? That it's curving, the surface of the of liquid is curving down and away from you, right? So that it's the partial surface of a sphere. So it's showing convexity. That's what you're claiming, right? I don't care why you think that's the case, like gravity, right? I'm not interested in why. I'm interested in is that part true? Is it true that the surface of liquid is has convexity to it that we can measure?
This guy says he saw it at an airplane. Can you prove that?
Please keep talking. It's so fun.
Well, we have nothing better to do because you ain't got no proof to cover our time with.
Break a break a dick a break.
That's what
That's
no
about the
proof
best
sounds
globe
like.
proof. That's the best globe proof I heard all day.
Spin a bucket.
Give me some proof that the Earth is flat then. I see it is flat. All I can see it is flat.
You're my
That's
proof.
the only thing I've heard so far.
You're my proof.
You're our definite proof, 100% proof that Earth is flat. That's you.
Oh my gosh, I'm ashamed of that.
Well,
so
you
tell
shouldn't
me,
be.
tell me how you can conclude, right? Tell me something, right? So you admitted it looks flat, right? So
flat.
no, you admitted
You're
it looks
claiming
flat, right? So yeah, I'm going to finish my sentence. Thanks.
Sure.
So when you look out at the Earth and you see it appearing to be flat, now lead us through the logical steps by which we can conclude that because it looks flat, it's not.
Well, I said you can go on an airplane and you can see that it is curved, or you can look into, or you can Google it, or you can look into. Do you believe in astronauts and do you believe in that we went to the moon?
Believe. You're talking about beliefs again. I'm talking about something I can acquire as knowledge, right? Now you claim that you can experience
belief
this
is becoming
curve from an
convinced.
airplane, but we have multiple accounts of people, even ex-military, right? People
Even
that have flown at
ex-military,
very
what
high
do you
altitudes
mean?
in very fast aircraft, right? Have
Even
said, I didn't see
ex-military.
it. I didn't see any curvature. I didn't have to. It wasn't a part of my equations. I didn't
You know
have
why
to
you
account
don't
for it.
see
I
any
didn't have to
curvature?
do
Because the
anything
Earth is
because of it,
huge.
right? So I didn't see it. So we have
Just because
multiple
you
accounts.
cannot
Some people
see it
say,
doesn't
yes, I
mean.
see the curvature from an aircraft, and you just continue to talk while I'm talking. That really doesn't help. So we have multiple accounts, differing accounts. Some people say they see curve from an airplane window. Some people, even Globers, say that when they went into an airplane, they were disappointed that they couldn't see it. So whose account do we accept? And what can we do to verify which one is true?
Oh my gosh. You guys have a good night and have fun.
Well, the video I posted shows a ship over the horizon and they zoomed up and you still can't see the bottom.
Hello, Top Cat. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, the video I posted shows a ship over the horizon and they zoomed up and you still can't see the bottom. And water doesn't stick
Okay, and
to
why
it
do you think that is?
because there's a hill of water in the way.
Hill of water. How high is the hill?
It's at eye level, basically.
No, it's a hill, so it has height, right? How high is it?
Depends on your elevation. But water doesn't
So
stick
in this
to a
particular
spinning-
example that you're presenting, right? It doesn't. So you should already know this. How high is the hill in front of you that in that video that you're presenting? How high is it?
I'm not specifically sure, but
It doesn't
it's
have
high enough.
it doesn't
Okay.
have any height. It's at sea level. That's a dumb question that you're
Yeah,
asking.
sea level.
So
But a
it's
ball-
not a hill then. It's not a hill.
It's
Well-
an allegory to explain the curvature that he sees.
Exactly. And the water doesn't stick to a spinning ball because the gravity of the earth is way more stronger than the gravity of a ball.
Fascinating. What's the distance to the top of the hill?
If you're just standing on a beach, it's usually about 3 miles. Maybe if you're 5 foot, it may only be like 2 miles or so.
What happens if we see it, in orders of magnitude further than that? What happens then?
What's that?
What does that mean? What if we see it in orders of magnitude further than that? What does that mean?
That you're at a higher elevation, probably.
See. So if I showed you some imagery like you've shown, right, which is an example of a horizon appearing at 1 foot elevation, 1 foot appearing to be further than at least 9.6 miles. What then?
Oh, I've seen that. I don't think that's correct.
You don't think that's correct?
He doesn't think it's correct. Forget what every glober and every calculator and all the mathematicians and specialists say. This gentleman right here has to be the correct one with the Earth curve calculator. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, so how far do they say you're supposed to be able to see at 1 foot?
How far do you say?
Probably like about a mile or less.
So you only say you can see 1 mile at 1 foot?
Mile or two, I'm not sure the exact specific, but we can look up the calculator.
1.2 miles times the height of the observer.
Have you guys looked at my video yet, though?
I've seen plenty of examples of things like that.
It even shows a small boat right there at the horizon and the big boat way past it, and you can only see the top.
How many times did you take a picture? At noon, at 1, at 10, at midnight? Did you take about 15 different pictures during the day?
I'm not on the beach, but yeah, I guess it also depends on the tides too, a little bit.
No, I said, did you take different pictures during the day to see when your boat looks like it's 50 times further and 50 times closer?
I didn't take
Or to
any
look like it's floating in the air, or to look like it's floating in the air, or to look like it's down, right? So on which day are we looking for the horizon? Monday through Sunday. Which day do we go out there and find that horizon at which sweet spot time? 2 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 4 o'clock? Which one, brother?
Check them all of them.
And which one's going to be right?
The one where it's the best conditions, where it's the clearest, where it doesn't look like it's floating.
I don't know what that means. So which one's going to be correct? Which one's going to follow the actual math of Earth and be correct, brother? Which day, which time?
You have to experiment. That's the whole thing about science.
So now you can't just go out and guess one day and take a picture. You have to go out there and stand there and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait for one of those pictures to match your math because the temperature's right or the wind's right. What's that got to do with the curving of the Earth's surface?
Did you check out my video?
Did you check out the Earth not curving?
No, because it curves.
Show me on the horizon, left to right, circle where it's curving at.
It's in the video.
No, I want you to circle exactly where it starts to curve. From a horizontal line, your horizon. Draw your horizontal line across your screen, then go line it up and film it. Then circle for us live where the Earth's curving at. Other than that, we don't need your garbage pictures of garbage.
Cool.
So you don't got no video of curbing water live where you can show us the dirt that's 8 inches high or 50 inches high that way and 8 inches high this way, and there's curbing water sticking to it. Just an 8-inch hill is all we need, brother.
Does the top of your hill like move around? Does it change? Be different one day to the next?
The tides a little bit make it go up and down just a little.
So the distance to the top of your hill might change a little bit. And the height might change a little bit. What are you measuring that against, by the way? What's your reference? What's your datum?
And there's a video that shows the horizon as you go up in altitude.
Not going to answer that. What's your datum for measuring the height and distance to the top of that hill?
Depends on your altitude.
Yeah, what are you going to use as a reference to measure the height of a hill, distance to it?
You could use a laser, put a boat out there. I guess there's different ways of checking it out.
We're not talking about boats, we're talking about to the top of your hill.
Yeah.
Like a hill, brother, in your backyard, a fucking dirt hill.
Your water hill.
Or water hill, sorry.
So, you see what I posted in there? So what's going on there then? Are you saying that that isn't possible?
At 1 foot, yeah, you shouldn't be able to see 9 miles now. A horizon of 9 miles now. Or over 9 miles.
Plenty of people have seen beyond the geometric restraints of a sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles, which would only allow you to see a distance of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's not uncommon for that to happen anymore. People may have once thought it was uncommon. Turns out it's actually more common than everybody realized. That, you know, that geometry that you're claiming, you know, that physical thing that you're saying is in the way, sometimes it's not there. Why is that?
Yeah, it's there.
Seems to magically appear and disappear.
He said, yeah, it's there. When, brother? On what day? On what hour? What time? When can we go see that hill of water?
Always.
Always. We always, so you can never see too far, correct? You can never, ever see too far past a hill of water or dirt, correct? Because you can't see through it. You can't see through a hill of water, correct?
Correct. But yeah, it all depends how far you see as your
No, you can't see through a hill of water. So if there's a hill of water, it's fucking stopping you from seeing anything no matter what day it is. But you guys, your hill of water disappears every fucking second or hour or minute or day, right? It's gone. Not there no more. Now you can see way fucking farther. You're not ever supposed to see farther than a certain distance if you're looking at a hill in your backyard, brother. No matter what kind of wind, no matter what kind of rain, no matter what kind of snow or temperature, the dirt hill is always going to be there in the way. Do you understand that? So if you have a water hill, same principle, brother. Same exact fucking principle.
Yep.
Yeah, so how does your water hill grow and shrink and move? How are boats 50 foot in the air and a mile high with no water underneath them. They're just floating like a jet. How does that work?
Oh, that'd have to be because of
The
weird.
apex point. Sorry, go on.
That would have to be because of an atmospheric condition that distorts.
So not Earth curve. So not an Earth curve in the way. How are you seeing atmosphere behind an Earth water? How are you seeing a boat that already went around the water, brother, and down below it because of the atmosphere? That didn't make any damn sense. You're saying the air blowing makes the boat fly up?
No,
it's air
temperature.
So temperature. So if I blow a cool
That's
breeze
silly,
in your
man.
face, yeah. So if I turn the fan on you, you're gonna float up to somebody's vision. I fucking don't think so,
Is
brother.
that what you took from that? Really?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Temperature makes stuff fly up past hills. Yeah, that's what you said.
The apex of mountains, right, don't appear to move around. They don't change in height or distance. They don't even change in distance based on your height. Change in distance relative to you moving horizontally, further or closer or whatever, but no, they don't. The apex of a hill, the top of a hill, right? That apex point, the highest part, doesn't change.
So you guys never saw the example of from one shore they see the Chicago skyline whenever it a certain
Is that a mountain?
atmospheric condition.
Is that a mountaintop?
And it's
He has about a mountaintop.
it stretches them out and makes them look weird. But then whenever
What does? What stretches them out?
the atmospheric conditions.
So not the curve of Earth. Is there any time the curve of Earth ever does anything for itself?
It's just the curve of the Earth.
So how can you measure it if you're seeing big city Chicago right there in front of you that's supposed to be not visible because it's around an imaginary curve? What the fuck are you measuring? An invisible thing that you can see through? How would you measure that invisible thing all the way to the Chicago skyline where now the curve isn't there anymore and you can see straight to it? How does that work on your globe? How do you fit that horizontal in?
I'm saying they know the distance to how far away the city
Yeah,
is.
with 65 miles of a horizontal line. Yeah. Where does that fit on your globe at?
And on certain days you can't see it.
No, brother, you're not listening. Are you fucking crazy or something? A horizontal line does not exist on a sphere. None of it. Can't happen. So if you're seeing 65 fucking miles and not 2, then where did the hill go of water? It
It's
seems to
still
have
there.
disappeared now. Still
No.
where? Where is it at?
Right where it was. It still is.
So if I get a big swimming pool and put it in your backyard, you can see what's on the other side of it, right?
No, the atmosphere isn't going to be thick
No,
enough.
now you can't see on the other side of water.
Not in like 20
Do you
feet.
think
No,
there's more? Is there more than
So
one
now,
hill?
right in front of your face, right me on the other side of the pool in your backyard, you can't see it. But now, if you get 10 miles away from me on the back of your pool, you can see me. Is that what you're telling me? How far away do you got to get before you can see me above your pool, the hill of water in your backyard, brother? For you to make any fucking sense right now. How far away from the pool of water you got to get before you can see me rise above it, like Chicago?
You wouldn't be just from a pool of water. You'd have to have like a lake or an ocean or something like that to make the distortion work.
Brother, those are water. Those things are water. So you're saying a water hill of water, right? A pool of water. I'm going to get behind it. Same distinction, brother. Don't confuse water for water. Don't get caught up in that mess. It's water.
Okay.
Now, you're going to back up and show me how I'm going to float to you in your vision now. Waterman.
Here, check this
Because
out.
the wind blew or it got hot or cold.
Like in a desert, whenever you see a mirage off in the
No,
distance,
over your pool.
and then you get up
How
close
far
to
away
the
you gotta
mirage,
give it?
and you're like, the mirage disappears.
Brother, I'm asking you for a distance, brother, not to fucking tell me a story about what you do in deserts for fun. Listen, what we need to know is how many feet do you have to get away from your pool before I start floating in the air Or what temperature does it have to be? What requirements?
It doesn't work with just a pool.
So you don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, dude.
So
It's
it
like
doesn't work with water.
the
So it
atmospheric
draws
conditions.
water out.
Are you scared what I'm going to say?
Yeah, I'm scared of the water hill we can't see me behind. Yeah, I'm so scared. Because you're wrong, 100%. And you're scared of your water fucking pool because you can't see nothing behind it.
Yeah, the
If you could,
atmospheric.
you'd see the ants. Yeah, you'd see the ants today or tomorrow or the next day. Or you'd see the fucking fence or the guy carrying the garbage bag underneath in the distance. You can't. Not happening.
How far away do you have to be for you to see a mirage?
That's what I'm asking you to stop making shit up. How far away from your pool do you got to be before you can see me rise above it? This is your fucking clown show story. That stuff rises above hills of water.
Yeah, so like it'd have to probably be far enough away to where like you'd be seeing a mirage, to where if you walk up on the pool, you wouldn't be able to
Well,
see
that's
the
not a
mirage.
number, is it? So far enough away makes no fucking sense in science or physics or any kind of thing I've ever heard in my life or measuring at all. So how far is far enough away?
Couple miles.
So now I got to back up 5 miles from your swimming pool to see you pop up on the other side of it while you're laid down.
No, not while I'm laying down.
That's
I'm
so
not.
funny, right? That's how funny a curve of water is that doesn't exist. It's not hiding nothing. Because if a curve of water was hiding you, clearly in your clear see-through pool, we would have been able to see you by now. But since we can't see through your clear water, and the more water we put in your pool and the longer and thicker we make it, if it's a 12-foot, 50-foot, 80-foot pool, you can't see me on the other side of it. Are you crazy? Who told you that?
You just don't get it.
I don't get clear water that you can't see through? Oh, you just don't get it. You don't get air that stops your vision from doing anything.
I'm talking
I'm
about
trying
the
to
way
show
the
you
atmosphere
that,
reacts.
that all we got to do is have enough air between us and I'm invisible to you, baby. Right on the same horizontal plane. Sad, isn't it, that you don't understand that?
Just like seeing a mirage, you can't see it when you're right up next to it, but whenever you're far away, the atmosphere makes it look.
No, when you're far away, that makes it worse. Stupid. That's more air between you, more water. The sun, 93 million miles away, can't shine to the bottom of 8 Mile fucking water. Do you understand that? That means a little bit of water stops all that big boy sun you think is coming from 93 million fucking miles. Now all of a sudden it's stopped by a little drop of fucking water on the outside of Earth turd. Right? Now you don't comprehend that the water is the same as the fucking air. One is just a little more thicker. So now when you might take a little more distance than you do underwater, but once you get double or triple that distance away, the air is the same as the water. Is the same fucking reaction. Just like a clear ice cube, when you pile them on top of more clear ice cubes, they're not clear anymore. They become fucking pure white and you can't see through them. Just
What
like
the fuck are you yapping about, bro?
clear water, when you keep piling it on itself, it takes a color you can't see through no more. Dumbo.
Man, you've gone way off the edge.
You yapping about clear air. When it gets thicker, you can't see through it, Dumbo.
So Earth is flat?
Yeah, that's how we measure it, 100%.
Look. If there was a measurable distance to the horizon, right? If the Earth was a sphere with any kind of fixed radius value, right? Then there'd be a fixed distance, right, to the horizon based on the radius and your observer height, right? And we've found that doesn't exist. That's not there. There is no geometric horizon. There's no Earth curvature blocking things from view. But you want to present something where you're saying, oh, this looks like the water's in the way of this boat and I can't see some of the boat. Well, that's wonderful and all, but guess what? It's not Earth curvature, because if it was, then every distance to the horizon measurement would have a fixed value, right, based on a formula that you could use, which apparently they claim to use, and it never checks out. Nobody can ever find this geometric horizon, this distance to the top of the hill that Top Cat was talking about. It doesn't exist.
I reject that.
It isn't a sphere. Unless you can show us, like, can you demonstrate to us, like, how you would actually measure, like, a drop over distance, right, over water, showing that there's a rate of change in the slope as you progress further and further along a horizontal line. There's an increasing distance between your level line and the surface of the Earth.
Were you talking about the 8 inches squared per mile? That's once you reach the horizon and start going over, then you start using that calculation. But not for
No. Somebody must have measured, right, to know those values, right? You don't know the values of something you haven't measured yet. You could probably maybe take a guess, take a stab at it, but until you actually like measure it, you're not going to know dimensions, specifics, values of length, width, height, rate of change of slope, curve.
What about
right?
a calculation? Would that be sufficient, or do you need a direct measurement?
No, I'm talking about an actual measurement.
You mean so like a direct measurement?
How
where you
that's
actually measure the difference.
yeah. Otherwise, you don't have values to claim. You don't have any claimed values.
Oh, we do, but they come from calculations, not direct measurements.
That you don't get values from calculations.
Yeah, you do. What do values
Guesses.
produce?
No. You know something. You know the dimensions of something by measuring it, not by calculating it.
Sure. I mean, okay. I mean, I'll accept the idea of a guess. Would you call the height of Mount Everest a calculation or a guess or a knowing?
That would be angle measurements.
Calculations, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you directly measure the angles, then you do some surveying calculations, and you come up with a calculation for the height.
Trigonometry.
Right.
Trigonometry.
Yeah. So see, that's an example of something that was calculated, but I think it's a pretty good guess. You know, the height of Mount Everest is fairly well known.
All right. So the height of Mount Everest isn't in contention. The height of the hill that is claimed to be blocking boats from view, that's in contention.
Yeah, of course, we agree about Mount Everest. I was just trying to get at what you meant by the different definitions by using something we both know.
So you'd need a datum. You need one piece of information that from which you could obtain more information, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
My only point was that nobody's ever directly measured the height of Mount Everest, by I don't know, slapping a ruler on side of Mount Everest and seeing how high it is. But instead, they have calculated the height of Mount Everest using surveying equipment and surveying processes, which I don't understand. But I'm okay with them using calculations for things like Mount Everest.
And that's fine. You know, I'll accept that because I can, you know, I could go to the Himalayas and see it, right?
Right.
I've seen images of it. Never been to the Himalayas, but I could, like, not beyond my ability to be able to go and do that. So, but it's beyond my ability to be able to see this curve, like this hill of water.
Yeah, I think that whether it's a hill of
getting
water or perfectly flat, it's hard to tell just by looking at it, and so direct measurements aren't going to tell either. So I think that we're sort of stuck with doing calculations based on what we see instead.
Yeah, so nobody's measured it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Nobody's directly measured the curvature of Earth. You're right about that.
They don't measure it because it's not there. But somebody would have actually done it by now.
I would say they don't measure it because it's too hard to directly measure. And so whether it's there or not is not the question. It's just too hard either way.
It's not there. Like we can measure the surface of liquid at rest. There's no deviation from horizontal. In fact, so much so that we use the surface of liquid at rest as a reference horizontal. And horizontal means zero slope. It means horizontal has zero slope. Zero change in deviation. Zero change. Zero deviation from horizontal. A straight flat line or plane.
Yes, I understand that you said zero change and zero deviation from horizontal.
So that actually, like in the globe paradigm, that actually literally can't exist. There is no such thing as that on the spinning ball Earth paradigm.
That's correct.
That kind of seems like a contradiction to reality.
If you're building a building, 200 feet, 500 feet long, maybe it's close enough and it doesn't matter whether it's curved or flat. The building doesn't have that high of tolerance, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's what Globers keep telling us. We can just treat it, like just measure it flat, treat it as flat, use it as flat. Look at it, looks flat, but it's not. Not really. Right.
Do you know how much difference it would make for a 500-foot building? Let's see.
Talking
Let's
about
say
how much difference it would make if the Earth is that thing we can't measure.
Yeah, if it's curved or flat. Let's see. Let's do 528. That's 1/10 of a mile. So 1/10 times 1/10 is 1/100th times 8 inches per mile squared. So the far end of the building would differ by 0.08 inches, 800ths of an inch, if it's curved versus
Should be
if it's not
measurable.
curved. 0.08 inches should be
Yeah,
measurable.
that should be measurable.
When you're building a building?
Absolutely should be measurable. I don't see why it wouldn't be. We don't have precision tools that could do that.
Not over the space of 500 feet, no. I don't think even a water level you can get that precise. The water level has a little bit of, there's a meniscus in the water tube or whatever. But 0.08 inches is really tiny.
Like you don't think you could fit a piece of paper between that?
Yeah, paper's thinner than that. So probably a couple pieces of paper.
So it should be measurable then. We can measure the width. We can measure the thickness of a piece of paper. Can't measure. Was it
Yeah.
0.08 of
Yes,
eighth of an
you
inch?
can measure a thickness of a piece of paper with like a fine-tuned precision caliper. But I'm talking about like measuring from one end of a 500-foot building all the way to the other end to see if it's off by a tiny little bit, and that's gonna be hard to do because calipers measure something, close and local, not 500 feet away.
Yeah. So basically, what you're telling me is that this may as well be flat.
Exactly, may as well be flat. You can build the building as if it were flat, whether it's flat or not. Doesn't matter either way.
There you go. Basically, like measuring it to be flat, and not accounting for any imaginary curve.
Right. It's
We're
way
treating it as
easier
flat.
to act as if it's flat.
Right. Because it's flat.
Right. It's way easier to design a building as if it were flat because it actually is flat, or it's curved so little amount that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's you're measuring it to be flat. You're not measuring any change.
Exactly.
It's actually funny because they tell us that so if we go with Newtonian mechanics, right, the ocean is at rest, right? If the ocean was at rest, right, you'd there'd be this uniform curvature, but with Einstein's, they have to say that there's actually dips and like multiple hills and valleys of the ocean. It's not a uniform surface. It's all over the. It's a wonky space-time curving ocean.
Right. I mean,
The
where have you
rate of
seen
change.
anything super uniform in the in nature? I mean, the sun itself isn't even uniform. There are sunspots.
Yeah, I just think it's funny that they conflict with each other. Within academia, there's two opposing ideas of how the ocean surface curves.
They can't even take any water and pour it in LIGO and show you how it drops or dips. Or it's higher in one end than it is the other end of the building. At this end of the building, we have 8 inches of water. At this end of the building, it's 0. And it's just sitting here on a horizontal floor. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, they made a slide. Water slide. Just fill it up with water.
Well, I just want to pour water on this. I just want to pour water on the front of it or the back of it, not the top. I want to see water stick to the back side of it or the front side. I still think it's weird that even the ISS is microscopically nothing away from Earth's surface because Earth is so big that the ISS is basically just touching the fucking thing, right? But then our little microscopic cells can't find a little hill in our backyard that falls 8 inches down from itself from the top to where it stops falling. And we can't pour water on that and let it stick and sit there at rest. Isn't that weird? You fly an airplane or a helicopter or a hot air balloon up, all of a sudden Earth stops spinning. That's a powerful fucking hot air balloon, don't you think? As soon as you go up there and just sit with the rope attached, the rope never pulls you that way. Earth doesn't pull you with it. Don't you find that weird? I do. All you got to do to stop the rotation of Earth is buy a drone and hover. I'm afraid to ask, what's a sunspot?
If you have solar sunglasses and you look at the sun, you'll see that there are spots that don't appear as bright as the rest of the sun, and they call those solar spots or sunspots.
So when you see the orange disc, it changes colors in certain sections or areas?
Right.
And how do you know that's not the atmosphere in between you and the object?
Because different people from different parts of the world can see the same sunspots, even though there's a different atmosphere between them and the sun.
No, I'm saying, how do you know it's not the atmosphere between all of you guys?
Because they're in a different location, so they have different atmosphere above them.
But no atmosphere at all.
No, so if I see a sunspot in Los Angeles, I have like the California air above me. But if somebody sees it in New York City, they have the New York air above them. But we can both see the same sunspot, which means that it's on the sun itself, not in the atmosphere.
Above you? Like way the fuck 93 million miles away above you, or what? So the people in Las Vegas and you in New York, you guys have different air above you up there? That's weird. I thought it turned to a vacuum when it became the same for all you guys.
Well, I mean, sometimes the air above me is cloudy, and then in Las Vegas, it's not cloudy. So obviously, we have different air, different parts of the atmosphere.
Even though the air is clear, it's still, you can't see through it all the time. Correct?
Sometimes the air is clear and you can see through it. Sometimes it's cloudy and you can't.
Okay, so how far can you see when it's cloudy?
To the bottom of the clouds, maybe 3,000 feet, maybe 10,000, depending on how high the clouds are.
So not 93 million miles anymore.
That's correct. When it's cloudy, you cannot see the sun.
So you can see a couple feet in front of your face when it's foggy. But people don't understand the same air that has the fog in it is the same air that you can't see through when it gets thicker. It becomes the same fog.
I'm not sure I understand, but
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand what the sun looks like without air. How do we view that? Like from the ISS, what's the sun look like with a solar filter? Oh, they've never done that? What fucking...
Well, yeah, so sunspots existed before the ISS existed.
No, I said on the ISS, when they filmed the sun with their special lens from the ISS, clearly that's what they'd have to do. There else would be no other reason to be up there. And then you're filming the sun with your special super duper lens. Now what do they see up there with no air in the way?
Well, I have no idea. I'm talking about what sunspots look like for me when I look at it.
Oh, well, I want to know why the sun doesn't look, or the Earth doesn't look 4 times bigger than the sun when you're on the moon.
It does.
That's blowing my mind. It does?
Right.
Bigger?
Yeah, it's
Oh, I
4 times
remember looking
the
puny as
width.
fuck, like a little bitty, like nothing.
I think I have a picture. Hold on. Oh, I don't know if I can post pictures here.
Yeah, they showed a little bit. Yeah, but they don't have the sun next to it.
Yeah.
They should have it
What
in the sun.
did they turn the camera around the other way? Did they have the lenses all inversed? Like, what the?
I want to know why they didn't have the sun. And how did the sun not get in the picture? How did it hide out of the frame of the fucking Earth? If the Earth is 4 times bigger than the sun from the moon, when they supposedly was going to the moon and they turned around and took a picture of the Earth, why was it little bitty and where the fuck is the sun at?
And if I was going there, I would want to like convey the awesomeness of that. Like back when I get back to Earth, I would say, look at this. We got like, yeah, we used this focal length here, but then we got like what it would look like if you were me standing up there. Because it was amazing. Like the fucking Earth just filled the sky.
Yeah, it was 4 times bigger than the sun. Just imagine how big the Earth would be and how fucking awesome that would be to look at. You know what I mean? It would prove your math would be correct if they filmed the sun and the moon. I mean, the sun and the Earth, and the Earth was
Thanks,
4
Edgar
times
Mitchell.
bigger.
That's right. Thanks, Edgar Mitchell, for not sharing your experience with us. Like to its like
no stars. We can't even. We don't even know. We don't even know if there was stars
degree.
up in space. They can't even get that straight. 3 guys on a trip, and they can't even get whether there was stars in space right. 3 dudes.
Yeah, typically you can only see stars at nighttime.
Oh, but they didn't see any.
Why did he lie? Why did Neil Armstrong lie in a later interview that he had? I think it was with Patrick Moore, because Patrick Moore was the initial one that at that conference that asked them about it, and I'm pretty sure, and they were like, no. And then later in a later interview with him or with some other interviewer, he was talking about the stars and their brilliance and everything. It's like, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know.
Matthew believes you can see him at night, but he
Right.
couldn't get a high altitude balloon to see him at night to save his life.
What would be the point of putting a high altitude balloon up at night? Most people
Save
do
your
it in the
life.
day.
To save your life and prove your claim.
Oh, I'm not trying to prove my claim. I don't think NASA is either.
We know that. We know that. No Glober's trying to prove shit. They just want you to believe. So
No, just follow the evidence. Don't just
send
merely
high altitude
believe.
footage up, and we can't even find the ISS above us. What does that mean?
The ISS, you can see it sometimes. It goes across the sky.
No,
but
you see it none. No, you see it none. With high altitude footage, you see it none.
Oh, I'm talking about from the ground. You can see it from the ground.
Yeah, so where did it go? At 80,000 feet. Why the fuck ain't it above me now, right above you looking at it? So if it's above you, and I'm above you, Where the fuck did the ISS go? How come it disappeared like a star?
So when you see the ISS go overhead, you could send up a balloon at nighttime at the same time and see the ISS 80,000 feet high. Also,
No, how come you don't? How come there's nothing there?
I don't
You're
think
not
anybody's done
understanding.
that.
Yeah, a lot of people have done it. There's
They've
no
done
ISS.
it at nighttime when the ISS was flying over.
There's no ISS, brother. There's
Yeah,
no high altitude
yeah.
footage
Usually,
of an
usually you
ISS.
can't see the ISS. The ISS only comes by
Holy
every couple
fuck!
months.
Now you can't see it. Before you could see it, brother. They tell you to go outside and look up, and you can see that ISS with your fucking eyeballs.
Yeah,
Now, if we
once
get
every month or
80,000
two.
feet, if we get 80,000 feet closer to the object, now where did it go?
You can still see it. You can see it better.
No, you don't. How do you prove that? How did you prove that?
Oh no, I've never proved it. Nobody's ever done that.
Right. So how did anybody ever prove that it was above 80 feet, 80,000 feet, other than fucking lying?
You can tell by
So if it's not
triangulating.
above 80,000 feet, what's that mean, Matthew?
It is above 80,000 feet.
No,
You can do
it's
that by
not. What does
triangulating.
that mean? Work with me here, brother. Hold on, brother. Listen, two choices here. You got your choice. We know your bias. It automatically is no matter what. Sleep tight, brother, in your mind. Got you. But what if it's not?
Oh, if the ISS is below 80,000 feet, then it
Yeah.
is in the atmosphere and it would probably burn up going that fast.
Yeah, cool story. That would mean it's not fucking real.
Right. It
Why is
wouldn't be
it
real.
so hard?
If it's not
No, the
80,000
first
feet, it
answer
wouldn't
should
be
be that it's
real.
not real. Not it'll burn up.
Oh, yeah. So let me put it this way. If the ISS is not above 80,000 feet, then it's not real.
Right. It's not 250 miles up. It's not a fucking satellite.
No, it
Clearly
is.
not a
It
real
is
satellite.
250,000.
Clearly, no, it's
250
not. It's
miles.
not above 80,000 feet, you idiot. That's what we're trying to teach you. You're
It
not
is
learning.
above 80,000
Matthew learns. No, it's not. Where did you prove
Yes, it
that at?
is.
No, you don't have to prove it now, right, liar? Just keep lying to kids.
No, you can use triangulation.
No, you can just lie to motherfuckers. No, you can put a high altitude footage balloon up, stupid fuck, and film it above it.
Nobody's ever done that.
Well, why don't you get to it, liar, and
I
quit
don't need
believing it
to.
then? Quit fuck. Yeah, you do, liar. You need to stop lying.
Why
then.
do I have to do it?
Why do you have to believe it's at 250 miles then? Why do you got to believe that?
Oh, because people tell
Keep
me,
saying
authorities
that.
tell me so.
Why do you got to
And I
keep
believe
pushing that
them.
bullshit lie?
Because trustworthy
Because
authorities tell
you
me.
got to keep pushing a bullshit lie of 250 miles because you can't prove it. You and nobody else are proving it, but you guys keep pushing the fucking story. It's up there above 80,000 feet, but none of you have filmed it above that. But you're going to keep on pushing it. No scrutiny.
You say we can't prove it, but we can provide solid
No,
evidence
you
with
haven't. You
triangulation.
haven't fucking filmed it from 80,000 feet. Why is this so hard? Helium balloon, $5. Little camera, $5. I'll give you $20 on it. You're gonna do it now, and then when you prove to yourself it's not up there, then what? You're gonna come back and apologize to Democ, right?
Launching a high altitude balloon.
Also, you're not gonna come back and apologize and tell everybody it's not existent, like you should, and be truthful person, right?
Probably not, because I'm not going to do the experiment.
Probably not. Yeah, because you're a fucking liar. Losers don't do anything. Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not a loser nor a liar.
Just believe shit. No, lying losers try to sell us the religion, but they can't prove anything. And you keep trying to lie and push your fucking religion about 250-mile religion on us.
I haven't lied once here.
Yeah, you have. You believe in ISS is up there, and you keep saying that.
Yeah, because it is up there. That's not a lie.
No, because that's a religion. That's a fucking lie.
It's a belief, yes, but it's not a religion, no.
That means it's a lie because it's not there. It's a belief that it's there, meaning it's a fucking lie when you keep saying it is. You can't keep saying there's invisible monsters in your closet, Matthew. You're too old for this shit. Somebody's going to go check the closet. And when they do and tell you right now, like I'm telling you, there's no monster in there, no ISS at 250 miles. Why is that so hard for you? Because you and no human can film it, you would have by now with all the high altitude fucking footage. One of them would have been catching the fucking ISS going around the planet, don't you think? I don't think it would have been possible not to. I don't think you could have stopped it from happening. But somehow, in every fucking high altitude footage you've ever seen looking up, you'll never in your life, every 90 minutes, ever see a fucking ISS in your life. Now, this footage should always exist everywhere. Everybody should have some that's ever seen anything high altitude up that took more than 90 minutes to get fucking there.
Have you ever
So
wondered why low altitude balloons never
have you
show
ever
planes
wondered
above
why
them?
you can't find one in any government footage of high altitude? Have you wondered why no airplane can film one above itself? Why is that, Matthew Learns? Go take a flight and fly under the fucking ISS. Film up to it. Let me guess you're going to make stupid ass excuses, and now since you're closer to it, you can't see it all of a sudden with a fucking zoom lens.
Let
Isn't
me
that
ask you this:
crazy?
how come no high
Ask
altitude
me a
balloon
bunch of
footage has
dumb
ever
questions.
shown?
Don't get on an airplane for $18 and go film it while it's flying above your head. Stupid.
Okay, let me ask you this: how come no high altitude balloon footage has ever shown an airplane?
I don't even know what the fuck that means. What's that got to do with the ISS, brother? Is that
You
how
were
you prove an ISS
yes,
is
so you were
250 miles up?
complaining that no high altitude
That an
balloon footage
ISS is
shows the
not
ISS,
250 miles up.
and I'm
I'm
also
complaining
saying
that you don't have any proof that the ISS